Chapter 241, Excited Employees. The second project is Tianlong, which has been profitable for a long time. Tianlong has created a lot of revenue for the company, and Mr. Chen paid a year-end project bonus for this. The conditions of these two projects are different, and the project bonuses received by each are also different. Also, some people participated in the research and development of two projects at the same time, so they received bonuses from both projects at the same time. As Fong Chang's voice fell, the studio employees looked at each other, and everyone saw the horrified expression in each other's eyes. It turns out that these money are project bonuses from two games. But this is too much. A team member carefully opened his transfer record and looked at the 180,000 project bonus on it. He was so excited that he was speechless. He is a team member who participated in two projects at the same time. The bonus of 180,000 yuan, plus Mr. Chen's monthly salary after taking over Tsongshui Games. He also exchanged the rewards he received from the two sports meets for money of equal value. So far, his total income is almost 300,000. 300,000. This was his previous salary for 3 years of work. In the entire studio, most employees were looking at the transfer records in their hands with various expressions. Happy, excited, surprised, excited, ex-manhwa. Su Yuan also looked at the transfer records on his phone with a look of disbelief. 100,000 yuan. He is not a veteran of the company. He joined the company later, and he is a newcomer who has just worked for a year. When he was in college, he studied computers. After graduation, he was looking for jobs as a software programmer, but those companies saw him as a fresh graduate with no work experience. No matter how high his academic qualifications are or how many awards he has won in school, he will still be paid according to the salary of an intern after entering the company. Moreover, the wages are low, but the work they do is no less than those of older employees. He was also young and energetic and had moved through several companies, but he always faced the same result. And just when he was disappointed with his career, he saw the recruitment of Tsongshui Games. After looking at the benefits provided by the recruitment agency, he contacted the recruiter and then rushed from the imperial capital to Jiangxing with doubts. After coming over, he was also worried whether the person recruiting him would change his mind at the last moment and lower the welfare benefits provided by the recruitment. He has encountered this kind of thing before. However, what he imagined did not happen, and he was granted all the promised benefits. He also successfully signed a contract and became an employee of the game company. While working, he discovered what made this company unique. In this company, there is no overtime, but he secretly observed that although there was no overtime work, everyone's work efficiency was very high. In the past, he basically had to work 3 or 4 hours of overtime to complete similar work tasks in his previous company. But here, everything can be completed on time before getting off work. In the past, most companies had the phenomenon of fishing, but here, it is basically invisible. Even if you want to catch fish, the people around you are working seriously, so you will naturally follow suit. Moreover, the employees of this company are very united. If one person encounters a problem, many people will come to help. This company is simply the best place to work. The reason why these employees are so dedicated is closely related to the welfare benefits Mr. Chun provides everyone. Dinners are held at high-end restaurants, everyone will receive rewards at sports meets, and there are various other benefits. He thought these benefits were enough, but after seeing the 100,000 project bonus, he changed his mind. This is higher than the salary he has received in the past few months. The new year is coming soon. When I go home and put 100,000 yuan directly in front of my parents, they should be very happy. Their son has a future. Thinking of this, Su Yuan laughed unconsciously. When he graduated last year, he didn't dare to say how much salary he earned per month. This time, he could finally straighten his back and tell his salary without any scruples. Fong Chong watched the reactions of many employees quietly, and after a while, continued to speak. The bonuses for these projects are very generous and are impossible to get in other companies. So, I hope you will cherish your work here. Mr. Chun actually gave us such a high bonus. We have nothing else to repay. We can only work hard and conscientiously complete the work in our hands, and complete the assigned tasks sufficiently. Completion. I don't want anyone to try to fish in troubled waters with such a high salary and affect the company's working atmosphere. Did you hear everything clearly? Fong Chong looked at the many employees seriously. Listen clearly. Don't worry, Manager Fong. We will all supervise each other. If anyone dares to be lazy and not work, we will not agree to it first. That's right. Several of my friends who study computer science want to work in the company, but unfortunately, there are no spare positions. Can any brother be so merciful as to be lazy and make room for my friends? I also have a few friends here who have been begging me for a long time to give me a position. Fong Chong looked at the employees' reactions and nodded with satisfaction. I'm leaking a message. Mr. Chun intends to develop a third game project, and a group of new employees will be recruited at that time. Those of you who have just joined the company can make preparations in advance. Also, with the entry of new employees, a group of team leaders will definitely be announced as acting. The candidates for team leaders will definitely be selected from among you employees. As for the basis for selection, it is based on your performance. New employee, team leader. These words fell into the ears of many employees, like a heavy bomb, and everyone's face showed an excited expression. Not to mention the salary increase of the team leader, the bonus for this project alone is twice as high as that of ordinary employees. How can they not yearn for this? Performance. You must perform well and strive to get a position as a team leader. Time passed little by little, and soon it was the end of January. Mr. Chun, the employees have already boarded the bus, and it's time for us to set off. Shinro came to the desk, looked at the tired Mr. Chun, and spoke softly. After hearing Shunro's words, Chunmo came back to his senses and slowly stood up. Then let's go. Today is the day for the company's annual meeting, and the location and program have been arranged. He got up and went downstairs with Shinro. Yang Dahai had parked the car at the door of the office building. After getting in the car, he rushed straight to the venue of the annual meeting. I see. Chapter 242, tomorrow's group annual meeting. Royal Hotel. A large banquet hall was already filled with people. Many employees have already taken their seats and are waiting. A total of several areas are divided. Chongfeng Clothing, Sangshue Games, Nana Coffee, Pet Park, Boring Short Video, and members of the foundation. I see. The company leaders, down to the grassroots cleaning staff, were all invited to attend the company's annual meeting. A huge banner was hung above the banquet hall. Tomorrow Group Annual Meeting. Below the banner is a huge stage. Some employees who knew the inside story knew that there would be a show on this stage later. Behind the stage, Yi Feng and Chen Xian looked at the many employees in the banquet hall with emotional expressions. After hosting 2 sports games, they were invited to host the annual meeting. Looking at the divided areas, he found that Mr. Chen's company had another boring short video and also established a group company. Obviously, Mr. Chen's industry has further expanded. How about it? Are you two ready? Wei Yin came over and asked casually. This is not the first time they have met, and they are relatively familiar with each other. The performance moments of the program, as well as the presentation of awards. The process has been figured out, and we are just waiting for the annual meeting to begin. Ye Feng spoke confidently. Compared to hosting the sports meeting, he was more skilled at hosting the annual meeting. And just 2 days ago, Assistant Shun had sent him all the activities of the annual meeting. 2 days were enough for him to memorize all the procedures. That's good. Mr. Chun is still on the way. It will take about 5 minutes to arrive. Please wait a moment while I arrange other things. Wei Yin confirmed that there was no problem with the host, then turned and left. Watching Wei Yin leave, Yi Feng suddenly thought of the awards part of the process. His expression became weird unconsciously. He has hosted many annual meetings, and many bosses will award awards to outstanding employees in the company, but this is the first time he has seen the awards presented today. When did persisting in the lead become an award? Shouldn't it be normal to insist on perfect attendance and not take any leave for the whole year? Excluding the special nature of those awards, the amount of this award was beyond his expectation. I thought that the awards in the sports games were outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that the rewards this time would be even higher than the awards in the sports games. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. Ever since he came into contact with Mr. Chen's company, He always encountered things that exceeded his cognition. Mr. Chun, this is it. Shinro brought Chin Mo to the banquet hall. Chin Mo looked at the layout of the banquet hall and nodded. Everything was done according to his requirements. I see, Mr. Chun. All the staff are here, and the annual meeting can start at any time. Wei Yin saw Mr. Chun walking in and hurriedly greeted him. Okay, let's get started. My seat is over there. Mr. Chun, please come with me, Wei Yin said, leading the way to the front of the seat. Chin Mo came to his seat and sat down directly. The two husband and wife hosts, Yi Feng and Yi Xian, also walked onto the stage at the right time. Listening to the host's professional opening remarks at the annual meeting, Chin Mo nodded secretly. A professional is a professional. Before the annual meeting officially begins, let us invite the distinguished Mr. Chun to speak on stage. Chin Mo was listening with enthusiasm when the host actually brought the topic directly to him. In this part of his speech, Chin Mo's eyes were puzzled. When he was reading Shun Ro's plan, he had been paying attention to the issue of consumption, and he really didn't notice the part where he was speaking. Listening to the warm applause in the banquet hall, Chin Mo stood up helplessly. The atmosphere had already reached this point. He had to go on stage to say a few words. Walking to the stage step by step, the host Yifeng respectfully handed over the microphone and then stepped aside. Chin Mo took the phone and looked at the employees below. I still feel a little bit emotional in my heart. In just over half a year, he has developed the industry to this point with the help of the system. The only pity is that with so many properties, his personal assets are only tens of thousands. At this time, below the stage, the applause of the employees had gradually become smaller. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Hello, everyone. I am Chin Mo, the boss of Tomorrow Group. Today's annual meeting is held. The most important thing is to celebrate. I won't say any more polite words. Everyone has something to eat and drink later, and there will be a performance later. That's all. After speaking, he turned around and returned the microphone to the host standing aside. Then there was another burst of warm applause. Yi Feng blankly took the microphone that Mr. Chin returned and finished speaking in just a few words. Normally, you should not talk for half an hour, talk about the company's development and future prospects, and finally draw a picture of the pie. He has even seen a company boss speak for more than an hour at a company annual meeting. Even if it's short, it has to be 20 minutes. This was the first time he had seen Mr. Chin finish his speech in just a few sentences. But now that he was on stage, he couldn't think too much and quickly picked up the microphone. Let's thank Mr. Chin for his speech. His short words fully reflect his care for employees. Chun Mo returned to his seat, and the annual meeting officially began after he finished speaking. The hotel waiter pushed the dining cart into the banquet hall and placed the dishes on each table. The program was also carried out one by one under the host. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was extremely lively for a while. Mr. Chun, I toast you a glass. Just then, Wang Maoyan came over with a glass of wine from somewhere. Chin Mo glanced at Wang Maoyan indifferently. This guy really remembered to eat, but not to be beaten. He also came to toast me. Brother Wang, Mr. Chin can't drink. Shinro looked at Wang Maoyan and said. She knew Mr. Chin's alcohol tolerance very well. It doesn't matter. Mr. Chun can just drink a beverage. I mainly want to thank you. I am very happy to work for Mr. Chun for taking care of me for more than half a year. Knock. Wang Maoyan smiled and spoke, but his expression was serious. He drank a glass of beer directly after speaking. Chin Mo had no choice but to drink a glass of drink. After Wang Maoyan left, he turned to Shinro and said, Go find the hotel manager and ask him to replace all the beer with the 800 yuan red wine from last time. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro got up and left. When she came back, several waiters were following her. Then, in the surprised eyes of many employees, the beer was taken away and replaced with red wine. Wang Maoyan looked at the red wine that was taken away, then looked at the red wine that was replaced, and fell into silence. Chapter 243 Weird Awards. We have been drinking red wine for 3 consecutive team-building activities. We were happy to see that beer was served instead of red wine at the annual meeting. How come beer was replaced with red wine so quickly? Wei Yin and Li Shun, who were far away, saw that beer was replaced with red wine and rubbed their heads with a headache. The annual meeting was still going on. After about 2 hours, all employees had eaten and drunk well, and the last show on the stage was coming to an end. The hosty phone waited until the last show left the stage and walked up with a microphone. The show is over, but our annual meeting is not over yet. The next step is the awards ceremony. Are you looking forward to it? Yi Feng held the microphone and pointed it at the many employees in the audience. Look forward to it. The loud shouts came from every employee. Although we don't know what the prizes are this time, but the rewards given by Chin Mo have never disappointed people. Listening to the loud voice, it seems that everyone can't wait, so I won't keep you in suspense. Let me announce the first award first. Best Leader Award. For the health of employees, he insists on standing at the forefront of the leader every day and never misses. Let us invite our winner. Wang Maoyan. Hearing the host call, Wang Maoyan's hand holding the wine glass suddenly stopped. Did he win the award? There is an award for leading every day. Please invite Wang Maoyan to the stage to receive the award. Host Yifeng saw that no one came up after he called once, so he called again. Hearing the host call again, Wang Maoyan finally came to his senses and hurriedly stood up and walked towards the top of the stage. He came to the stage. Mr. Wang Maoyan, please give your acceptance speech. Host Yifeng handed over the microphone, and at the same time, host Chun Xian, who was standing on the other side, handed the award certificate to Wang Maoyan's other hand. Best Leader Award. Mahanak. Wang Maoyan looked at the many employees in the audience and held the microphone a little stiffly. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your affirmation of me. I will continue to work hard. Yifeng saw that Wang Maoyan stopped talking and knew that he had finished speaking. He smiled helplessly. It seems that not only Mr. Chun spoke briefly in the company, but also Mr. Chun was nervous. He hoped that Wang Maoyan would continue to lead in the new year and strive to get the Best Leader Award next year. At the same time, I would like to say that our Best Leader Award is not just as simple as a certificate of award. There will also be a cash reward of 50,000 yuan, which will be paid to the personal account together with the salary. After the host's words, Wang Maoyan took the award certificate and returned to his seat. But he still felt a little dreamy in his heart. He just won a reward of 50,000 yuan. Now it seems that leading is not a painful thing. On the stage, the host began to announce the second award. Model Couple Award. There are 6 couples who won the award. 10 people were selected for the Single Mother Award. 3 people were selected for the Most Caring Award. 4 people were selected for the Hardworking Worker Award. The awards continued to be presented, and after about 20 minutes, all the awards were presented. Yifeng secretly calculated that the number of winners was exactly 50, and each person was awarded 50,000 yuan, which was 2.5 million yuan. Mr. Chun is really generous. And after this award ceremony, there is still a year-end bonus ceremony. The award ceremony has ended. Colleagues who did not win should not be discouraged and keep working hard next year. Speaking of this, Yi Feng's expression was a little strange, just those awards. Can we really keep up the good work? The best couple can keep up the good work, so should we keep up the good work for the single award since birth? But being single for a year is 50,000 yuan, which seems pretty good. Looking at the excited employees in the audience, he continued to speak. The next part of the annual meeting is the year-end bonus. In order to thank everyone for their hard work, Mr. Chun has specially prepared a series of rewards, including home appliance sets, mobile phone and tablet sets, high-value shopping cards, cash rewards. The distribution of rewards is also very simple, just a lottery. Chun Mo, who was sitting in the audience, heard the host's words and stood up and walked up. This year-end bonus, like the sports meeting, can be plucked. Although there is only one chance for this lottery, each reward is not less than 10,000 yuan. When he came to the stage, a large sealed cardboard box had been placed in the front. Chun Mo was very familiar with the lottery rules. After all, the rules were made by him. He walked to the big cardboard box, followed the round hole on the top of the cardboard box, and took out a sealing ball from it. He twisted it gently, and a piece of paper fell out, a set of mobile phone and tablet. Looking at this award, Chun Mo smiled slightly. This set includes a mobile phone, a tablet, and a computer, and he chose high-end ones. The total price of the 3 items has exceeded 25,000. It is the most expensive award among all the awards. As for why he could draw this most expensive prize, that is a secret. Congratulations to Mr. Chun for winning a mobile phone and tablet set. The host phone looked at the words on the note and congratulated quickly. Although this small set is nothing to Mr. Chun. Chun Mo responded with a smile and returned to his seat with the note. This time, he can exchange more than 20,000 personal funds through this reward. After accumulating little by little, his personal assets have reached more than 60,000. On the stage, as he returned to his seat, people began to go up to draw the lottery. All employees of the company have a chance to draw the lottery. As for what reward they can draw, it depends on their luck. Employees lined up and started to draw the lottery. The hotel waiters looked at this scene on the stage and showed stunned expressions. The boss of this group is really generous. The year-end bonus is so generous. Chinemo looked at the employees who drew the lottery and got up and left the hotel directly. The lottery will take some time, and those leaders can host it. There is no need for him to stay here. Seeing that Mr. Chin stood up and left, Shinro also stood up and followed him. Tomorrow, notify the finance department to distribute the employees' wages, bonuses, year-end bonuses, and 13th salary to the employees. Also, the company will officially go on holiday on February 1st. Some employees who need to stay on the job will all be considered to be working overtime after February 1st. Since it is the Spring Festival, the company will pay overtime at 3 times the salary. Chinemo looked at Shinro, who followed and spoke quickly. Chapter 244 Income from Extreme Survival. Mr. Chun, are you on vacation so early? Shinro looked shocked when she heard Mr. Chin's words. From the beginning of February to the end of February, this is a full month of vacation, and it is also a paid vacation. This is too long. A normal company has a spring festival holiday, which lasts about 7 to 10 days. Leave it for a month. She hadn't heard of it. It's getting late. It's the new year in early February, and I have to go back to celebrate the new year. After working so long in the past year, I still have to take a good rest and spend time with my family. The message will be conveyed to the heads of each company as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Chun. After listening to Mr. Chin's words, Shinro agreed directly without asking any more questions. January 31st, 12 noon. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. The system is settling. It is detected that the remaining system funds are 2.3 million, and the second settlement method is used. System settlement is completed and system funds have been replenished. Please check the system panel yourself. Oh! Chinemo listened to the system's settlement sound and sat helplessly on his seat. Even though he had spent very hard, his year-end bonus, salary, etc. were all paid out in advance. Mufkiznuk. However, the system funds consumed still did not allow him to settle all the system funds. He let out a long sigh and turned his attention to the system panel. Host, Chinemo. System funds, 30 million. Personal funds, 190,000. Settlement cycle, 8 months, countdown. Special mission. After 4 months, the remaining system funds are less than 50%. Upon completion, special rewards will be awarded. Oh! Looking at my personal funds, this time the second settlement method settled a total of more than 127,000 personal funds. In addition to the more than 60,000 personal funds that were previously available, the personal funds have reached more than 190,000 at this time. He looked at the system panel and said nothing for a long time. He didn't expect that he had prepared so many ways to spend money. In the end, even the remaining 5 floors of the 10-story office building were rented, and Wang Yang was hired to decorate them. But he still hadn't fully converted into an individual. Funds. 15 million directly turned into more than 120,000. This huge feeling of disparity made Shanemo itchy with hatred. If it weren't for Fong Chong and Luo Yuan, he would be worth tens of millions this time. These two people were people he trusted very much before, but in the end, they stabbed him at the most critical moment. It seems that next year's leading list will increase by 2 people. Chunemo opened a small book and wrote the names of Fong Chong and Luo Yuan. Then continued to look at today's system funds. Of the 30 million, he can use 20% as charity funds, which is 6 million. In other words, he needs to spend 24 million. But the biggest expense right now is no longer the 24 million, but the income from the two games Dragon and Extreme Survival. Tianlong. Its monthly revenue alone has reached more than 30 million. Extreme Survival currently has 4.5 million active players. According to statistics during this period, the number of Extreme Survival players applying for monthly passes is 40%, the number of players applying for weekly passes is 60%, and the number of Play RS applying for daily passes is 80%. This data is lower than Tianlong. After all, Tianlong monthly card processing is now as high as 60%, and weekly card processing is as high as 75%. X-Nuck. But Extreme Survival has a large player base, 4.5 million people. Applying for monthly cards accounts for 40%, that is 1.8 million people. A monthly card costs 10 yuan, and the revenue is 18 million. The weekly card application rate is 60%, which is 2.7 million people. A weekly card costs 2 yuan, which is 5.4 million yuan per week. In 1 month and 4 weeks, the total revenue was 21.6 million. The rate for applying for daily cards is 80%, which means 3.6 million people. A daily card costs 10 cents, and the total monthly revenue is 10.8 million. Calculated in this way, Extreme Survival as total monthly income is 50 million, which is already much higher than Tianlong's income. Chinamo couldn't help but have a headache when he looked at the final total income. Currently, the number of players in Extreme Survival is still growing, which shows that an income of more than 50 million a month is not the limit of Extreme Survival. And it is also difficult to judge where the final limit of Extreme Survival is. However, before Extreme Survival came out, the most popular shooting game was Gun God, with 9 million players. Nowadays, Extreme Survival is more popular than Gun God. Then it will be a matter of time before the number of Extreme Survival players grows to 9 million. 9 million is exactly double the current number of players. In other words, when the number of Extreme Survival players increases to 9 million, the monthly income of Extreme Survival will exceed 100 million. Thinking of these, Chinamo felt that his worst decision was to acquire Tsangshui Games. Without this Tsangshui game, he didn't know how many times the settlement had been successful, and he found out that the biggest Lao Lu was not Wei Yin, nor Li Shun, nor Wu Yu, but Fong Chang, who had been hiding. Fong Chang's Extreme Survival instantly increased the difficulty of converting his full amount of system funds by several times. Chinamo shook his head helplessly. There is no regret medicine in the world. Now all he can do is to spend all the system funds as much as possible. This time the settlement cycle is 8 months, which is enough time to find ways to lose money and spend money. At present, he needs to spend 24 million system funds minus charity funds. Tianlong has a monthly income of more than 30 million, and Extreme Survival has an income of more than 50 million. In other words, the total system funds in February are more than 100 million. And this is not the accurate income. After all, the number of players of Tianlong and Extreme Survival is still growing. Spend money. Must find more ways to spend money. With the current companies, it is obviously impossible to spend so much system funds. It seems that it is time to set up an investment company. But tomorrow is a holiday, and I can come back to deal with the investment company. During this time of rest, I can look for a new money-losing industry. Now that there is enough funds, the garment factory can continue to expand. Later, I can ask Limauda to see if there are any companies that have returned the lease. If there are, I can rent them all. At present, the garment factory is the most reliable money-losing industry in his hands. Now he doesn't know how much money he has invested in the garment factory. Although he has also made some income, the total investment amount is definitely about the income. Of course, if there were no more than 60 agents brought in by Luo Yuan, the loss would be even greater. However, the employees who can join the garment factory have already joined, and Luo Yuan can't replicate this case a second time. Chapter 245, Red Envelope. So next, as long as he continues to expand the garment factory, it will be a way to lose money. Chinamo took out the plan and wrote down the plan to expand the garment factory. Then it was Nana Coffee. Now Jiangxing City has 15 Nana coffee shops, including 2 special coffee shops. If 5 more are added, the market in Jiangxing will be saturated and it will almost have to expand outward. But basically, the speed of 5 branches a month cannot be reduced. 5 Nana coffee branches can help him consume 10 million system funds a month, not including employee salaries after operation and some money for purchasing raw materials. When Nana Coffee expands to a certain number, employee salaries alone can consume a large amount of system funds. As for Tsangshui Games, a new game can be developed, but it cannot be handed over to Fang Chonglai. According to the previous plan, it will be handed over to Wei Yin, who knows nothing. He is choosing a declining game type, and there will be basically no problem. Investing a large amount of project funds can also help consume part of the system funds. Then there are boring short videos. When I come back from vacation, the office building has been renovated and the employees have moved into the office building. It is also time to recruit anchors. We can put more effort in this aspect. Find some teachers with boring content to live broadcast every day. Find a few teachers in each subject to live broadcast part-time every day and pay 100 to 400 per hour. Then find some other professionals, dance, fitness, etc. The main focus is teaching. In this fast-paced society, how many people will calm down and study? This kind of unattractive and boring teaching content cannot attract traffic. No traffic means no income, but he can pay those who work part-time as anchors every day. As long as enough anchors are recruited, enough funds can be consumed. The pet park is still under construction. He only needs to make additional investments in it regularly. After the construction is successful, he can adopt more stray cats and dogs. At that time, the food and care of cats and dogs will be a very large expense. Moreover, after the pet park is built, the sanitation of the park, the sanitation of the pets, and the feeding of the pets will require a large number of employees. The income of these employees is also a large expense. However, some of the work in the pet park that is within their ability and not very laborious can be handed over to those empty nest elderly people. Now Yang Xinghua has recorded a group of elderly people who are strong and can do some simple labor in the census of the needy. These elderly people have expressed that if there is a place that wants them, they're willing to come out to work. Chinamo looked at the plan full of records and then wrote down the investment company at the end. The matter of opening an investment company is urgent. After the holiday is over, facing the huge income from the game, new investment projects will definitely be needed to consume the system funds. As for the investment projects, they will definitely lose money. As long as he sets up an investment company, he can select projects based on the projects collected by the investment company and select projects that can lose money. This is much better than what he wants. And after the company is established, someone needs to take care of it, and the salary is another income. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Chinamo looked up and found that the person who came was actually Wang Yang. I don't know what he came here for today. Hello, Mr. Chun. Wang Yang walked in a little nervously. Since he had contacted Mr. Chen several times before, Mr. Chen's employees had contact with him for the subsequent decoration, so he didn't know Mr. Chen very well at present. Come, sit down and talk. Is there something wrong with the decoration? Chinamo pointed to the seat in front of him. He could only think of something wrong with the decoration. However, he had already handed over the decoration. Wang Yang looked around subconsciously when he heard the words, and then sat on the seat nervously. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, he hurriedly denied it. It's not about the decoration. I came here today mainly to thank Mr. Chun for his trust in me for more than half a year. Thank you for your care. I don't know how to thank Mr. Chun, so I just wrapped a red envelope. The price of this red envelope may not be a big deal for Mr. Chun, but it's just a little thought from me. As he spoke, he took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over carefully. Last time, he asked Li Xin about Mr. Chen's preferences, but got nothing. There was no way he couldn't think of what gift to give Mr. Chun, and finally chose to wrap a red envelope. But Mr. Chun, such a big boss, would care about his red envelope, which made him a little nervous. Chinamo was stunned when he saw the red envelope handed over by Wang Yang. He didn't expect that the other party came here today to give a gift. He simply took a look at the thickness of the red envelope. This thickness must be 10,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Chinemo laughed instantly and looked at Wang Yang sitting opposite with enthusiasm. You said, "Thank you. Why take a red envelope? It's so expensive." Wang Yang was shocked when he heard Mr. Chen's words. Did he give the wrong gift? Just as he was about to say something, he saw Mr. Chen directly put away the red envelope, then stood up and walked away. This made him a little confused. What exactly does Mr. Chen mean by this? But soon, Mr. Chen came back with a cup of coffee. Here, have some coffee. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Wang Yang took the coffee flattered and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Mr. Chen is quite satisfied with his red envelope. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make him coffee so enthusiastically. Thank you. It's almost noon. You haven't eaten yet. I'll take you to our company cafeteria for lunch later. Chun Mo waved his hands indifferently, and the smile on his face became even bigger. Just now, he secretly counted the amount of the red envelope. Just as he guessed, it was exactly 10,000 yuan. Ex machisnak. He racked his brains every day and tried every means to spend money, and finally settled more than 120,000 personal assets. Wang Yang directly gave him a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Although it was not more than 120,000 yuan, it was easy to get the money. Apart from finding the other party to decorate, nothing was done. Looking at Wang Yang opposite, the more he looked at it, the more pleasing he became. This Wang Yang is much stronger than Li Shun and the other 6. It seems that in the future, Wang Yang will be asked to do more decorations. When Wang Yang earns more, won't he be able to give himself more red envelopes? Thinking of this, an idea flashed in Chun Mo's head. The red envelope Wang Yang gave him was not included in the system funds. Then why not take advantage of this? After all, the Chinese New Year is coming soon, so giving out red envelopes is a normal thing. Chapter 246, Song Xia's Call. Come on, I'll take you to lunch. After drinking coffee, Chen Mo took Wang Yang directly to the staff restaurant. As for why you don't go out to eat, of course, this is because there are also star chefs in the restaurant. If you go out to eat, unless you go to a star hotel, how can the kitchen compare to the staff restaurant? And it's a waste of money. Wang Yang followed Mr. Chun, still quite curious about the food in the staff restaurant. During the previous renovation of the workshop, he came to the workshop to check the quality of the decoration. He also heard from the employees of the garment factory that the staff restaurant was very good, but it was not open to the public, so he had not gone in to experience it. Unexpectedly, today, Mr. Chun actually took him to the staff restaurant in person, which surprised him. Mr. Chun, the dishes are ready. A restaurant employee saw Mr. Chun coming in and hurriedly came over to greet him. Chun Mo nodded when he heard this and followed the employee to a dining table. He had already called Wang Maoyan before coming. Come to the table. Wang Yang looked at the food on the table, and it was indeed the same as he had heard. The food is really very good. There are 6 dishes in total, and each dish looks delicious, and very appetizing. At Mr. Chen's suggestion, he briefly tasted it. The food tastes better than those small restaurants he usually goes to. As expected, Mr. Chen's company is different from the employees in other factories. Lunch is over. Wang Yang said goodbye and left. Chen Mo returned to the office directly, but just after receiving a call from the office, he received a call from Song Xia. What's the matter? After answering the phone, Chen Mo asked in confusion. Mr. Chun, I heard that the company has ordered that all companies will have a holiday tomorrow. Yes. However, coffee shops are in the catering industry. Wouldn't it be too early to take a month off? Song Xia asked carefully on the phone. Normal catering has no breaks throughout the year, and the busier it is during the holidays. Mr. Chun, by taking a holiday so early at this time, has completely given up a huge opportunity during the New Year period. Moreover, only cat cafes and maid coffee shops are currently profitable, but all coffee shops as a whole are still losing money. If you take paid leave so early at this time, wouldn't you suffer more losses? Listening to Song Xia's words, Chen Momo really thought about it. If you take a paid vacation for a month now, you can guarantee that you will not have any income during this month. But Song Xia was right. Since it was in the catering industry, it would be unreasonable to have a holiday so early. After thinking for a while, he spoke calmly. Vacations are entirely voluntary, and each employee can be notified of the holiday. If you don't want to take a break, starting from tomorrow, your daily salary will be tripled. Anyway, except for Cat Coffee and Made Coffee, all coffee shops are losing money. If those employees go to work, he can pay twice the salary, which will consume more funds. There are now 15 coffee shops, and each store has 11 people, including store managers. He had asked Song Xia to count before, and the monthly salary of all employees was about 100,000. 15 stores, that's 1.5 million. But this salary also includes various benefits provided to employees. If we were to triple the salary now, it would be 3 million. But Mr. Chun, if someone chooses to take a rest, there won't be enough clerks. Song Xia asked again. There are now 10 employees in one store, working in 2 shifts. Among them, employees in each shift must take turns to take breaks. If employees take breaks voluntarily, there will not be enough clerks in the store. If some employees choose to take a break and there are not enough store staff, you can choose to close a store. Chinemo said without hesitation, but secretly thinking in his heart, it would be great if the clerks at Cat Cafe and Maid Cafe could take a break. When these 2 coffee shops are all closed, he would be missing 2 coffee shops at once. Income. After all, these 2 coffee shops are now very popular, and customers need to make reservations in advance every day. Therefore, the current income of the 2 coffee shops is not low, with a combined revenue of almost 1 million a month. I understand, Mr. Chun. Nana Coffee headquarters. Song Xia hung up the phone. He looked at the people in the office. These people were all the managers of various coffee shops. After receiving the news of the holiday, she summoned these store managers. How is it? What does Mr. Chen say? Seeing Song Xia hang up the phone, Sudan asked quickly from the side. Nowadays, during the Chinese New Year period, most people will take a break, which is the peak period for stores to receive traffic. As long as there are more people, their chances of promoting Nana Coffee will be much greater. We do not expect Nana Coffee to turn a profit during the Chinese New Year, but we must at least take advantage of the Spring Festival to build up the reputation of Nana Coffee. But Mr. Chen was taking a month's vacation during the Chinese New Year, which made her a little anxious. So after discussing it with Song Xia, we had today's meeting. Song Xia looked at Sudan's anxious eyes and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen said that employees taking breaks are entirely voluntary, and those who don't want to take breaks will have 3 times their wages. If too many people take breaks, some stores can be closed appropriately based on the number of people taking breaks. Is that so? Listening to Song Xia's answer, Sudan thought for a moment, and then heaved a sigh of relief. If the employees were willing, she would have a way to keep most of them. Song Xia did not lower her voice, so the other store managers in the meeting room also heard what Song Xia said, and all began to discuss the content in a low voice. After a while, Sudan also discussed the content of the meeting with Song Xia, and then stood up and clapped his hands. Everyone be quiet. You all heard what Manager Song said just now. The holiday is entirely voluntary for employees. This is Mr. Chen's. However, as Mr. Chen's employees, we also have to do something for Mr. Chun. Sudan paused here and slowly scanned all the store managers in the meeting room. Seeing that everyone was listening to him carefully, he continued to speak. Everyone knows the current situation of Nana Coffee. Except for Made Coffee and Cat Coffee, which are profitable, the rest are in a loss-making state. Now there are 15 Nana Coffees in Jiangxing City, and President Chun has ordered that 5 more coffee shops are already selecting locations. Once the site selection is completed, they will be immediately put into decoration. I say this not to show the development speed of Nana Coffee, but out of worry. After all, with the current situation of Nana Coffee, if there are 5 more coffee shops, President Chun will have 5 more loss-making stores. Although President Chun has other industry income, there will always be a limit to investment. Maybe 30 or 40 coffee shops are loss-making, President Chun will not care. But what about 50 or 100 loss-making stores? Do you think President Chun will always invest in loss-making industries? Chapter 247 Saturation. Many store managers nodded secretly after listening to Sultan's words. Yes. Which boss would be willing to invest in a project that keeps losing money? If Nana Coffee keeps losing money, Mr. Chun will definitely stop the losses in time and give up the Nana Coffee project. Maznak. Think of this. Many store managers showed nervous expressions. If Mr. Chin abandons the Nana Coffee project, it means that Nana Coffee will cease to exist. This means that they, too, have to go back to their previous lives. But where else can they find a company with such good remuneration? There may be one, but with their qualifications, I'm afraid they won't be able to get in. Sudan looked at the nervous expressions of many store managers and smiled. Everyone must have thought about the ultimate consequences if Nanha Coffee continues to suffer losses. In this case, we must respond and find ways to make Nanha Coffee profitable. The spring festival period is the time when the customer flow is the largest, and it is also an opportunity for Nana Coffee to make a name for itself in Jiangxing City. So I hope everyone can ensure their stores as much as possible and not have too many clerks rest. After all, there is one more store. Opening a business gives you more opportunities to make a name for yourself. Especially Cat Cafe and Maid Cafe. These two coffee shops are open and are the best places to buy Nana coffee. If too many shop assistants take a break and the store closes, it will be troublesome. But when I say this, I don't mean to ask you to go back and force those clerks to work. We still have to abide by Mr. Chin's attitude and give employees the right to make free choices. But in order to enhance employees' willingness to stay in their jobs, Manager Song and I have added some welfare conditions. You can write them down. Sultan paused here and waited until all the store managers had prepared notes before continuing. The first thing is to select the store manager. After discussions between Manager Song and I, the candidates for the store manager will be employees who will not take a break this month. If you choose to take a break, you will not appear in the election for store manager on the list. The same is true for cat cafes and maid cafes. Now the 20 stores in Jiangxing City are already saturated. The next expansion is to move into other cities. By then, every city will have a cat cafe and maid cafe. As for the store managers of these two coffee shops, considering their experience, the candidates for the store managers will be selected among the store clerks in their respective stores. Of course, the premise is that the store clerks will not take a day off this month. Sudan said, looking at Lin Zhu and Zhou Mei, the two managers of the special coffee shop. When the two store managers Lin Zhu and Zhou Mei heard this, they nodded. Teacher Su, we understand. The two of them came here with Teacher Su, and they often discuss Nana Coffee, so they know more about Nana Coffee. That's good. Sudan nodded, then looked at the other store managers. When Nana Coffee expands to other cities, as the number of coffee shops increases, regional managers will definitely be added to each region. The regional managers in the future will be selected from you store managers. I hope you will do a good job performance. As soon as this word was spoken, all the store managers present showed shocked expressions, and then everyone showed high morale. The regional manager represents a higher position than the store manager and a better salary. How could this not excite them? In the past, if you worked in the same place, if you didn't have any connections, you would basically be a grassroots employee for the rest of your life. But it's different here. I see. The room for promotion is there. As long as you have the ability and outstanding performance, the position is yours. It's very fair. Since all the apprentices from Kyoto have become store managers, none of the other store managers are airborne. They are all selected from employees with outstanding performance. Okay, that's all. I hope everyone will take what I said to heart and let the meeting end. The Sultan said everything he needed to say and immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting. After all the store managers left, Song Xia and Sudan were the only ones left in the conference room. The two looked at each other, each seeing the heaviness in the other's eyes. Teacher Su, even if Nana Coffee becomes famous, it will be difficult to attract many customers because of the price of Nana Coffee. Song Xia sighed. Sultan did not answer, but the expression on his face was enough to show that he agreed with Song Xia's statement. After all, the big reason why Nana Coffee has many customers now is that it is too expensive. 50 a cup. For a senior white-collar worker, it may not be a big deal. But for an ordinary office worker, drinking a cup of coffee worth 50 renminbi a day is still a bit too luxurious. There is an unsolvable problem. After all, there are only a small number of people like senior white-collar workers. But if Nanha Coffee only serves this part of the customer group, then the number of Nanha Coffee stores in Jiangxing City will already exceed demand. In that case, even if Nanha Coffee attracts consumption from high-end white-collar workers, it is estimated that Nanha Coffee may not necessarily be profitable. To solve this problem, there are only two ways. The first is to reduce the number of Nanha Coffee in each city so that Nanha Coffee can specifically connect with high-consuming groups. The second is to find ways to attract low-spending groups to come in and consume. The first method, according to Mr. Chin's plan to increase the number of new stores, is simply impossible. Then they can only take the second method. But there is only one way to attract low-consumption groups, that is to lower the price of coffee. But Mr. Chen has already set the price of coffee with a minimum consumption of 50. So the price is definitely not changeable. Then they have to think of other ways to attract low-consumption groups. But in addition to the price, what other ways can be used to attract other user groups? The two thought about this problem for a long time, but they still had no clue. I think we could do an offline survey. After a moment of silence in the conference room, Song Xiao looked up and said slowly, "Offline survey?" Sudan looked at Song Xiao in confusion, not understanding what Song Xiao meant. It means that we go to other coffee shops to investigate and see if they have advantages and disadvantages, and we can also understand their ideas among the consumer groups. Song Xiao quickly explained. Sudan listened to Song Xiao's method, and his eyes lit up. This is indeed a way. If you want to attract customers, then learn more about how other coffee shops with many customers attract customers. Take the essence and discard the dross. There is also the psychology of the consumer masses. As long as they understand the psychology of the consumer masses, they can make better targeted reforms. Manhwa. This can indeed be tried. Sudan nodded in agreement. There is no other way now. Maybe offline inspections can really find some problems. Chapter 248 Fong Chang's Plan. Sanshui Games. Staff Studio. All employees gathered together, and everyone's face was full of smiles. Following the project bonus, they received salary payment yesterday. Of course, it's just a salary payment, which won't make them so excited. The key is that the salary is being paid, but it also comes with a year-end bonus and a 13-year salary, which add up to tens of thousands. How could this not make them happy? Soon, Fong Chong, Wei Yin, and Zhao Bowen walked in from outside. "Is everyone here?" Fong Chong went to the person in charge and asked. "Manager Fong, all employees are here." The person in charge quickly replied. Fong Chong nodded when he heard this, looked at the many employees in the studio, and clapped his hands. "Everyone, be quiet and let me announce something. Everyone should have received the news about tomorrow's break. But after all, it is a game company. It is difficult to guarantee that during the holiday period, there will be bugs in the game that need maintenance. Therefore, even if it is a holiday, some people need to stay in the company to prevent problems. What an emergency. However, those who stay will receive 3 times their salary, and they will also be given priority in future selections for team leaders and other positions. Okay, that's it. If you want to stay voluntarily, you can go to Zhao Bowen to sign up." After Fong Chong finished speaking, he returned to the office with Wei Yin and others. The company is on holiday, but the company definitely needs a leader to take charge. If anything happens to you, just leave it to me. Enter the office. Ex Machiznak. Fong Chong turned to look at Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen. Now in the entire Sanshui game, they only have 3 positions above supervisor. "Brother Fong, I have nothing to do, so I'll just stay with you." Zhao Bowen expressed his position directly. Wei Yin also smiled slightly. "I'll stay too. I've just started in the game industry. It's better to learn more in the company." "Okay, then let's work together. Mr. Chun is about to invest in a second game project. I will take this time to prepare and try to create a hit game." Fong Chong was not surprised that both of them wanted to stay. Needless to say, Zhao Bowen and he were colleagues before, and they had a good relationship with each other, so it was inevitable that he would stay. And Wei Yin is the person that Mr. Chun values the most. Needless to say, he must stay in the company. Is it a new project? You two are professionals. It's up to you two to decide. I'll be responsible for taking care of it from the side. Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen and smiled. He knows what his abilities are, so how is it possible for him to plan a new game by himself? Professional matters should be left to professionals. I have 2 projects here that I have completed before, so I can give them a try. Fong Chong said, taking out 2 prepared project plans from his desk. These 2 plans were the other 2 of the 3 plans he gave to Mr. Chun at that time. They absorbed the advantages of Dragon and Extreme Survival, and he made some minor changes to these 2 game projects. So he is very confident about these 2 projects. Even if it won't be as popular as Extreme Survival, it will at least be similar to Dragon. Wei Yin looked at the plan handed over by Fong Chong and opened it to take a look. He has been studying at Songshua Games for so long, and the project plan can still be understood clearly. The first plan is a 3D online game of Xinxia type, which has various martial arts. Each martial arts has different martial arts, and compared with most online games now, this game integrates piano, CHS, calligraphy, and painting, T-art, and many other classical traditional cultures. From his point of view, it looks interesting, and it will definitely have great appeal to those game players who yearn for Xinxia, Shousuwa. The second plan is a fighting 2D game, somewhat similar to the arcade games he played before, but in this game plan, the arcade games are more diversified. There are a lot of dungeons in it, and the bosses in the dungeons can drop equipment to arm yourself. Of course, what's more interesting is that there are many interesting professions in it, such as swordsmen, gunners, magicians, summoners, etc. Each class has different skill sets and combos, which looks interesting. If it was designed, he would want to play with it. What about these 2 options? After Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen had finished reading, Fong Chong asked, I think it's okay. Wei Yin nodded. Brother Fong, I really want to see how your head is swelling and how you have so many thoughts. Zhao Bowen couldn't help but admire that after planning a popular Extreme Survival, there are still so many good ideas, which is really enviable. So which option is better for a new project? Fong Chong looked confused. He was optimistic about both options, but it was really difficult for him to make a choice. I think we should choose the fighting option. Now our company already has a Dianlong online game. If we choose a fairy-like online game, I'm worried that it will divert the traffic of Dianlong. Wei Yin suggested. What Brother Yin said does make sense. Zhao Bowen also nodded in agreement. Although the Xinxia online game has many innovative elements, the overall model and framework are still somewhat similar to online games like Tianlong. Now that Tianlong is very popular, it is obviously inappropriate to release a similar online game. Then let's go with the fighting plan. When Mr. Chen sets up a new R/U0026D team, we will hand over this plan to Mr. Chen. After listening to the suggestions of the 2, Fong Chong also made a decision. At the same time, Garment Factory. Chun Mo had just hung up Song Xia's phone call when Pang Tao called. Mr. Chun, our pet park is still under construction, so there is no need to rest, otherwise it will delay the construction period. Listening to Pang Tao's words, Chun Mo thought carefully. It didn't matter whether the pet park rested or not, and if it was completed earlier, more employees could be recruited to consume system funds. Okay, you can do it yourself. By the way, we can add another 5 million yuan of investment here. It has been 2 months since the last additional investment. Now the system has allowed him to make an additional investment for the second time. Such a good opportunity to spend money is naturally impossible to miss. After probing, he roughly figured out the rules. It should be possible to make additional investments once every 2 months. The current amount is set at 5 million yuan, and it is unknown whether the amount will increase in the future. Mr. Chen, the current plan for the pet park should not require that much. Pang Tao hurriedly spoke when he heard that Chen Mo was going to make another additional investment. 2 months ago, Mr. Chen made an additional investment of 5 million yuan, and he and Su Jingming had just made plans. He really didn't know how to deal with this additional investment of 5 million yuan. Chapter 249 Luo Yuan's decision. How can we not use so much? We can always spend money on things like equipment and buildings to make them better. Chinamo randomly found a reason. Anyway, the funds have been invested, so how Pang Tao spends them is not his concern. After saying a few words casually, he hung up the phone directly. Not long after he sat down, Li Shun and Wu Yu knocked on the door and walked in. What's up? Chinemo looked at Li Shun and Wu Yu who came in and rubbed his brows helplessly. Ever since the holiday was announced, I haven't had any free time today. Mr. Chun, the boring short video app has been developed and launched. The recruitment of anchors must be implemented as soon as possible. Li Shun stepped forward and asked, "Has it been developed? Let me take a look." Chinemo was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Has the app been made so quickly? I quickly opened the download software on my mobile phone and quickly found the boring short video and clicked to download it. When the download is successful, you will enter the app. After some registration and other processes, I finally entered the boring short video. The overall operation interface is basically the same as other short videos on the market. I flipped through it twice casually. Since there is no user yet, the interface for viewing videos is now a blank area. Not bad. As for recruiting anchors, just follow my previous request. I ask you to remember it. Chinemo looked up at Li Shun and Wu Yu. This matter must be confirmed clearly, otherwise these two guys will forget his previous request, which will be in trouble. Don't worry, Mr. Chun, I will remember everything. Li Shun and Wu Yu patted their chests one after another. Restate it. He didn't feel at ease with these two old men at all. Li Shun and Wu Yu looked at each other, and then he described the requirements with your words and his words. After Chun Mo heard this, he finally nodded with relief. It seems that these two guys really remembered it, so there is nothing left to say. That's all right. Just follow these requirements and find the anchor. Okay, Mr. Chun, but the boring short video has been put on the shelves, and there are no downloads yet. Should we do some promotion or something to increase the exposure of the boring short video? Or do some activities to attract user groups? Li Shun continued to ask. He knew all the other short videos and did a lot of publicity and activities when they were launched online. Those with financial resources basically advertise on TV variety shows. Otherwise, do some reward activities and send short videos, and there will be monetary rewards, shusuwa. No matter which one it is a means to attract users. Listening to Li Shun's words, Chinemo raised his head and looked at Li Shun vaguely. This guy still wants to promote it. He really doesn't stop there. He even wants to promote it to attract users without even thinking about it. He immediately waved his hand and said calmly, "Propaganda is about not rushing things. You need to recruit enough anchors first. Without anchors, there is no use in attracting so many users, and you won't be able to retain them." Li Shun opened his mouth when he heard this. He always felt that there was something wrong with Mr. Chen's theory. Okay, let's not think about publicity anymore. When Chinemo saw that Li Shun wanted to say something, he waved his hand. After Li Shun and Wu Yu left, the whole office finally became quiet. Business department. Luo Yuan stood next to the whiteboard, which had a lot of experience analysis written on it when running business. The experience is all here. As much as you can digest it and make it your own, you need to go out and practice it yourself. Luo Yuan looked at all the salesmen in the office. Over the past few days, he had sorted out all the sales experience he had gained from Wu Yu and Wei Yin. Then I took a certain amount of time every day to teach all these new salesmen. He didn't know if it would work, but it was better than doing nothing. Thank you, Minister Luo. All the salesmen thanked Luo Yuan one after another. These experiences are very valuable, and few people are willing to share them. Luo Yuan waved his hand directly after hearing this. No need to thank you. These experiences were all taught to me by the old salesman in the past. I am just a communicator. Also, there is a holiday tomorrow, but the company's holiday does not mean that we also have a holiday. We can completely use the holiday to continue running business, but you can decide for yourself whether you want to run or not. Luo Yuan looked into the office salesman. He did not require these people to go out to run business during the holidays. After all, this holiday was given by Mr. Chun to let everyone rest. He said these were just reminders, but he believed that some motivated people would not waste this holiday. February 1st. After Chinemo ate the breakfast brought by Yang Duo, Yang Dahai and his family helped carry the luggage downstairs. Tomorrow is the Little New Year. He planned to go back today, and he could still celebrate the festival at home tomorrow. Go downstairs. New Year's goods and other gifts filled the entire trunk and back seat. Because of the last unlocking permission, he has the right to use the company's vehicle, so this time he can drive back. Although it is not a luxury car worth millions, a business car worth 600,000 is already very impressive in the county where he is from. It is also very face-saving to let those neighbors see it. Xiao Mo, the journey is long. Drive safely. After putting the luggage away, Dong Hong urged worriedly. I know, if I am tired, I will rest in the service area. Chinemo smiled, and then sat directly in the driver's seat. Goodbye, Brother Chun. Yang Duo stood aside and waved her little hand. Goodbye. Chun Mo also waved, and then started the car and left. After more than 4 hours of travel, he finally returned to his hometown, Baiman County. Since the New Year's goods have been prepared, he did not go to the county's shopping mall and drove home directly. He drove the car slowly to the parking lot in front of the community. As soon as he parked the car, he attracted the old men and women who were chatting together in the distance. Whose car is this? Mercedes-Benz. It's a good car. No, I see it for the first time today. This car is not cheap. It costs hundreds of thousands. Chinemo looked at the old man and woman outside, hesitated for a moment, and chose to open the door and get out of the car. He opened the trunk and took out the New Year's goods he bought. But he bought a lot, so he couldn't take it all at once, and he had to make 2 trips. Isn't this Xiao Mozi? He came back so early this year. An old lady came over from behind, and her rough voice instantly spread to everyone's ears. Chapter 250 Square Dance Competition. The old men and women who were originally chatting also started to discuss. Xiao Mozi, whose child is that? You don't know this, Unit 3, Lao Chen's family. This child is promising. He even drives a Mercedes. I knew this child was promising before. His brain is very good, and his academic performance was always among the best when he was young. I don't know if Xiao Mozi has a boyfriend. My sister's daughter seems to be about the same age as him. Hearing the loud voice behind him, Chinmo's body stiffened for a moment, then smiled and turned to look behind him. Anyone, you're busy here. What are you busy with? You're chatting with him here. Where did you come from? Anyone asked while eating melon seeds. From Jiangcheng. Chinmo took out the New Year's goods from the trunk and closed the trunk again. That's not close. It will take more than 4 hours to drive. Take the highway, and it will take more than 3 hours. Aunt, I'm going home first. Go back quickly. Come visit me when you have time. Okay. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he hurriedly took the New Year's goods and left. As for visiting, everyone was just being polite, and no one would take it seriously. He came to the door and knocked on it. It was his father Chen Jingrui who opened the door. Today was not a day off, and his mother was still on duty at the county government. You're back. Come in and warm up. Your mother has made dumplings for you in advance and has put them in the pot. His father spoke slowly and took the New Year's goods from his hand. There are still some things in the car. I have to take them twice more. Mukaznak. Chinemo put all the New Year's goods at the door and went downstairs again to move the remaining New Year's goods and luggage back. Of course, he went through the interrogation of those uncles and aunts again. He went back home and ate a plate of dumplings. Every time he went home, his family would make dumplings for him. In their old generation, it was very difficult to eat dumplings because of the hard life. There is even such a saying, nothing tastes better than dumplings. Time passed. It was soon evening, and now I have returned from get off work at the municipal government. Old Chun, do you think this necklace is beautiful? Mom Yang Shilian wore a gold necklace and showed it off in front of Dad. The necklace was a gift he bought for his mother, and he spent nearly 20,000 yuan, but it was bought for his mother, so he naturally didn't feel sorry for the money. Of course, when he took out the necklace, he was also criticized for spending money indiscriminately. In addition to buying a gold necklace for his mother, he also bought a set of tea sets and tea for his father, because he knew his father liked this thing. At the same time, he also bought 2 sets of clothes for the 2 of them. Beautiful. Father glanced at his mother casually and began to fiddle with the tableware in his hand. Mother glanced at his father and snorted coldly. What kind of broken tea set costs several thousand yuan? What do you know? Father said unhappily and continued to fiddle with the teapot. Chinemo looked at it from the side and walked away with a smile. The next day, Little New Year, the family prepared a table of delicious food. Son, there will be a performance in the square later. Go and have a look, it's quite lively. At the dinner table, Mom slowly spoke. Chun Mo thought about it and felt that it was meaningless to stay at home, so he nodded and agreed. After dinner, he went out directly. The square was not far from here, so he did not choose to drive. Chen Montak. As soon as he walked to the square, he heard someone calling behind him. Chinemo looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a down jacket, looking at him with surprise. Mahznak. It's really you. Chinemo, I said you look familiar. Bangbin? Chinemo looked carefully and then said in confusion. In his impression, it should be his elementary and junior high school classmates. Yes. Wangbin walked over quickly. I haven't seen you since you went to ecchi high school. How are you doing? Where are you working now? Now in Jiangcheng. Chen Montag smidet aukvatli. When he was in elementary school and junior high school, he didn't have much contact with his classmates. After all, although he was in his teens at that time, his soul was an adult. Looking at those childish actions, it was difficult for him to fit in. So since he went to high school, he hasn't contacted these classmates. Jiangcheng is a good place. The consumption is not high, and the pressure of life is not that great. Wangbin said with a smile. By the way, there will be a reunion of old classmates after the new year. It will be at the hotel in the county. You can go there by the way. We talked about you in the group 2 days ago. Listening to Wang Bin's words, Chinemo thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, they're all classmates. It's not good to refuse like this. Okay, I'll go there on the day of the party. Great, I'll add him to the group first. Most of my childhood classmates are in the group now. I'll notify the group when we get together. Okay. The two took out their phones and added each other's contact information. Wangbin directly added him to a group. Everyone look, who did I add in Chinshuaba? I just joined the group and changed the note and saw a message like this from Wangbin. Oh my god, it's really Chinshuaba. Chinshuaba, I haven't seen you for so many years. You're doing well there. Wangbin, you are great. You are brought in by Chinshuaba. Looking at the message in the group, Chinemo smiled helplessly and then greeted the group. To be honest, he didn't have any impression of many people in the group after so many years of no contact. Chinemo, you don't know that Luo Xiao is really good. He is making a movie now. He is also back for this party. I will ask him to arrange a role for me and appear on TV. Putting away the phone, Wangbin said with emotion, Luo Xiao. Chinemo thought about it for a while and had some impression. This person had good academic performance. If it weren't for him, the Shuaba would have been Luo Xiao. And Luo Xiao's family seemed to be very rich during school. Someone often drove him to school. At that time, he had a car. His family was not ordinary. I didn't expect that he would become a director now. He must be making a lot of money. He usually watched short videos, but he often saw that a certain movie had broken the box office of several billion. This was much more profitable than relying on the system and racking his brains to settle accounts. As the two chatted, they came to the periphery of the square. Mufkiznak. At this time, several teams of people were standing neatly in the square. He took a quick look. The costumes of those people were obviously the people who would perform in a while. But what surprised Chinemo was that the performers were all grandpas and aunts. What was going on? But soon, Wangbin on the side helped him solve the puzzle. The competition will start in 10 minutes. Competition? Isn't it a performance? Chinemo was even more confused because his mother said it was a show performance. Chapter 251 Music Studio. It's a square dance competition, but we can watch it as a show. There's nothing wrong with that. Wangbin said casually. Square dance competition? Chun Mo's mouth twitched. No wonder there were so few young people around the square. But since he was here, he might as well join in the fun and watch it. Wangbin is quite interesting. He actually likes to watch square dance. Looking at Wang Bin's excited expression, he secretly sighed in his heart. Mosey, the blue team is led by my mother. Help vote later. I'll treat you to a meal later. That's it. Listening to Wang Bin's words, Chinemo finally understood why the other party was so concerned. It turned out that one of the leaders was his mother. Soon the square dance competition began. The competition was more interesting than Chun Mo expected, and the dance was very neat and very entertaining. Looking at those uncles and aunts, Chinemo suddenly thought of something. Previously, I had planned to arrange some empty nest elderly people who were able to work and collected by Yang Xinghua from various places to do odd jobs in various companies. Now I see that I can completely set up an elderly performance group. Let them do square dance like the old men and women in the square at this time. I pay them wages and they are responsible for the performance. There are definitely not many people willing to pay to watch a square dance performance. After all, if you want to watch square dance, you can find a park or square at night and watch it for free. How many people will pay to watch it? Isn't that a big sucker? The more Chinemo thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. While helping those empty nest elderly people, he could also lose money. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Just like the pet park, while helping stray cats and dogs, it can also consume system funds. Makanak. Looking at the square dance in front of him, Chinemo secretly wrote down this plan. When he returns to the company, he can implement this plan. At that time, those elderly people who are still able to work and willing to come out and counted by Yang Xinghua will be taken over. Not bad. After going out, I came up with an idea that can lose money. After the square dance, I voted for Wang Bin's mother's team and went home directly. Wang Bin also wanted to treat him to a restaurant, but he refused, mainly because it was too cold outside. In the orphanage, a group of children, looking at a table full of delicious food, couldn't help drooling. Go wash your hands. You can eat after washing your hands. Shinro looked at the children around the dining table and urged, go wash your hands. After washing your hands, you can eat delicious food. A group of children lined up and ran to the bathroom. It seems that the children listened to you very much. Yangju came to Shinro and said with a smile, since their family had moved to Jiangcheng, there was no need to go home for the new year. After discussing it, their family spent the new year in the orphanage. You are still a good educator. Shinro replied with a smile. The dishes are ready. Let the children come and eat. Yangju's parents came in with the dishes. The children quickly washed their hands and rushed back, sat at the table, and started eating. The New Year's Eve dinner was over, and it was soon afternoon. Shinro and Yangju sat at the door of the orphanage, watching the children playing. The phone suddenly rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Zhang Lan, so I quickly answered the call. Xiao Ro, did you miss me? Zhang Lan's voice came from the phone. Listening to Zhang Lan's voice, Shinro smiled slightly. How was your game? Don't say it, I'm so angry. Zhang Lan said angrily. What's wrong? What happened? Let's talk about it when we meet. I'm in Jiangcheng. Let's go out for dinner. It's almost the new year. Why don't you go home and run back to Jiangcheng again? Shinro was puzzled. Zhang Lan's hometown is not Jiangcheng. It should be the New Year's Eve now. In theory, she should go back to her hometown directly. I saw that you were lonely during the holidays, so I will accompany you to celebrate the new year. I will go back. I sent you my location and gave you 2 hours to come to me immediately. Listening to Zhang Lan's joking words, Shinro was very moved. From childhood to adulthood, Zhang Lan has been her best friend, except for the orphanage. Yeongking City? In a hot pot restaurant, Shinro pushed the door and walked in, and soon saw Zhang Lan sitting not far away and waving at him. Walked over quickly. I haven't seen you for so long. Let me see if you have gained weight or lost weight. Seeing Shinro coming over, Zhang Lan joked. I think you have lost a lot of weight. Shinro looked at Zhang Lan, who was much thinner than when she left. It is obvious that life was not very smooth during the time she was away. The two joked with each other and started to eat hot pot and chat. You haven't told me yet. What's going on with your competition? I remember the last time you talked to me. Was it going well? Shinro looked up at Zhang Lan, her expression somewhat worried. Don't mention it. If I meet an old pervert who wants to unofficially rule this girl, I will cut off all my children and grandchildren, and then I will stop in the top 36. Zhang Lan gritted her teeth and said, if it weren't for that old woman, she wouldn't have made it to the top 8, but she was still confident of making it to the top 16. Ah! Shinro exclaimed, then looked at Zhang Lan nervously. They didn't do anything to you, right? What you can do to me is just to operate in secret and make me eliminated. This girl is quite a singer, but she will never sell her body. Zhang Lan said nonchalantly, as if this elimination had no impact on her. Shinro took a look at Zhang Lan's condition and saw that there was nothing abnormal. so she finally relaxed. Then what are your plans for the future? In the future, I plan to open a music studio. What do you think? Do you want to become a shareholder? Zhang said with confidence. Why do you think of opening a music studio? Can you do it by yourself? Shinro didn't expect that Zhang would want to set up a music studio when she came back this time. Of course, I'm not alone. Although I failed to participate in the competition this time, I also met many friends who like music. We have already discussed that after the Chinese New Year, we're going to open a music studio together. Zhang Lan's eyes were full of expectations. Before, she had only one person, and it was difficult to complete the music studio in terms of funds and manpower. Now that there are many like-minded music lovers who are doing music studios together, she no longer has to worry about this problem. Then are you planning to open a music studio somewhere? Kyoto. Shinro raised her head and looked at Zhanglan. The place where they competed was Kyoto, so everyone they met also met in Kyoto, and it was very likely that they would open a studio in Kyoto. The cost of opening a studio in Kyoto is too high. We put it all together and finally decided to open a music studio in Jiangcheng. If you're not happy, we don't have to separate. Chapter 252, A Good Omen. Baiming County. New Year's Eve. After visiting relatives, Chinemo and his parents returned home. His parents were making dumplings in the kitchen. Chinemo sat in the living room and began his long-planned plan. He took out his mobile phone, entered the chat software, and entered a work group. This group was organized by him before the holiday. It was full of leaders from various companies, waiting for this moment. After thinking for a while, he edited a 200 yuan and sent out 50 packets. Machkiznuk. Soon someone received the red envelope. Wei Yin received the red envelope. Li Shun received the red envelope. Wu Yu received the red envelope. Looking at so many people receiving the red envelope, Chun Mo smiled slightly. You received my red envelope, so it's not too much to return a red envelope to me. Not long after, the phone suddenly rang. Wei Yin transferred 10,000 yuan to you and left a message. Mr. Chen, Happy New Year, and a prosperous career in the new year. Fong Chong transferred 10,000 yuan to you, leaving a message. Happy New Year, Mr. Chen, a new year, a new atmosphere, and a soaring career. Wu Yu transferred 10,000 yuan to you, leaving a message. Mr. Chen, Happy New Year, your career will reach a new level in the new year. Shinro transferred 10,000 yuan to you, leaving a message. Mr. Chen, Happy New Year, fireworks. Looking at the transfer records one by one, Chinemo nodded with satisfaction. In any case, these employees are quite sensible. Basically, managers have transferred 10,000 yuan to him. This is something he didn't expect. I don't know if they discussed it privately. Looking at the transfer records one by one, Chinemo simply calculated that this time, the New Year's red envelope received almost 160,000 yuan. A 200 yuan red envelope in exchange for 160,000 yuan is still a good deal, and it has exceeded the amount he settled with the system several times before. At this time, his personal funds have exceeded 300,000 yuan. Now I am looking forward to the next spring festival. It is not easier than relying on the system to settle. It would be nice if there were no congratulatory words after the transfer. But for the sake of the transfer, I will forgive them. Chinemo thought secretly, and then put away his mobile phone. His parents were still making dumplings in the kitchen. The TV in the living room started playing the New Year's Eve party, and the sound of firecrackers came from outside the window. It's the new year. Come on, the dumplings are ready. Eat them while they are hot. I don't know how long it took. Each of the parents brought 2 plates of dumplings and put them on the dining table. Chinemo walked over after hearing this. Eat quickly and see who can eat the coin this year. The mother put down the bowls and chopsticks and urged. It has been a custom for many years to put coins in dumplings during the new year. Anyone who can eat dumplings with coins will have good luck, a smooth career, and promotion and wealth in the new year. Chinemo looked at the 4 plates of dumplings on the table and thought about it. It would be better for him to have fewer dumplings. Good luck. He doesn't need it. He wishes that all his businesses would lose money in the new year. Even those 2 popular games would suddenly stop being popular. Eat quickly, it won't taste good if it clumps together. The mother pushed a plate of dumplings over. Looking at the dumplings in front of him, Chinemo picked up a dumpling casually and started eating. Just after taking the first bite, his teeth were hit by something. It's over. Chun-mo's heart sank. There was only one situation in which his teeth could be hit, that is, he ate a dumpling with a coin. He bit it twice gently, and then one was spit out on the table. The first dumpling ate a coin? It seems that my son will have good luck and make a fortune this year. Mother Yang Shilian looked at the coin spit out on the table and said with surprise. These days, when she went out to buy vegetables, neighbors have come to her to discuss her son's affairs. Some praised her, and some introduced her to a partner, all because her son drove a car back. At this time, the son ate the coin in the first dumpling, which is definitely a good sign. His career will definitely be more successful this year. Munuk. Chinemo stared at the coins on the table in a daze, muttering in his heart. It doesn't work, it doesn't work. After all, every family will put coins in dumplings during the festival. So many people eat them, and few people get rich overnight. It's okay if he eats it. Chinemo secretly comforted himself, and then picked up the second dumpling and ate it. Anyway, he had eaten the coin, so there were no so many taboos, and he could eat until he was full. The New Year's Eve dinner ended quickly. On the first day of the new year, Chinemo and his father set off a string of firecrackers downstairs and then returned upstairs. His mother was preparing food in the house, and his father went to help. He was left alone in the living room again, but not long after, the door was knocked. Chinemo walked to the door and opened it. Brother, sister-in-law, why are you here? Looking at his brother Li Jingqi and sister-in-law Song Qing standing at the door, Chinemo spoke in surprise. Your sister-in-law and I came here to thank you, Brother Li Jingqi said, handing over the gift he bought. Thank you for what? Chinemo was a little confused. It's about Song Xia. Song Xia went home the day before yesterday. She can now get a salary of more than 10,000 yuan a month. I still want to thank you. Even if Song Xia is a college graduate, with her ability, I don't believe she can get a salary of more than 10,000 yuan just after starting work. You must have helped her. Thank you so much. Song Qing looked at Chinemo and said seriously. Since Song Xia lost money in the milk tea shop, her family has been very angry. Song Xia was even afraid that her parents would say something to her, so she hid with her. But thanks to Chinmo's arrangement of a job, Song Xia has settled down. How could she not thank him? Listening to Song Qing's words, Chinmo understood instantly that he was here to thank her. But he paid Song Xia more than 10,000 yuan, so it seems that Song Xia should have concealed part of the salary. If the salary is too high, it will arouse the suspicion of his family. He doesn't want his family to know about the loss-making coffee shop. After thinking about it clearly, Chinemo looked up at his elder brother and sister-in-law. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Hurry up and welcome the two into the house. Aunt, Happy New Year. Uncle, Happy New Year. Li Jingqi and his friend entered and happened to meet Yang Shilian and Chen Jingrui coming out of the kitchen. Happy New Year? Have you eaten? Yang Shilian looked at the two people who came in and greeted them warmly. No, I just made it at home, and I will go back to eat later. Li Jingqi said. Why go back to eat? My meal has just been prepared. Just eat here. Yang Shilian said as she pulled Li Jingqi to the dining table. After some shirking, Li Jingqi and Song Qing were finally left. During the meal, Mother Yang Shilian already knew the purpose of Li Jingqi and Song Qing's visit and hurriedly urged them. Chinmo, Xiao Xiao works in your company. Please take care of her more. I know. Chinmo nodded, thinking to himself, if you knew that Song Xia is now the general manager of a company, you would know how much I take care of her. But it is a company that has been losing money. Chapter 253 Classmates Reunion. The fifth day of the Chinese New Year. At 6 p.m., Chun-mo dressed and left home. Just yesterday, he received a message that today was the time for a class reunion. After leaving home, he went directly to the parking lot in the community. The agreed restaurant was about 4 kilometers away from his home. If he walked, it would take a long time. In the winter, he didn't want to walk outside for so long, especially after a heavy snowfall 2 days ago. He started the car and drove straight to the agreed restaurant. Soon after, he found a parking space a little far from the restaurant and parked the car. After all, it was a class reunion, and some people were doing well and some were not. If he drove directly to the door of the restaurant, he would be seen by the classmates waiting at the door, and it would be easy to misunderstand that he was pretending to be cool. In order to avoid such gossip, he had better pay attention. After walking for a few minutes, he saw several figures standing at the door of the restaurant, and one of them was an acquaintance, Wang Bin, whom he met a few years ago. Obviously, these people were his former classmates, and some of them could no longer be recognized. At this time, Wang Bin also noticed him coming and was waving his hand quickly. Chunemo here. Chunemo also stretched out his arm to signal. After approaching, Wang Bin acted as a middleman and began to introduce each other. Listening to Wang Bin's introduction, Chunemo thought seriously. Some people still had some impressions, but some people could not remember at all. This was mostly related to the fact that he was a maverick when he was in school and did not play with them. But this cannot be blamed on him. With an adult soul, how can he play with a bunch of little brats? He sighed secretly and greeted these former classmates. Chun Shuaba, haven't you changed much after so many years? You are still so handsome. It's true. Chun Shuaba was not only good at studying but also handsome. There were many girls who had a crush on him. That's right. There were also many love letters. Several female classmates came up and joked. Chunemo touched his nose awkwardly and didn't dare to reply. It seemed that someone had indeed sent him a love letter, but the content of the love letter was too naive, but he didn't want to break the girl's fantasy of love, so he pretended not to see it. As the saying goes, what you can't get is the best. Soon several classmates came over. We're almost there, let's go in, don't wait outside. The remaining few people have a long way to go. It may take some time to arrive. Wang Bin counted the number of people and began to organize people to enter the house. Chunemo followed behind and secretly counted the number of people. There were about 20 people at the class reunion this time. At that time, there were more than 40 people in a class, and almost half of them came. After so many years, it was very good to be able to gather more than half of the people. We came to a private room in the hotel and talked to the waiter. After ordering the dishes, everyone started chatting in the private room. Most of the content of the chat was about the interesting things they experienced when they were in school or chatting about work. Of course, there were also a few single men and women sitting together, talking and laughing. It is estimated that after the party, they may develop a relationship. Chunemo sat quietly and watched without interrupting. Chunemo, what do you do in Jiangxing? I forgot to ask last time. Wang Bin, who was sitting next to him, suddenly asked. At the same time, several classmates nearby also looked over. Obviously, they were also very curious about what this former academic bully was doing now. Oh, after graduation, I opened a clothing processing factory with my friends. Chunemo thought about it and directly took out the words he and his family said. He did not lie. He did open a clothing factory, but he just concealed other companies. Academic bully is an academic bully. He started his own business after graduation. Wang Bin couldn't help but admire, and his eyes couldn't help but be a little sad. He was the worst among these classmates. Of course, it was all his own fault. He had to want to be an actor. After graduation, he did not look for a job, but went to Hongjian to be an extra for more than a year, hoping that the big boss would take a fancy to him and let him play an important role or something, however. Ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. He worked as an extra in Hongjian for more than a year, but no director took a fancy to him, so he had no choice but to go home. I see prepare to find a stable job this year. However, when organizing a party, he suddenly heard that his old classmate Luo Xiao is now a director, which made him think again. Can he ask this old classmate for a role? It doesn't have to be very important, just some parts are fine. He liked acting since he was in school, but his grades were not good and he didn't get into the drama school. But he has been reading books about acting, and when he was an extra, he would apply the knowledge in the books from time to time to see if the director could pay attention to his talent. But he was disappointed because the director didn't pay attention to how the extras performed. This time, I hope Luo Xiao can look at the face of his old classmate and be willing to arrange a role for him to fulfill his dream of being an actor. Shuaba Chen, I heard that opening a clothing factory is very profitable. You must have made a lot of money this year. Another classmate asked. The factory's performance is not very good. There have been no orders in recent months. Chinemo shook his head, which was also the truth. During this period, except for Luo Yuan, the sixth brother, who found a group of agents in his own company, there was basically no other business. And the agent only earned an agency fee. Whether the clothes can be sold is another matter. Indeed, the economy has declined in the past 2 years, and it is not easy to start a business. Many companies have closed down. The classmate who asked sighed. Chun Mo also sighed after hearing this, thinking in his heart, yes, with the economic downturn, can he lose a little more money? After hearing what Chun Mo and the classmates said, the classmates who were originally interested in Chun Mo also retracted their eyes. Seeing that no one was asking, Chun Mo was also happy to be quiet. Not long after, several classmates came one after another, and the last one to come attracted the warm welcome of the classmates in the whole private room. Sorry, the road is a bit far, and I kept you waiting for a long time. Luo Xiao looked at many classmates and said apologetically, it's not too late, let's sit here and chat and reminisce, it's pretty good. Come on, Director Luo, the seat has been prepared for you, see position. Let's welcome Director Luo to take a seat. Several classmates shouted in a booing manner. Luo Xiao looked at the enthusiastic classmates. His expression was a little stiff, and he sat on the seat unnaturally. Chapter 254 Lost. Chunemo has been paying attention to Luo Xiao since he came in. After all, it was the first time he met a director. Originally, he thought it was a scene of bragging, but seeing Luo Xiao's slightly embarrassed expression, he was a little confused. However, Chunemo didn't think much about it. Just thought that Luo Xiao was not used to being sought after by others. He was a low-key director. In the box. As Luo Xiao took his seat, the party members officially arrived. They also started to ask the waiter to order food. As the focus of everyone, Luo Xiao naturally became the first person to order food. Luo Xiao took the menu, ordered 2 dishes casually, and handed the menu to others. Everyone can order whatever you want. After ordering the dishes, while waiting for the dishes, the room became lively again. Most of the topics of conversation revolved around Luo Xiao. Brother Xiao, that movie was shot by you. I can go to the cinema to support it. A classmate looked at Luo Xiao and asked enthusiastically. Luo Xiao listened to the classmate's question. His expression paused for a moment, and then he said nonchalantly, the movie I just shot has not been put on the shelves in the cinema yet. If you want to see it, you may have to wait for a while. Is that so? That's a pity. When the movie is on the shelves, Director Luo, remember to say it in the group, I will definitely go to the cinema to support it. Definitely. Luo Xiao nodded. Come on, I'll raise a glass. It's not easy for us classmates to get together after so many years. A classmate stood up and poured a glass of wine, and other classmates followed. Seeing this, Chunemo poured a glass of drink and stood up. Chunemo, you don't drink. Wang Bin, who was sitting next to him, saw Chunemo pour a glass of drink and asked in confusion, I can't drink. Chunemo shook his head slightly. He knew very well what his alcohol tolerance was. Looking at the posture of these classmates, if he followed them to drink, he would probably have to be in the ICU tomorrow. Hearing this, several other classmates began to persuade him to drink. Drink less, just 1 bottle. That's right, we finally get together, let's have a drink. However, facing so many people's persuasion, Chunemo refused all of them. Not to mention the problem of alcohol tolerance, but he had to drive in a while, so he couldn't drink. Seeing this, the other classmates stopped persuading him. But in the following chat, they also intentionally or unintentionally left him aside. Chunemo didn't say anything about it. Classmates' reunion, after all, it's just that. Boring. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. A large group of people started to go to the county karaoke again, a classmate reunion. Singing after dinner is the most basic process. The karaoke bar is only more than 100 meters away from the hotel, and it basically takes a few minutes to walk there. When you come to a karaoke, you must drink. Just after entering the private room, 2 waiters brought in 4 boxes of wine, and I don't know who ordered it. Time passed little by little. When it was over, it was already past 12 o'clock in the evening. After paying the party fee, Chunemo left directly. Some of his classmates wanted to take a shower, but he refused directly. It's late at night, wouldn't it be nice to go home and sleep? Leaving K, he walked towards the parking lot. On the way to the parking lot, he saw Wang Bin and Luo Xiao hugging a tree and vomiting. There were two female classmates next to them looking at this scene helplessly. One of the girls was holding a mobile phone with a look of anxiety on her face. "What's wrong?" Chinemo looked at this scene and asked. "They drank too much, and we don't know how to get them back." Hearing Chinmo's question, one of the female classmates spoke up. When they came out of K, the two were still fine. Who knew that they would be like this after just walking outside for a few minutes? Not only did they vomit while hugging a tree, but they couldn't even pull it. Do you know where their home is? Take a taxi to send them back. Chinemo looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin and suggested. Listening to Chun Mo's words, the two girls smiled bitterly. It's past 12 o'clock, and there are no taxis. Chinemo thought about it, and it was true. This is a small county town, not a big city. There are no taxis here after 12 o'clock. After thinking about it, he spoke slowly. My car is in the parking lot in front. I'll take them back. You know their home address, right? In this situation, after all, they are classmates, so help them if you can. But before the two female classmates could speak, the two people hugging the tree suddenly spoke. Go home, or not, I want to drink more. Cheers. As they said, the two raised their fists, bumped each other, and then brought them to their mouths. Is this a fist as a wine glass? Looking at this scene, Chunmo's forehead was black, and he looked up at the two female classmates. Help me, you two get one. As he said, he dragged Wang Bin towards the parking lot. The two female classmates were responsible for Luo Xiao. Chunmo, I don't. Go home. I still need to discuss my role with Brother Xiao. As soon as Wang Bin was dragged away from the tree, he began to resist. Yes, I will arrange a leading actor for you in the next movie. Luo Xiao, who was still hugging the tree, stretched out a finger and said confidently. Looking at the two people speechlessly, Chinemo ignored them and directly dragged Wang Bin away. After walking for a while, I heard a rustling sound behind me, and I turned my head and looked back in confusion. Looking at the scene behind him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tremble. Luo Xiao was seen lying on the ground, and the two female classmates each held an arm and were dragging Luo Xiao on the ground. When the two female classmates saw Chan-Mo turning his head, they smiled awkwardly, and one of them opened his mouth to explain. He was too heavy and was still struggling. We couldn't help him, so we had to do this. After looking at Luo Xiao on the ground and then at the two female classmates, Chan-Mo walked over calmly. Just drag it because it snowed heavily 2 days ago, so the ground should be cooler and smoother. It took a long time to finally get Luo Xiao and Wang Bin into the car. Luo Xiao's family is not in the county. If he is sent back, it may take a long time. Let's send him to the hotel. After getting on the bus, a female classmate suggested. Can. Chen Montak nodded. The hotel was not far from here, and it would be easier to send him to the hotel. There was no reason to refuse. Brother Xiao, when will your next movie be shot? Be sure to remember to find me. In the car, Wang Bin looked at Luo Xiao beside him and said with a silly smile. Next movie, next. Luo Xiao raised his hand and suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His expression seemed a little excited. There will be another one there. I lost all my money, so there will be another one. I invested 35 million yuan in a movie, and it was only released in theaters for 7 days before it was canceled. In the end, it only made 5 million yuan at the box office. We lost a total of 30 million yuan, which completely wiped out our family fortune. How can we still have money to make a second movie? Chapter 255, This is a Talent. Sizzle. Chin-Mo subconsciously pressed the brake. Lost money. Lost 30 million. High investment in making movies, making a few bad movies, and poor box office. This is really a good way to lose money. Looking through the rearview mirror, looking at Luo Xiao, who was a little excited, Chin-Mo couldn't help but feel a love for talent. This is definitely a talent. He lost all his family assets in making movies, which is bold. Let him direct movies, and he has enough system funds for him to squander, which is simply too perfect. But Luo Xiao is still drunk now, and it is not the time to discuss this. Wait until I sober up tomorrow to talk to him. This kind of talent must be grasped in my hands. Arrived at the hotel. Open a room. through the two people on the bed, and Chinemo closed the door and left. As for taking care of the two people, changing clothes, etc., there is no such service. Leaving the hotel, he also sent the two female classmates home. Their families are in the county town and live in a community. It didn't take long in total. Thanks, Xiaoba-chen. The two female classmates smiled and waved. Chinemo also waved, got in the car, and left. Is Chinemo very low-key? Our company has a Mercedes-Benz business car, but it costs about 600,000 yuan. Is it expensive? Isn't it said that clothing factories don't make money? So I said low-key Xiaoba is Xiaoba. Not only has good academic performance, but also has a great career. More importantly, he doesn't show off. That's right. During the dinner just now, several male classmates intentionally or unintentionally put the car keys on the table. Compared with Chinemo, they are far worse. The two female classmates walked into the community while discussing. Early morning. It was dawn. Ex-Miznak. Luo Xiao slowly opened his eyes and wanted to get up, but he felt that something was entangled around his waist and thighs. He looked down in confusion, but saw a man sleeping soundly with his arms around his waist, and his thighs pressed his thighs. What's going on? Luo Xiao was a little confused and looked around the room blankly. He found that the environment here was not familiar to him at all. Where is this? Why am I here? Am I not attending a class reunion? While thinking, some messy fragments of memory appeared in his mind. I drank too much and was sent to the hotel. Luo Xiao gradually recalled what happened and saw clearly that it was his classmate Wang Bin who was sleeping with his waist. Thinking of the things that happened after he drank too much, Luo Xiao patted his head in annoyance. It's over. The secret that he lost money in making movies has been spread. I see. Looking at Wang Bin, who was sleeping soundly, Luo Xiao moved his body and wanted to break free. After all, this action of two grown men was inappropriate no matter how you think about it. While moving, Wang Bin gradually woke up, rubbed his eyes, and looked up. Brother Xiao, you're awake. Well, but can you get off me first? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin, who was still leaning on him, and said unnaturally. Okay. Wang Bin got up quickly after hearing this, hugged the quilt, and leaned against the head of the bed. Looking at Wang Bin hugging the quilt, Luo Xiao was speechless. Your action is as if I did something to you. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door came suddenly. Luo Xiao looked at his clothes, which were still intact, and got out of bed and walked to the door and opened it. Chunemo. Looking at the person at the door, Luo Xiao spoke subconsciously. According to the memory fragments just recalled last night, he knew that it was Chunemo who sent them to the hotel. Thank you so much for last night. It's okay. We are all classmates, and it's right to help each other. Chunemo smiled and replied, and at the same time raised the breakfast in his hand. You haven't had breakfast yet. I bought some breakfast. You can just eat it while it's hot. This Luo Xiao is a talent he is optimistic about, and he must take this opportunity to recruit him. Thank you. Luo Xiao didn't say much and took the breakfast handed over by Chinemo. At the same time, he also called Wang Bin in the room. Putting breakfast on a square table in the room, the two began to eat. Breakfast was simple, with only some buns and millet porridge and a glass of milk. The two were not picky, and they all ate voraciously. And after drinking so much wine last night, millet porridge and milk were the best food at this time. Nourished the stomach. Brother Mo, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have been sleeping on the street. Wang Bin thanked while eating. He just gradually recalled what happened last night. It doesn't matter. Chinemo smiled and waved his hand, then turned to look at Luo Xiao. Can I ask you something? Yes. Luo Xiao nodded. Ex-Miznak. Can I ask you about the money you lost in making a movie? Don't get me wrong, I'm also planning to invest in a movie, and I want to learn from you. Chinemo asked. Although Luo Xiao said last night that he lost money in making a movie, he still wanted to ask for clarification for the sake of safety. Luo Xiao paused for a moment when he heard the words, holding the bun, and then smiled with relief. Since the news has spread, he has nothing to hide. I did lose money making movies, and not just one, but two. I made 2 movies in total and lost money on both. I invested more than 8 million in the first movie, and it finally sold more than 2 million at the box office. But I thought I had learned from the experience of failure in this movie, So I directly invested in the second movie, and this time I invested most of my family's savings. The total was 35 million, and the box office revenue was only 5 million in the end. Luo Xiao said this and laughed at himself. He was still too arrogant. Since graduating from the directing department of the Drama Academy, he thought the whole world belonged to him, and he could definitely make a hit movie. But in the end, reality gave him two big slaps in the face. Some things are not just about confidence. You still need enough experience. These two failed experiences told him that if you want to make a good movie, you can't do it with just passion. From the script to the shooting, and then to the final editing, every place and every detail are of paramount importance. It's a pity. It's too late to figure this out, and the family assets have almost been lost by him. If there is no mind in his family, he can't support such consumption at all. Listening to Luo Zhao's story, it's not just one movie that failed, but two movies. Both movies were lost, which means Luo Xiao is not suitable to be a director. Chen Mo is more convinced that this is the talent he needs. Looking at Luo Xiao, who was eating, he smiled and said, "Have you ever thought about making another movie? I can't shoot it. There is no extra money at home for me to squander." Luo Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chapter 256 Film and Television Company. "You don't need to pay. I'll invest," Chen Mo said with a smile on his face. Thought, "I'm sorry for losing so much of your family's money. I have a lot of system funds here waiting for you to squander it. You want to invest in a movie?" Luo Xiao looked at Chen Mo blankly, with doubts in his eyes. Chen Mo nodded first, then shook his head. "Well, I'm not just investing in movies. I'm going to invest in a film and television company. Since you have experience in making movies, I want to ask you to be a director." Chen Mo, investing in a film and television company requires a lot of money. And it's not difficult for you to say that I have already made two bad movies, and it is very likely that I will make a third bad movie. I think you still have to think carefully. Luo Xiao thought for a moment, and then said seriously, "If any other boss wants to invest in him to make a movie, he will definitely agree immediately. After all, making a movie is his dream." But this person is Chun Mo, his classmate. Although the two of them were not very familiar with each other, they sent him to the hotel yesterday and brought him breakfast in the morning. Just for these reasons, he didn't want to deceive the other party. "It doesn't matter. I still have the funds. As for making a bad movie, investment is definitely risky. If a bad movie is made, I will admit it." Chen Mo shook his head indifferently. "It's good to make bad movies. Better give me dozens of bad movies. As for funds, it is not a problem." This time the system gave him an initial capital of 30 million. Before the holidays, an additional 5 million yuan was invested in the pet park, and 5 million yuan was also invested in 5 new coffee shops. 20% of the charitable funds, 6 million renminbi, have been transferred to the foundation's account. Today, the foundation has more than 7.3 million charitable funds in its account. Last month, although Yang Xinghua's inspection team for disadvantaged groups has funded many needy groups, it has only consumed 1 million charity funds, leaving 1.3 million yuan. However, after the last permission unlocking, if the charity funds in the foundation account cannot be spent in the current month, they can be retained until the next month. So the charitable funds at this time are 7.3 million. After this series of expenditures, he had 14 million remaining in the initial system funds alone. This 14 million is already a small amount for him. What gave him the biggest headache was the two games, Tianlong and Extreme Survival from Sangxue Games. After this spring festival holiday, the number of players of these two games has grown more rapidly than he expected. Tianlong has increased from 3 million online users to more than 3.6 million, an increase of 600,000 people. Extreme Survival has increased the number of online users from 4.5 million to 5.8 million, an increase of 1.3 million people. In the past half month, the combined revenue of these two games has reached 67 million. After counting the remaining 14 million system funds, the system funds he needs to spend now have reached 81 million. And there's still half a month left until work starts. In the past half month, whether it is Dragon or Extreme Survival, the number of people online for these two games will definitely increase. So by the time he goes to work on March 1st, his system funds may have exceeded 100 million. And this is just this month's income. There will continue to be so much income next month. Shu. Thinking of these, Chunemo couldn't help but have a headache. But the appearance of Luo Xiao made him find a very good way to spend money. Make bad movies, high investment, low return. As long as this film and television company is opened, it will definitely be the most money-losing one among his many companies. Chunemo, I suggest you learn more about this industry before deciding whether to enter. The risks in the film and television industry are really too great. Seeing that Chunemo didn't give up, Luo Xiao continued to persuade. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I will definitely enter the film and television industry. Then you're not worried that I'll make a bad movie in one shot. Don't trust the people you employ. Don't trust the people you doubt. I believe in you. You just need to shoot normally. Chunemo looked at Luo Xiao firmly with an encouraging look. That's right. As long as we shoot normally and show the same level as those two bad movies we made before, that's fine. Seeing that Chunmo's attitude was very firm, Luo Xiao felt a little shaken. Since this old classmate wants to invest in movies, why can't he give it a try? As long as you work hard to make good movies, that's all. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao no longer hesitated and nodded directly in agreement. Okay, then I will join your film and television company. Is this right? This is my business card. Come find me in Jiangxing City in March. Then we will discuss setting up a film and television company and investing in movies. Chunemo finally smiled relaxedly when he saw Luo Xiao nodding. Got up. This talent was finally found. At the same time, he also took out a business card and handed it to Luo Xiao. Seeing Luo Xiao put away the business card, Chunemo knew that his purpose of coming today had been achieved, and he was not going to stay here. Just when I was about to leave, Wang Bin, who was eating nearby, suddenly spoke. Brother Mo, can you give me a role in the movie? Are you an actor? Chunemo looked at Wang Bin in surprise, feeling wary. If he is a professional actor, you have to think about it carefully. Wang Bin scratched his head awkwardly. I've only been an extra, but Brother Mo, I don't have high requirements. I just want a not-so-important role, as long as there are 1 or 2 lines. I don't have high requirements. As long as I can fulfill my dream of being an actor. Okay, then you can also come to Jiangxing to find me in March, and you will be the first actor of the film and television company. Chunemo was relieved when he heard that Wang Bin had only been an extra. Extra? The acting skills are definitely far from those of professional actors. Wait until the filming of the movie starts and arrange an important role for him. No! Arrange him as the male lead directly. Chunemo looked at Wang Bin with satisfaction and handed him a business card. A director who made a bad movie, plus a male lead who has no acting skills and no fame. This is simply the worst movie among bad movies. He will definitely lose this money. Thank you, Brother Mo. Wang Bin looked at Chunemo with surprise. What are you thanking me for? Just remember to come find me on time. Chen Montak Patadvang Bin Shulda. Don't worry, Brother Mo. I will definitely go there early. Wang Bin patted his chest. Then you continue to eat. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Seeing that the two of them had nothing to do, Chunemo said goodbye and left. I see, Brother Xiao. We are all in the same company from now on. Please take care of me. After Chunemo left, Wang Bin looked at Luo Xiao excitedly. Take care of me. Luo Xiao also replied. I sighed in my heart. This Chunemo is really a good person. So he agreed to arrange a role for Wang Bin. Isn't he worried that Wang Bin's poor acting skills will affect the reputation of the movie? However, if it is just an unimportant supporting role, it shouldn't have any impact. Maybe Mr. Chun thinks so too. Chapter 257 Tomorrow Group. Time passes. Soon it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. After eating Lantern Festival in the evening, Chunemo decided to go back to Jiangxing tomorrow. I have stayed at home for a long enough time, and as I have stayed at home for a long time, my family status has also dropped a lot. Unlike when I first came home, I could eat whatever I wanted. I'll leave tomorrow. I won't stay for a few more days. Didn't I say I won't go to work until March 1st? Yang Shulian said. I won't stay any longer. There are only a few days until March 1st. As the leader of the company, I have to return to the company early to deal with some things. Chinemo casually found a reason. It's not just nonsense. He did have things to do after he returned. After all, if you set up a film and television company, you will definitely have to go through some procedures and choose a company location. The location selection is easy to say. Wang Yang has already sent a message about his 10-story office building, which has been renovated. It is enough to use one floor as the office space of the film and television company. However, he needed to deal with some procedural issues. Shu Suwan. Then there is the plan for the senior singing and dancing troupe that I had thought of before, which also needs to be prepared and implemented. This new money loss project is a top priority and must be dealt with as soon as possible. So it is very necessary to go back a few days in advance to deal with all these things. Well, work is important. People have given you such a large salary, so you must be responsible. When Yang Shulian heard that her son was going back to deal with work matters, she didn't stop him. I know. Chen Montak nodded. So far, his family only knows that he opened a factory with a friend and he is responsible for the management. On the second day, Chinemo got in and started the car. When he came back, the car was full of New Year's goods. When we left, the car was filled with family specialties. Drive slowly on the road. Be alone, don't always eat takeout, and eat on time. If you are too tired from work, take a break. Don't tire your body. Yang Shilian looked at Chun Mo in the cab and kept giving instructions with reluctance in her eyes. I understand, Mom. I have to leave first. Chun Mo looked at his parents, waved his hands, started the vehicle, and left. Through the rear mirror, you can see his parents standing there watching him leave. During the Chinese New Year this year, he mentioned something intentionally or unintentionally that he wanted his parents to go to Jiangcheng, but in the end his parents refused because they were used to staying at home and were unwilling to leave. After all, this is the place where they have lived all their lives. If they leave, it will be considered as leaving their hometown. Of course, the more important thing is that one of his parents is a teacher and the other is a public official in a government department, both of whom have very good positions. Although the salary is not high, it is enough for the two of them. Live a worry-free life. Therefore, he did not persist. We set off in the morning and arrived at Jiangcheng City in the afternoon. He did not return directly to his residence, Changbai Jingyuan, but went to the office building. The office building has been renovated, so naturally I want to go there and take a look. Of course, the most important thing is to take a look at his luxurious office. Tomorrow Group. Arriving below the office building, Chinemo looked up and saw 4 big characters on the top of the office building. Although he couldn't see clearly here, he knew that those 4 words were Tomorrow Group. Enter the office building. I chose the top floor directly. After entering the top floor, the entire view suddenly becomes clear. This scene is no different from the scenes of CEO companies seen on TV. It gives people the feeling of being open and clean, with carefully arranged green plants and potted plants. It gives people the feeling of being high class. I looked around on the top floor and finally went directly to the president's office. He opened the door gently and walked in. Before admiring the layout of the office, I saw a figure in the office. Kamefkiznak. Shinro. Why is she here? It looks like he is cleaning the office. Shinro heard the sound of the office door being opened and looked up. He was stunned for a moment and then said with some surprise, Mr. Chun, you are back. Well, what are you doing? Don't you just go to work on March 1st? Chinemo nodded and looked at the rag in Shinro's hand doubtfully. Hearing this, Shinro opened her mouth to explain. I don't have much to do during my break. I just heard 2 days ago that the office building has been renovated, so I came over to take care of it. By the way, the office desks and chairs have been changed here, but the computers have not. I was worried that there were any important files in the computer, so I asked someone to transport the computers from the clothing factory. Well, thank you for your hard work. Chinemo thanked him and then started walking around the office. This office is his largest office at present, including the lounge inside. The total area is nearly 300 square meters. As for Assistant Shinro's office, this time it was not arranged in his office, but next door with a door in the middle. The main purpose of doing this is that he has now handed over most of the trivial work to Shinro, so if some employees report work, as long as it is not a big deal, they don't need to come to him. Takawai can just go to Shinro. Therefore, Shinro's office was placed next door, so that when employees were looking for Shinro, they no longer had to enter his office. When Shinro reported work, she could go directly to his office through the open door, which was much more convenient. Walking around slowly in the office, there are bookshelves, the boss's desk and chairs, sofas, coffee tables. Is this what a boss's office should look like? When you come to the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see the meandering Qingyun River in the distance. Turn around and enter the lounge. The layout inside is similar to that of a normal house, about 90 square meters with a bedroom, a dressing room, a bathroom, and a living room. Furniture and appliances are also fully furnished. As for the kitchen, it is not equipped. After all, it is just a lounge. After giving a rough tour of the office layout, Chinemo sat down on the boss's chair with satisfaction. Now, except for my personal assets, which are not like a boss, I can be considered a qualified boss in other aspects. Mr. Chun, coffee. Not long after he sat down, Shinro came over with a cup of coffee. Thanks. Chinemo took the coffee and took a sip. Have you changed the coffee beans? There's something different this time. Looking up at Shinro, the coffee was mellower this time. Shinro smiled slightly when she heard this. No, I changed to a coffee machine on Teacher Sue's recommendation. The coffee produced will taste more mellow than before. Mafkiznuk? Chunemo nodded lightly and secretly said that Teacher Sue is indeed a professional. Leaning comfortably on the boss's chair, his eyes suddenly noticed the green plants in the distance. He had never seen a tall tree trunk with lush leaves. What kind of green plant is that? This is a money tree. Li Shin sent it here yesterday. He said he was worried about the bad feng shui here, so he bought a lot of them and placed them on each floor. Shinro smiled and spoke. Chapter 258, the name of the company. When Chun Mo heard Shinro's words, he almost choked on the coffee he just drank. Money tree, change your feng shui. He valued the writing room here because of its feng shui and hoped that the company would lose money. This Li Shun actually wanted to change feng shui by placing money trees. This sixth child will trouble me when he comes back after the new year, right? Chinmo thought bitterly in his heart, looking at the money tree. The more he looked at it, the more he disliked it. Regardless of whether this money-making tree works or not, he definitely can't stay in the company. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Shinro. This money tree doesn't match the scenery of the room. It's better not to put it up. You can communicate with Li Shun and ask him to remove it or replace it with other green plants. Mr. Chun, what about feng shui? Shinro spoke hesitantly. She has been to this office building several times, and she also knows a lot about the rumors on the top floor. No matter whether the money tree works well or not, it can at least provide psychological comfort. What's feng shui? We are all good young people in the new century. How can we be superstitious? Chinemo was really preachy. Shinro was a little ashamed when she heard this. I understand, Mr. Chun. Ex-Monak. Is this right? Chinemo nodded with satisfaction, then stood up and walked outside the office. He had finished visiting the office, and it was time to go back. When he walked to the door, he saw that Shinro was still in the office and not moving. You're in the office. Do you have anything else to do? No more. Then let's go together. I'll give you a ride. Go downstairs. After driving Shinro to the subway entrance, he drove directly back. Changbai Jingyuan. After saying hello to Yang Dahai's family next door, he went directly into the house to rest. After driving for a day, I was already tired. On the second day, early morning, Yang Duo delivered breakfast on time. Although he had rested for almost a month, Yang Dahai and his family prepared breakfast for him on the first morning when he came back. It's also intentional. After breakfast, he was about to go out and head to Nana Coffee. Today, I made an appointment with Tang Xiao in a coffee shop to discuss opening a film and television company and a senior singing and dancing troupe. By the way, I was checking to see what Nana Coffee looks like now after the new year and whether it is still losing money. Mr. Chen, wherever you go, I'll drive. Just as he went out, Yang Dahai was waiting at the door. Brother Yang, the vacation is not over yet. Just rest at home. It's okay. I'm staying at home. What's more, there are only a few days before work, so I'll get used to it in advance. Yang Dahai did not leave, but insisted. Chinemo thought for a while and did not continue to refuse. When he went to work, he would just ask the finance department to calculate double wages for overtime work. Come to Nana Coffee. As soon as I walked in, I was recognized by the clerk. Hello, Mr. Chen. Chinemo nodded slightly when he heard the words and looked around, but did not find Song Xia and Sudan. This is the first coffee shop he has opened. When things were fine before, these two people were guarding the coffee shop every day. It was a bit strange that they were not here this time. Your manager, didn't you come to the coffee shop today? Come in the morning and then go out. The clerk replied. Did you go to another coffee shop? I don't know. The manager didn't say anything. Chun Mo didn't continue to ask after hearing this. He hoped that the two managers went out to play instead of going to other coffee places. After all, if the company's leaders don't care about things and go out to have fun, the coffee shop will definitely lose more money. After taking a second look in the coffee shop, he found that there were still two customers drinking coffee, which made him feel bad. After all, when I came here before, I didn't even see a single customer for a long time. There were actually two customers at this time, so he had to be alert. I found a seat and sat down. Not long after, the store manager brought me a cup of coffee. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Mr. Chun. How's your coffee shop doing lately? Has sales increased? Chinemo looked up at the store manager. The original store manager here was Lin Zhu, but he was transferred to the Cat Cafe. The store manager at this time looked familiar to him, but he didn't know his name. They should be the first batch of apprentices brought by Song Xia from Kyoto. Mr. Chun, the coffee shop sales have indeed increased this month. Listening to the store manager's words, Chinemo was shocked. Could it be that the coffee shop turned a profit? Just as he was about to say something, he heard the store manager's voice change. However, this increase in sales is basically due to the fact that more people are shopping during the Chinese New Year break, so more people come to drink coffee. But the increased sales are not enough to make the coffee shop profitable. The store manager looked a little ashamed, and then hurriedly spoke. But don't worry, Mr. Chun, we will definitely find a way to make the coffee shop profitable. After hearing the store manager's words behind him, Chinemo finally felt relieved. But let's just make the coffee shop profitable. Sit in the coffee shop and wait for a while. Tang Chio's figure appeared at the door of the coffee shop. Mr. Chun, I've been waiting for a long time. Tang Chio said apologetically. It's okay. I'm early. Let's sit down and talk. Chinemo smiled slightly and pointed to the seat opposite. Mr. Chun, here is some information about the film and television company that I prepared before coming here. You can take a look. After Tang Chio sat down, he pushed the prepared information to Mr. Chen's desk. Chinemo looked at the information on the table and was stunned for a moment. He mentioned to Tang Chio that he wanted to open a film and television company before going to bed yesterday. He didn't expect that Tang Chio had already prepared the information when he came today. It was obvious that Tang Chio sorted out the information overnight after he hung up the phone. Thinking of this, he felt a little complicated. He hoped that Tang Chio could be more relaxed. Not just Tang Chio, but all the employees of the company. He sighed secretly and picked up the information to read it. After a while, he slowly put the information back on the table and looked up at Tang Chio. Okay, just do it according to the information. You will be responsible for registering the company in a series of procedures. Okay, Mr. Chun. Tang Chio readily agreed. Since the clothing factory established brand clothing, she has an additional job of registering the copyright of clothing styles, but overall, she is still very free. At this time, I am willing to have more work. But Mr. Chun, have you thought of a name for the CPA film and television company? The name of the film and television company. Chun Mo murmured in his heart. He really hadn't thought about this matter. Just whatever. Halfway through, he suddenly had an idea. The voice changed. Let's call it Blue Film Film. Blue for blue sky. Film for film. Not bad. This name is very good, and it has the same purpose as Nana Coffee. Now Nana Coffee has been losing money, and this Blue Film Film must be the same. Kamekiznak. Chapter 259 Competitors. Tang Chio looked a little puzzled when he heard what Mr. Chen said. Blue film. Bad film. How come the homophones of these two are so similar? But he quickly shook his head. Mr. Chen couldn't possibly curse his company. The blue of the blue sky represents the vastness and represents Mr. Chen's lofty ambitions for the film industry. How could he have such wild thoughts? Tang Xiu secretly reviewed himself and looked up at Mr. Chun. I know, Mr. Chun. I will register the company as soon as possible. Also, the elderly song and dance troupe you mentioned can be planned into the performing arts department under Blue Film Films. There is no need to set up a new company. Okay, then I'll leave this to you. Chen Montak nodded. Planning together will make it easier for him to manage it in the future. Anyway, it will all lose money. Planning together or dividing into two companies. There is no difference. After explaining the matter, Chen Mo did not stay for long and left the coffee shop directly. However, he did not go back directly, but asked Yang Dehai to drive to several other coffee shops. Since it was an inspection, of course, it would be more realistic if he inspected more than one. After half a day, he finally finished this coffee shop inspection. A total of 12 coffee shops were inspected, and 10 coffee shops were inspected. Listening to the description of the store managers, except for the increase in customers during the new year, the coffee shops are still in a loss-making state. After knowing this, Chen Mo finally felt relieved. Now, there are as many as 20 coffee shops in Jiangxing City, which is already saturated. Even Starbucks does not have so many. The last few coffee shops were selected because they could not find Starbucks, and finally they could only choose a few locations without Starbucks. After the inspection, it has been confirmed that Nana Coffee is already in a saturated state, so he can safely expand Nana Coffee to other cities. Of course, among these coffee shops that lose money, there are two exceptions: Made Coffee and Cat Cafe. When I want to see it just now, the Made Coffee had been booked for 5 days later. Because the Cat Cafe was full of customers, people began to line up outside. In the middle of winter, people actually queued outside to pet cats. This was something he couldn't understand. The key point was that they were not afraid of freezing their hands, and they took selfies with their mobile phones. However, even if these two coffee shops were popular, the customer flow and business hours were there, and the number of customers they could receive in a day was limited. So no matter what, the combined revenue of these two coffee shops was at most more than 1 million. This 1 million was nothing compared to the loss of the entire coffee shop. Moreover, he also stipulated that there could be at most one Made Coffee and Cat Cafe in each major city. In this way, even if the Made Coffee and Cat Cafe were profitable, it would not have any impact on the overall loss of Nana Coffee. At most, the loss would be reduced by more than 1 million. Sitting in the car, Chen Mo confirmed that Nana Coffee was not out of his control, and then he ordered Yang Dehai to drive back. Nana Coffee, Song Xia, and Sudan returned to the store with heavy hearts. The two had just found a seat to sit down when the store manager came over. Manager, Mr. Chun came this morning. What's the matter with Mr. Chun? Song Xia was startled when she heard this, and hurriedly looked at the store manager. He just asked where you went, and then he didn't say anything. Oh! He also asked about the business status of the coffee shop. Lawyer Tang is here too, and I think they seem to be discussing something. At this point, the store manager asked nervously again. Manager, do you think Mr. Chun is discussing with Lawyer Tang about giving up Nana Coffee because he sees that Nana Coffee has been losing money? Listening to the store manager's worried words, Song Xia and Sudan also looked at each other. This situation is not impossible. You go ahead and do your work. I will go to Mr. Chun to find out about this matter. Don't spread it out without definite news. Sudan looked at the store manager and said. After the store manager left, Sudan looked at Song Xia and said in a serious tone. If Mr. Chun knew what was going to happen next, he would probably choose to give up Nanha Coffee. I don't know. I'll go to Mr. Chun tomorrow to ask him. I have to let him know about this. Song Xia shook her head and sighed deeply. She went home for 3 days during the Spring Festival and came back directly. During this time, she and teacher Sue were not idle and started the inspection plan planned before the new year. So these days, they basically came to the coffee shop to explain some things, or after a small meeting, they went directly to other coffee shops in Jiangxing City for inspection. It was okay in the past few days, and they did learn some experience. But in the past few days, they did find a problem. Jiangxing City has opened several new coffee shops, but they are still under decoration and have not officially opened. However, judging from the decoration style, they found that it was not a traditional coffee shop, but a cat cafe. After all, There are traditional coffee shops that will set up cat climbing frames and other things in a coffee shop. The only possibility is that after the cat cafe became popular, some people saw the business opportunities in it and began to prepare to open a cat cafe. Since they discovered this phenomenon, they have paid special attention to it. It would have been better if they hadn't paid attention to it. With this attention, they discovered the problem. There are actually 5 coffee shops in Jiangxing that are preparing to open cat cafes, and 2 of them have basically finished the decoration. It is estimated that they will be officially open in a few days. And there is also a maid cafe that is also under decoration. When these cat cafes are open, it will definitely have a huge impact on the cat cafe of Nana Coffee, and it will definitely take away a large part of the customer flow. Now Nana Coffee relies on these 2 special coffee shops to have some revenue. If the revenue of these 2 coffee shops is decreasing, it will undoubtedly be a very big blow to Nana Coffee. I don't know what Mr. Chin will think after knowing this news. Will he give up Nana Coffee because of this? Muck is knock. Although Mr. Chin has always said that it is normal for coffee shops to lose money in the early stage, it has been almost half a year, and Nana Coffee is still in a loss state. In addition, the 2 special coffee shops that were originally profitable may also experience a reduction in revenue after competition. All these factors combined, it is hard to guarantee that Mr. Chin will not give up Nana Coffee. Then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll try my best to think of ways to make Nana Coffee profitable. After these days of investigation, I feel that I have some ideas, Sudan said lightly. No matter what, as long as Mr. Chin did not say that he would give up Nana Coffee, she would not give up. During the New Year period, although Nana Coffee did not make a profit overall, many customers were still attracted by Nana Coffee. Chapter 260, City Location. On the second day, it's approaching noon. Chinamo was sitting in the living room watching TV when the doorbell suddenly rang. After taking a look at the time, he knew that Song Xia should be here. Song Xia had a phone call with him last night and wanted to report something to him. Since the company had not officially started work yet, he was too lazy to go to the company, so he asked Song Xia to come directly to his residence. Mr. Chun, I didn't disturb you. I see open the door. Song Xia said carefully. No, come in and talk. Go into the house. He poured Song Xia a glass of water and asked casually. Tell me, do you have anything to report? Song Xia took the water glass, thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, it's about Nana Coffee. What happened to Nana Coffee? Chun Mo's expression became serious. He inspected it yesterday and found that everything was normal. That's it, Mr. Chun. With the popularity of cat cafes and maid coffees, other coffee shops have begun to imitate them, especially cat cafes. Teacher Sue and I have inspected these days and found that there are already 5 cat cafes. The cafes are being renovated, and 2 of them are almost finished and will be open for business soon. If we wait for these cat cafes to open, they will inevitably divert the customer traffic from our cat cafes, resulting in a decrease in the cat cafe's income. And this is a good thing. Listening to Song Xia's words, Chinemo felt happy. Originally, the cat cafe and maid coffee were accidents in the coffee shop's money-losing plan. It would be great if the income of these 2 coffee shops was reduced as a result. Mr. Chun, should we do some activities before those cat cafes open to retain cat cafe customers? For example, set up some lottery activities. As long as you come and pick up the lottery next time, you can get some discounts. There are also some. Song Xia said carefully. She, Teacher Sue, and several store managers came up with this activity plan overnight. The purpose is to retain customers after those cat cafes open. After all, their cat cafe has been open for a long time. If they do some activities, I believe most customers will choose to stay. Forget it about the activities. Chin Mo directly rejected Song Xia's proposal without even thinking about it. If you also want to use activities to retain customers, don't even think about it. However, if we don't do some activities, we will probably lose a large number of customers. Song Xia looked a little anxious. No, even if you do some activities, you will still lose customers. And the customers you retain through activities, are they really staying because of the coffee shop? They stayed because of the price of the activity, but will this activity continue? Chinemo looked up at Song Xia. Song Xia thought for a while and shook her head. How could she continue doing the activity? Is this right? These customers who choose to stay because of the event will still choose to leave once the event disappears. So from the beginning, there will be no activities. Those who can stay are our real customers. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, Song Xia nodded subconsciously, feeling that what Mr. Chen said made sense. But she soon thought of the second question. But Mr. Chen, if the revenue of Cat Cafe and Made Coffee decreases, our Nana Coffee will suffer even more losses. There are many employees now who are worried that Nana Coffee will continue to lose money. Mr. Chen, you will give up Nana Coffee. After Song Xia finished speaking, she looked at Mr. Chen carefully, wanting to see what Mr. Chen's expression would be like after listening to her words. But what surprised him was that Mr. Chen was actually smiling. She expected many kinds of reactions from Mr. Chen after hearing her words, but she never thought that Mr. Chen would laugh. You don't have to think too much about this. As long as Tomorrow Group doesn't collapse, I will definitely stick to this coffee shop. Chinemo looked at Song Xia with a smile. This talented person who opened and closed a milk tea shop made the right choice. Nana Coffee has always maintained a loss under Song Xia's management. Although 2 alternative coffee shops have appeared, the flaws cannot be concealed, and overall they are going in the expected direction. As for giving up Nana Coffee, how is that possible? How can we just give up on such a good money-losing industry? Manak. If you want to give up, you have to give up Sangshue Games. Of all his businesses, Sangshue Games was the most rebellious. If the system hadn't allowed it, he would have removed Sangshue Games long ago. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We will definitely work hard to make Nanha Coffee profitable. When Song Xia heard Mr. Chen's assurance, she quickly stood up, bent down, and thanked him. This effort must be moderate and not too tiring. The issue of coffee shop profitability is a long-term problem. So don't worry about it happening overnight, and don't be in a hurry, just take your time. Seeing Song Xia's sworn expression, Chen Mo was a little scared. He really wanted Nanha Coffee to make a profit. He was ready to cry to death. He quickly opened his mouth to make up for it, making Song Xia relax, and then continued to speak. It's just right for you to come here today. I also have some arrangements for Nanha Coffee. Mr. Chun, please speak. Song Xia said seriously. Nanha Coffee is now saturated in Jiangxing City, but our expansion speed cannot slow down. So, we need to open Nanha Coffee in other cities. For this, we need to set up regional management and then report to the Jiangxing headquarters through the regional office. As for the candidates for regional management personnel, you can select them yourself. Chen Montag spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, Teacher Sue and I have also discussed this, but we haven't decided which city to choose. She and Teacher Sue discussed the matter of outward expansion before the new year. The overall idea has been formed, but they are a little undecided about the choice of city. If they choose a big city with high consumption, their boutique coffee will definitely have more audiences than Jiangxing. After all, the wages in big cities are generally higher, and more people will be willing to pay for a 50 yuan cup of boutique coffee. But there is a problem in big cities, that is, the cost is too high. The rent for renting a house alone is estimated to be 2 or 3 times higher than that in Jiangxing. And even if there are many consumers of boutique coffee in big cities, there will be a lot more competition, and Nana Coffee is still famous. Mufkiznak. If Nana Coffee opens in a big city, the chance of losing money is estimated to be more than 90%. It may even lose more because of the increase in capital. But if you choose a city with low consumption, such as Jiangxing, or a city with lower consumption than Jiangxing, then you will face the problem that Nana Coffee is facing now. The price of boutique coffee is too high, and few people will pay for it. The choice of city. Chinemo thought thoughtfully. Chapter 261, the boring short video, is very boring. Let's choose Kyoto as the city. Chinemo finally made the decision, not for anything else, but for the high rent in Kyoto, which would allow him to consume more system funds. I know, Mr. Chun. Song Xia was relieved when she heard that Mr. Chun had directly chosen the city. She was worried that she had chosen the wrong city, but Mr. Chun had a far-sighted vision and must have his reasons for choosing Kyoto. After confirming the matter, it was already past 12 o'clock. Just then the doorbell rang again, and Chunemo knew without thinking that it was Yang Duo who brought lunch. Xin Shuwa. When he opened the door, he saw Yang Duo standing at the door with a small vegetable basket. "Brother Chen, I'm here to bring you lunch," Yang Duo shouted happily, while carrying the vegetable basket in both hands and walking into the house. After entering the door, he did not forget to change his slippers. "Well, there is a pair of slippers specially prepared for him." Chun Mo smiled slightly, reached out to take the vegetable basket from Yang Duo, closed the door, and walked into the house. "This is..." Song Xia looked at the little girl who came in with a surprised expression, not knowing what the relationship between this little girl and Chun Mo was. "This is Yang Duo, the daughter of Yang Dahai." Chun Mo introduced her, and then carried Yang Duo to the chair at the dining table. "This is Sister Song Xia." "Hello, Sister Song." Hearing Chun Mo's introduction, Yang Duo called politely. "Hello, Dodo." Song Xia also smiled and replied, looking at Yang Duo curiously. She didn't expect that Yang Dahai would have such a lovely daughter. Chun Mo glanced at the two of them, and then looked at Song Xia. "You haven't had lunch yet, so eat here. Aunt Dawn cooks a lot of dishes." As he said, without waiting for Song Xia to respond, he went to the kitchen to get a few sets of bowls and chopsticks. "Then I won't be polite." Song Xia took the bowls and chopsticks. "My mother cooks delicious food," Yang Duo said proudly on the side. Chun Mo put all the food that Yang Duo brought on the dining table, and the three of them started eating. As for why Yang Duo didn't go back to eat, "Of course, I want to play games and watch cartoons here after dinner." Lin Sui City? In a residential building, Yang Yao had just finished tutoring the child in the room and was about to leave. But he was directly stopped by the child's mother, Huang Wan. Huang Wan looked apologetic. "Yao, during the holiday, the child's father and I handled the transfer procedures for the child to a closed school. He may not need tutoring next time. I'm really sorry. We agreed to let you tutor until the end of the 3rd year of junior high school. But you also know that the 3rd year of junior high school is a very important stage. I heard that the faculty of that closed school is very strong, and the rate of admission to key high schools every year is also very high. So for the future of the child, we can only do this. I hope you understand. Muffin knock. This is 3,000 yuan. You take it. The extra part is some compensation for our breach of contract." Yang Yao was stunned for a moment after listening to Huang Wan's words, but soon came back to his senses. Looking at the money Huang Wan handed over, she took it, counted it, and took out 1,100 to return it. "Forget about compensation. I just take what I deserve. It's also a good thing for the child to go to a good school." This. The child's mother took the money returned by Yang Yao and wanted to say something, but she saw Yang Yao saying goodbye and leaving. "Nothing else. I'll leave first." Leaving the community, Yang Yao looked at the traffic in front of her and sighed deeply. During the Chinese New Year, she didn't stay at home for a few days just to give extra lessons to the child of this family. But she didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It seems that she can only find other children who need extra lessons. She stopped the bus and went back to school directly. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, she saw a roommate already in the dormitory. This roommate's name is Lu Weiwei, and like her, she is working as a tutor. After the Chinese New Year, she came back. Currently, there are only 2 of them in this dormitory. "Didn't you go to makeup classes today?" She remembered that her roommate should still be taking makeup classes outside at this time. Why did he come back so early? "I won't make up classes for that family anymore." Lu Weiwei waved her hand, looking gloomy. What happened? Yang Yao looked at Lu Weiwei's expression and knew that something must have happened. "Don't mention it. The male owner of that family is an old pervert, and he actually wanted to take advantage of me." "Ah, he didn't do anything to you." "No, he was a pervert but not a coward. He got scared when I said I was going to call the police." Lu Weiwei looked disdainful, and then she looked up at Yang Yao with some fear. "I don't want to make up classes anymore. It's too dangerous. This is a cowardly person. If I meet a perverted person, I will have no place to regret it. I think you should be more careful too." Listening to Lu Weiwei's words, Yang Yao smiled bitterly. "Don't be careful. I don't need to make up classes for that family anymore." And she felt a little scared after hearing about her roommate's experience. "What's wrong? Did you meet a pervert?" No, not really. Yang Yaoyao shook his head and then told the whole story. Is that so? That family doesn't pay much attention to credibility. They promised to make it up until the end of the third year of junior high school. Why did they change their mind? I see you too. Why do you need to refund the money? If it were me, I would just take it away. Lu Weiwei said angrily from the side, and then laughed again. In this way, we can be considered to be in the same boat. Yes. Yang Yaoyao sighed. Then you don't plan to continue making up classes. What are you going to do? This is exactly what I want to say. I found a live broadcast platform that is recruiting anchors, and the salary is very good. Lu Weiwei said with a mysterious look. She discovered this live broadcast platform when she was bored and wanted to find a small game to kill time on the software download platform. Boring short video. This was very in line with her mood at the time, so she downloaded it out of curiosity to see how boring it was. After downloading, watching the live content inside is indeed boring. There are those who live broadcast cooking. There are those who live broadcast the law. There are those who live broadcast the process of producing clothes. There are also those who teach farming. In short, there are no good-looking anchors on this short video platform, and they are all teaching-related. After browsing for a long time, there were more than 10 anchors and not many short videos, which was very boring. When she was about to exit and uninstall, she noticed the banner pop-up window of the live broadcast platform recruiting anchors. Curious, I clicked in and took a look. Unexpectedly, I found that the salary for anchors is very good. Unlike other live broadcast platforms, most of which are income sharing, but here, the basic salary is $100 to $400 an hour. The price is not based on popularity, but based on professionalism, education, work experience, etc. Chapter 262, Teaching Live. You plan to do a live broadcast, but I can't do it. I can't sing or dance. I can't do it. Yang Yaoyao listened to Lu Weiwei's suggestion and quickly shook her head. I won't let you dance or sing. I just need to teach live, just like giving tutoring lessons to a child. Lu Weiwei hurriedly spoke. Ah, is teaching okay? Yang Yaoyao was stunned. Although she didn't watch live broadcasts very much, she would occasionally enter some live broadcast rooms when she was watching videos. She was also aware of the content of those live broadcasts. Anyway, that's what the live broadcast platform requires for live broadcasts, but we need to provide academic certificates and other documents. If we meet the requirements, we will be allowed to live broadcast on that platform. As Lu Weiwei spoke, she took out her phone and entered the boring short video interface, found the requirements for recruiting anchors, and handed it to Yang Yaoyao. Take a look, the requirements are all written on it. Yang Yaoyao took the mobile phone handed over by Lu Weiwei and looked at the recruitment requirements for anchors. It was indeed the same as what Lu Weiwei said. But just for live teaching, you can earn 100 to 400 yuan per hour, which is a good reward. And there are no performance requirements. Isn't this a liar? After reading this, Yang Yaoyao looked at Lu Weiwei with some worry. If there is no pie in the sky, how could there be such a good live broadcast platform? It's not impossible. Listening to Yang Yaoyao's worried words, Lu Weiwei did not refute, but nodded in agreement. But then her words changed. Whether you are a liar or not, you have to try to know. It shows that electronic contracts can be signed on the internet without us arriving in person, so our personal safety is not a problem. Machinak. The only thing I'm worried about now is being defrauded of money. As long as this live broadcast platform wants to get money from us in any way, we will reject them all. So, as long as we stay vigilant, we won't be fooled. But what if the treatment offered by this live broadcast platform is real? We don't need to go out to make up classes. We can just live broadcast in the dormitory or at home. Yang Yaoyao listened to Lu Weiwei's story and felt that it made sense. They just need to be vigilant and not pay in any way, or provide bank card passwords, or make any reasonable requests. Then let's give it a try. Of course I have to give it a try. I'll make a call, Lu Weiwei said excitedly. Originally, she was a little worried when she was alone. Now that someone is with her, she feels much more at ease. Look at the phone number left under the recruitment copy. Lu Weiwei took out her mobile phone and dialed. The call was quickly connected. Excuse me, are you Li Shun? Lu Weiwei asked carefully. Yes, you want to apply for a job as an anchor, right? Li Shin opened his mouth and said that this phone number was his new number, which was specifically responsible for recruitment. Yes, I want to be a host. Are there any requirements? The requirements are all written in the recruitment copy. What content do you want to live broadcast? I'm a student at a normal university. I want to live broadcast some subject-related content. Is that okay? As long as it's some legitimate teaching, it's naturally okay. When Li Shin heard that he was a student at the normal university, he immediately became interested. It is entirely possible for normal universities to teach some subjects. I see, but you have seen the requirements. You have not graduated yet. So you need to produce the university admission notice and the results of the subject you want to live broadcast while you are in school. We all need to confirm and inspect. Only after it is confirmed that there are no problems can we sign the contract and become the anchor of our platform. I have the admission notice and transcripts. Are there any other requirements? For example, payment of fees or something. Or after signing the contract, are there any heaven-level liquidated damages or something like that? Lu Weiwei directly asked the question she was worried about. Li Shun smiled slightly as he listened to the questions on the other side of the phone. Are you worried that we are liars? You can rest assured that we will not charge any fees. The contract is also a normal labor contract, and there will be no liquidated damages. If you are still worried, our company's address is in Jiangxing. You can come to the company for a visit. Our only requirement is that you must have the qualifications and ability to teach. After you become the anchor, you will have 2 to 4 hours of live broadcast time every day, which cannot be less than 2 hours or more than 4 hours. If it exceeds 4 hours, no payment will be made for more than 4 hours. At the same time, we have also set up network management to monitor your live broadcast content. If you fish in live broadcasts or frequently make mistakes in teaching, we will have the right to revoke your live broadcast permissions. Do you have any more questions? No, no more. So what do I need to do if I want to be an anchor? Lu Weiwei hurriedly spoke, her expression a little embarrassed, but she didn't expect that her little thoughts would be discovered immediately. But since there is no problem that she is worried about, then there is no problem at all being the anchor. In the personal interface of the short video platform, there is a channel to become an anchor. Enter it and follow the instructions above to upload your notice, transcript, and other information. Someone on our side will make an evaluation and determine whether you are qualified to become a host on our platform based on your information. At the same time, we will also give you a live broadcast price based on your qualifications. Li Shun explained patiently. Now, the platform is in urgent need of a large number of anchors, so it is good to recruit one more anchor. Okay, then we will upload the information as soon as possible, please. Lu Weiwei hurriedly spoke, and after a few more polite words, she hung up the phone. How about it? Seeing Lu Weiwei hang up the phone, Yang Yaoyao hurriedly asked from the side. Lu Weiwei looked excited. At present, the live broadcast platform does not look like a scam company. He has not made any unreasonable demands. Let's get the information together and upload it quickly. All right, Yang Yaoyao nodded. Since there is no unreasonable request, let's give it a try. If she could really make money through live teaching, then she wouldn't need to be a tutor. And after hearing what happened to Lu Weiwei, she was also a little scared. Yeongking City. Tomorrow Group. Boring short video. Li Shin sat in an office and slowly hung up the phone. He received a call from Assistant Shin yesterday and came over today to replace all the money trees with other green plants. Brother Shin, all the green plants have been replaced. Wu Yu walked in from outside. Well, have you taken out all the talismans in the green plant? Li Shun looked up at Wu Yu. When he bought the money tree, he went to the temple to ask for some talismans and buried them in a flower pot. However, since Mr. Chin said that the money tree did not match the room decoration, he would just change it to a different kind of green plant. And the same would be done for burying the talisman paper in a new flower petit. Although this is a bit superstitious, it does give you peace of mind. Chapter 263, New Year, New Outlook. They have all been taken out and placed in new pots. Wu Yu sat on a chair nearby and poured a glass of water. He was a little thirsty after directing the workers to place the green plants. By the way, Brother Shin, I have already contacted the company's personnel department and logged in the information about the recruitment of anchors for boring short video. That's good. Lishin Nudda. Since there were not many people who downloaded boring short video, there were not many people who knew about the recruitment of anchors through boring short video. In order to recruit more anchors, he could only put the information about the recruitment of anchors on the recruitment website. By the way, how is the recruitment of auditors going? According to the scheduled number of people, half of them have been recruited, which is enough to cope with the current operation of the company. Wu Yu replied. Li Shun breathed a sigh of relief. After a month of preparation, boring short video finally got on the right track step by step. Those reviewers are the most critical part of boring short video. They are responsible for reviewing the anchor's information, judging whether they have the authority to open the live broadcast through the information, and examining the anchor's live broadcast content to see if there are any false or unprofessional problems. Therefore, in boring short video, these reviewers are very important and need to have a high level of knowledge and literacy. In this regard, even if he offered a very high salary, he only recruited half of the scheduled number of people since the beginning of the year. But at least it can maintain the operation of boring short video. Pet Park. Pang Tao and Su Jingming are sitting in the simple house of the pet park. They are currently looking at the hand-drawn map of the pet park and are lost in thought. There are many areas on the map, and most of the areas are marked with names. But only a large area has not been marked. Pang Tao took a sip of the steaming teacup, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. I have it. I know how to deal with the last area. Do you have a plan? Hearing Pang Tao's excited words, Su Jingming hurriedly asked. Since Mr. Chen added another 5 million yuan in investment before the new year, he and Pang Tao have replanned the layout of the pet park. But in the end, there was still an area left, and he didn't know how to deal with it. If it is simply set up as a simple pet living area, it would be too wasteful, and Mr. Chen's additional investment of 5 million yuan could not be fully utilized. In this regard, the two thought about it for a long time, but they couldn't think of a good solution. Unexpectedly, Pang Tao suddenly had an idea today. Yes, we can build a castle in this area. Pang Tao pointed to the blank area on the map with excitement. Castle. Su Jingming looked at Pang Tao in confusion, not understanding what building a castle meant. Although building a castle can consume the funds added by Mr. Chen, it can't be spent just for the sake of spending money. At least it should be helpful to the pet park. Looking at Su Jingming's puzzled expression, Pang Tao explained with a smile. Of course, this castle is not for people to live in, but for cats to live in a cat castle. Mr. Chen's Cat Cafe is very popular. Many customers are willing to queue outside to take photos and post to their friends. It even attracted some internet celebrities to check in. Since cat cafes can be done like this, why can't our pet park be done like this? We can definitely make the cat castle into an internet celebrity check-in spot. I also learned about it on the short video platform. The internet celebrity effect is very powerful. Once the cat castle becomes an internet celebrity check-in spot, it will definitely attract more tourists to the pet park. Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he listened to Pang Tao's story, and he continued. We need to build a bigger castle so cats can move freely inside. Since it is a cat castle, the style of the castle should be cute. Then set up some stairs and stands in the castle for tourists to take pictures. I see, that's right. As long as the cat castle is built, the selling point of the pet park will not only be the pet show. The two chatted one after another, and their expressions were like they had solved a problem that had puzzled them for a long time. Time passed, and soon it was early March. Chinemo came to Tomorrow Group early. This was the first day of work in the new year. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Going up and down the elevator, the employees he met along the way all greeted him respectfully after meeting him. Entering the office, Chun Mo took the lead in taking a look at the location of the green plants and found that the fortune tree had been replaced by other green plants. He nodded with satisfaction. Is this right? Sitting back on the chair, taking a sip of the coffee made by Shinro, he looked at Shinro and spoke lightly. Notify all department leaders in the office building to gather in the conference room. The meeting will start in 10 minutes. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro took the order and left. About 10 minutes later, Chun Mo looked at the time, slowly stood up, and walked out of the office. The conference room is on the top floor. This is the office. He is responsible for holding meetings with company leaders. Other companies also have their own independent conference rooms. Arriving at the door of the conference room, he gently pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. Chun, everyone is here. Shinro walked over and whispered. Chunemo glanced at the people in the conference room. All the employees he asked to arrive were here, including Jiang Chung, whose company was not here, and Song Xia and Sudan from Nana Coffee. I see. These two companies were not in the office building, but he had already notified the meeting in advance yesterday. The only ones who did not come to the meeting were Pang Tao and Su Jingming from the pet park. After all, the pet park was still under construction, and even if the two were called over, there was nothing to arrange. Hello, Mr. Chen. As soon as he walked to the main seat at the conference table, all the company leaders stood up in an orderly manner, and everyone had an excited expression on their faces. They were almost the veterans of the company, and they watched the company become a group step by step, and they had a 10-story office building. Since going to work today, stepping into this office building and watching the elevator rise little by little, their mood has never calmed down. Sit down. Chunemo looked at everyone, gently raised his palm, and motioned everyone to sit down. The content of today's meeting is mainly to plan the future development of the company and some changes in positions and salaries. Let's start with salary changes. New year, new atmosphere. All old employees who joined the company and worked for half a year last year will have a salary increase of 1,000. Those who have worked for less than half a year will have a salary increase of 500. There are also changes in benefits. A new level of shopping cards will be added, 1,500 yuan shopping cards, and all employees who have worked for 6 months will receive them. Chapter 264 Job Change. In addition, the salary is paid. Because of the holiday, the salary for March has not been paid. The finance department of each company will pay the salary to the employees in time, and the salary can be paid according to the salary increase. Also, for employees who work overtime during the holiday, all the overtime hours are counted, and the corresponding overtime pay is paid together with the salary. Okay, that's all the salary issues. I hope the finance department of each company will deal with it as soon as possible and don't delay it for too long. Zhao Lingling, you are responsible for following up. Chun Mo cast his eyes on Zhao Lingling in the conference room. Originally, Zhao Lingling was the finance department of the garment factory, but when she was in the garment factory, she also handled financial statements sent by other companies. So after the establishment of the group, he promoted Zhao Lingling to the finance department of the group headquarters, responsible for integrating the finances of all other companies. Okay, Mr. Chen. Zhao Lingling hurriedly agreed. Since becoming the finance department of the group headquarters, her position has become the financial director, and her salary has more than doubled accordingly. This kind of position change is something she never dreamed of. But it was also the case that she had to work harder and more seriously to complete the work, especially the tasks assigned by Mr. Chen. After the salary was arranged, Chen Mo continued to speak. The next thing is the change of positions. Some of the changes in positions are well known to everyone, but I still have to reiterate it here. First of all, there are changes in positions in the garment factory. Jiang Chung was promoted from the director of the production department to the general manager of Changfeng Garments. As for the position of deputy manager, it is temporarily vacant. As for who will take the position, Jiang Chung is responsible for the selection, and you can submit the candidate when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Jiang Chung hurriedly stood up to thank him. Chun Mo waved his hand, motioned to sit down, and looked at Wei Yin and Fong Chong. The next position change is Tsangxue Game. Since Tsangxue Game is the second company I took over, some positions have not been adjusted. But now Tsangxue Game has grown, it's time to implement some positions. First of all, the positions of manager and deputy manager will be held by Wei Yin and Fong Chong. Wei Yin is the general manager and Fong Chong is the deputy manager. Now the company has 2 projects, but the company has only 1 supervisor, Zhao Bowen, which is also unreasonable. Zhao Bowen will be promoted to director in the future, and 2 more people will be selected as supervisors of each project. You can select the candidates yourself. He thought about the promotion of company positions during the holiday. More leaders mean more wages, and more bonuses will be issued in the future. As for why Wei Yin was made the general manager of Sangshui Game, of course, it was to express his dissatisfaction with Fong Chong. 1. Extreme survival made it more difficult for him to settle his personal assets. You must know that if he wants to settle his personal assets, no matter which settlement method is used, he must ensure that the remaining system funds are lower than the initial system funds before SE Clement. This time the initial system is 30 million. If he wants to settle to personal assets, the remaining system funds must be less than 30 million. And the monthly revenue of Tianlong and Extreme Survival, he simply calculated it yesterday based on the number of players, and the total revenue of the two games has exceeded 100 million. This settlement cycle is 8 months. That is to say, by the settlement time, Sangshue's game revenue must be at least 800 million. However, the number of players of Tianlong and Extreme Survival is still increasing, so the actual revenue will definitely be more than 800 million. Take 800 million as an example. If he wants to settle the system funds, he must spend at least 770 million. And the culprit is Fong Chong. It is very good to let him be a vice president. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin and Fong Chong looked at each other, and then hurriedly stood up to thank him. Sit down. Chun Mo waved his hand. After arranging the Sangshui game, his eyes turned to Li Shun and Wu Yu. After Chongfeng Clothing, Sangshui Games, and other companies, our Tomorrow Group invested in the Wuling short video project a few years ago, and Li Shun and Wu Yu are the leaders of this project. Li Shun is the general manager and Wu Yu is the deputy manager. The meeting continued, and all the job changes in the company were fully described. Chinemo picked up the water cup beside him to moisten his throat and continued to speak. After the job changes, let's talk about the future development of the group. The first is the development of the garment factory. The first is the expansion of the field. Shoes, children's clothing, swimwear, and other clothing-related fields must be involved. This goal can be positioned as a long-term goal and expand step by step. Leave this matter to Jiang Chung. You go back and arrange someone to deal with it. As for the workshop issue, go and discuss with Li Maudo of the industry. Once there is a vacant workshop, rent it immediately for the company's future expansion. Okay, Mr. Chen. Jiang Chen quickly recorded what Mr. Chen said in his notebook. After determining the development direction of the garment factory, Chinemo set the tone for the development direction of several other companies. In addition to the existing company development, Tomorrow Group will set up an investment company and a film and television company. Everyone can look forward to it. Okay, that's all for today's meeting. Adjourn. After Chinemo finished speaking, he stood up and left the meeting room. Behind him, there was warm applause from other employees. But not long after returning to the office, the door was knocked, and Wei Yin walked in with a smile. Is there anything? Chinemo looked up at Wei Yin, who came in. Nothing else, just job matters. I am very grateful to Mr. Chun for taking a fancy to me and letting me be the general manager. But I am just a latecomer, and my understanding of the game is not as good as Fong Chong, or even those professional grassroots employees. It is not appropriate for me to be the general manager. And Fong Chong has always been a manager before, and I have become the general manager directly, which is not good. Wei Yin said carefully. After Mr. Chen announced this in the conference room, he considered it. However, there were so many people in the conference room at that time, and he couldn't refute it in person, so he had to choose an offline time to talk to Mr. Chen. The order has been issued, and it will not be changed. You can rest assured to be your general manager, and there is an important task waiting for you to do. Chinemo stood up and came to Wei Yin, gently patted the other's shoulder, and looked very respectful. It's because you don't understand the game that you are allowed to be the general manager. Whether Sangshui Games can be defeated under your leadership depends on your efforts. You can't count on Fong Chong. Excuse me, Mr. Chun. What is the important task? Wei Yin looked at Mr. Chun in confusion. He didn't know anything. What important task would fall on him? Chapter 265, Important Mission. It's about the new game. Go and call Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen over. Now that Extreme Survival is on the right track, it's time to start developing the next game. Chen Montag spoke slowly. He did not talk about this matter in the conference room. After all, there were many details that needed to be communicated. Talking about it in the conference room would waste too much time. I wanted to go to Sanshua Games in the afternoon to finalize the new game. Now that all Sanshua games have been moved to the office building, it is very convenient to go up and down the stairs. But Wei Yin came over at this time, so we made arrangements accordingly. Okay, Mr. Chun. When Wei Yin heard that Mr. Chun had arranged a new game, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. New games. During the Chinese New Year period, he and Fong Chong had been planning a new game, and even the game plan had been refined twice. At this point, it is finally ready for use. Leave the office and quickly return to Sanshua Game. Sanshua Games is located on the 20th floor of the office building, which is the 6th floor from the top floor. Back to Sanshua Game. Find Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen. Mr. Chen wants to arrange things for a new project, so let's go to his office. Wait a minute, I'll get the game plan. Hearing this, Fong Chong hurried to the filing cabinet and prepared the game plan that he had prepared before. Bring that backup plan with you too. Wei Yin thought for a while and said, if Mr. Chun is not satisfied with their plan, he can also choose a backup plan. That's fine. Fong Chong nodded. He planned both plans. No matter which one Mr. Chun chose, he was very confident. In this way, the three of them took the elevator to the top floor. On the elevator, the three of them had different expressions. Zhao Bowen looked happy. When Fong Chong came back from the conference room, he was notified that he had been promoted from supervisor to director. This is undoubtedly a promotion and salary increase for him. How can he not be happy? Fong Chong was a little emotional. With the change of position, he went directly from manager to deputy manager. Even though he knew that Mr. Chun held Wei Yin in high regard, he still felt a little shaken in his heart. I see Wei Yin's expression was a little complicated. In the beginning, he was just a relatively experienced salesman, and the office director was transferred to him because he was someone whom Mr. Chun did not trust. As for the general manager, he never thought about it at all. After all, Fong Chang's contribution to Sanshua Games is undoubtedly the greatest, and it stands to reason that the position of general manager cannot be left. But in the end, it fell on him. He went to Mr. Chun to change his position, but Mr. Chin's tone was very affirmative, and he knew that it would definitely not be possible to change his position. The three of them came to the president's office. Knock on the door and enter. Here we go. Please take your seats. Chinemo looked at the three people who came in, pointed to the sofa next to the coffee table, and at the same time poured 3 cups of tea and handed them to them. Thank you, Mr. Chun. The three of them took the tea respectfully and sat down on the sofa carefully. What do you think of the new game? Chinemo took a sip of tea and looked up at Wei Yin and the others. When Wei Yin heard this, he turned to look at Fong Chong. Those 2 plans were planned by Fong Chong, so naturally it was Fong Chong who spoke. Fong Chong noticed Wei Yin's gaze and hurriedly submitted the 2 plans he had prepared. Mr. Chun, these are the 2 plans we have prepared. You can take a look. He was just testing it out, but he didn't expect these 3 people to be really prepared. He took the plan silently and asked casually, who made the plan? Mr. Chen designed it by me, but there were some modifications in the process, and both Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen participated. Fong Chong spoke slowly. When Wei Yin signaled him to submit the plan, the fluctuations in his heart caused by the change of position completely dissipated. Be it a manager or a deputy manager, it's nothing more than a position. Mr. Chun has never treated them badly because of his position, so why should he bother with a position? Take a longer view. What he should do most is to cooperate sincerely with Wei Yin, Zhao Bowen, and all employees of the company to plan one popular game after another for the company. Mufkiznak. After hearing Fong Chang's words, Chen Mo's hand, holding the plan, paused slightly. I simply opened the 2 plans and looked at them. I didn't understand the contents clearly, so I put them aside. Since it was a plan planned by Fong Chong, regardless of whether Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen were involved or not, it definitely could not be adopted. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to create a hit game similar to Extreme Survival. He looked up at Fong Chong and spoke calmly. I took a brief look at these 2 plans, and they're not in line with my vision for the future development of the game company. Listen to Mr. Chen's words. Fong Chong, Wei Yin, and Zhao Bowen all opened their eyes. They imagined many outcomes, but they did not expect that Mr. Chun would directly veto these 2 plans. They had been planning this plan for nearly a month, and it was just useless. It was really beyond their expectation. After a while, Fong Chong came back to his senses, looked at the two plans on the coffee table, and spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, do you have any ideas? That's right. Chun Mo nodded with a smile on his lips. As for the idea of losing money, he already had an idea during the holidays. Sanshui Games, I think the next game will be a turn-based game. Turn-based game? Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen were shocked. They thought that President Chun would use some novel ideas, but they never expected it to be a turn-based game. If it was 5 years ago, turn-based games were very popular. But with the development in recent years, turn-based games have long been in decline. After all, turn-based games, in the final analysis, are you hit once, he hits once. The difference is that the cards are different, the skills are different, and the combinations are different. But the gameplay is basically the same. When this game first came out, it was very popular with a large number of players, and many imitators appeared at one time. But as time went by, this game gradually became boring, and many players began to choose to quit the game. Now in the entire game market, there are only 1 or 2 turn-based games, and there is still a certain player base. The rest of the turn-based games, some are half dead, and some have been shut down. But Mr. Chin chose to enter the turn-based game at this time, which was something he couldn't understand. Wei Yin watched the changes in Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen's expressions from the side, wondering what was going on with this turn-based game that caused these two people to have such a big change in EXP ration. But he couldn't ask at this time, so he could only wait until he got back and asked again. Chunemo looked at Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen's surprised expressions and smiled secretly. It seems that these two people also know the decline of turn-based games, and these two people are also professionals. How could they not know? Mufkiznuk. This game direction, I chose the right one. Chapter 266 Innovation. Mr. Chun, there is no market for turn-based games anymore. Isn't it too risky to make a turn-based game? After a while, Fong Chong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although refuting Mr. Chun might anger Mr. Chun, he really wanted to persuade Mr. Chun to give up turn-based games. For game types that have long been eliminated by the market, no matter how good the game is, it is difficult for it to become a big hit. No, it's not that there is no market for turn-based games, it's that the current turn-based games are too boring. As long as we make them more perfect and innovate, there will definitely still be players who like them. Furthermore, turn-based games were very popular in the past, which shows that there are still many potential players for turn-based games. They only quit playing the current turn-based games, which are too single and boring, and they have no desire to continue playing. That's why I quit traveling. But we can only make the turn-based game more interesting and boldly innovate. As long as the game becomes interesting, players will definitely return to the turn-based game. You can think about it. If we develop a very interesting turn-based game and attract all potential turn-based game players, it will also be a very large player base. Chunemo tried his best to describe the potential of turn-based games. Although it was a bit far-fetched, it was nothing. It's just a reason to develop a turn-based game. It doesn't matter whether Fong Chong believes it or not. It's not planned by him anyway. Fong Chong fell into silence listening to Mr. Chen's story. Interesting. Innovation. Every game planner wants to make the game interesting and innovative, but it is very difficult to actually implement it. But as a leader, he couldn't say such words in front of Mr. Chun. Seeing Fong Chong and others falling silent, Chunemo knew that the matter was settled. Since everyone has no objections, the game has been decided. The main planning of the game can be left to Wei Yin. Mr. Chen, I don't know much about games. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to be the main planner of this game. I can leave it to either Fong Chong or Zhao Bowen. Wei Yin hurriedly spoke. He knows how much he weighs, so if he is the mastermind, isn't it a joke? No. This game can only be hosted by you. Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen have their own things to do. Chunemo shook his head directly and turned to look at Fong Chong. Extreme Survival has just been launched not long ago, so there is no guarantee that there will be no problems, so someone still needs to be in charge. And you are the planner of this game, and it is the safest thing for you to be in charge. Fong Chong listened to Mr. Chen's words and nodded in agreement. Mr. Chen is right. In the early stages of the game's launch, problems can easily arise. I understand, Mr. Chun. Seeing Fong Chong agree, he turned to look at Zhao Bowen. Although Tianlong has been online for a long time, someone still needs to be in charge. It's up to you. Okay, Mr. Chun. Zhao Bowen didn't have any ideas. He would do whatever Mr. Chun asked him to do. Okay, that's it. The project fund this time is 20 million. Chun Mo finally made the final decision and confirmed that if he invested 20 million in a turn-based game, he would definitely lose his pants. Mr. Chun, a turn-based game doesn't require that much money. Fong Chong spoke quickly. A normal turn-based game can be produced with at least a few 100,000, and a more sophisticated one with a few million would be enough. 20 million is absolutely useless. How could it not be used? Excellent picture quality and luxurious special effects all require money. And since we need to innovate, there must be many ideas that need to be tried, and these all require funds. Okay, this is the project fund for the time being. If it is not enough, you can continue to invest more. At the end, Chen Mo waved his hand directly, leaving the president's office. Wei Yin and the other three returned to Tsangshui game with different expressions. The three of them entered Wei Yin's office. Excuse me, what exactly do you mean by turn-based games? Come to the office. Wei Yin finally asked the doubts in his heart. Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen looked at each other, feeling a little worried. Wei Yin didn't even know what a turn-based game was, so how should he develop it? But since Mr. Chun has given the order, they can't say anything. I had no choice but to explain the turn-based game in a clear and transparent manner, making it easier for Wei Yin to understand. After all, the three of them are considered the top leadership of Tsangshui games. Whether the new game is good or bad, they will both prosper and suffer. Is that so? Listening to what Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen said, Wei Yin nodded in understanding. Fong Jin saw that Wei Yin understood and continued to speak. Then let's discuss the new project. Mr. Chen asked Zhao Bowen and I to take charge of the old project, so the two of us can't help much. However, we can transfer a group of senior employees from the two old project team members to the new project. The old employees have good experience and will be helpful in the research and development of the new project. In this case, it won't have any impact on your old projects, right? Wei Yin was a little worried. If the new project was not done well, and the two old projects were also affected by the transfer of old employees, it would be a loss. Fong Chong waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. The newly recruited employees have some basic skills. There will be no problem in arranging them to the old projects and having them lead by old employees. That's good. Wei Yin nodded with relief. I'll transfer employees. Fong Chong did not delay any longer and quickly left the office. The project was put into development as soon as possible, and there were more things to discuss. After a while, Wei Yin sat in the conference room and looked at the many employees who gathered. These were the members of the new project development. He knew many of these employees, and they even taught him some knowledge about games at that time. He swept his eyes over the many employees and spoke lightly. From today on, we are the new project team and will develop a new game. However, my knowledge of games is limited and I can't play any role in the development of new games, so anyone who has good ideas can express their opinions. If the method is feasible, I will fully cooperate. This time the new game development is a turn-based game, but it must be innovative and thoughtful. If you have any ideas, you can say it. After speaking, Wei Yin quietly waited for the employees to express their opinions. But the conference room was silent, and no employee stood up to speak. Wei Yin frowned when he saw this scene. Don't you have any ideas? Chapter 267 Clothing Factory Meeting. Many employees looked at each other, but there was still silence. Wei Yin had a headache when he saw this. If these people didn't want to speak, he, who didn't know much about the game, couldn't help much. Just when he was about to say some words of encouragement, he saw a young man standing up with his hands raised. Seeing that someone finally wanted to speak, Wei Yin quickly extended his hand to signal. If you have any ideas, just tell me. I've played a lot of turn-based games. Most of them are based on card types. All turn-based games are similar, but the difference is in card types and characters. Currently, there are turn-based games, including cartoon ones, various beautiful character types, and ancient generals and warriors. But according to my observation, The cards in every turn-based game are two single and only have one type. I'm wondering if I can integrate these card types into one game, such as humans, immortals, demons, monsters, etc. That's all my opinion. I don't know if it's useful. Su Yuan said nervously. He came to Sanshua Games late and is not considered an old employee here. However, when Manager Wei asked, he still chose to stand up. He felt that this was an opportunity for him. No matter what he said, he could at least show his face in front of Manager Wei. Can. Wei Yin nodded slightly and looked at Su Yuan with some admiration. He wasn't sure whether the young man's words were good or bad, but it was already good to be the first to speak up. May I have your name? Su Yuan. Su Yuan spoke quickly. Have you played a lot of turn-based games? I've played a few games. Okay, then you can make a simple plan first according to your ideas. Wei Yin smiled. At the beginning of everything, since there is no one else to speak, let's follow Su Yuan's ideas first. If there is something bad, we will slowly adjust it. Okay, Manager Wei. Su Yuan not des so me wat for latte. Other employees in the conference room were also a little surprised when they heard Wei Yan's words. Wei Yan ignored the changing expressions of the employees and stood up directly. That's the end of today's meeting. When you get back, you can think about any good suggestions. After you think of them, you can send them to my office. The meeting is dismissed. Su Yuan, please come to my office. Since Su Yuan has played many turn-based games, there is no problem in asking him to recommend a few turn-based games. Listening to what others say is not as good as trying it yourself and understanding it faster. President's office. Tang Xiu knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, the affairs of Lampion Film and Television are almost settled. In a few days, when all the procedures are completed, we will almost be able to open for business. Well, thank you for your hard work. Chunmo nodded slightly. Now the affairs of Lampion Film and Television have been almost settled. Now I sent Luo Xiao over. It was March, and there were no specific provisions. I don't know when it will come. It's not hard work. Tang Xiu smiled and shook his head, then continued to speak. Mr. Chun, do you have anything else to arrange? There is one thing. I plan to register an investment company. You could do it by the way. Chun Mo thought that his investment company had not yet handled the matter, so he simply asked Tang Xiu to handle it. Okay, Mr. Chun. Watch Tang Xiu leave. Chun Mo took a notebook and started recording. Sanshua game has been arranged as planned. With the decline of turn-based games and Wei Yin not understanding the game, this time it should be foolproof. He doesn't expect much money from this new game, as long as it doesn't make a profit. Now Dragon and Extreme Survival are already a huge headache, and there really is no need for a third money-making game. The work at Changfeng Clothing has been arranged. When the shoemaking workshop is built, the purchase of shoemaking machines and the recruitment of employees will also be extra expenses. They also arranged for Jiangcheng to connect with Limouda so that they could rent more workshops. If all goes well, Changfeng Clothing will become a sustainable place to burn a lot of money. Nana Coffee has already begun to arrange personnel to go to Kyoto to establish the Nana Coffee office. As long as the Nana Coffee office is established, Nana Coffee can smoothly expand in Kyoto. According to the prices in Kyoto, the cost of setting up a coffee shop is about 3.5 million yuan. If there are 5 coffee shops per month, that is 17.5 million yuan. Boring Short Video is still recruiting anchors. Once the number of anchors is large enough, it can continue to pay monthly. Muffinuk provide a large amount of funds. Then there is the newly established Lampi Film and Television. When Luo Xiao arrives, the investment can be confirmed immediately. It's not too much to invest tens of millions in making a movie. If he accidentally loses money, it's not his problem. Chunemo looked at what he had recorded and slowly closed the notebook. He has asked Shinro to go to the finance department to make statistics on the current expenditures of Tomorrow Group. Based on the specific expenditure situation, he can make targeted spending plans. Changfeng Clothing. Jiang Cheng returned to the office. Since Mr. Chen's office was moved to Tomorrow Group, he had moved to Mr. Chen's original office. Looking at the content recorded by General Manager Chun at the meeting, he directly notified other employees to come to the meeting through the pager. He wanted to implement the tasks assigned by General Manager Chun as soon as possible. Not long after, He came to the meeting room and looked at the many employees who came, feeling very nervous. This was his first time to hold a meeting as the general manager. Although General Manager Chen announced that he was promoted to the general manager of Chongfeng Garments years ago, General Manager Chen still worked in the garment factory years ago. It was still General Manager Chen or Assistant Chen who held meetings with employees or issued some orders. However, after today, Chongfeng Garments will be his responsibility, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Hello everyone. From today on, Chongfeng Garments will be managed by me. Please take care of it in the future. Jiang Cheng tried to make himself appear calmer. Pa. Warm applause rang out in the meeting room. When the applause ended, Jiang Cheng spoke slowly. Let me first convey the content of Mr. Chen's meeting. Mafyaznak. First, Mr. Chen plans to continue to expand the garment factory and increase the design field of the garment factory. Second, it is the selection of positions. Since some employees of the garment factory followed Mr. Chen to the headquarters, some positions in the garment factory are currently vacant. Some employees will definitely be selected to fill the vacant positions. And as the garment factory expands, there will definitely be more demand for leadership positions. Third, it is the adjustment of salary. All old employees who have worked in the company for half a year will have a salary increase of 1,000. Those who have not worked for half a year will have a salary increase of 500. There are also changes in benefits. A new level of shopping cards has been added, 1,500 yuan shopping cards, which can be obtained by employees who have worked for half a year. Chapter 268 Discussion. Okay, that's it. If you have any suggestions or ideas, you can leave a comment. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he looked at the employees in the conference room. He doesn't know much about management, but his wife also said that if you don't understand something, don't make decisions easily. You can listen to other people's ideas. He thought it made sense. Many of the employees in the conference room were college students and knew more than he did. They would definitely have a lot of practical suggestions. Mr. Jiang, I have some ideas. Jiang Cheng followed the voice and looked over and found that the person speaking was Su Yining, the head of the design department of the clothing factory. Su Yining is an important talent in the clothing factory. The various clothing styles in the workshop today are all produced by Su Yining and her team. Since such a talent has an idea, he naturally does not dare to neglect it. Please tell me. I want to know what fields the garment factory will be involved in the future. Our design department needs to prepare in advance. If there are too many fields involved, our design department may need to add a certain number of designers. Su Zaning spoke Salao. Nowadays, clothing factories design sports and leisure clothing, and the 4 people in their design department are still busy from design drawings to sample production. But if the field is expanded, the 4 of them will definitely be too busy. Mr. Chen said that after the gradual expansion of the garment factory, it will gradually involve all fields related to clothing. The currently newly renovated workshop will involve shoes. Ex-Mafyaznak. If you have any ideas or requests, just ask. Jiang Cheng looked up at Su Yining. He still knew something about the machines in the workshop, but he knew nothing about design. Su Yining thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. If this is the case, the design department should at least add designers related to footwear. If there are more fields, it may be necessary to add corresponding designers. Okay, what kind of designers are needed? You can communicate with the Human Resources Department and ask them to recruit. Do you have any other questions? Listening to Su Yining's words, Jiang Cheng nodded. No, but if the number of people in the design department increases in the future, the current studio of the design department will definitely not be enough and will need to be expanded. Okay, I understand this. Jiang Cheng wrote down Su Yining's worries in his notebook. The design department office was not big enough, which was a critical issue. Although there is no impact yet, this problem must be solved in advance. Otherwise, it will be too late to solve it if it happens. Anyone else? Do you have any questions? After solving Su Yining's problem, Jiang Cheng looked at the other employees. Soon I saw Kai Jing raising her hand. Minister Kai, tell me. Kai Jing was personally promoted to the director of the purchasing department by Mr. Chen, so she must be very capable. Mr. Jiang, if the garment factory expands, the company's employees will definitely increase a lot. However, the current size of the employee canteen and dormitories will definitely not be enough to support the number of employees after the garment factory expands. Kai Jing stood up and spoke slowly. After she was promoted to the director of the purchasing department and took over Li Shun's position, she also had to deal with some matters in the logistics department. The canteen and staff dormitories are naturally under her management. So when she heard that the clothing factory would gradually expand, she thought of this issue. Yeah, I'll find a way to do this. Jiang Cheng also wrote down the problems in the canteen and employee dormitories in his notebook. These problems are all faced by the garment factory after its expansion and must be taken seriously. Then he went on to ask other meeting members. I see. After a while, the meeting came to an end, and Jiang Cheng directly announced the end of the meeting. When I returned to the office, I was not idle. I called the machine factory directly and asked about the shoemaking machine. After all, the new workshop has been renovated, and all that is needed is new machines and new employees. Spring break off. The garment factory has taken a collective holiday, and no one is left to work overtime. So the new machines and new employees are not yet ready. However, he had already visited the machinery factory to inspect the new machine during his vacation, and he already knew the basic machine model, and price. Now he only needs to communicate with the machinery factory to finalize the machine and send it to the garment factory. Employees' problems are also easy to solve. The current treatment offered by Changfeng Clothing is obvious to all, as long as the recruitment information is released. You don't need to wait for recruitment on the recruitment website. Just after employees of other companies in the industrial park know about it, many employees will apply. He still remembered that after the new workshop was built, 90% of the employees of a machinery factory came to the garment factory to apply for jobs. Although it was the employees of the machinery factory who were behind it that caused that situation. But even if most employees from other companies are not attracted, only a small number of employees from each company in the park are attracted, and almost all employees in the new workshop can be recruited. So he's not too worried about employee issues. After communicating with the machinery factory has guaranteed that all the machines will be transported to the garment factory within 3 days, and corresponding technicians YLL come to debug them. Hang up the phone. Jiang Cheng sat in an office chair, looking at the many problems that needed to be solved recorded in the conference room, frowning. These problems seem simple, but in fact they face many problems. The design department office, canteen, and employee dormitory. These 3 problems all involve space issues. But now the workshop owned by the clothing is so large that there is no extra space to expand the employee dormitory and canteen. If a new workshop is rented, there are no extra vacant workshops in the industrial park at present. But if it is rented in other industrial parks, the distance is too far and it is very inconvenient. And these are all construction issues. The more critical issue is the company's operation. Now, with the participation of those employees of the nearby clothing factories, Changfeng Clothing has many clothing franchise stores. During the New Year holiday, these franchise stores have been renovated one after another and entered business. But because the clothing brand is not famous and the price is not low, the sales feedback is not optimistic. Some stores even did not sell a piece of clothing for several days. This is a very fatal problem. Although he had not been to school for a few years, he knew that if no one bought the clothes produced, the garment factory would definitely lose money. In the past, he was only the director of the production department of the garment factory, although he also knew that the garment factory was currently losing money. I see. But as the director of the production department, even if he knew, he could not help much, and he had no ability to help. He could only improve the quality of the clothes as much as possible, at least so that customers could not find any defects in the clothes when they consumed them. But now that he has become the general manager of the garment factory, he has to find a way to make the company profitable. This is his due responsibility as the leader of the company. Chapter 269, Hand and Homework. Looking at the problems on the laptop in front of him, Jiang Cheng had a headache. He was still very good at managing some employees in the workshop or solving some machine faults. But he is asked to manage the company or deal with some problems faced by the company. He felt that his brain was a little weak and he couldn't think of any good solution. Time passes. It was already afternoon when I came back from the group headquarters. He organized employees to hold a long meeting in the conference room, so it was soon time to get off work. I looked at the time. Jiang Cheng sighed. picked up his notebook, and walked towards the staff dormitory. He didn't go to the cafeteria. He couldn't think of a solution to the problems he faced today, and he simply had no appetite. Back to the dormitory, he sat down at a small square table. Beside the table was a single row of bookshelves filled with books, all bought by his wife Wang Wan. He reads these books every day, of course under the supervision of his wife. Say it in your wife's words. Mr. Chin thinks highly of you and wants you to be the general manager of the garment factory. In terms of strength, you are not qualified. Being the general manager involves a lot of luck, so if you want to be worthy of this position, you have to study hard. Many of those books are about economics and management, which he reads a lot. But under the supervision of his wife, he still has to read them every day. Before long, there were messy footsteps in the corridor of the staff dormitory. Jiang Chung glanced at the time and knew that these were the employees who lived in the dormitories and had gone back to the dormitories to rest after dinner. About half an hour later, the dormitory door was opened and his wife Wang Wan walked in. "Why didn't you go to dinner?" Wang Wan looked at Jiang Chung, who was sitting at the square table, and put a packed lunchbox on the table. "I have no appetite and don't want to eat." Jiang Chung shook his head lightly. "If you don't have an appetite, you have to eat. I've already sent you a meal. If you have any questions, think about it after you eat." Wang Wan directly opened the packed lunchbox on the square table and pushed it in front of Jiang Chung. Seeing this, Jiang Chung slowly put the notebook aside and started eating. "Tell me, what problem did you encounter?" After Jiang Chung finished eating, Wang Wan asked. After being married for so many years, she knew very well what kind of character Jiang Chung was. In his current state, he definitely had something on his mind. Jiang Chung thought for a while after hearing this, and finally recounted the problems the company was facing now. Then he looked at his wife and said tentatively, "Tell me, should I report this matter to Mr. Chun and see how to solve it?" "No. You are now the general manager of the company. If you can't solve this small matter and still have to report it, what do you, the leader, do?" Wang Wan shook her head without hesitation. "But how to solve this problem?" Jiang Chung smiled bitterly. He also knew that this matter should not be reported to the superiors. But he thought for a long time and really couldn't think of any good solution. Wang Wan also fell into deep thought. She slowly picked up the notebook where Jiang Chung recorded the questions and looked at it carefully. After a while, he raised his head and said slowly, "The biggest problem here is the redundant workshops. I think we can talk to the manager of Limauda Park to see if we can rent more workshops. I also want to rent more workshops, but the key problem now is that there are no extra vacant workshops in the park." Jiang Chung showed a wry smile. He also wanted to rent a workshop in the park, but the key was that he didn't have one. Wang Wan shook her head when she heard this. "There are no idle workshops now, so we should find ways to create spare workshops and let other companies leave this industrial park. But how to get those employees in the park to leave? We can't drive them away. And even if we do, they won't necessarily leave. You don't have to rush. You can just let them leave voluntarily. How is this possible? Who would be willing to move the company if nothing happens?" Jiang Chung looked confused. Wang Wan smiled. "Of course there is a way, but it requires the cooperation of the park manager Limauda. As long as the news that our garment factory will be expanded and that a large number of workers will be needed spreads, I believe that the companies in the park will definitely be unable to sit still. Leave the park voluntarily." Listening to his wife's words, Jiang Chung figured it out instantly. The previous case at the machinery factory happened right before our eyes. "I see. If word spreads that the garment factory is expanding and needs a large number of employees, the bosses in the park will definitely be restless. After all, their company is located in a park. After hearing the news that the garment factory needs a large number of employees in other companies must be thinking of changing jobs. Those bosses definitely don't want to stay in the park anymore. Not to mention employees changing jobs, it is very likely that the newly recruited employees will also change jobs after getting to know the garment factory. If you want to fundamentally solve the problem, there is only one way, and that is to stay away from Chongfeng clothing." Wang Wan saw her husband's expression and knew that he had figured it out, so she continued to speak. "But before doing this, you still need to apply with Mr. Chen. We must ensure that after other companies move out, we Changfeng Garment will rent out all the vacated workshops. Otherwise, Li Mauda will not cooperate. Okay, I'll report to Mr. Chen tomorrow. Jiang Qing nodded, knowing that what his wife said made sense. After all, Li Maud's income is linked to the rented workshops. If they don't guarantee to rent all the vacant workshops, Li Maud will definitely not agree. But he must get Mr. Chen's consent before he dares to ask Li Maud for the order to rent all the workshops. However, Mr. Chen said in the meeting that all the vacant workshops in the park will be rented. So if there is no accident, Mr. Chen will definitely agree to tomorrow's application. After thinking about this clearly, Jiang Cheng looked at his wife with an incredible face. He didn't expect that this method was thought up by his wife. Wife, how did you do it? How could you come up with such a method? Read books? Do you buy those books for decoration? I ask you to read books every day, and I have read many books. Wang Wan said unhappily. She didn't go to school again after finishing elementary school because her family had no money. However, during this period, in order to supervise Jiang Cheng to read and study, she would also read books beside him. It would be fine if she didn't read them. Since she started to read them, she felt that the things in the books were very interesting. Even if she didn't supervise Jiang Cheng, she would read them in her free time during work and rest. Wife, you are really great. Jiang Cheng smiled and solved a difficult problem at work, and his mood was much better. Why are you smiling foolishly? Hurry up and read and study. And, after reading the book, it's time to hand in the homework. Wang Wan said and walked into the bathroom. When Jiang Cheng heard the 3 words hand in homework, his original smile froze instantly. Chapter 270 Extreme Survival Offline Competition. Late at night, Tanj Game Club. All club members went back to their dormitories to rest. Only Jiang Jio was sitting in the esports room, playing games on the computer, and kept explaining while playing. Brothers, there's a formation of 4 people on the opposite side. I just missed my step. They must have noticed me. They were about to rush upstairs. I set up a stand at the top of the stairs first. The moment they rushed up, they would definitely be dead in seconds. After knocking down one person, we don't want to fight. We jump out of the window first and go to the back window. There will definitely be one of them who will help the person who has been knocked down. The position of the help is most likely in the room behind. We use them to help if you enter through the window at the back. You can beat them to the punch. As Jiang Jio continued to explain, the next plot development was exactly as he expected. First, knock down one person, then go around and jump out of the window to double kill. The last person to destroy the team. All plot developments were exactly as he expected. How about it, brothers, this wave of 1 wearing 4? Do you have the strength? Jiang Jio smiled and looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. During this period, he was live broadcasting almost every day. Due to the popularity of Extreme Survival, his current number of fans is more than 700,000. And as the popularity of the game increases, the number of his fans is also increasing. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was boiling because of Jiang Jio's operation just now. Fuck, Emperor Ganjio is awesome. Awesome. No one else can predict the opponent's psychology. It must be hanging, see-through. Actor, this is too exaggerated. Where did the troll come from? I've been watching it since the live broadcast of Emperor Ganjio. I'm definitely not an actor. Thank you, Brother Hua, for the sports car. Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you. Jiang Jio looked at the barrage and thanked him. He chose to ignore the trolls. At the beginning, he was quite concerned about these questioning voices. But as time went by, I started to look away. There was no point in arguing with those trolls. Those who believe in him will naturally believe in him, and those who do not believe in him will not believe it at all. After about 10 minutes, the game ends. The first of the 4 solos. Brother Gio, it's time to play Water Friends. Yes, it's time to play Water Friends. Quick, let's start the water game. Looking at the barrage, Jiang Jio glanced at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. In order to increase the fun of the live broadcast room, he will organize 3 water games after 1 o'clock. The top 3 in each water-friendly competition will receive bonuses of 500, 300, and 100. Therefore, the audience in the live broadcast room has always been very enthusiastic about the Water Friends competition. Mononoke. Now that the time is up, let's start the Water Friends competition. I will send a room link to the Water Friends group later. But before we start the game, I have something to announce. That's our Tange Club. We will hold an extreme survival bonus tournament on April 1st. The competition rules and requirements can be viewed on the official website of our Tange Club. What I want to say here is that the rewards of this bonus competition are very generous. The first place team will receive a bonus of 1 million yuan. The second place team will receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan. The third place team will receive a bonus of 300,000 yuan. The 7-10th place will receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan. 11 to 20, there will be a bonus of 5,000 yuan. The teams that advance to the finals will be reimbursed for travel and accommodation expenses. Zhang Jiu slowly said that this competition was a decision made by the club 2 days ago. After all, the popularity of extreme survival is currently at an extremely high level. Holding the competition at this time can just take advantage of this wave of popularity to make the Tange Club famous. Anchor, let's start the Water Friends competition. You have told us the news of the competition so many times, we all know it. That's right. Why don't you send out the link to the room quickly? Let's get started. Compared to the 1 million bonus, I want to get the 500 yuan bonus now. Zhang Jiu looked at the urging words on the barrage and smiled slightly. Indeed, since he decided to hold the competition, he would talk about the competition every once in a while. After all, those old fans know the news about the game, but newcomers will definitely come into the live broadcast room. So his words are for the newcomers who enter the live broadcast room. The more people know about this competition, the more people will participate in the competition, and the more popular it will be. However, his live broadcast is just a way of publicity. The most important thing is that Brother Hao is already preparing to contact Sanshua Games to see if an announcement and link about the competition can be placed on the Extreme Survival game interface. In this way, everyone who enters the game will notice what is going on in the game. In this case, there will definitely be more people participating in the competition. Tomorrow Group, Sanshua Games, Manager's Office. Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen. What do you think? Should you agree to Tinga's request? Just this morning, Chen Song from Tinga contacted him and wanted to arrange an announcement link for the competition on the Extreme Survival game interface, and will pay a daily link fee of 50,000. Although he is the main person in charge of the Extreme Survival project, he still needs to discuss with Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen before making a decision on cooperation with outside parties. We have cooperated with Tinga twice, and there is no problem with the reputation of the other party. When they held the Tianlong competition before, they did attract a group of new players to Tianlong. This time they hold the Extreme Survival competition, which is likely to speed up the popularity of Extreme Survival. I think they can arrange an announcement link for them and make it clearer so that players can easily see it when they enter. Arrive. Wei Yin spoke slowly. Although he doesn't understand the game, he still sees the issue of cooperative interests very clearly. Not to mention the daily advertising fee of 50,000 yuan, just the impact on the popularity of Extreme Survival after the competition is held. Even if there is no charge, he can increase the announcement of this competition. I have absolutely no problem either. Zhao Bowen nodded. Profit drives people's hearts, and the bonus of 1 million is still very attractive. He believes that players who have not downloaded Extreme Survival will probably download and play it after knowing the bonus of this game, especially those players who like shooting games and are currently playing other shooting games. Okay, then I will reply to Tinga as soon as possible and agree to arrange a game announcement link for them in the game. Fong Chong saw that the two of them had no objections, so he left directly and returned to his office. While replying to the message, he also arranged for the project team to Manager Wei, I'm going back too. Zhao Bowen said goodbye. Wei Yin watched the two people leave, then turned on the computer and directly entered a game. Chapter 271, Skyrocketing Income. This game is a turn-based game, one of the several turn-based games recommended to him by Su Yuan yesterday. If you want to develop a turn-based game, you must first understand it. He played this game for a long time yesterday, and so far, he finally knows the general gameplay of this game. In general, he feels that it is meaningless. Combine several decks and put them on the battle seat. Then look at the decks of both sides. You hit it and he hits it. It feels that there is no sense of participation. It would be better if I could control the character to use skills. Wei-yin secretly complained, then threw this idea behind his mind and continued to play. Don't think too much, or play the game first to understand it. Dong dong dong. Not long after, Suyuan knocked on the door and walked in. His eye bags were slightly dark, and the whole person looked a little tired. Judging from his appearance, he must have stayed up late. Boss Wei, I've already written the game plan. Please take a look. Yes. Wei-yin put down some games, took the game plan handed over by Suyuan, and looked at it carefully. This plan is similar to what Suyuan said at the meeting yesterday, but it is more detailed. The deck is divided into several races, and each race is also subdivided into many cards. For example, the human race, some ancient generals, emperors, think tanks. The demon race, some demon foxes, spirit snakes. Print out a few copies of this plan, and then notify the people in the project to meet in the conference room. Wei-yin closed the plan and looked at Suyuan and said, with his current game knowledge, he can't give any evaluation on this game plan, nor can he judge its advantages and disadvantages. What he can do is to show this plan to other members of the project team and let them discuss it themselves. On the top floor, President's office. Chinemo looked at the report that Shinro had just submitted. This report is the basic expenditure of several companies that he asked the finance department to count. Now, with the increase of companies and employees, the total expenditure of the group is already very high. Open the report. The first is the expenditure of the garment factory. Now, with the change of positions in the garment factory and the salary increase of employees, the expenditure has also increased a lot compared with before. Now the employee wages, living purchases, water, and electricity, and other expenses of the garment factory are almost 1.2 million in total. Then there is Tsangshui game. The expenditure of Tsangshui game is a little more. With the increase of players of the two games, the servers of the two games are a big expense at this time. Now the two game servers need nearly 2 million in expenditure. Add employee wages and other daily expenses, and the total expenditure is about 3.3 million. Nana Coffee. Nana Coffee's expenditure is very simple. At present, there are only the wages of store employees and the purchase of consumables, and finally the water and electricity expenses of each store. There are 20 stores in operation now, and the total expenditure required per month is about 2.3 million. Mufkiznak. Next is Boring Short Video. This company has just been established for a short time. The main expenses are the salaries of employees and the salaries of the anchors recruited. However, the number of anchors recruited is not large at present. However, Li Xin reported that in order to screen out the anchors with real talents, they recruited some professional talents in various fields as reviewers, and the salaries of these people are not low W. It can consume more funds, and the more professional the anchors recruited, the more boring the content of the live broadcast will be. So he approved Li Shun's request without thinking. So even if there are not many anchors recruited at present, the monthly expenditure of Boring Short Video is now 1.4 million. Finally, there is Tomorrow Group. The financial support listed for Tomorrow Group includes the water and electricity bills of the 10-story office building, the taxes paid by various companies every month, the salaries of office staff at the group headquarters, the salaries of chefs and cleaners in the employee restaurant, and the purchase costs of ingredients. The total expenditure is 7.7 million, of which taxes account for a large part. Now all the company's expenses add up to about 16 million, which is the most basic monthly expense. However, the new workshop of the garment factory has been renovated, and a group of new employees will be recruited soon, and it will expand slowly in the future, so the next expenditure of the garment factory will definitely increase. Then there is the Boring Short Video, and the recruitment of anchors there is still continuing. With the increase of anchors, the consumption of Boring Short Videos will definitely be more. Finally, there is Manhwa Coffee, which has begun to send people to Kyoto to set up an office. When the coffee shop opens, Manhwa Coffee's monthly employee expenses will still gradually increase. However, Manhwa Coffee opened in Kyoto, and I don't know if Wang Yang will continue to renovate. If possible, just continue to look for Wang Yang. He gave himself a red envelope of 10,000 during the Chinese New Year. Such a sensible designer is not easy to find. If I give him more business and make more money this year, Will he give me more red envelopes? Chun Emo thought secretly in his heart and notified Shinro later and asked her to contact Wang Yang. After reading the report, he put the report aside, took out his notebook, and made a simple summary. Now the monthly fixed total expenditure of Tomorrow Group is 16 million, but with the development of each company, this fixed expenditure will continue to increase. So he has to keep the finance department aware of this expenditure problem. His consciousness was immersed in the system panel in his mind. Now the system funds on the system panel have exceeded 100 million. The system funds at this time are: this is the remaining system funds after investing 20 million in the new project of Tsangshui game yesterday. However, the salary for March will be issued soon in the past 2 days, and this time the salary includes the overtime pay for February. After all, at the beginning of February, only the basic salary for February was issued, not the 3 times the overtime salary. So this time, the overtime salary of those overtime employees must be paid. According to the statistics of the finance department, the salary payment this time is 13 million. And when Nana Coffee officially opens a branch in Kyoto, with the price of Kyoto, Nana Coffee will need about 5 million to open a store in Kyoto, rent, decorate, and purchase high-end coffee machines. System restrictions allow a maximum of 5 closed stores at a time, so that's 17.5 million in expenses. And the shoemaking machines in the new workshop of the garment factory require 2.3 million. These fixed expenses are 49 million. After removing these expenses, the system funds are still 46 million. But 46 million is only for now. It's just March 2nd. According to the current income of Extreme Survival and Tian Long, by the end of March, there must be at least 100 million in income. So his spending target this month is at least 146 million. Seeing this number, Chinemo couldn't help but spit out a dirty word. Fuck. Chapter 272 Workshop Reconstruction. 146 million. Looking at this number, Chinemo had a headache. How would he spend it? After thinking for a while, I called Wei Yin directly. The project funds for the new game are increasing by 20 million. You have to use it even if you don't need it. If you can't, make me more decks. Other turn-based games have 100 cards. You can make me 300 or 500 cards. So many cards? Aren't they all the same? Kind of innovation? Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, without waiting for Wei Yin to say anything else, he hung up the phone. This will cost another 20 million, leaving 126 million. Film and television companies can spend a lot. Luo Xiao lost more than 30 million yuan on one movie. Will he lose more if he invests more? Moreover, Luo Xiao had contacted him last night and would come with Wang Bin the day after tomorrow. Wang Bin? If he has been an extra, his acting skills will definitely not be good. If he is the protagonist, it will definitely make the movie worse. In fact, when investing in movies, choosing those popular celebrities will certainly consume more funds. But he has too many star chasers now. Even if the movie is terrible, the star-chasing fans will definitely support their heroes and goddesses. It can't be done well. With the fan effect, movies may also make money. Even if you don't make any money with the support of those fans, you probably won't lose a lot. So he gave up the idea of inviting traffic stars. If you want to use it, just use the most ordinary amateurs with little traffic. If there is no traffic star to attract the attention and no acting support, the movie will definitely be a disaster. Chen Montag smiled lightly. He had high hopes for this blue movie. However, without a lineup of traffic stars, the amount of his investment cannot be much higher, and it is impossible for him to invest more than 100 million yuan in total. Then he needs to find other ways to spend money. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rings. Caller ID. I see Jiang Cheng. What happened at the clothing factory? Chen Mo answered the phone in confusion. What's the matter? Mr. Chun, I have something to report. Jiang Cheng's voice came from the phone. You say? Chen Mo nodded and spoke. He didn't know what Jiang Cheng had to report. He had already arranged the things at the clothing factory, so what else could happen? Mr. Chun, as the garment factory continues to grow, our staff canteen and staff dormitories are definitely not enough, so Jiang Cheng briefly talked about the problems that the garment factory would encounter after the expansion, And at the same time, he also talked about the solutions that he thought of last night. When Jiang Chung finished speaking, Chen Mo fell into deep thought. At that time, he only ordered the garment factory to gradually expand, but he did ignore the issues of employee canteens and dormitories. However, the way Jiang Chung described it was quite interesting. Spread the news of recruitment and let all the companies in the park withdraw voluntarily. Then take the opportunity to rent out all the spare workshops. This batch of rent is a big expense, but now it is just the rent and the decoration of the rented factory. In the face of an income of more than 100 million a month, it is nothing. You have to think of a way to consume more funds. Nowadays, the factories and workshops in industrial parks are basically two-story structures, which is a waste of space. If you rent it yourself, you can remodel it. For example, he can build a 4-story or 6-story staff dormitory. Mufkiznak. It can not only save space, but also perfectly solve the problem of insufficient employee dormitories. More importantly, he also has extra money to build employee dormitories. This is much more expensive than just renting and renovating the workshop. That's right. Just do it. He was worried that he had no place to spend money, so Jiangcheng found a place for him to spend money. This Jiangcheng was indeed the person he had chosen. Lieutenant General, it's settled. I'll rent all the spare workshops for me. Also, when communicating with Li Mauda, let's talk about it. After the workshop is rented, it will be demolished and rebuilt. Ask him if it's okay. If not, you can tell him that I may move the company to other industrial parks. If he agrees, we can cooperate with him for a long time. Renting a workshop, knocking it down, and rebuilding it will definitely require the consent of the industrial park. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by tearing down and rebuilding? Jiang Cheng asked carefully. I don't understand why Mr. Chen demolished the workshop and rebuilt it. If we want to expand staff dormitories and canteens with larger capacity, the size of the workshops in the industrial park is not enough, so we need to rebuild a staff dormitory ourselves. And since we are renting out all the workshops in the industrial park, we must plan carefully to make the layout of the garment factory more orderly. Chinamo told his thoughts. Jiang Cheng is now the general manager of the garment factory, and he must be responsible for the reconstruction of the factory. A brief talk with him now can also help him make preparations. I understand, Mr. Chen. Jiang Cheng understood Mr. Chen's meaning instantly. I'm going to communicate with Li Mauda right away. Chen Mo nodded and hung up the phone. Chang phone clothing. Jiang Cheng put away his phone and left the office directly. He wanted to communicate with Li Maud as soon as possible. Industrial Park Office Building. Manager's Office. Mr. Jiang, what's up? Li Maud looked at Jiang Cheng, who came over, smiling, and poured a cup of tea. Yesterday, he received the news that Mr. Chen moved to the group company, and now Jiang Cheng is the general manager of the garment factory. This matter has little impact on him, so he didn't care much. It's just that the new general manager came to him directly today, which really surprised him. I'm here to talk to Manager Li about something. Jiang Cheng told Li Maud about his plan in detail. Is that so? Xmai's knock. Li Maud tapped the table with his palm and fell into deep thought. If the news is spread according to Jiang Cheng's method, the bosses in the industrial park will definitely have ideas in their hearts, and it will be sooner or later to withdraw from the workshop. After all, even if the news was not released, several bosses of the industrial park had already discussed with him during the new year, saying that they would most likely change to other workshops this year. So Jiang Cheng's method only accelerated the speed at which those company bosses left. If it were just this, he would definitely agree to Jiang Cheng's request without hesitation. After all, for him, it didn't matter who rented the workshop to, and it would be more worry-free for him to rent all of them to the garment factory. But there was one thing he really couldn't decide. That was to rebuild the workshop. Chapter 273, Daily Settlement. Li Maud thought for a moment and looked up at Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I cannot make the decision on the request to demolish and rebuild the workshop. I need to ask for opinions from above. Please wait a moment. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded and sat in the office waiting. Li Maud took out his mobile phone and made a call. After a while, Li Maud hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile. Mr. Jiang, the headquarters agreed to demolish and rebuild the workshop, but a long-term cooperation contract must be signed. I hope you can understand that if you demolish and rebuild it and rent it for 2 years, it will be difficult for me to find a new buyer, right? But don't worry, this long-term cooperation contract will not require your garment factory to pay all the rent at once. You only need to pay the rent for that year when the term expires. Jiang Qing heard what Li Mod said and nodded directly. It could be a long-term cooperation contract. When he asked Mr. Chen for instructions, Mr. Chen had already said that if he agreed to demolish and rebuild, he could have long-term cooperation. Li Mod laughed heartily upon hearing this. Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to cooperate. I will spread the news as soon as possible. But the contract is a matter, and I also hope to get it done as soon as possible. I'll go back and prepare, and I can sign the contract tomorrow. Jiang Qing smiled and replied. The problem of the garment factory's expansion was initially solved, and he was relieved. Next, the only thing that needs to be paid attention to is the sale and agency of clothing. Next to the office building of Tomorrow Group, on a pedestrian street, Tomorrow Canteen. Sorry, this is an employee canteen, not a restaurant. Sorry, non-Tomorrow Group employees are not allowed to enter. Sorry, you can't eat with money. At the entrance of the canteen, a canteen cleaning staff kept stopping passers-by who wanted to enter the restaurant to eat. Wang Maoyan looked at the scene at the door and sighed. He thought that with the name of Tomorrow Canteen, those passers-by should understand that this is a company's canteen, but he never expected that the sign of Tomorrow Canteen had no effect. Passers-by all thought it was the name of a restaurant. It seems that access control should be set up. Only employees can enter by swiping their cards. I looked at the time, and it was time for lunch. You all go to the door and watch. Only those with Tomorrow Group work badges can come in. Wang Maoyan turned around and said to several cafeteria employees. The employees of Tomorrow Group will definitely come in batches soon. One person checking the work badges at the door will definitely not be able to see them all. Soon, a group of employees came out from the office building and headed straight for Tomorrow Cafeteria. During team building before, I heard those people in the garment factory say that the food in the employee cafeteria is very good. I ate it yesterday, and it turned out to be true. Indeed, with that food, I don't need to eat other food at all. I can't eat enough in the cafeteria every day. I envy those people in the garment factory who have eaten in the employee cafeteria for so long. More importantly, such good food is free, and those drinks are also free. It's great. A group of employees of the garment factory walked towards the cafeteria tomorrow in groups, chatting with each other about the cafeteria tomorrow. Just yesterday, on the first day of work, they ate the cafeteria's food. When they saw the cafeteria food, most of them were stunned. This was the cafeteria with the best food they had ever seen. Some passers-by looked at the group of people with work cards and entered the cafeteria tomorrow without stopping, with curious expressions in their eyes. Some of them were just stopped outside. What is the origin of this Tomorrow Group? Why haven't I heard of it before? I know about this. This Tomorrow Group has rented all the top 10 floors of the building next to it. It seems that the boss is very rich. Yes, I know about Tomorrow Group. I work in that building. However, the feng shui of the top 10 floors of that building is not good. Many companies that open on it basically lost money, or went bankrupt. None of them lasted for more than half a year. Oh, I also know this rumor. It's quite weird. I don't know if this Tomorrow Group can last for more than half a year. But this Tomorrow Group is also quite rich. I looked outside the window and saw that the layout and decoration of the cafeteria were very luxurious. Not only is the decoration luxurious, but when the cafeteria just opened yesterday, no one stopped me and I went in. Of course, I thought it was a restaurant and wanted to have lunch. The food there is not bad, 6 dishes. Roast duck prawns, lamb chops, all hard dishes. But unfortunately, when I ordered, I was recognized as not an employee of Tomorrow Group and was kicked out. The food is so good. I'm a little envious. A group of passers-by looked at the Tomorrow Group employees who gradually entered the cafeteria and talked in a low voice. Linshui City. Yao Yao, the review has passed. The short video platform has allowed us to live broadcast, but the price is only the lowest 100 yuan per hour, and the daily live broadcast time is 2 to 4 hours. Lu Weiwei looked at the message uploaded on the phone and rushed to Yang Yao Yao excitedly. These 2 days, she has been waiting for the review news. She thought that there was no news for 2 days. and the review should not pass. Unexpectedly, the live broadcast platform just replied to the message, indicating that the information they submitted has passed, and they can start live broadcasting. Let me see. Yang Yaoyao's face was happy. Looking at the message on Lu Weiwei's phone, it did indicate that the information they submitted had been reviewed and passed. That means that they can make money from live broadcasting starting today. 100 per hour, up to 4 hours a day. That is 400 yuan, 12,000 yuan a month. This price is more profitable than her tutoring. Then let's live broadcast now. Lu Weiwei said, eagerly holding her phone. Okay. Yang Yaoyao also nodded quickly. She was also quite new to live streaming, and she wanted to try it as soon as possible because she could make money through live streaming. She took the mobile phone stand that she had prepared long ago and placed it on the table. In their current environment, they could only use their mobile phones to live stream temporarily, and they would not know for sure whether they could make money through live streaming until they saw the money after the live streaming. They had daily and monthly payments for live streaming, and daily payments were paid according to time. For monthly payments, if they live streamed for 2 hours every day for a month, they would receive a 200 yuan attendance bonus. If they live streamed for 4 hours every day, they would receive a 400 yuan attendance bonus. However, after they considered it, they decided to choose daily payments for a month, and if there was really no problem, they would choose monthly payments. Soon, the two of them got the live streaming equipment ready and entered the live streaming interface. Chapter 274, Too Low-Key. Half an hour later, Yang Yaoyao opened a page in the textbook, looked at the live broadcast room, and couldn't help but look at Lu Weiwei. At this time, Lu Weiwei was also looking towards her. The two looked at each other and then looked away, looking at the empty live broadcast room. Both of them suppressed their unnatural feelings and started to continue the live broadcast. It's just that there's no one in the live broadcast room, and their live broadcast seemed to be talking to themselves naturally. I'm so used to it. Originally, they planned to broadcast for 4 hours, but looking at the live broadcast room without anyone, they only managed to last for 2 hours before canceling the broadcast. Weiwei, there is no one in this live broadcast room. Will the platform really give us money? After broadcasting, Yang Yaoyao turned to look at Lu Weiwei. During the 2 hours of the live broadcast, they could be said to have talked about knowledge to the air for a long time. There was really no one in the live broadcast room. During one period, several people appeared, but after a few minutes, they all quit again. This made her very worried. Although she didn't watch live broadcasts very much, she also knew how much those anchors made, but it was related to her traffic. The more traffic, the more she earned. And their live broadcast room is not popular at all, and the platform cannot make any money at all. If the platform can't make any money, will it really lose money to them? Yang Yaoyao had some doubts in her heart. Lu Weiwei felt uncertain after listening to Yang Yaoyao's words. For such a live broadcast, the platform will not get any income at all, so how can it pay them? Let me call and ask. Then he found the number he had contacted before and dialed it directly. It's better to start asking about this kind of thing clearly. Hello. The information I submitted 2 days ago was reviewed and approved. However, during the live broadcast today, I saw that no one in the live broadcast room was watching. Will your platform also pay me? Oh, I watched your live broadcast just now. It's no problem. You chose daily payment, and the reward will be transferred to your account later. You don't have to worry about this. You don't have to worry about the popularity issue either. This remuneration is non-responsible, and it doesn't matter whether anyone is watching in the live broadcast room. Li Shun heard the confusion on the phone and explained with a smile. When the other party was live broadcasting, he noticed it and watched it for a while. However, it is not completely irresponsible, and there are certain requirements. You must ensure that the content of your lectures is correct and true, and there is no laziness during the live broadcast. This judgment is decided by our reviewers. They will enter the live broadcast room from time to time for spot checks, but you don't need to be too nervous. Today, we have made a preliminary judgment on your live broadcast content. There are no problems. Yes, just keep it this way. But one thing you need to pay attention to is your dress. The next time you do a live broadcast, don't wear pajamas. You must be neatly dressed during the live broadcast. Listening to the content on the phone, Lu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at her pajamas, and spoke quickly. Okay, I'll pay attention when I do the live broadcast tomorrow. After saying a few more words, he hung up the phone directly. How's it going? What do you say over there? Yang Yao came over and asked quickly. The platform has said that as long as we live broadcast seriously and make no mistakes, we will be paid. It has nothing to do with the popularity of the live broadcast room. Lu Weiwei said with a smile, and then sighed. But there is no one in the live broadcast room, and the lecture is so awkward. Yang Yao listened to Lu Weiwei's words and nodded in agreement. Yes, there was no one in the live broadcast room, and she didn't know who she was giving the lecture to, and she had to be serious about it, which always felt weird. Ding dong. 2 text message reminders. The two of them looked at their mobile phones respectively and saw the transfer information for 200 yuan. Looking at the name of the transfer, I knew it was transferred from the live broadcast platform. At this moment, the remaining doubts in the two people's minds also dissipated. This live broadcast can really make money. Yang Yao felt a little happy and couldn't help but look forward to the live broadcast. She felt in her heart that it would be great if there were some viewers in the live broadcast room. In this way, when broadcasting live, you will not talk to the air. Suddenly, she thought of a way and looked up at Lu Weiwei. Weiwei, there is no one in this live broadcast room. Let's find some lecturers to come over. How should I find it myself? Lu Weiwei was confused. Don't we have a group for parents to make up for classes? We can contact those parents and say that they can go into the live broadcast room to listen to classes for free and solve the problem. What do you think of this method? Yang Yao said excitedly. Lu Weiwei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yao, how did you come up with this method? Let's give it a try. She believes that as long as the explanation is clearer, those parents will definitely give it a try. As long as there are viewers in the live broadcast room, they can interact during lectures and not face the air. Moreover, the live broadcast has a reward function. Those parents see that their live lectures are useful, and if they give some gifts, they can also have extra income. Brother Xiao, what do you think Shinmo's background is? We just checked and found that all the top 10 floors of this building belong to Shinmo. Wangbin asked with some doubts as he held his cell phone and looked at the building in front of him. Luo Xiao shook his head when he heard this and couldn't help being shocked. A 10-story office building. Not to mention the rent, the water and electricity expenses of this 10-story office building alone are probably a big expense. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and took out a business card and glanced at it. Changfeng Clothing, General Manager. I see. This is a bit too low-key. From the owner of a clothing factory to the CEO of a group, this change is too big. Before, he was still wondering how a clothing factory owner could have so much money to invest in film and television. But now it became clear at a glance. The CEO of a group, coupled with this 10-story office building, is enough to illustrate Chun Mo's financial strength. There is definitely no problem in investing in a film and television company. Come on, let's go in. The two of them walked into the office building together. Entering the elevator, he followed Chun Mo's instructions to the 17th floor and found the front desk. Hello, do you need help with anything? The front desk looked at the two people arriving and asked. Hello, I'd like to see you, Mr. Chun. I have an appointment. Luo Xiao hurriedly spoke and gave his and Wang Bin's names at the same time. It's Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang. Please come with me. The receptionist hurriedly spoke after hearing Luo Xiao's introduction. When these two people went to work today, Mr. Chen's assistant came to explain in person, and she could not tolerate any neglect. Chapter 275 Visit. Looking at the respectful expression at the front desk, Luo Xiao understood that Chen Mo should have greeted the front desk in advance. Otherwise, his attitude would not have changed so quickly. Mufkiznak. The two followed the front desk and entered the elevator. I looked at the front desk on the elevator, swiped my card, and then pressed directly for the 26th floor. Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang, I can only send you here. The president's office is over there. The receptionist pointed to the president's office in front and said quickly, Thanks. Luo Xiao thanked him, and then walked towards the president's office with Wang Bin. After knocking on the door, enter the office. You are here, sit down quickly. Chinemo looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin who entered the office, and his face lit up. These two are his next money-burning trees, so they need to be carefully arranged. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin were stunned when they saw the layout of the office. The design of this office was too luxurious. The large floor-to-ceiling windows, the spacious layout, the huge boss desk and chairs. The office in front of me is just like what you see in TV series. After a while, after coming back to his senses, he followed Chen Mo to the sofa next to the coffee table and sat down. Drink tea. Chen Mo poured a cup of tea for each of them. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao hurriedly took the tea and thanked him, feeling a little cautious. At this time, it was difficult for him to treat Chen Mo as a classmate. You're welcome. We are old classmates. Chen Mo sat aside with a smile, looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin and smiled. You're here just in time. I've already taken care of the film and television company procedures and everything, and I'm just waiting for you to come over. I don't know what movie Mr. Chen wants to make and how much budget he needs. Hearing Mr. Chen talk about business, Luo Xiao also became serious. I don't know much about movies. I recruited you here just to put you in charge. If you have any ideas, just mention them. There is no one in the film and television company today. Since you are the director, you must know better than me who and what equipment is needed to make a movie. All these things need to be handled by you. I am only responsible for providing funds. Chen Mo said calmly. He really didn't know much about film and television. It's okay to let him watch the movie, but if it's a movie, he doesn't know. Mr. Chun, this power is too much. Luo Xiao was shocked. He originally thought that Chen Mo called him over and asked him to be the director to make the movie. He did not expect that Mr. Chen meant that he also needed to take care of other matters of the film and television company. This right is not limited to the director. Not big, and aren't you my old classmates? I can rest assured that the film and television company will be left to you. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. I only have one request. The company's movies must be directed and shot by you, Luo Xiao. Chen Mo looked at Luo Xiao and said seriously. What he values is Luo Xiao's ability to make bad movies. As for managing the film and television company, he simply wants to be a hands-off boss. It doesn't matter whether Luo Xiao's management skills are good or bad. The most important thing is to make bad movies for him. Don't worry, Mr. Chun, I Luo Xiao. I'm here just to shoot a movie. I will definitely do my best. But if the film and television company has nothing, then it will need a lot more funds. Some filming equipment and instruments are very expensive. But now the equipment for filming movies is basically rented, and few people will buy it. Then there are some post-editing and other equipment, which also cost a lot of money. Luo Xiao thought for a moment and briefly talked about the equipment. Chen Mo listened to Luo Xiao's words and was secretly happy. The more he spent, the better. This way he can spend more system funds. Let's do this. You go back and make a price list of the prices for renting and purchasing equipment and give it to me. You can also list what kind of talents the company needs to recruit, and I will ask human resources to recruit them. Of course, if you have candidates in mind, you can also recommend them. Okay, Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao nodded. Then the matter is settled for the time being. I will take you to visit the company first and understand the company's situation. After understanding the situation, we will sign the contract. By then you will be a member of our tomorrow group. I see. After confirming the general information, Chen Mo stood up directly and led the two of them outside the office. At the same time, he walked to Shinro's office and greeted Shinro. This is Shinro, my assistant. If something happens and you can't find me, you can just ask her to solve it. These two are Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. Chen Mo gave a brief introduction and then continued to speak. Are you ready for the contract, elevator card, and work card that I asked you to prepare? Mr. Chun, everything is ready. Shinro spoke quickly. Okay, get things ready for later use. Chen Montak nodded. Before Luo Xiao and Wang Bin arrived, he had already ordered Shinro to prepare all the necessary things for Luo Xiao and Wang Bin to join the company. After arranging things, he turned to look at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. I will give you a brief introduction to the company's layout. The current floor is the 26th floor, which is the top floor. There is also the 25th floor, which is the main office of Tomorrow Group, that is, the headquarters, including finance, legal affairs, etc. As he said, he had brought the two people to the elevator. The three of them entered the elevator together and went directly to the 24th floor. The elevator door opened. Chinemo walked out and introduced. The entire 24th floor is an entertainment area, with fitness area, game area, leisure area. Employees can use their rest time to come here to exercise, play games, watch movies, etc. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at the layout and structure of the 24th floor, and they were stunned on the spot. This entire 1,000 square meter floor is an entertainment area. They walked around the entertainment area. The two people were shocked. The layout of this entertainment area is already very complete, with fitness equipment, spinning bikes, ping pong tables, billiard tables, movie viewing rooms, and some video game consoles. It is also equipped with a lot of snacks and drinks, as well as self-service coffee machines. After looking around, the two people didn't know how to describe their feelings. With these configurations, you won't feel bored even if you play around in it. With a shocked expression, he left the 24th floor. The two came to the boring short videos on the 23rd and 22nd floors, and the Tsanshua games on the 21st and 20th floors. Mufkiznak. And at the same time, he got to know the heads of these two companies. The shocked expressions of the two people never disappeared along the way. Wang Bin was only shocked by the size of those office spaces, but Luo Xiao was different. He had been a director and had a good family background, so he saw more things. Chapter 276, Tomorrow's Canteen. After a brief visit to the office locations of Wuling Short Video and Tsanshua Games, he clearly saw those desks and chairs, as well as office computers, which were all branded and expensive. But a set of those desks and chairs would cost more than 10,000 yuan. I don't know the specific configuration of the computer, but judging from the display screen outside and the host, it must cost at least 20,000 yuan. 10-story office, expensive desks and chairs, and entertainment facilities on that floor. Luo Xiao couldn't imagine how much money it would cost to get all of these. He couldn't see through this old classmate more and more, and he felt even more sad. He went out to make a movie, but he almost lost all his family assets. But this old classmate of his, quietly, created such a big foundation. More importantly, Chinmo's family is just a normal well-off family. If he starts a business, his family will definitely not be able to support much money. So Chinmo can have such a big industry, basically because of his own ability. People really can't be compared. Once you compare, you will know how useless you are. Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But when he turned around and looked at Wang Bin, who looked like he had never seen the world, he felt more balanced. There is also an extra who has been working in the film and television city for more than a year. Next, the 19th and 18th floors are prepared for your film and television company. After showing the two people around other companies, Chinmo took them directly to the 19th floor. Coming out of the elevator on the 19th floor, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin saw a company sign in front of them. Blue Film Films. However, the layout here is not as luxurious as the two companies upstairs. It is basically still in the initial office building state, and there is no office desk or chair. There are no changes on the 19th and 18th floors. If you have any changes or requirements, you can go to my assistant to communicate. She will help you contact the decoration staff and the purchase. Chinmo took the two people to walk around the 19th and 18th floors, but because there was nothing, he just walked around quickly. Then they came to the 17th floor. "Hello, Mr. Chun." Seeing Mr. Chun appear on the 17th floor, several receptionists shouted respectfully, with bright smiles on their faces. "Yes." Chun-mo nodded gently, and then walked in with Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. Luo Xiao followed behind and looked at the reception. When he and Wang Bin arrived, the receptionist was not like this. Although very respectful, the smile was just the most basic professional smile. But it was different when Chinmo came. The smile of the receptionist was absolutely from the heart. Of course, if he knew that the receptionist had a salary of more than 8,000 yuan a month, including various subsidies, he would know why. Chinmo did not pay attention to Luo Xiao's expression behind him, and introduced while walking. This 17th floor is a bit complicated. It is an office set up by other branches here. There are clothing factories, Nanha Coffee, and so on. At the same time, there is also an investment company set up here. Investment company. After Tang Xiu's handling, the procedures are almost complete. But he just set up an office area and arranged a few people to be responsible for sorting and collecting those investment plans, and then do a simple evaluation. But in the end, the right to choose the investment project is still in his hands. All investment projects can only be invested with his permission. After all, his target is those projects that are very likely to lose money, not those that make money. But he can't tell those employees this openly, so he can only choose it himself. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin followed Chen and Mo, looking at the offices one by one. Each office means that Mr. Chen has another industry outside. He simply calculated that Chen Mo has about 77 industries. This is too scary. Okay, the tour is almost over. If there are no problems, let's go back and sign the contract. After the tour of the 17th floor, Chen Mo turned to look at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. Okay. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin did not hesitate and nodded directly. After seeing Chen Mo's strength, they had nothing to worry about. Such a large group company, setting up a film and television company, is more than enough. The three returned to the top floor. Shinro sent the prepared information over. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin simply looked at the contract and signed it directly. This is the elevator card and the work card, which are used to take the elevator and go to the cafeteria for meals. However, in a few days, the door of the cafeteria will be replaced. At that time, the work card will not be needed, and you can go in by scanning your face. After seeing the two people sign, Chen Mo handed the elevator card and work card to them. Canteen. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin took the elevator card and work card with puzzled expressions in their eyes. I didn't see the canteen when I visited just now. And normally, companies open in office buildings rarely set up canteens. Many of them are subsidized for meals and let employees go out to eat. Chen Mo saw the puzzled expressions of the two people and looked at the time again. It was already past 11 o'clock. At this time, the meal in the cafeteria was almost ready. Thinking about it, he stood up directly. The canteen is ready at this time. I'll take you there for lunch. Tomorrow's canteen. Chen Mo led the two people directly in, without any obstruction, and without the need to show their work permits. Here, his face is the biggest signboard. Mr. Chen, why are you here? What do you want to eat? I'll send someone to deliver it to you, isn't it? Seeing Chen Mo come to the cafeteria in person, Wang Maonian hurriedly came to greet him. Since the establishment of this cafeteria, he no longer needs to cook here in person. He only needs to supervise, which is considered the position of the head of the logistics department. In the cafeteria, there is a small office. Let me introduce you. This is Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. They will be the heads of Blue Film in the future. Chen Mo waved his hand gently, and then introduced the two people around him. Hello, Wang Maonian. Thanks to Mr. Chen's kindness, I am currently the head of this cafeteria, which is considered the head of the logistics department. Qin Suwa. Wang Maonian hurriedly greeted them and shook hands with the two at the same time. The food is ready. Serve one portion each and send it to the private room. After Chen Mo and the other three got to know each other, they looked at Wang Maonian and said, Okay, Mr. Chen, you go to the private room and wait. I'll serve the food. Wang Maonian said and left quickly, heading to the back kitchen. Let's go too, Chen Mo said, taking Luo Xiao and Wang Bin to a private room. On the private room, it was written that it was for the president only. Chen Mo pushed open the door of the private room and looked inside curiously. He knew that the cafeteria had set up a private room for him as a president, but usually Shinro would bring food to the office, and he had never been there. Today was the first time he came. In general, the decoration of this private room was very good. Not long after they sat down, Wang Maonian brought in several restaurant staff members with dishes. A total of 10 dishes were neatly placed on the table. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at the dishes on the table and opened their mouths in shock again. Chapter 277, Wang Yang's Business. Mr. Chen, is this food from your company cafeteria? Wang Bin looked at the delicious dishes and couldn't help but ask, Shu Suwa, with this food I can open a restaurant. That's right, the chefs in our group's canteen are all-star chefs. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. In order to allow the canteen to consume more funds, he directly increased the original 6 dishes to 10 dishes. The reason is naturally that as the number of employees in the company increases, everyone has different tastes, so it is natural to make more cuisines so that employees can know the cuisines they want to eat. Seeing Chun Mo nodding, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin couldn't help but marvel. This was the first time they had seen a canteen with such good food. What's more important, the food was free. Mr. Chin, I don't know the topic of the movie. Do you have any general direction? Dining room. Luo Bin still asked, a little worried, even though Mr. Chen had already stated that he would be solely responsible for the filming of the movie. But I always think it's better to ask clearly. When you make a movie, how do you choose your subject matter? Chun Mo asked directly, thinking to himself, how do I know what subject to choose? I chose you because of your potential to make a bad movie. Of course, it's up to you to choose whatever subject matter you want. The movies I made before were all scripts I chose from script websites, and they didn't have any fixed themes. However, the quality of scripts on script websites varies, and it is difficult to guarantee that the film will be a hit. My suggestion is to find a professional screenwriter and reserve a script. In that case, even if the movie won't be a hit, there will still be a certain audience there. Even if you lose money, you will lose less. Luo Xiao slowly expressed his thoughts. It is definitely impossible to find a professional screenwriter. I went there to make a bad movie. Chen Mo thought to himself, looked at Luo Xiao, and smiled. It takes too much time to book a script with a screenwriter. You need to get the movie started as soon as possible. Just follow your previous method and buy a script on the script website. As for the genre, you could choose a script based on your own feeling. I believe in your ability. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, Luo Xiao felt moved in her heart. Ever since he made 2 bad movies, no one believed in him. Even his family members said that he was not made for movies and asked him to do something else. But Mr. Chen believed in him so much. How could he not be moved? Mr. Chen, don't worry, I have tried my best to take the photo. Luo Xiao said seriously. Chunglin decoration. Wang Yang gently knocked on the door of Supervisor Chibu's office. Enter. Listening to the sounds inside, Wang Yang walked in directly. Xiao Yang, sit down quickly. What do you want from me? When Chibu saw that the person coming was Wang Yang, he quickly got up and went to greet him. After Wang Yang sat down, he looked at Chibu with a smile on his face and spoke slowly. Brother Chi, I do have something to ask you. Since he won the annual sales crown, Zibu has not allowed him to call him supervisor. Is it about decoration? Chibu poured Wang Yang a glass of water and spoke in confusion. Wang Yang nodded when he heard this. Yes, I would like to ask, does our company do business in other places? Just before getting off work yesterday, Tamara Group contacted him and asked if he could do the decoration business in Kyoto. He was not sure about this matter, so he came to ask Chibu, the supervisor. Is it Mr. Chen's job? Yes, they said there will be 5 coffee shops in Kyoto that need renovation. When Supervisor Chibu asked, Wang Yang answered truthfully. When Chibu heard that it was a coffee shop, his eyes lit up and he fell into deep thought. After a while, look at Wang Yang. How many Nana coffee stores have you renovated in Jiangxing now? 20 families. Wang Yang spoke directly. Yesterday, he sorted out what decoration work he had done for Mr. Chun and also counted the number of coffee shops decorated. 20 homes. Chibu murmured to himself, and then his expression showed a hint of surprise. Wait a moment, I'll go ask the headquarters for instructions. Wang Yang nodded, watched Chibu take out the phone, and walked aside. After a while, walk back. You can reply over there and do decoration work in other places. If it was just a store, they would definitely not agree. After all, the workers' travel expenses, as well as the food and accommodation there, must be a big expense along the way. But Nan and Coffee are different. Now Jiangxing City has renovated 20 stores, which shows that Nana Coffee is almost saturated in Jiangxing City. At this time, Nana Coffee chose to open a branch in Kyoto, which showed that Mr. Chin wanted to expand Nana Coffee's business to Kyoto. According to the previous expansion speed of Nana Coffee, it is basically 5 stores per month. This basically means that as long as they send a decoration team there, 5 stores will be decorated every month. And with the prosperity of Kyoto, 20 stores will definitely not be saturated. There are at least 60 companies. This was enough for their previous renovation team to complete the renovation for a year. And they only need to take this job, and there is no need for salesmen to run orders. The decoration team they sent out is also very simple, as long as they can decorate 5 stores at the same time. After he told the story, the headquarters agreed directly. Of course, it may not be what he guessed. Maybe after decorating 5 stores, Nana Coffee will not expand. But decorating 5 stores is enough to ensure that this trip will not lose money. So, as long as you take this job, it is a sure profit and no decoration company will refuse it. Okay, Brother Chi, then I will reply there. Wang Yang was happy to hear that he could decorate jobs outside the city. He stood up and prepared to leave. But Chibu called him again. Brother Chi, is there anything else? Wang Yang turned his head and looked at Chibu in confusion. It's like this. You contacted for the job in Kyoto, so it must be counted on you. But if you go to Kyoto, Jiangcheng will also find you for decoration business. It will be too troublesome for you to run back and forth. I just discussed with the headquarters and made a decision. Mafkaznak. Other designers will go with the job in Kyoto to do the design and supervise the decoration of those decoration teams. But don't worry, these jobs are not given to other designers. You can still get 60% of the commission of the decoration fees. The previous designer will only get 40%. At the same time, your position will be promoted from designer to supervisor, on the same level as me, and enjoy the benefits of a supervisor. What do you think? Chibu quickly recounted the content that he had just discussed with the headquarters. When Wang Yang heard Chibu's words, he was stunned. This condition is already very generous. The job in Kyoto is equivalent to him doing nothing and getting a 60% commission. Isn't this just making money while lying down? Brother Chi, I can agree to this, but I need to select the salespersons who will go to Kyoto. Is that okay? Chapter 278 Competition. Wang Yang looked up and looked at Chibu seriously. Although the designers who went to Kyoto could only guarantee a 40% commission, he believed that as long as the news reached the ears of those designers, there would definitely be many designers vying for this job. After all, 40% for 5 stores is equivalent to taking on the decoration of 2 stores every month. More importantly, there is no need to go out to run business. Just do the design drawings and supervise the decoration of the decoration team. Okay, whoever you want to choose, let him go. Jibuno dit vitotecitation. For him, it was the same to let him go. The most important thing is that he just needs to serve Wang Yang well. This Wang Yang is his lucky star? Thank you, Brother Chi. Wang Yang thanked him. He wanted to give this quota to Chin Jun and ask Brother Jun later to see if he is willing to go. What are you thanking me for? I'll treat you to dinner after get off work. Chibu patted Wang Yang's shoulder uncomfortably and said enthusiastically, Jiangcheng City, a basement. Shinro walked in according to the address. As soon as she reached the door of the basement, she heard a burst of music coming from inside. She knew that this should be Zhang Lan and several music friends she met practicing songs. In order not to disturb the people inside, she gently pushed the door and walked in. She looked at the environment inside the basement. It was not very good. It was obviously not decorated. Some musical instruments were neatly placed in various positions. Mufkiznak. At this time, several people were discussing something in front of a piano, 3 women and 1 man. Ro, you are here. Zhang Lan noticed Shinro coming in, ran over quickly, and hugged Shinro's arm. She led Shinro to the other people. Let me introduce you. This is Shinro, my best friend and our investor. Hello duye. Hello. Xule. Li xiao xiu. When the 3 heard that Shinro was the investor, they hurriedly greeted her. There was gratitude in their eyes. They set up this music studio and were able to prepare all the music facilities, but it all depends on the investors. Hello. Shinro smiled and replied, then looked at the layout around the basement. Is this basement not decorated? Zhang Lan smiled bitterly after hearing Shinro's question. I used all the money to buy music equipment, and some of it needs to be kept for operation. There is no extra money for decoration, so I can only simply decorate it. Their total funds are only 200,000, of which 50,000 is invested by Shinro. In order to save money, they rented basements, but when buying music equipment, it was still a little beyond the budget. So they gave up the decoration. I still have some money in my hand. You can use it, at least you have to simply decorate it. Shinro looked at Zhang Lan and spoke softly. No, we are engaged in music, and we don't care much about decoration. As long as we make good music and make money, we can decorate it as we want. Zhang Lan shook her head and refused, but she was very moved in her heart. Then she said with a smile, "Starting tomorrow, we will concentrate on music. Just wait for the day when I become a big singer. I believe you." Shinro looked at Zhang Lan's happy expression and nodded to encourage her. A week later, Manhwa, Nanha coffee. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, closing time. Song Xia, Sudan, and Lin Zhu sat together, and everyone's face was full of worry. From time to time, cats jumped onto the table in front of the three of them. After a while, Lin Zhu said with some worry, "Otherwise, let's ask Mr. Chan for instructions. If we don't do activities, I'm afraid more customers will be snatched away." Just a week ago, 2 cat cafes officially opened, and at the same time, they did a lot of preferential promotional activities, which instantly attracted a lot of customers. More importantly, many of the cats in the 2 cat cafes are rare breeds. Unlike the cats in their cat cafes, they were all adopted from the rescue station, and there were not many cats of rare breeds. Without the promotion, the preciousness of cats is not as high as that of the 2 cat cafes. As a result, the 2 cat cafes attracted many customers as soon as they opened. Originally, the Nana Coffee Cat Cafe was packed with customers who came in every day, and sometimes there were people waiting in line outside. But now it is different. The number of customers received by the coffee shop every day has been reduced by 1/5. But more importantly, there are 3 cat cafes about to open. When those 3 cat cafes open, more customers will definitely be attracted away. By then, if the coffee shops don't respond, I'm afraid they can only keep half of the customers. Listening to Lin Zhu's words, Sudan and Song Xia both sighed. They had already mentioned the cat cafe to Mr. Chun, and said that if other cat cafes were open, it would definitely cause the loss of customers of Nana Coffee Cat Cafe. But Mr. Chun didn't care about it, and didn't allow them to do any promotion. Otherwise, I'll talk to Mr. Chun tomorrow. Perhaps Mr. Chun, after hearing that we were losing a lot of customers, allowed us to do promotions. Song Xia spoke softly. "That's all it can do." Sudan nodded, then looked up at Lin Zhu. "How is the training going for the cat cafe manager you asked to train?" "Teacher Su, we have been trained and can set off at any time." Lin Zhu hurriedly spoke. "Then let her go to Kyoto tomorrow. The other 4 store managers have already been selected, and let them set off together. Now that the office in Kyoto has been completed, they can choose a location and start decoration. The decoration person has also contacted you, and the contact information has been conveyed to the office. Just ask them to contact you." After hearing this, Sultan spoke slowly. "Now that Nana Coffee's office in Kyoto has been established, it's time to send a store manager there to select a store and be responsible for decoration. Initial 5 stores. She arranged 3 traditional coffee shops, a cat cafe, and a maid cafe. After all, cat cafes and maid coffee haven't spread too widely yet. The sooner these 2 coffee shops are opened in Kyoto, the more benefits they will gain." Matanak. "Okay, Teacher Su, I will inform her later. But how should I choose the cats in the cat cafe? Should I buy them in Kyoto or choose from the rescue center over there?" Lin Zhu looked at Sudan and asked the doubts in his heart. The current loss of cat cafe customers is partly due to the fact that there are many precious cat breeds in the 2 newly opened coffee shops. If you want to improve the competitiveness of cat cafes, you must buy rare breeds of cats. Chapter 279, Script Budget. "Let me ask Mr. Chan about this tomorrow," Song Xia said from the side. "If you buy rare breed cats, you can indeed attract more customers, but this will not help those stray cats." With Mr. Chin's kind-hearted character, he probably wouldn't agree. So she decided that it would be better to ask Mr. Chun for his opinion. "Then this matter is settled. I'll trouble you to make a trip tomorrow." Sultan spoke slowly. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin knocked on the door and walked in. "Mr. Chun, the basic preparations for Blue Film and Television are almost complete, and the script has also been selected. You can take a look," Luo Xiao said, and handed the prepared script to Mr. Chun. Chun Mo took the script and took a look at the title of the script. "Demon Slayer." I opened the script again and read it, and I knew the general meaning of the script. It should be a story about a monster that roamed the world in ancient times, and then a few righteous people subdued the monster. The story is very simple. There are no bizarre twists and turns. It is just that the monster is discovered, and then some brave warriors join forces to finally destroy the monster. With a story like this, it would be strange if the movie produced wasn't a bad one. As expected, he was not mistaken. Luo Xiao successfully chose a bad script and was not far away from making a bad movie. Not bad, a very good script. He closed the script and gave it back to Luo Xiao. Mr. Chun, is there really nothing wrong with this script? If not, I will change it. Luo Xiao took the script and asked, still a little worried. There's no need to change it. I think this script is very good. It's about monsters and monsters. It should be very popular among the audience. Tell me, what is the approximate budget for this movie? Chun Mo waved his hand and looked up at Luo Xiao. High investment for bad scripts is his purpose. Do you want to invest? Mr. Chin's movie involves monsters and may involve special effects editing, so the budget may be a little higher. It needs a budget of about 30 million. What do you think? Luo Xiao asked carefully. 30 million? Chen Mo tapped on the desktop, thinking about the system panel in his mind, frowning. During this period, a total of more than 10 million was spent on the renovation and decoration of Blue Picture film and television's offices, as well as the rental of equipment. The plan at the garment factory has initially yielded results. Half of the companies have already found new workshops and chosen to leave the industrial park. The other half did not choose to cancel the lease, but they have contacted Li Mauda and said that they will directly cancel the lease if they find a suitable factory building. So basically, it is only a matter of time before the entire industrial park is planned under his name. The half of the vacant factory building is rented out, and a rent of 25 million has been paid. The remaining half still needs to be paid 25 million. Therefore, the capital of the clothing factory to rent all the workshops is 50 million. After deducting the salary and tax money reserved for employees in the next month, he still needs more than 60 million system funds to spend at this time. If you invest 30 million in a movie, you still have more than 30 million left. How is this possible? Mr. Chen, are there any problems with this investment? Luo Xiao looked at the frowning Mr. Chen and asked with some anxiety. I thought to myself, secretly, that my budget was too high. Well, there's no problem. I just think the 30 million is a bit too little. Since we're going to make a film, why not make a big production? The production must be excellent. So I decided to invest 60 million in this movie. Chen Mo came back to his senses, knocked on the table, and said, 60 million. Luo Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. He didn't expect that Mr. Chun would invest 60 million, which was not a small amount. Wang Bin on the side also stood in shock. When Luo Xiao asked for a budget of 30 million, he felt it was a bit exaggerated. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chin directly gave a budget of 60 million. 60 million? That's a lot of money. Wang Bin imagined what 60 million in cash would look like. A long while. Luo Xiao took a deep breath. Mr. Chun, are you planning to invite some popular celebrities? However, with a budget of 60 million, if you hire those traffic stars, first-line stars will definitely not be enough. It would be better to hire 1 or 2 2.3 tier stars. It's not bad to have 1 or 2 stars, at least when the movie is released, it can attract a wave of traffic. But what he didn't expect was that Mr. Chin shook his head directly after he finished speaking. No, we won't invite celebrities. We don't need any stars in our cast. I plan to use all amateurs for this cast. All amateurs? Mr. Chun, this is not good. If you are an amateur, it will be difficult to control your acting skills. Luo Xiao said worriedly. Some movies, even if they don't have many popular actors, at least have to invite a few actors with good acting skills for some important roles. These actors may not be very famous, but they have at least appeared in a few movies or TV shows and have certain acting skills. But it's hard to say for a completely amateur. Some people. Maybe he has no acting skills at all, which is undoubtedly a great test for filming. Can you practice acting more? Since we have established a film and television company, we must train our own actors. Do you have to find those traffic stars every time you shoot a movie? This won't work. We also need our own actors. So find amateur actors, take them to our blue film, and train them from an early age so that they will have a sense of belonging to the company. That's it. By the way, let Wong Bin be the male lead of this movie. Since you want to be an actor, this time is a test for you. Chun Mo turned his head and looked at Wong Bin with a smile on his face. Wong Bin listened to Chun Mo's words and didn't react for a while. After a long while, he exclaimed and hurriedly spoke. Mr. Chun, I'll just play an important supporting role. Let those capable people play the leading role. He wanted to act and wanted to be the leading role. But he was just an extra before. Even if he read books and learned a lot of acting knowledge, it was still a bit unworthy of him to be the leading role directly. Chun Mo listened to Wong Bin's words, unmoved, and started to deceive him directly. What's the lack of ability, the lack of virtue? Your desire to act is the greatest ability. You have been acting as an extra for more than a year, which is all accumulation, that is work experience. I guess you are the only one who can play the leading role in my all-amateur lineup. Wong Bin opened his mouth, his head was dizzy. After a while, the two left the office. It's noon, let's go to eat first, and then come back to study the filming. Mr. Luo, are you going to have lunch? The elevator stopped on the 22nd floor. Li Shun and Wu Yu approached, looked at Luo Xiao and Wong Bin standing in the elevator, and greeted them with a smile. Yes. Luo Xiao nodded. Then let's go together. We are all Mr. Chen's employees, and we can communicate with each other. Li Shun asked. Okay. Faced with Li Shun's request, Luo Xiao nodded and agreed. He was very willing to communicate more with these old employees. Soon they came to the 20th floor. Wei Yin, Fong Chong, and Zhao Bowen also came in. So they all ran to the cafeteria together. I see. Has the script been finalized? Tell us about it. We are also very curious about making a movie. Several people chatted with each other. Soon they talked about the movie. Li Shun asked with a curious look on his face. Chapter 280, Why Mr. Chen Frowned. No problem, let's talk in the cafeteria. Luo Xiao saw that several people were interested in making movies, so he nodded in agreement. They are all employees of the same company, so there is nothing wrong with discussing them. Several people came to the canteen. After preparing the food, the few of them found a long table and sat down. Looking at the curious looks of several people, Luo Xiao smiled slightly and started talking about the movie. I don't know how much time passed. Li Shun suddenly asked, You said Mr. Chen frowned when we were in the office? I see, yes. Mr. Chen said that the amount of investment was a bit small, so he doubled the investment. Luo Xiao looked at Li Shun doubtfully, wondering why Li Shun asked this question. Li Shun ignored Luo Xiao when he heard this, but turned to look at Wei Yin. Brother Yin, what do you think about this? Wei Yin frowned, and after a while, he slowly spoke. Mr. Chen frowned, probably not just because he felt the investment was low. Think about it, your budget is small. Why would Mr. Chen frown? When Luo Xiao heard Wei Yan's words, he thought it was like this. My budget is small. This is saving money. Why would Mr. Chen frown? The boss should feel happy when he sees his employees saving money for him. However, if you are not frowning because of the low budget, then why are you frowning? Luo Xiao felt a little confused and looked up at Wei Yin. Then why is Mr. Chen frowning? Well, please tell me what happened at that time, so that I can make a better judgment. Wei Yin touched his chin and spoke slowly. Fong Chong, who was sitting aside, saw Wei Yan's appearance and thought to himself, Here he comes. The previous successful cases of Sangshua games were basically due to Wei Yan's accurate interpretation of Mr. Chen's hidden meaning. Now it seems that Luo Xiao may become the second beneficiary. Luo Xiao thought for a while and recounted what happened in the office just now. Is this so? Wei Yin fell in a deep thought, and after a while, he slowly spoke. I think it's the script. Script? That's not right. Mr. Chen said the script was very good. Luo Xiao said in confusion. Mr. Chen said to his face that the script was very good. How could it turn out to be bad? Yes, Mr. Chen said this script is very good. Wang Bin also said on the side. Don't you understand this? Mr. Chen is a kind-hearted person. Even if he thinks the script is not good, he won't say so for fear of hurting your face. But Mr. Chen has clearly hinted at you. Wei Yin spoke slowly. Hint? Luo Xiao was even more confused. When did Mr. Chen hint to him? Wei Yin looked at Luo Zhao's confused expression and smiled lightly. Double the investment. If you go by your previous budget, 30 million can be completed. Why would Mr. Chun increase the investment and not invite traffic stars? So where should the doubled investment be made? Obviously, there is only the script. Although I don't know anything about filmmaking, I can probably guess that Chun always wants to enrich the content of the script and even increase the budget. Enrich the content of the script. Increase your budget. Luo Xiao murmured to himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ways to enrich script content and increase budget. Just increase the types of monsters in the script. As the types of monsters increase, more special effects will be needed. When there are more special effects, more funds will be consumed. But this Wei Yin, is his guess really correct? Luo Xiao was still a little skeptical. Maybe he was overinterpreting it. Mr. Wei understands Mr. Chen best. He dares to say he is second. No one dares to say he is number one. Sangshui Games used to be a money-losing game. The fact that it became like this has a lot to do with Mr. Wei being able to understand what Mr. Chen meant. Fang Jian saw Luo Xiao sitting there, still hesitant, and said something. After listening to Fang Chang's words, Luo Xiao raised his head and looked at the other leaders. Seeing that they all had the same expression, he already believed it in his heart. These people are all senior leaders of the company. If these people think so, there must be no problem. Otherwise, why would Mr. Chun give such an important position to these people? Then how should the script be changed? We don't understand the script. You still need to figure out how to change it. Wei Yin and the others shook their heads. They could only help so much. When Luo Xiao saw several people shaking their heads, he realized that he had asked too many questions. These people have never been in the film industry. So how do they know how to change a script? Muck is knock. I probably don't even know the script's writing format. I finished my lunch absent-mindedly. Luo Xiao, Wang Bin, and Wei Yin separated, returned to the floor of Lampion Film and Television, and entered the office. How do you think this script should be modified? Luo Xiao sat on the seat, thinking with a headache. For the 2 movies he made before, he bought the script and started filming without any intention of changing the script. After all, the person who wrote the script must have a certain level of professionalism. If he makes random changes, he will ruin the script and it will be troublesome. But now this script has flaws, so we can only study it carefully. Thinking, he casually opened the script on the table and studied it. Wangbin also picked up the backup script, sat aside, and started reading it. He was personally appointed as the leading actor in the script by Mr. Chun, so he should be more serious as a person. I don't know how long it took. I see Luo Xiao raised his head, put down the script, and looked at Wang Bin. I'm thinking of increasing the types of monsters. What do you think? Sure. Wang Bin nodded and then continued to speak. But I think this script is too simple in just fighting and killing. How about arranging a female protagonist? After Wang Bin finished speaking, he smiled. Mistress, how do you want to arrange it? Luo Xiao did not reject Wang Bin's request. Many excellent movies have emotional lines, but the script in hand did not have any. Thinking about it now, this script was indeed not very good. How could he choose such a script at that time? I haven't thought about this. How about arranging a female partner? And the 2 of them will develop feelings for each other after experiencing life and death. Wang Bin scratched his head in embarrassment. He only felt that he was the male protagonist, and it would be a pity that there was no heroine. Luo Xiao glanced at Wang Bin speechlessly, thought for a while, and spoke. Since we are arranging a heroine and want the plot to be rich, we might as well arrange a monster heroine who can transform into a human form. This is good, Vixen Rabbit. Wang Bin's eyes lit up. I think the cat spirit is more interesting. It allows the male protagonist to accidentally save an injured kitten. In fact, she is a cat spirit. The cat spirit fell in love with the male protagonist because of this, and later she was not allowed to leave because of certain things. By the way, we can also arrange a second female lead. Luo Xiao became more and more excited as he talked. He felt that the arrangement seemed more interesting. And the second female lead? Wang Bin's expression became even more excited. He just wanted a female lead, and it would be great to have an additional female lead. Yes, I want the second female lead, but after the cat spirit left, the protagonist joined an organization of demon slayers, and the second female one is a member of the demon slayer organization. She has no identity and hasn't figured it out yet. Arrange for the two people to meet and then feel good about each other. Yes, that's it. Later, when the cat spirit learned the news, she wanted to kill the woman and take back the male protagonist. This process caused a lot of killings. In the end, the cat spirit woke up and redeemed herself. This is probably the process. I'm thinking about how to enrich the plot and make it more interesting. As Luo Xiao said this, he couldn't wait to take out his pen and start writing. Wanbin sat there already immersed in fantasy. Shemale sadomasochism. Hey. I like. Chapter 2, 81 Mutual Benefit and Win-Win. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Song Xia knocked on the door gently and walked in. You're here. What's the matter? Chinemo looked at Song Xia, who came in surprise, wondering what she was doing here. Sit down and talk. Song Xia took her seat, then looked at Mr. Chun, who was sitting opposite, and spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, 2 cat cafe competitors have opened now, and they have launched a lot of discounts. Also, many of the cats in their cat cafes are rare breeds. So much so that we have lost nearly 1/5 of our previous cat cafe customers. And these are only 2 cat cafes that have opened. If the other 3 cat cafes also open one after another, I'm afraid we will lose a large part of our customers. Listening to Song Xia's description, Chinemo felt happy. This is a good thing. Those competitors are really his good teammates. Open. If you open the business quickly and take away all the customers, wouldn't it be possible for the cat cafe to turn a profit into a loss? Good thing. A great thing. But even though I think so in my heart, it is impossible to show it on the surface. He coughed lightly, put on a more serious expression, and looked at Song Xia. Businesses compete and customers lose. This is a normal business phenomenon. What do you want to do? Mr. Chun, I'm worried about the serious loss of customers and the decline in the income of cat cafes. I think we can also do some promotional activities in our cat cafes. Before the opening of the other 3 cat cafes, we can first use the activities to stabilize the customers. Reduce churn. Song Xia thought about it for a moment and spoke out what was in her heart. Chinemo looked at Song Xia and shook his head lightly. Didn't I say before that customers who stay during promotional activities stay because of the discounts? This kind of customer does not do it because our coffee tastes good or our service is good. They just do it because it is cheap, out of location. Then have you ever thought that once you make a discount, other cat cafes will make more discounts in order to compete for customers? If this cycle continues, it will be a vicious cycle that is not suitable for healthy competition. Muffinak. So I don't need to do any preferential activities. Customers who like our cat cafe will naturally choose to stay. Don't care how much, we don't need to compete on price. I want to use my own services and even more, my own products, quality to compete. So you can just operate as normal. Chinemo picked up the water glass and took a sip before making the final decision. If you want to retain customers, there is no way. I understand, Mr. Chun. Song Xia nodded. Before coming, he had already thought about this outcome, so it was not a surprise. After all, since the establishment of Nana Coffee, it has always adhered to the concept of no publicity and no discounts. Even though those coffee shops are all losing money, nothing has changed. Apparently, the same is true for the cat cafe this time. Chun is always a persistent and bottom-line person. He sighed inwardly and then continued. Mr. Chun, there is one more thing. The office of Nana Coffee in Kyoto has been established. The 5 store managers elected today have also set out. The initial 5 coffee shops will be designated as 1 coffee, a made coffee, and 3 traditional specialty coffees. There are no problems with other stores. Currently, it is a cat cafe. We are a little undecided about the choice of cats. We have checked over in Kyoto. There is also a cat and dog rescue center. We have also communicated with them. You can go there and adopt them at any time. But there is currently a problem. Many of the cats selected in other cat cafes are rare breeds, and it can indeed increase the appeal to customers. So if you want to increase the appeal of cat cafes, you can buy some rare breeds of cats and put them in the cafe. In this way, even if competitors appear, we can still have a certain level of popularity based on the rareness of the cats. Competitiveness. I see listening to Song Xia's words. Chen Mo fell into deep thought. Choosing rare breeds of cats also has certain benefits. That is, rare breeds of cats are expensive, and buying more will consume some of your funds. But the disadvantage is that rare breeds of cats can improve the competitiveness of cat cafes. It is very likely that cat cafes will make more money and even earn back the money spent on buying cats quickly. If this is the case, choosing a rare cat breed would go against his philosophy of losing money. But it's different if you choose a cat from a rescue center. There are very few rare breeds of cats there. If you choose cats there, you will definitely be at a disadvantage when competing with other cat cafes. In this way, even if the cat cafe is profitable, it will not be too profitable. Even if you don't lose money, do you still have to make less money? After weighing the pros and cons, Chinamo finally made a decision. Just choose cats from rescue centers. Cats of rare breeds can certainly attract more customers, but we can't just do something for money. Sometimes, you still have to keep some warmth. Sacrificing part of the appeal of the cat cafe can reduce the pressure on the rescue center and also allow stray cats to have a sheltered living environment. Why not do it? I understand, Mr. Chun. When I go back, I will ask the Kyoto office to communicate with the rescue station and have someone go over to select the cats in advance. Song Xiao nodded and stood up to leave. She understood Mr. Chen's love. Sometimes she thought that if Mr. Chen was not so kind, he might earn more. I see. Let alone anything else. Just the benefits given to employees. There is no telling how much. Last year, Tomorrow Group. Even if Mr. Chen stopped raising wages, those employees would not say anything when they saw these benefits. After all, even if they changed jobs, they could not find better treatment. But Mr. Chun did not do so. The first thing he did after returning from the new year was to increase the wages according to the employees' working hours. At the same time, there are sports meetings, year-end bonuses, etc. If Mr. Chun did not give out these benefits, it would be Mr. Chen's own money. But Mr. Chen gave up these benefits and distributed them to many employees. This alone shows that Mr. Chen is different from those bosses who only have money in their eyes. But it is precisely because of this that Mr. Chen's company has developed so rapidly. She has observed those employees working, and each of them works very seriously and is very efficient. They are afraid that they will be replaced by other job seekers if they do not work seriously. Therefore, both sides are mutually beneficial and win-win. Mr. Chen probably wants this situation. Song Xia thought secretly in her heart. By the way, when you go back, ask the Kyoto office to donate 500,000 yuan to the rescue station over there. If they do not accept the funding, they will purchase 500,000 yuan of supplies and donate them. The funds will be transferred to the account of the Kyoto office later. Chinemo stopped Song Xia, who was about to leave. Chapter 282 Professor Yuan. Since they are all rescue stations, we will help as much as we can. When the pet park is built, we can contact the rescue stations in other cities. Gathering some of the stray cats and dogs they adopt can appropriately relieve their pressure. However, if we want to take in more stray cats and dogs, the pet park still needs to be expanded continuously. Now the pet park is also following this rhythm. An additional investment can be made every 2 months, with a current limit of 5 million. Okay, Song Xiao nodded and then left the office. I felt that Mr. Chun was really kind and donated 500,000 to the rescue station. Yongqing City, Jiangcheng Agricultural University. Li Shun and Wu Yu stood at the gate of the university and looked around, then walked in. According to the information obtained, they found an office. Knocked on the door gently. Come in. Hearing the voice from inside, the two pushed the door and walked in. Hello, Professor Yuan. I am Li Shun. I contacted you before. Li Shun looked at the slightly old face sitting at the desk and said respectfully, "This is Yuan Chenghua, a famous professor at the Agricultural University. He has rich agricultural knowledge, has improved many crops, and increased production. They have to respect him. It's you, please sit down." Yuan Chenghua looked at the two young people who came in, stood up, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed them over. I only have boiled water here, don't mind it too much. Professor Yuan is joking, Drinking boiled water is very healthy. Why would we mind? Li Shun hurriedly smiled, took the water cup with both hands, and took a sip. Yuan Chenhua looked at the two people, didn't say much, and sat directly opposite. I roughly understand what you said on the phone. What kind of remuneration? What kind of fame? I don't care. I just want to know, through your boring short video live broadcast, can agricultural knowledge really be promoted? When he received the call yesterday, he thought it was a harassing call, but after a simple communication, he roughly knew the other party's intention. If agricultural knowledge can be promoted through live broadcast, it is also a good choice. So he agreed to the two people's request and came for a face-to-face interview. Normally, agricultural knowledge can be promoted through live broadcasting, but this also depends on the platform. If you broadcast agricultural knowledge on those popular live broadcasting platforms nowadays, I am afraid it will not have much effect. But our boring short video is different. The route we take is not those videos that touch the edge funny, and other videos that have no value to spread. The main purpose of our platform is to spread knowledge, real and useful knowledge. So under this premise, the users attracted must also come in to understand or learn knowledge. On this basis, the dissemination of agricultural knowledge will definitely be seen by many people who want to understand agricultural knowledge. For example, if a farmer's fruit tree is sick, he can consult in your live broadcast room and get a solution. Of course, our boring short video has another disadvantage at present. That is, the short video platform has just been established, and there are not many users in it. At this time, the effect of live broadcast promotion will not be very ideal. But Professor Yuan, you don't have to worry. Our short video platform will try to increase the number of short video users. Li Shun carefully explained the advantages and disadvantages of boring short videos. The other party was a respectable professor, and he didn't want to deceive anyone. Yuan Chenhua listened to Li Shun's story and nodded slowly. After he finished the phone call yesterday, he asked his students to download the boring short video. He also looked at the live broadcast inside, and it was indeed the same as what the other party said. All live broadcasts are for spreading knowledge. He saw some that spread textbook knowledge, explained some subject knowledge of junior high school students, and there were also some viewers. Occasionally, there would be viewers who raised questions, and the anchor would answer them one by one. If the text was not clear, it would be explained through the connection, which was very responsible. At the same time, it also taught cooking and spread legal knowledge. If they used this platform to popularize basic agricultural knowledge, it would be a very good method, such as pests, fertilization, etc. As for whether it is not popular, as a professor, he still has some ability. If it can really popularize agricultural knowledge, it is also a huge contribution to agriculture, and he doesn't mind helping. After thinking for a while, he looked up at the two young men opposite. If I want to promote through live broadcast, what should I do? Professor Yuan, this is what we think. To promote agricultural knowledge, you alone are definitely a little weak. We want to invite all your students to join the live broadcast industry, and you need to play a supervisory role to ensure that the knowledge disseminated by students is correct. Of course, we invite you to live broadcast, and there must be compensation. Li Shun spoke slowly. Before coming, he and Wu Yu had already discussed this plan. You were thoughtful. Yuan Chenhua looked at Li Shun and the others and smiled with some satisfaction. It is obvious that these two people really want to promote agricultural knowledge, and the sentence, "make sure the knowledge disseminated is correct," is enough to show that this short video platform is responsible for knowledge. There is more trust and recognition in my heart. But as long as we can popularize agricultural knowledge, it doesn't matter what the reward is. Professor Yuan's remuneration is what you deserve, and we must pay it. And your students must also need money to live. Li Shun smiled and shook his head. Maybe Professor Yuan didn't care about the rewards, but his students are different. How many of them studied because they want to serve the country with loyalty? Mostly people. It's all about money. They were allowed to live broadcast, but there was no money. Maybe Professor Yuan was suppressing it, so those people didn't dare to say anything. But the effect of spreading knowledge will definitely be greatly reduced. This will also affect the reputation of their boring short videos. Okay, then just follow what you said. I will communicate with those students. When the time comes, how many people are willing to live broadcast, I will contact you later. Professor Yuan didn't bother with the reward and simply agreed. Then we will wait for news from Professor Yuan. Li Xin stood up and said respectfully, feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect that this matter would go so smoothly. Leaving Agricultural University, Wu followed and asked, "Next, let's go there." After hearing this, Li Xin took out his cell phone, opened the memo, and took a look. We also need some interesting live broadcasts. The next one I want to meet is a magician, and then there will be zookeepers fishing. These people have all negotiated, and it will take us a few days. Chapter 283, Rebuilding the Factory. Changfeng Garment Factory. Afternoon. A business car slowly stopped at the door of the office building. Chinamo opened the door and walked slowly, then went straight into the office building. This is the first time he has returned to the garment factory since moving to the headquarters. "Hello, Mr. Chun." "Hello, Mr. Chun." Some passing garment factory employees greeted him respectfully after seeing him. Chun Mo responded with a smile. As soon as he reached the second floor, he saw Jiang Cheng approaching, followed by Li Mauda. After saying hello, he entered the office directly. "Mahanak, Mr. Chun, have some tea." Jiang Cheng quickly made a cup of tea and handed it over. At the same time, Li Mauda poured a glass. "Mr. Chun, you are really blessed with good fortune. The group company that was established in less than a year is really enviable." Li Mauda took the tea handed over by Jiang Cheng and complimented. "I was also very emotional in my heart. At that time, Mr. Chin just took over a loss-making garment factory. At that time, he also ordered a batch of work clothes for the garment factory. But who would have thought that in more than half a year, he would transform from a small clothing factory owner to the president of a group? This rate of development is truly terrifying. This group company is just an accident, so don't mention it." Chen Mo glanced at Li Mauda indifferently and thought to himself, "Do you think I want to set up some kind of group company? Even though I have good fortune, I said I am poorer than my employees. Do you believe me? Mr. Chen, you are so humble." Li Mauda Loga. Chen Mo did not respond this time, but looked down at the map on the table. At this time, there are many areas planned on the map, which are distinguished by pins of different colors. This is the floor plan of the industrial park. "Yes, Mr. Chun." Jiang Cheng heard Mr. Chen's question and hurriedly spoke. At the same time, he reached out and explained in detail different areas of the floor plan. The current blue areas are our currently operating workshops. The red areas are companies that have canceled their leases and can move out in the next few days. The black areas are companies inside that are still looking for new ones. It's probably impossible to move the workshop in a short period of time. Chen Momo really observed the area divisions on the floor plan. He came here today mainly to deal with this matter. Now the system funds for this month have almost been planned by him, but there is still next month and the next month. He wants to spend more than 100 million yuan every month, but he needs to spend it outside. The reconstruction plan of this garment factory, if planned well, will definitely be a very large investment. So he had to come and take charge personally. After a while, he reached out and pointed at a red area. "This area will be used to build staff dormitories. This area will be used to build a staff canteen. And this area will be used to build a recreation room. Staff dormitories and staff canteens must be large and can be built on multiple floors. As the clothing grows, there will definitely be more and more employees. So the canteens and dormitories are all built according to the standards of 10,000 people. To prevent the dormitories and canteens from being insufficient in the future. The dormitory is enough to accommodate 10,000 people. Even if the number of employees in the garment factory has exceeded 10,000 in the future, some employees who get married and have children will definitely not be able to live in staff dormitories forever. They will definitely have to buy their own houses and live outside. After all, a staff dormitory of about 20 square meters is fine for a couple to live in, but it seems too crowded for a family to live in. There is also a recreation room, which must be large. The first floor can be set up as a basketball court. This is a collective activity. Employees can play basketball after get off work, which can increase employee cohesion. It's okay to have other entertainment facilities upstairs, such as billiards, table tennis, etc., but the only requirement is that it must be large enough to accommodate many people. There is also a bathtub. All of these things must be present, but you can contact the construction team on how to plan. Jiang Chung listened to Mr. Chen's narration, holding a notebook and writing down quickly. A good memory is worse than a bad pen. He didn't want to make any mistakes due to his sloppiness or failure to remember the tasks assigned by Mr. Chen. Okay, Mr. Chen, what about other parts of the construction? After Jiang Chung memorized the content, he looked up at Mr. Chen. Chen Mo observed it carefully again, and finally clicked on a red and black transition area. This area can be planned into an office building. The office building will be built larger this time. As the number of employees increases, the number of employees in leadership positions will definitely increase accordingly. However, there are still companies in this area without accompaniment, so there is no need to rush when you arrive. The staff dormitories, staff canteens, and recreation rooms will be built later. The renovation of the garment factory can be done slowly, and there is no need to build it all at once. Chen Montag spoke slowly. To complete the construction of this entire industrial park, it will take not 100 million, but 200 million. With his current assets, if he wants to plan and build it together, the funds are not enough. So he needs a little planning, which can perfectly consume his monthly income. Li Mao was listening to Chun Mo's story, and he was shocked and speechless. Not to mention the employee dormitories and employee canteens. The arrangement of the recreation room alone is enough to defeat many large factories. Listening to this, he wished he could become Mr. Chen's employee. Mr. Chen, I will contact the construction company next and put the staff canteen and staff dormitories into construction first. Jiang Qing looked at the recorded notes and spoke softly. You can first contact the construction unit to demolish the unnecessary workshops, but the construction unit you find must be reliable. Whether it is a canteen or a dormitory, it must be built with quality assurance. There is no problem with the price being expensive, but there is no need for a shoddy project. After all, it is related to the life safety of many employees. Chen Mo said with a serious expression. Even if he cannot spend more funds, he will make this request. Although he has a system, he is just an ordinary person. He considers himself not a noble person. I like money and enjoyment. But at least there is a trace of conscience in my heart, and I don't want to do things that endanger the lives of tens of millions of people because of my own selfishness. Jiang Chung was moved when he heard Mr. Chen's words. Even if he was uneducated, he knew that Mr. Chen did this for the sake of employees like them. Just when he was about to say something, Li Mao on the side suddenly spoke. Mr. Chen, if you want to contact the construction company, I know someone. You can rest assured that the construction is safe. Their construction team is very responsible. But if you don't worry, you can also ask professional people to supervise the work. They have also cooperated with a decoration company. If you hire them to build it, you will get a certain discount from this decoration company in the future. Chapter 284 Xiao Xiao. We can talk about the construction alone, but not the decoration. I have suitable decoration options here. Chinemo took a sip of tea. If the construction company can guarantee the quality, there will be no problem. But forget about the decoration company, not to mention that he has to give him a discount. When it comes to decoration, he should just find Wang Yang. He has also learned about Wang Yang's decoration company. Chunglin Decorations headquarters is in Jiangqing City, and it also has 5 branches. This decoration company has a good reputation in Jiangqing City. He once thought about whether to acquire this company, but after learning about it, he gave up the idea. The first point is that Chunglin Decoration is not small in scale, and if you want to acquire it, you need a lot of funds. The second point, and the most critical point, is that Chunglin Decoration is in a profitable state. If he wants to acquire it, he will have to help himself make money. How can this be possible? And if he acquires a decoration company, the future decoration costs will definitely be much less. This also indirectly reduces the consumption of system funds. Therefore, it is better to give all the decoration work to Wang Yang so that Wang Yang can earn more. It is also good to give him some red envelopes during the New Year and other festivals. After all, this red envelope is counted into his personal account. That's fine. Limouda Nudda. Jiang Chang will be responsible for this matter, and you can just contact him. Chen Mo directly arranged the matter to Jiang Chang. Okay, if there is anything to discuss, you can discuss it. I will go out and take a look. With that, Chen Mo got up and walked out of the office. He came here today to deal with the reconstruction of the park. Now that everything has been arranged, naturally, he has nothing to do. Came to the cafeteria, tie Kue and Chien with dog leashes and take them out. It has been a long time since I walked them, but they obviously have not forgotten him, and they still look very friendly when they see him. In this way, I took Kue and Chien, 2 dogs, and walked around the park. At the same time, I also went into the workshop to take a look, but those employees obviously did not slack off at work because he moved out of the garment factory. Those negative banners on the workshop wall were in vain. However, Chinamo also let it go. Anyway, the clothes of the garment factory are not well known and are not selling well. These employees work hard, but they just produce more clothes and then pile them up in the warehouse. The more they produce, the more they pile up, and the more raw materials they consume. It is still a good thing to think about it this way. In the park, after walking the dog, it was almost time for the employees to get off work, so they left directly. In the garment factory office, Li Mauda had left just after the workshop reconstruction was discussed. Jiang Qing sat at his desk and took out a report to read. This report is the total sales of the garment factory stores in the past half month. There are only more than 100,000 sales. There are more than 70 stores in total, and in half a month, there are only 100,000 sales. This sales averages out to less than 2,000 for each store. In about half a month, about 3 pieces of clothing were sold. This sales volume is nothing compared to the current production volume. But he has no idea how to solve the sales problem. While thinking, it was time to get off work. After a simple dinner, he returned to the dormitory. "What's wrong? Are you worried again?" His wife Wang Wan asked after entering the dormitory. "Nothing." Jiang Chung shook his head. "What do you mean nothing? Tell me one more person to find a solution." As Wang Wan spoke, she took Jiang Cheng's clothes off, took them to the bathroom, and threw them into the washing machine to wash them. Jiang Cheng thought about it, and when he saw his wife coming back and looking at him, he sighed. It's about the sales of the clothing factory. In the past half month, more than 70 stores have only sold about 100,000 yuan, and each store only sells about 3 pieces of clothing on average. I'm worried that if this continues, I won't be able to explain to Mr. Chun. The clothing factory is gradually expanding, but it's not the case that the clothes can't be sold. Jiang Chung rubbed his head in distress. He has been troubled by this matter for a long time. He asked someone to count the overall sales 2 days ago. Only then did he find that the revenue of the clothing store was lower than expected. Wang Wan frowned when she heard her husband's words. It's not good that the clothing factory has been losing money all the time, especially now that her husband is the general manager. If this situation cannot be improved, it will be a shame for Mr. Chen's trust. But how to solve it? Today's clothing brands are really not famous. The price is similar to those branded clothing, or even a little higher. It is normal that they can't be sold. Mufkiznak. The price is set by Mr. Chun, and it is impossible to reduce the price. After thinking about it, she looked up at her husband. Have you counted the sales of each store? No. I asked them to count the overall sales. Jiang Chung shook his head. How can this be possible? You have to understand the sales of each store. You just counted the overall sales, which doesn't show anything. Today, there are still sales of over 100,000 yuan, so the sales of some stores must be okay. We can find the store managers of these stores to consult about the situation and see how they sell. Can we learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses? Jiang Cheng heard this and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll have someone do the counting tomorrow. Kyoto, Stray Cat and Dog Rescue Center. A woman was holding a mobile phone and talking as she walked. Brothers, I'm here now. It's a cat and dog rescue center on the edge of Kyoto. Today I bought 100,000 yuan worth of dog food, and I'm going to donate it to the rescue center. The dog food is here. The people at the rescue station have already started moving it into the warehouse. The woman said, pointing her phone at the dog food in the distance. The audience in the live broadcast room started scrolling instantly after hearing the anchor's words. Xiao Xiao, you are so kind. Xiao Xiao, you are so caring. Honey, I love you so much. Haha, for such a big anchor to donate 100,000 yuan in dog food, it's really shameful. Where did the trolls come from? This is the first time our family has come to donate dog food. At the same time, we have donated money to children in impoverished mountainous areas. Really, I just opened my mouth. Du Xiaoxiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly. As for the words of those trolls, she simply ignored them. She had seen many such people every day and was already used to them. Mufki's nuck. Anyway, whatever she does is wrong. When she first donated dog food, she said she would rather help animals than children in impoverished mountainous areas, which was disgusting. Or, she donates money to children in impoverished mountainous areas and is accused of hype. Or as just said, she donated less. And so on. There are many. These people may not have donated a penny, but they can stand on the highest moral level and point fingers on the internet. For this kind of person, she could only choose to ignore it, and there was no reason at all. Du Xiaoxiao adjusted the position of his cell phone and was about to walk into the rescue station when he suddenly heard the roar of taxis in the distance, followed by several small trucks slowly driving over. The goal is to go straight to the aid station. Could they be here to donate supplies? Du Xiaoxiao thought to himself and planned to stay and take a look. If these trucks are donating materials, they should be a big sum. After all, she donated 100,000 yuan of dog food for a small truck. Chapter 285, I want to taste how bad it tastes. Brothers, there are several small trucks coming over there. I guess they're also here to donate supplies. Let's see who is so generous to donate so many supplies. Du Xiaoxiao said to the live broadcast room, looking at the small trucks approaching from a distance, with curiosity in her eyes. She has come to the rescue station so many times, but this is the first time she has seen so many supplies donated at one time. Damn, these are 5 small trucks. This is a big boss. Xiao Xiao is just a small truck. These 5 trucks are 5 times more than Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, you are suppressed. Xiao Xiao wife, hurry up and order a few trucks of dog food. We support you. When Du Xiao Xiao aimed the camera of his mobile phone at the trucks approaching from a distance, the barrage rolled again. Not long after, several trucks slowly stopped at the door of the rescue station, and 2 young women got off the trucks. The person in charge of the rescue station has already greeted them. Soon, the 2 sides had a brief communication, and then the person in charge of the rescue station, with the 2 women, walked into the rescue station with a smile on his face. Seeing the person in charge of the rescue station like this, Du Xiaoxiao was sure that the truck was loaded with donated materials. After thinking about it, he walked over with his mobile phone. Xiao Xiao, let me introduce you. These 2 beauties are from Nana Coffee, and they donated 500,000 materials to the rescue station. The person in charge of the rescue station saw Du Xiaoxiao coming over and smiled and introduced. He was very familiar with this Du Xiaoxiao, and he often came to donate materials every few months. Hello, I'm Du Xiaoxiao, an online anchor. I'm live streaming. You don't mind, do you? Du Xiaoxiao smiled and looked at the 2 women. No, we also play live streaming, but we are not very popular. My name is Lu Ming. Her name is Lu Xiang, also my sister. We are both employees of Nana Coffee, and today we are here to donate materials on behalf of Nana Coffee. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, she and her sister are twins, and they were the first to be transferred to Kyoto to handle the affairs of the office. 2 days ago, they received news from Jiangcheng that Mr. Chun had transferred 500,000 yuan to the account of the Kyoto Nana Coffee office to support the stray cat and dog rescue station in Kyoto. After 2 days of preparation, they finally prepared the donated materials. Today, they directly found a few trucks and pulled them over. Undrinkable coffee? Du Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Is there really a coffee called undrinkable coffee? Lu Ming saw Du Xiaoxiao's expression and knew that the other party had misunderstood. However, he did not express dissatisfaction with this. After all, the pronunciations of manhua and undrinkable are very similar, so there are not a few people who misunderstand this name. He explained with a smile. It's Nan in the south, he in peace, Nanha coffee. Hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Du Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I misunderstood. It doesn't matter. This name is indeed easy to be misunderstood. Lu Ming shook his head. Xiao Xiao, you are all the same age, so you can help me take care of these 2 guests and take them to the place where the cats live. These 2 need to select some cats to adopt. I'll go arrange for the people over there to unload the goods. The person in charge of the rescue station said apologetically when he saw that the two sides were chatting happily. Okay. Du Xiaoxiao nodded, then looked at Lu Ming and Lu Xiang. Come with me. I have been to this rescue station many times, and I am very familiar with it. I don't know. How many cats do you plan to adopt? Du Xiaoxiao held up her mobile phone and walked into the rescue station while live streaming. About 20, about 25. We will select them first and then adopt them out in about a month. Lu Ming followed Du Xiaoxiao and looked around the environment of the rescue station. More than 20? Are you two raising them? Du Xiaoxiao exclaimed when she heard Lu Ming's answer. She thought these two people liked cats and planned to adopt a few to take home, but she didn't expect that they would raise more than 20. How could they raise them? Oh, it's not us who are raising cats, but our coffee shop. Have you heard of cat cafes? I have heard of this. It seems to be very popular in Jiangxing. I plan to go to Jiangxing to take a look recently. The first cat cafe in Jiangxing is our Nana Coffee. The other cat cafes that came later all started to make profits because of our popularity. Hearing Du Xiaoxiao mention Jiangxing cat cafes, Lu Ming unconsciously straightened her chest with a proud expression. But I heard that there are many precious cat breeds in those cat cafes. If you adopt from the rescue station, there are not many precious cats. Du Xiaoxiao was confused about the news she received during this period. All the cat cafes were popular, and the cat breeds in them were very rare and beautiful. I have never heard of the topic of adopting cats from rescue stations. Lu Ming listened to Du Xiaoxiao's words and sighed helplessly. Ex Maznak. Our first cat cafe was cats from rescue stations, not rare cat breeds. Our original goal was to reduce the burden on the rescue station and help more stray cats. But then competition emerged, and in order to increase the appeal of cat cafes, many precious cat breeds appeared. But despite this, our boss decided to choose stray cats from the rescue station. Du Xiaoxiao sighed and nodded, and couldn't help but feel curious about the cat cafe in Jiangxing, and also curious about the boss behind the scenes. What kind of person would give up the interests of the store and choose to help stray cats? And the donation was 500,000 in supplies. More importantly, if she hadn't encountered it by coincidence, I'm afraid no one would know about this matter. While Du Xiaoxiao sighed, the live broadcast room was boiling again. Oh my God, I'm from Jiangxing. I've been to Nana Coffee once. The lowest price was 51 cups, which was very expensive. I went in and didn't want to leave, so I ordered a cup. It tasted good, much better than Starbucks. But because it was too expensive, I haven't been there again. But the owner of this shop is so kind. I occasionally go to support it, which is not bad. Haha, my boyfriend and I have been to that cat cafe. It's pretty good. Later, because of the emergence of new cat cafes and the precious cat breeds, we went to other cat cafes. But since the owner of this cat cafe is so kind, I will go to Nana Coffee's cat cafe next time. I'm not interested in cats, but after listening to you, I'm interested in this unpalatable coffee. I want to try it and see how unpalatable it is. Yes, this boss is also a talent. Isn't he afraid that the name will discourage customers? But I'm born with a rebellious nature, so I want to try it. Chapter 286, Store Visit. Du Xiaoxiao watched the barrage in the live broadcast room and finally made a decision. Brothers, I have decided to go to Jiangxing City tomorrow to see what Nana Coffee is like. She had long thought of leaving for Jiangxing, but after hearing such news, she could move forward. Kamefkiznak. Soon. Du Xiaoxiao took Lu Ming and Lu Xiang into a room, and the three of them were instantly surrounded by a group of cats. There are 2 rooms in total. If there is nothing suitable here, you can go to another room and have a look. Du Xiaoxiao led the 2 of them around the room. After a while, after choosing the cat, the 3 of them left together. On the second day, early morning, Du Xiaoxiao got up early and set off for Kyoto Airport. After leaving the cat and dog rescue center with sister Lu yesterday, they chatted for a long time, and she learned more about Nana Coffee. So this time she wanted to go over and take a closer look. There were not many caring companies like this. If it was true and she could help, she would help. After all, she is a small internet celebrity with more than 1 million fans. She also knows some other anchors, so it is no problem to help promote it. Get on the plane. About 2 hours later, the plane successfully landed in Jiangxing. Du Xiao walked out of the airport with his luggage. First found a hotel and put his luggage away. She left the hotel with her mobile phone and power bank. This time she was going to live broadcast the whole visit to the store, so she had to bring all the charging equipment. When I arrived outside the hotel, I hailed a taxi and headed straight to Nana Coffee and Cat Cafe. She wanted to see if this cat cafe was the same as what the two sisters said. Whatever others said was what others said, and she still needed to confirm it with her own eyes. "Thank you, master." The taxi stopped on the side of the road. Du Xiao opened the door and got out. She had already seen the cat cafe in the distance. First, organized the live broadcast equipment, and then opened the live broadcast room. Then the news of the broadcast was sent to the fan base. After waiting for a while, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly. Du Xiao waved to the live broadcast room. "Brothers, I have arrived in Jiangxing. In the distance is the Nana Coffee Cat Cafe. I will go in and investigate today to see if what the sisters said yesterday is true." With that said, he has already gone straight to Nana Coffee. "Hello, welcome to Nana Coffee Cat Cafe." As soon as he entered the store, a clerk shouted respectfully. Du Xiao nodded and then walked straight inside. Before coming, she also understood the consumption process here. After ordering a cup of 50 coffee, she started walking in the store. At this time, there were already many customers in the store. Everyone was sitting on the seats, drinking coffee, interacting with the cats, and taking photos. Of course, what she paid attention to was not these, but the cats, after looking around the entire store. I found that the cats here were just like the two twin sisters said. There were no precious breeds. They were all very common cats. There are even a few orange cats and civet cats. Judging from the cat breeds, the cats in this cat cafe are most likely adopted from rescue centers. I see Lin Zhu had noticed Du Xiao in the distance since he came in. She has seen a lot of people like this, and he is obviously an anchor. There have been some anchors before who came here to check in. However, she has no objection to this. Every time a host comes to the store, she is very happy, which can increase the exposure of the cat cafe. After carefully making the coffee, she did not ask the clerk to deliver the coffee, but delivered it herself. "For your coffee, there is free cat food and some toys at the counter over there. You can get them to interact with the cat. But don't feed too much cat food, lest the cat eats too much." Lin Zhu put the coffee on Du Xiao's table and said softly, "Okay, thanks." Du Xiao took the coffee and looked up at Lin Zhu doubtfully. "Can I ask where you buy all the cats in your coffee shop? Why aren't there any precious breeds? The cats in our store are not purchased, but adopted from rescue shelters." Lin Zhu smiled and said that the purpose of her coming here in person was to see if she could promote the coffee shop through the other party's live broadcast. But before she could speak, the anchor asked directly. This effect was better than if she said it herself. "Can you tell me more about it?" Of course, there is nothing to hide. Lin Zhu began to explain the cat cafe seriously. Of course, the most important thing was to describe how Mr. Chan was caring and how he helped those stray animals. Du Xiao listened carefully and occasionally took a sip of coffee. Apart from anything else, this coffee is indeed good. She has drunk a lot of coffee in Kyoto, but this coffee can still be ranked high. And this is only 50 gears. There are higher priced ones on the price list, so they probably taste better. After a while, Du Xiao synthesized what Lin Zhu said and compared it with what the twin sisters said yesterday. There was no difference between what the two sides said. There are various indications that the probability of lying is very small. And she heard about a new place, the Corner Cat and Dog Rescue Station and Pet Park. Especially the Pet Park. Building a park for stray cats and dogs is definitely a bold and risky move. She sat in the cat cafe for a while, drank coffee, and left directly. Came outside and said while looking at the live broadcast room, "Brothers, through preliminary observation, this coffee shop is indeed doing charity. But for further confirmation, we need to go to the cat and dog rescue station to take a look. I also want to say that the coffee in this cat cafe is still good. Although it is 50 yuan, it is worth the price. If you like to drink coffee, you can try it." The barrage in the live broadcast room also began to discuss. "Nana coffee, I tried it last night. It tastes really good. I went there too. The service is good, but the price is a bit expensive. You can't drink it often. It's still good to drink it occasionally." I'm going to jaunching on a business trip in 2 days. I'll go and try it. Du Xiao stopped a taxi and headed straight to the corner cat and dog rescue station for the next destination. About 2 hours later, successfully arrived at the cat and dog rescue station. Hello, I want to find the person in charge here, Pang Tao. Du Xiao entered the rescue station and stopped a staff member who was feeding stray dogs. Look for Mr. Pang. They're all supervising at the pet park. Go east on the road outside. It will take about 15 minutes. If you drive, it will take a few minutes. The staff came to the door and pointed to a road in front and said, Okay, thank you. Can I visit the rescue station? Du Xiao nodded, but did not leave, and planned to see what the rescue station looked like first. You can, but you can only look. The staff member reminded them, and then led the way inside. Du Xiao followed behind and entered the backyard. The stray dogs were all in cages. But what surprised Du Xiao was that these stray dogs were actually very clean, with smooth fur, and there was no sign that they were stray dogs. Chapter 287 Interview with the Pet Park. I see cats and dogs are all very clean. Do you bait them often? Du Xiao looked at the staff leading the way in front of her and wondered. This has never happened in other rescue stations. IT is already very good for those rescue stations to provide normal food and clothing for stray cats and dogs. How can there be other expenses to bait these stray cats and dogs? The staff in front heard this and said with a smile, that we will hire someone to bait these stray dogs once a week. The cats will take longer. Then when you have tight funds, Du Xiao was even more confused. With so many dogs, the cost of hiring someone to bait them must be high. IT used to be, but not now. Our rescue station has a big boss behind it, so we don't have to worry about the problem of funds. The staff said proudly. Du Xiao nodded. This big boss should be Mr. Chen. She had heard about him in the coffee shop and from the twin sisters. And when these people talked about Mr. Chen, they all showed expressions of admiration. Obviously, Mr. Chen has a very high status in the hearts of these people. The boss has such a high status in the hearts of employees, which makes Du Xiao even more curious. After all, when you usually hear someone discussing your boss, they basically complain. This time, they all look at you with admiration, which feels very different. I don't know. Our rescue station accepts donations or donate supplies. Du Xiao looked at the staff of the rescue station. Since he has come, he can't do nothing. At least he has to donate something to show his intentions. I won't accept anything. The leader has said that we are no longer in the scope of the rescue station, but belong to the company. Now the pets in the rescue station are all managed by the corner pet park. All expenses on pets are borne by the corner pet park, and no donations are required. Du Xiao was stunned when she heard the words of the rescue station staff. Not in the scope of the rescue station, but in the corner pet park. After a while, Du Xiao understood what it meant. This should be the order issued by Mr. Chen. Is he going to use his own money to help these stray cats and dogs? Really loving. After understanding the basic situation of the rescue station, Du Xiao left the rescue station directly, got on the taxi waiting outside, and rushed to the corner pet park. She asked the other party to stay in this taxi. After all, this place is relatively remote that if the taxi leaves, it will be very troublesome for her to go back, so she promised to pay more money and let the driver wait at the door of the rescue station in a few minutes. They arrived at the corner pet park as soon as they got off the car, they saw the construction scene in the distance. Obviously, this pet park is still under construction. After asking a few people, they finally found the person in charge, Pang Tao and Su Jingming. Excuse me, are you live streaming? Pang Tao looked at the mobile phone held by Du Xiao and asked, Yes, if you mind, I will turn it off now. I know live streaming is good. We can also use the live streaming room to promote our pet park. Let's talk over there, it's quieter. Pang Tao hurriedly spoke and then took Du Xiao to the simple shed in the distance. Du Xiao, right? I don't know what you want to talk to us about. After entering the makeshift shed, Pang Tao asked directly. Du Xiao answered truthfully that I accidentally learned that the cats used by Nana Coffee Cat Cafe were all adopted from the rescue station. So I came to see if the situation is true. If it is true, I want to help promote it. This kind of loving thing deserves to be known by more people. But in the process of understanding, I know more and more things and finally came to this pet park. That I want to know is the purpose of this pet park to help those stray cats and dogs. After saying that, Du Xiao looked up at Pang Tao. She wanted to know how the other party would answer. Pang Tao smiled when He heard the words, looking at the pet park under construction in the distance, with a look of longing in his eyes. The ultimate goal of building this pet park is, of course, to help more stray cats and dogs, Xiao Shulu. But blindly helping is definitely not feasible, and the funds will always run out. And this pet park can perfectly solve this problem, that we will build the pet park into a zoo-like model. After it is built, it can attract some tourists to visit that we will charge a certain amount of ticket money. Then we will feed the ticket money back to those stray cats and dogs, which will slowly form a virtuous cycle, and there will be no worries about running out of funds. Of course, this virtuous cycle is based on having enough tourists. So, in order to attract more tourists, we have set up a lot of things to see in the pet park. For example, pet interaction, tourists can bring their pets to play here, and we have set up many interactive projects and facilities. There is also a pet fashion show. We will dress the pets in various clothes and walk on a catwalk, that we are also planning to build a cat castle. Hang Tao talked about the future vision of the pet park, that he hoped that he could attract the audience in the live broadcast room through his description, and he expected that these people would come after the pet park was built. That Dio Xiao Xiao listened to Hang Tao's description and nodded in agreement that if there is income, it will definitely help stray cats and dogs better. This is true. The live broadcast room also began to discuss the pet park at this time. This pet park is a bit unrealistic. Who will spend money to see cats and dogs? If you want to see it, it would be better to raise one yourself or go to a pet store. That's not right. That I think the pet fashion show is quite interesting. That IT happens. That I also have a pet. That I want to see if there are any interesting clothes that I can buy back and wear for my pet. That I think the cat castle is also very good. That I am now beginning to imagine what the cat castle looks like. Such a caring enterprise. Even if there is nothing attractive, I will go there to support it. Dio Xiao Xiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and then turned to look at Hang Tao. How about this? We leave our contact information, and when the pet park is built, let me know. I can help you promote it through live broadcast. Also, I know some other anchors with good traffic, and they can all help. Such a pet park needs to be spread out, known by more caring people, and then supported. That's so. Thank you so much. Hang Tao said with joy when he heard it that he just saw the number of people online in the other party's live broadcast room, and there were tens of thousands of people. This is not a small anchor. With her help to promote, the effect must be very good. Chapter 288. General Manager Chun inspects. No need to thank me. It's all for charity. I also hope that more stray cats and dogs can get help. That Dio Xiao Xiao smiled indifferently. Through today's understanding, she has confirmed that Non-Hickoffy Cat Cafe is indeed helping stray cats. Then today's goal has been achieved, and this pet park is a complete unexpected game. She admires such kind people very much. At the same time, there should be rewards for being kind. So she decided to thank them in her own way. The pet park has not been built yet, so she can't help much. However, she can promote non-high coffee. Dio Xiao Xiao has made up her mind to go back and find those friends to discuss this matter. Tomorrow, Group President's Office Shinimo looked at the several project reports sent by Shinro, threw them aside carelessly, and looked up at Shinro. These projects are not very good. Let the investment department continue to look for new projects. Okay, Mr. Chin. Shinro didn't ask any more questions and went straight back to her office. Although these 9 projects have several profit points, Mr. Chin said that there must be a reason for not saying it. There must be some potential risks in these projects. Watching Shinro leave, Shimo rubbed his head helplessly. These project plans were collected after the establishment of the investment company. After evaluation by several people in the investment department, they all felt that these plans had a great chance of making a profit. Since there is a great chance of making a profit, it is not within his consideration that he wants to find a project that loses money. How can it be profitable? However, he is not very anxious about this. Now that there is a garment factory consuming funds, his pressure to spend money has been reduced a lot. Leaning on the chair, he sat for a while. Then he got up and walked out of the office. That it has been almost a month since Wei Yin was arranged to develop a new game, and he doesn't know how the progress there is. To be on the safe side, he decided to go over and take a look to feel more at ease. Took the elevator to the floor of Samshui Games. First, he looked at the 2 project teams, Tianlong and Extreme Survival. Seeing all the employees working hard, Mr. Chin felt unhappy that MY food cabinet and beverage cabinet are just for decoration. Why don't you go get them and eat them? They are all working hard there. What's the matter? Out of sight, out of mind. Chin Momo looked around and didn't see any lazy employees. That he went straight to Wei Yin's project team. .at this time, there were only 3 project teams on this floor, and a large area was empty. However, there will definitely be more and more project teams in the future. As the number of projects increases, the empty areas will definitely be filled up slowly. Came to the new project team. After a simple look, there was no difference from other project teams. They were all working hard. What a bunch of rebellious employees. Momo shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to walk towards Wei Yin's office, he saw a figure lying in the distance from the corner of his eye. Momo's eyes moved slightly. Lying down? Is he slacking off? It's rare to see such a thoughtful employee. Momo sighed in his heart and walked over. He wanted to see who understood him so well. Step by step, he could see the employee's current state clearly. Done on the computer was a half finished character graphic. The employee was lying on the table, and in front of the table was a tablet with anime on it. Seeing this scene, Momo instantly thought of the whole story. That it should be that this employee was making character graphics and was too bored, so he wanted to slack off and watch anime. Not bad. Not bad. Is this what people who work should do? Is this the talent he needs? Good. Finally seeing an employee who met his heart, Momo couldn't help but say good. The employee was startled by the sudden voice behind him and quickly turned his head to see that it was Mr. Chun. Yuan was shocked and just wanted to say hello. He saw Mr. Chun with a kind smile on his face and patted his shoulder. You are very good. I am very optimistic about you. Mr. Chun, you are here. Just then, Wei Yin's voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw Wei Yin coming from behind. You came just in time. This employee is good. Or a grassroots employee. Momo looked at Wei Yin with a smile on his face, and at the same time reached out and patted Yuan on the shoulder. Wei Yin looked at the person Momo pointed at, and it turned out to be Yuan, and he agreed in his heart. This Yuan is really good. Yes, Mr. Chen. Now the new project has not really confirmed the position of team leader. Wei Yin answered. During this period, everyone discussed the content of the new game together. He planned to observe more and see who has more outstanding abilities and can better lead everyone to do a good job. In this case, he will be the supervisor of the project. You will communicate with the financial department later, and the future salary and benefits will be paid according to the salary and benefits of the supervisor. Chenemo decided the position without hesitation that an employee who can watch cartoons and fish during working hours is really rare in his company. He must be promoted. Let him lead him well, and other employees can fish together. As for whether such a promotion will make other employees dissatisfied, that it's just right to be dissatisfied, that if we don't work hard then, wouldn't it be a virtuous circle? As the president of a group, if he promotes an employee, who dares to say anything wrong? Okay, Mr. Chen. When Wei Yin heard Mr. Chen's request, he nodded in agreement that Yuan has always performed very well since joining his project team, both in terms of the ideas he puts forward and his enthusiasm for work. Even if Mr. Chen didn't say anything, he planned to let him give it a try as a team leader. But since Mr. Chen directly arranged the position of supervisor, just do what Mr. Chen said. When Chenemo saw Wei Yin, he immediately agreed and nodded with satisfaction. How are you preparing for the turn-based game? Bring over the plan and let me take a look. Promoting an employee who is fishing is just a casual thing, but the game is the main purpose. Is coming. Mr. Chun, here is the plan. Hearing Mr. Chen's words, Yuan quickly took out a folder from the bookshelf on the desktop and handed it to Mr. Chen. Chenemo looked at Yuan and then took the folder. I opened it and looked at it and found that the other party had indeed followed my requirements and made a lot of decks. Good. What's the use of having so many decks, but we still play according to the rules of a turn-based game? No problem. The game is basically set. Nothing stands out. With that said, he returned the project plan to Yuan and left. Now that he has confirmed that there is no problem with the game plan, he can rest assured. Watching Mr. Chen leave, Wei Yin looked thoughtful. Mr. Chen must have an ulterior motive for suddenly promoting a junior employee to supervisor. Chapter 289, Mr. Chun and #039S, Innovation. Wei Yin thought for a while and turned to look at Yuan. Mr. Chun, did you say anything just now? Mr. Chen just praised me inexplicably and said nothing. When Mr. Wei, you came back. Yuan scratched his head, also looking confused. Mr. Chun had just promoted him to supervisor. He originally wanted to thank Mr. Chun after he finished talking about it. Cuda, but after Mr. Chen finished speaking, Mr. Chen left directly without giving him a chance to speak. Will Mr. Chen think he is rude? Listening to Su Yuan's words, Wei Yin became even more confused. How could Mr. Chen praise him out of nowhere? It must be because Su Yuan did something that satisfied Mr. Chen. But Su Yuan just did something that satisfied Mr. Chen. Describe what you were doing before Mr. Chen came here. Wei Yin looked at Su Yuan seriously. Mr. Chen would not do anything meaningless, let alone promote an employee for no reason. Su Yuan thought about it for a moment, then pointed at the tablet on the table and the animation that had been paused. That I've been watching this anime just now. Mr. Wei, there are so many characters in the game now that I plan to look at the anime to find inspiration. Wei, I'm not trying to be lazy. Wei Yin's eyes fell on a tablet and he reached out to play the pause scene. Soon, there are two teams fighting each other on the screen. Everyone is constantly using their own abilities. The special effects are very gorgeous in this animation. There are agile assassins, charge warriors, mages, etc. The fighting mode in this anime is somewhat similar to the turn-based games they make. There are also mages, assassins, and assistants in turn-based games, and each profession has different types of skills. However, in turn-based games, it's just the card characters that are created attacking each other, that it's far less exciting than the back and forth fighting scenes in anime. With insight, Wei Yin had a flash of inspiration. Maybe Mr. Chen was hinting to him to make the turn-based game such a free fighting mode. That's right. That should be it. That he has also been exposed to a lot of turn-based games during this time. But each turn-based game is very different, and the entire gameplay is the same. The biggest difference is the character model and the special effects of the skills. Therefore, Mr. Chen has always emphasized innovation before, which means that we cannot repeat previous routines. But in the past nearly a month, they haven't made any big innovations. The only difference is that they have created a lot of decks. When Mr. Chen came over today, he happened to see Su Yuan watching this anime and thought that Su Yuan was preparing to develop the turn-based game into a freestyle fighting scene. That's why Mr. Chen directly promoted Su Yuan to supervisor. Wei Yin nodded slowly in his heart with an excited look in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything. The only person who knows Mr. Chen well is me, Wei Yin. Inform the people in the project team to go to the conference room for a meeting. After thinking about this clearly, Wei Yin turned to look at Su Yuan, gave instructions, and then went back to his office to prepare. Su Yuan looked at the excited Mr. Wei and was confused. She didn't know why Mr. Wei was suddenly so excited. It was a bit baffling. But with Mr. Wei's order, he did not dare to delay and directly called the employees in the studio to gather in the conference room. Come to the conference room. All the employees were seated, but everyone had a puzzled expression on their face. They didn't know what happened to them when they suddenly gathered in the conference room. For normal conference room meetings, 1 or 2 hours. Notice is given in advance. This is the first time I have encountered someone so anxious. About a few minutes later, the door of the conference room was open again, and Wei Yin quickly walked in from outside, arriving at the main seat of the conference room. Wei Yin looked at everyone in the conference room and cleared his throat. Before the meeting, I want to announce something first. That is, Su Yuan will be the director of our project team from today on. Everyone applauds and congratulates. Snap, snap, bang, 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 bang. There was soft applause at first, and then it became violent. Wei Yin looked around. Among them were several unconvinced old employees who clapped their hands reluctantly and saw this scene in their eyes. Everyone has seen Su Yuan's work attitude during this period. He took the initiative to assume many responsibilities of our project team. Although he is a newcomer, he has done more than many old people. Don't be dissatisfied with him being the project manager. I know that there are people among you who have stronger business capabilities than Su Yuan. But if you don't perform, there will be nothing you can do. There's one more thing I want to emphasize here. Su Yuan is someone I agree with and was promoted by Mr. Chen himself. That it's okay if you are not convinced. Then show me your strength in this company. There will be great development in the future. As long as you have the ability and dare to perform. Then it will never be buried. But one thing I want to emphasize is that starting from today, when Su Yuan assigns tasks, if any of you disobeys the instructions, you will secretly cause trouble. Don't let me know, but once you let me know, you're welcome and leave the company directly. What I need is a team that works together, not a team that intrigues. Our Chen gives you such good treatment. Not to let you intrigue, but to let you work hard. Wei Yin spoke slowly. His tone was very serious. When he saw those old employees who were not convinced, he thought of these that he has been running business for many years, and this kind of intrigue between people is inevitable. But he doesn't want his team to appear, so he said those words, but he is not alarmist. Once there are really employees who are jealous and make small moves behind the scenes, he will definitely not show mercy, that he believes that these employees will suppress their jealousy and dissatisfaction in their hearts in the case of the company's treatment. After all, once you leave this company, you can't find a company with such good treatment. The meeting room was silent. Everyone was stunned by Wei Yin's serious expression. They never thought that Mr. Wei, who has always been easygoing, would be so serious. Su Yuan was very moved in his heart that Mr. Wei did this, obviously helping him. Wei Yin waited quietly for a while, then suddenly laughed that I was a little serious just now. But I'm going to say this in advance. I hope everyone can remember it. Then I will announce the official content of the meeting. That is, all previous game plans are invalid, that we're going to discuss a new plan today that I hope everyone will speak up. Now the project team needs 14 leaders. Everyone could do it by themselves. But don't worry, this time I can give you an idea. You can expand around this idea. Chapter 290 own turn-based game. As Wei Yin finished speaking, there was an uproar in the conference room. Wei Yin had already expected this reaction. After all, the plans have been made for nearly a month, but now they are all scrapped. Anyone who hears this will have some thoughts. But in order to develop a better game, he could only do this. After a while, the conference room gradually calmed down, and Wei Yin continued to speak. The idea this time is a free turn-based game. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Wei Yin directly turned on the projection screen in the wall and then directly played the animation that Su Yuan saw. After the fighting scene was over, he continued to speak. The so-called free turn-based game means that we are no longer bound by the traditional turn-based game. And we are no longer in a mode where you make one move and I make another move, that we need to break this convention, that I can use skills on this game character if I want to, and if I don't want to use them, I must be flexible and changeable, just like the anime that just played. Okay, these are the ideas I provided. Everyone can speak freely. As Wei Yin spoke, he sat back on his seat and waited quietly for everyone to speak. Can we just set those cards so that the players can operate them themselves? One employee raised his hand and said. Wei Yin nodded and recorded this opinion at the same time. Go on. Say whatever you have in mind. We can add the skills of card characters so that players can choose which skill to release based on the situation at that time. Then if the powers of the skills are different, I will definitely choose the more powerful one. Then the power should be set to be the same. You can set skills with the same power. One is enough. They are all the same. Oh, you still need to choose. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became intense. It seemed that because of what Wei Yin said at the beginning, the employees this time spoke more actively than ever before. Wei Yin looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. These employees usually work very hard, but when they are in the conference room, they are all mute and few express their opinions. There are a lot of them now. This how discussion should be. Time passed slowly, and the sound of discussions in the conference room gradually became weaker. The notebook in Wei Yin's hand was also filled with a whole page of opinions. I was wondering, what if we moved away from turn-based cards? Wei Yin followed the voice and saw that it was Su Yuan who spoke. Tell me what you think. That he was somewhat interested in Su Yuan's jump. Su Yuan thought for a moment and spoke slowly. That we don't make 2D characters for cards. That I make 3D characters. That I end this way. The fighting scenes will be more exciting. That if it is a 3D character, how should you control a group of 5 cards? That is 5 characters? After all, what we are talking about is freedom. How can you control 5 people freely by yourself? An employee in the conference room asked. Why does it have to be controlled by one person? Since we have broken out of the previous framework, why can't we have 5 people controlling 5 characters? Just like a large-scale team battle in online games, we have 5 people controlling characters of different professions, and 5 characters controlled by 5 people on the opposite side, fighting in a specific scene. Su Yuan looked directly at the employee who raised the question and asked. However, if it is made into an online game, how should the levels of the characters in the battle be determined? In those large-scale team battles in online games, although the professions are different, everyone has different equipment and levels, which lacks a lot of fairness, and also it's missing some of the strategic aspects of turn-based games. Another employee raised questions that if there is lack of fairness, then we will create fairness. For example, All players will have the same initial level after entering the same battle scene. But in this scene, some resources, such as wild monsters, can be arranged. Players can pass level up these wild monsters. The faster you farm monsters, the faster they level up. The slower you farm, the slower they level up. They all start from level 1, and the speed of upgrading all depends on the individual, which is fair. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence for once. That no one seems to have thought of a rebuttal point. For a long time. Suddenly an employee spoke that if that's the case, why not increase it a little bit? You can get gold coins by brushing wild monsters. You can use gold coins to buy equipment in the store. There is also the problem of characters. Different character professions have different initial abilities and combat effectiveness. For example, if you use a spell to compete with a warrior to clear the jungle, you will definitely not be able to clear the jungle. It would be better to set it up so that the initial characters have an equal way to earn experience and gold coins. Su on. Listened to the employee's words and nodded. What you said makes sense, and one more thing we need to pay attention to is how to judge the victory of both parties. The number of kills or other factors I think we also need to consider. Wei Yin listened to the discussion of several people and quickly recorded the content. Then I planned the contents of the record and found that the final discussion was divided into two different viewpoints. Shoshu.com, the first point of view is not to change the characteristics of the card characters in turn-based games, but on this basis, to increase the degree of freedom of the game. The second point of view is Su Yuan's point of view, just now, breaking out of the framework of turn-based games and creating a new and highly free game. That I looked at these two viewpoints and finally made a decision. Well, that's all for today's meeting. Let me assign tasks. From now on, we will divide them into two discussion groups. Point 1 discussion group is responsible for the research of the first point of view. The other discussion group is responsible for Su Yuan's point of view, just now. The two discussion groups each made a game plan based on their own opinions. Finally, the two project teams sent a representative to the stage to explain their game plan. After comparing the two plans, a winning plan was finally selected. Nowadays, it is difficult to judge which one is good based on only two viewpoints. Therefore, we can only divide into two groups and make plans from these two perspectives. Only in this way can we better judge the advantages and disadvantages of the plan and make a correct choice. You can divide into groups, and the number of people should be even. Wei Yin looked at the employees who still didn't move and said calmly. Hearing this, Su Yuan quickly found the employee he had just discussed with and pulled him into his group. This man made many points, and he was very inspired. Chapter 291 Good people should be rewarded. Chongfeng Garment Factory staff dormitory. Jiang Cheng and his wife Wang Wan were sitting at a square table, looking at a report. Through this report analysis, the sales of those clothing stores in Jiangcheng City are pretty good. You can ask how the store managers of those clothing stores in Jiangcheng City sell, and see if other clothing stores can follow suit. Wang Wan looked at the report on the table and spoke slowly. Although this is good, it is not to make the clothing store profitable, but at least the clothes sold by these clothing stores in Jiangcheng City are much more than those in other places. It is worth learning. Well, I have sent someone to inquire. Jiangcheng looked at the curve chart on the report and nodded. After the last discussion, the next day, he asked someone to sort out the data of each store in the garment factory. Today, the data finally came out. When he was in the office, he had already seen the difference between those clothing stores in Jiangcheng City. So he had asked someone to contact the store managers of those clothing stores in Jiangcheng City. As for getting the dormitory, I just wanted my wife to refer to it, because he recently discovered that his wife sees things more clearly than he does, and Bainam military advisor is just right for her. That's fine. Wang Wan nodded, and then took out a book on economics and management from the bookshelf beside her. You can read this book today. The content inside is good. I have finished reading it, and it is very inspiring. Yes, she said that. She opened the book and pushed it in front of Jiangcheng. In Kyoto, in a high-end restaurant. Do Xiao Xiao stood up and picked up a drink. I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. I can't drink, so I will use a drink instead of wine to toast you. Xiao Xiao, you are too polite to say this. That we are all friends, and you are alienated by doing this. That's right. This favor is not a big deal. You just make a phone call, and we will do it for you. Yes, this is a good thing. Don't worry. We will definitely help you promote this unpalatable coffee. At the table, several men and women spoke up. Xiao Xiao smiled slightly. After returning from Jiangcheng, she invited these live broadcast friends to come out in order to promote non-hit coffee. Through her careful understanding, she also knew that nowadays, except for the cat cafe and a maid cafe, other traditional boutique coffee shops in non-hit coffee have always been in a state of loss. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. The owner of this coffee shop is a very caring person, and good people need to be rewarded, so she hopes that the owner's coffee shop can make a profit and then use the profito do more caring things that so she wants to help as much as she can. Although these anchors promotions may not necessarily turn the coffee shop from loss to profit through promotion, at least some popularity can be brought so that the coffee shop has more customers. So that at least the loss can be reduced. Then what can be done is that after non-hit coffee opens in Kyoto, she can recommend her friends around her to go and support it more. Time passed. March passed quickly, and it came to April. Chinamo sat in the president's office, and the system funds that skyrocketed in the system panel were very helpless. That's right. In the new month, those players who bought the monthly card started a new round of consumption. It was a wrong decision for him to make this 10 yuan monthly card at that time. 10 yuan is not much, but there are so many people that he sighed helplessly that what's the use of making so much money? Not a penny is his. But fortunately, the garment factory is now a very money-burning place. Retracting consciousness, no longer paying attention to the growing system funds, it's also a Hedekido watch. Sitting in the recliner, there was nothing to do. So he entered the Rogue short video to take a look, but after a few minutes, he quit. It was all some lectures, which was really boring. And looking at the popularity of those live broadcast rooms, there were not many. Sure enough, as he expected, such a boring short video must not be watched by many people. But with the continuous increase of anchors, the expenditure of boring short videos alone has reached more than 5 million. That this expenditure is already more than the salary of employees of the garment factory and Sanchua Games. As long as the anchors continue to recruit, this boring short video platform can definitely become a very good money-burning platform. There is also the pet park. 2 months have passed, and another 5 million investment can be added. When the pet park is completed, the huge pet park will definitely need a large number of employees, and such a large pet park will definitely require more cats and dogs. In this way, employee wages, feeding and medical care for cats and dogs will also require a large amount of funds every month. Needless to say, non-hit coffee can invest in 5 money, losing coffees every month. According to the current trend, he doesn't believe that so many money-losing industries can offset the income of 2 games. Chinamo wrote down several industries that have been losing money on paper and pointed them again and again. These are all his good treasures. Then he wrote that Sanchua game on paper and drew a big cross. This is a rebel.mr. Chun, this is the performance report sent by non-hit coffee. You can take a look at some point. Chinamo came over and handed over a report. Just take a look at this. When Chinamo heard that it was the performance report of non-hit coffee, he did not take it. Anyway, they were all losing money, so what was there to see? Chinamo hesitated for a moment and did not take the report back. Mr. Chun, you should take a look. The performance of non-hit coffee this time is different. Listening to Chinamo's words, Chinamo was stunned for a moment. Different, Shioshu. What's different? Is it losing more? Chinamo thought in his heart, took the performance report handed over by Chinamo and flipped it open to take a look. But soon his brows were furrowed, that he took a quick look at the cat cafe and maid cafe. Although the performance declined a little due to the emergence of competitors, it was still profitable overall. This was all within his expectations. But what surprised him was that it was those traditional boutique coffees that in his expectations. These coffee shops should have been in a steady loss state. Chapter 292. But now, looking at the revenue curve of these coffee shops, it was somewhat beyond his expectations. From the beginning of March to around the 20th, the curve was almost flat and close to a straight line, but after the 20th, the situation changed. The curve, which was originally flat, began to rise gradually after the 20th. Some stores' daily turnover exceeded 10,000. Originally, these stores had a few hundred or 1,000 a day, which was already very good. But now it has suddenly increased so much. Chinamo instantly had a bad premonition in his heart. After 292, non-hit coffee is going to be popular at a store's revenue of 10,000 a day. If maintained for a month, would be 300,000. Then this store has turned a profit. Chinamo rubbed his head with a headache. Such a growth trend is definitely abnormal. Something must have happened beyond his plan, which in turn caused the coffee shop's revenue to skyrocket. I understand this. You have done a good job. Next time there is such a significant change in income, please remember to inform me. For a long time, Chinamo put the report on the table and looked up at Shinro, that if Shinro hadn't shown him this revenue report, he probably wouldn't have known about it until Manhwa actually turned a profit. That I understand, Mr. Chin. Shinro nodded, feeling very happy that she could help Mr. Chun. You go back to work first, I'll go out for a while. Chinamo got up and ran directly outside the office. Now that something like this happened to Manhwa, he had to see what was going on. If possible, we must find a way to bring order to the chaos. Get back on the track of losing money. When they arrived outside the office building, High was already driving and waiting at the door. Chinamo got in the car and told him the location of a coffee shop at Manhwa Sudan, and Song Sia looked at the customers in the store, finally with a relaxed smile on their faces. The business of coffee shops has suddenly improved in the past few days. Among these branches in Jiangxing, the lowest income per day is more than 4,000. That this was really beyond their expectation. They also communicated with some customers and finally found the reason. It turned out that an anchor found out about Mr. Chin's good deeds, and then the anchor contacted several anchors to publicize Manhwa's charity work. Therefore, many caring customers came to support us with their purchases. Teacher Sue, why don't we also promote it? I think this effect is very good. If this continues, Manhwa may really be able to turn a profit. Song Sia said eagerly, Manhwa has been losing money for so long, to this day. Finally, there is a sign of clearing away the clouds and seeing the moonlight. Well, I'm thinking about this too, that I have obtained Du Xiao's contact information that I can discuss it with her and see if there is any way to expand the publicity. Sudan looked at the customers in the store and nodded lightly. She feels that this is definitely an opportunity. As long as she sees it, Manhwa can definitely appear in the eyes of the public. As long as the reputation of Manhwa is established, future operations will be much simpler. Hello, Mr. Chin. This time, the clerk's voice came from the door. Mr. Chin, when Song Sia heard this, she quickly looked toward the door and saw Mr. Chin walking in. It seems that Mr. Chin has seen the performance report they sent to the headquarters. Thinking of this, Song Sia smiled slightly and went up to him with Sultan. Hello, Mr. Chin. The two stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Chinamo nodded expressionlessly and looked at the situation in the coffee shop. In the past, when he came here, there were only a few customers in the store, but now the entire store was nearly half full. This situation was worse than he expected. You must know that the cat cafe needs to install some cat climbing frames and the like, so the area is the same. The number of cat cafes received is far less than that of traditional specialty coffee shops. Moreover, people who go to cat cafes basically go there to pet their cats. They cannot leave right after drinking coffee. They usually leave after a certain time. But this specialty coffee shop is different. They come here just for the coffee or because of the environment here. Some white-collar workers come here to discuss some business matters. But basically, not everyone stays in a coffee shop for too long. Based on this calculation, the number of customers received by Manhwa shop is definitely much higher than that of Mao Cafe. Therefore, if Manhwa really becomes popular and is loved by many customers, its monthly revenue will be much higher than that of a cat cafe. When the cat cafe is full of customers every day, its monthly revenue is more than 400,000 yuan at Manhwa's specialty coffee shops. When fully occupied, will have at least 600,000 to 1 million customers. This is not a small number. After all, he now has 18 such specialty coffee shops that no, we must not let Manhwa explode. Chinamo thought bitterly when he thought about the revenue that would most likely explode after Manhwa became popular. But on the surface, he looked calm, that he found a deserted corner and sat down, looking up at Song Sia and Sudan who were following behind him. He pointed to the seat opposite in front of him. Sit down and talk. I see that Manhwa's income has increased in the past 2 days. Have you made any reforms? Chinamo tapped the table lightly and asked casually. The only situation he could think of that could lead to such a situation at Manhwa was that the two managers of Manhwa made some changes that caused it.mr. Chin, we didn't do anything. The most fundamental reason why Manhwa is like this now is because of you, Mr. Chun. Song Sia pondered for a moment and then said something like this that it related to me. Chinamo was confused that I didn't do anything. How could it be related to me? But looking at Song Sia's serious expression, it didn't seem like a joke. Could it be that he really did something unintentionally, which led to an increase in the number of customers at non-Hikafi? No way. Tell me in detail. What happened that it's like this, Mr. Chin? Sudan slowly spoke on the side and explained the whole story to so it has a lot to do with you, Mr. Chin, that if Mr. Chin hadn't done charity, there would be no next thing. Chinamo was speechless listening to Sudan's story. Did I guess it just a coincidence? I donated a dog food, and then the anchor saw it that if he saw it, he saw it. This anchor was also nosy and came to Jiangxing from Kyoto to conduct an investigation. After the investigation, that IT was not enough to promote it by himself, so he found a group of anchors to help promote it. This D didn't know what to say, but he was relieved. If it was just these words, the revenue of the coffee shop would slowly fall as long as the wave of popularity passed. Showswho.com. Even if it doesn't fall to the original level, it won't turn a loss into a profit. But he needs to let this matter calm down and not let it spread. Sultan looked at Mr. Chin sitting there quietly, pondered for a while, and spoke slowly. Mr. Chin, I thought about it. This is an opportunity. As long as we grasp it, expand the matter, let more people know, the customer flow of the coffee shop will definitely increase. Chapter 293, playing live as an anchor. Still want to expand your publicity. Listening to Sultan's words, Chinamo came back to his senses instantly, that he is here thinking about suppressing this matter, that it would be a good idea for you to give me the idea of expanding publicity. Inappropriate that he took a deep breath and looked at Sultan and saw him see it calmly. Mr. Chun, is something wrong there? Sultan spoke in confusion, not knowing what was wrong with his plan, that it's very wrong. Chinamo nodded. Really? What you are doing is nothing more than promoting non-Hikafi as a charity and then using the public's sympathy and love to consume in coffee shops. How is this different from those people who do misfortune on the internet and win the sympathy off the audience? Show. When we do charity, we must simply do charity without asking for anything in return. We cannot let charity be involved in any interests, otherwise it will not be pure. We can't do charity just because we make money. We can't do charity just because we can get greater benefits by doing charity. Public welfare is public welfare. If it is tainted with profit, it is not public welfare. It is business. This matter ends here. We have no right to interfere with those anchors. But our employees must do a good job in training. When you go back, hold a meeting with each store manager and ask them to inform their employees not to talk about public welfare. Especially in Kyoto, they must be well trained. Chinamo gritted his teeth and said, if it hadn't been for the twin sisters in Kyoto who casually told the story, Nana-Coffee would not have faced a profit crisis. That I understand, Mr. Chun. After listening to Mr. Chin's words, Sudan lowered his head in shame. Mr. Chun is Mr. Chun, and the height of his structure and thoughts are never within their reach. It's good to know. Then let this matter pass. Don't continue to publicize it. Chinamo said and immediately stood up and left without drinking any coffee this time. Back in the car, Chinamo took out his mobile phone and entered Hoodoo Live broadcast. That's right, it's Hoodoo Live again. He felt that this Hoodoo Live broadcast conflicted with him. I found Dukio Xiao's live broadcast room on the search interface and found that it was live broadcasting, so I went directly into the live broadcast room. After looking at it for a while, I felt relieved to see that the other party was not promoting a coffee shop. As long as you promote it every day, and the anchor only has this fan base, it is not that easy to expand further. I see. After thinking about it, he exited the live broadcast room directly. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. How could such a cute person do such a thing? When I came to the homepage of the live broadcast platform, I took advantage of the opportunity to watch Ganjio Emperor's live broadcast room. Today's challenge: get first place with the grenade. Number of online viewers, 2.24 million. Unlucky. Chinamo frowned slightly and quit the Hoodoo live broadcast. Kyoto, Tange Game Club. In an esports room, Ganjio was sitting in front of a computer, playing the game intently. As the popularity of the live broadcast room increased, he set up many novel challenges in order to make the live broadcast more interesting. If you don't kill anyone, you'll be first. If you're a pistol, you'll be first. Today's challenge is to get first place in grenade. He has been challenging this challenge all morning today, but has not succeeded yet. Brothers, it's the final soon, and I'm in a good position. I'm still in the circle, and I'm still in the finals. I still have more than 20 grenades in my backpack. When I enter the finals, I will make the finals become into a bombing zone. Ganjio looked at the newly Circle position and said excitedly. The circle brushing in the finals this time was very beneficial to him. He was still in the safe zone and did not need to move at all. He could completely observe the next situation, judge where the enemies were, and then throw grenades to bomb. It this time. Discussions began to start in the live broadcast room. I'll go. This is a scam. What kind of bullshit luck is this? Anchor. This is no longer interesting. Please turn it off. That isn't it really going to be a successful challenge this time? Gangio didn't have all his attention on the computer at this time, and he didn't have any extra time to pay attention to the barrage as the safety zone narrowed. He heard some footsteps and even saw several figures lying in the ground in the distance, crawling slowly. If he had a gun, all those people would die. But at this time, he only had grenades and could only stand still. There was another gunshot. Gangio looked at the kill information in the upper left corner and basically judged the layout of the personnel on the field. Just when he was about to take action, there was a knock on the door of the room, and Thea, a member of the club, walked in. "Brother Joe, it's time for the meeting. I have to have a meeting." Forehead. Hearing this, Gangio quickly looked at the time and found that it was really time for the meeting. I was so absorbed in playing that I almost forgot about the meeting. After looking at the game interface and the live broadcast room, I spoke helplessly. "Brothers, I have to go to a meeting, and I will broadcast live later. I'm sorry." Come to the conference room. At this time, Chinsong and Dzidang had already arrived. Gangio saw this and quickly bent down to apologize. "Sorry to waste your time. I was too absorbed in playing games. I wasted your time." "Sit down." Chinsong and Dzidang looked at each other and nodded helplessly. They had no doubts about what Zhangio said. After Zhangio sat down, Chinsong spoke slowly. "Today's meeting is mainly about one thing, that is the China Cup. With extreme survival, putting the competition channel on the game interface, the number of participating teams has reached an astonishing number. For this reason, we set up auditions. Now 99 teams have been selected to participate in the offline competition, and there is also a team from our club. The captain of this team will be Zhangio, and the remaining 3 candidates will be selected to be you, Zhangio." "Okay, Brother Khan.X. Zhangio nodded. Chinsong had told him about this matter a long time ago. He often teamed up with the members of the club to run in, and he had already had an idea about the candidates. The next thing is the venue of the event. After discussion and consideration, we decided to hold it in Zhangio. First, the price in Zhangio is lower than that in Kyoto, so those participants are more willing to come. Also, Zhangio Games, the developer of Extreme Survival, is in Zhangio. I have contacted them. We will visit their company and then do some linkage. At that time, we will make a documentary short film and play it before the game." Chinsong spoke slowly. Visiting Zhangio Games was the result of his discussion with Fong Chong, the project leader of Extreme Survival, that he needs to use Zhangio Games to increase the official recognition of Chinda Club. Zhangio Games can use this wave of events to increase the exposure of Extreme Survival. Both parties benefit from it and directly reach a cooperation. Chapter 294 Drama Academy. Moto Drama Academy. In a classroom, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin sat in front of 2 desks, and in front of them was a signboard with an advertisement for recruiting actors. "Brother Xiao, is it really okay to change the script like this?" Wang Bin looked at the script in his hand and said with some concern this time, "This version of the script can no longer be said to be a change from the original script. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is not even a script. Even the name has been changed. Originally, it was a plot of exorcising demons, but now it has become a fantasy world where humans and demons coexist. No problem." Luo Xiao nodded confidently. Since he changed the script, he found that he fell in love with rewriting the script. He went back to find some books about scripts and read them. He found that the previous script was really rubbish. A real script needs interesting twists and turns, but the previous script had nothing. It was just very bland. And the 2 bad movies he shot before were the same. So this time, he directly changed the script, and at this time he was very confident in his revised script. The shows who.com Wang Bin looked at Luo Xiao's confident look and knew that there was no way to change the script. Then he pleaded, "Brother Xiao, it's okay not to change the script, but can you delete the part about me pregnancy or change it to another one? I'm a man, and you let me a man get pregnant, and it's a monster. This is too abnormal." Ever since he read Luo Xiao's new script, he has been fighting for this matter. This story is bizarre and tortuous, but it's a bit unreasonable to let a man give birth to a little monster king at the beginning. Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin's pleading expression and was unmoved that what's unreasonable. It's already a fantasy monster world, that it's not surprising that you're pregnant, that what's more, it's a cute little monster king. This is so dramatic that it will definitely attract many viewers to watch. Okay. Wang Bin saw that he couldn't convince Luo Xiao, so he had to give up. Anyway, he's already played the leading role, so if he gave birth to a demon king, he would give birth to a demon king. Maybe it is really as Luo Xiao said. This will attract the audience. Seeing Wang Bin calm down, Luo Xiao also reached out and picked up the script on the table, flipping through it to see if there are any changes that can be made to AS for their coming to the Magic City Drama Academy. They are naturally here to select actors. After all, Mr. Chen has required that the actors of the movie must be amateur actors. After his thinking, amateurs can undoubtedly be divided into three types. Point one is the personnel who have never been exposed to acting, and one is the extras such as Wang Bin. The other is the students of the Drama Academy. After careful consideration, he first set his sights on these students of the Drama Academy. Although many of these students have never acted, they have all undergone systematic learning and are no longer unfamiliar with acting. That is, choosing these students as actors is always much better than those who have never been exposed to acting, and it can also be smoother during filming. And he graduated from the Magic City Drama Academy, but he studied directing, but he also got a room in the academy through his former teacher. Brother Xiao, why haven't any people come yet? Could it be that those students don't want to come because they see that our company isn't famous? Chun Bin looked at the empty door and said with some concern that don't worry, they will come soon. Luo Xiao glanced at the time and smiled and shook his head. The get out of class was almost over, and it was estimated that students would come soon. As for the situation where no students came back, he was not worried at all. After all, those students learned to act in order to become actors. And at this time, a crew was recruiting actors. How could they miss it? Even if it was a supporting role with not much role, they were willing to try it. After all, they were filming while they were in school. After graduation, this filming experience could be written on their resume and become their business card that if they filmed well, they would be easily selected by other crews, and there might be no situation where they would not have no roles to shoot in the future. Tang Tang, let's go quickly. This is a good opportunity to film. It would be better if we could get a supporting role with more scenes that a hot woman pulled another woman dressed in simple and elegant clothes and trotted forward quickly. But the class is not over yet. Luo Tong pulled the woman in front of her and said worriedly, this time, there were still more than 10 minutes before the end of the get out of class, and they sneaked out from the back door. She was a little worried that the teacher would be angry. What class? Do you think we didn't see it except the teacher? We saw it a long time ago. Zhang Shui said quickly, and her pace could not help but speed up a bit. Why didn't the teacher stop us? Luo Tong exclaimed. Zhang Shui rolled her eyes at Luo Tong unhappily. You are stupid. The teacher has acquiesced. Let's go quickly. We don't know how many actors the crew will recruit. That if we go there early, we can also choose roles with more scenes. Luo Ting nodded and followed quickly soon. The two came to the classroom where the crew was recruiting people. When they saw the situation inside, they were stunned. This time, the crew recruited only 2 people and more. Importantly, these 2 people are still very young. Could it be that they walked into the wrong room? Zhang Shui glanced at the classroom and found that she had not walked into the wrong room. So she walked in. Hello, we are here for an audition, Zhang Shui said in a low voice. Luo Xiao looked at the 2 people who came in and took a serious look. Not to mention their acting skills. The 2 people's external conditions were still in line with the roles he chose in the script, especially the plain-dressed woman, who was very consistent with his idea of the heroine. Well, here is a small script with a short plot for each character. You can take a look at if you want to try anyone, just act out that scene. Luo Xiao said, and handed the prepared script to the 2 to Zhang Shui, and Su Tang heard this, and hurriedly took the script and took a look. After seeing the content clearly, both of them were stunned. Excuse me, can all the roles above be selected? Zhang Shui looked up at Luo Xiao. She saw the heroines. Plot clips in this script, and there were also several plot clips marked as important supporting roles. How is this possible? Generally, even if a crew comes to the school to cast, they will not choose the protagonist. Such important roles are generally selected by popular stars or powerful veteran actors. She has never seen such a thing as choosing a student with no experience to play the protagonist in the school. These important roles should have been selected, but they were not used. They should. Choose the supporting roles with less roles in the back. Zhang Shui thought secretly in her heart that Su Tang looked at the script in her hand and thought so in her heart. Chapter 295 Casting Yes. You can choose any of the above roles. Luo Xiao replied with a smile that is this heroine also okay. Zhang Shui asked, still a little worried. Yes, everything is fine. Luo Xiao nodded patiently that he somewhat understood the other party's expression. After all, if Mr. Chen hadn't requested an all-amateur cast, why would he have come to the school to recruit students to be the heroines? Although the students here have all studied acting, they are not as good as those veteran actors get. Confirmed. Zhang Shui and Su Tang looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. This time they were right, that if there's no problem, let's get started. Luo Xiao spoke calmly. Zhang Shui and Su Tang heard this and hurriedly looked at the script in their hands that, of course, the first choices were naturally those important characters. If they come in advance, they have more opportunities to audition. Time passes quickly. When the two were trying out the show, other students started to rush. Upon seeing this, Wangbin came to the door of the classroom, took a stack of prepared character scripts, and distributed them to every student that in this script. There are characters to choose from, and there are also short plots in it. You can choose your favorite character and then act out the plot above. That don't crowd. Please line up and come in one by one to try out the show. That a line was formed outside, and students began to come into audition. Luo Xiao was sitting on the seat, watching each classmate perform the plot at the same time. After each classmate performed, he made a simple note on paper that he graduated from the directing department and made 2 more movies at the same time. Although these 2 movies were bad movies, his experience as a director has increased a lot. Though in terms of casting, I think I still have no problem. The sky is getting dark. All the students who were auditioning for the show also dispersed, leaving only 7 students in the classroom. Luo Xiao looked at the people in the classroom and nodded. These guys are all good, both in terms of appearance and acting skills. Okay, your roles have been decided. That I will give you 3 days to deal with the school affairs, and then go to Junqing Blue Film and Television to report, sign the contract at the same time, and then preparito leave for the film.ing location and start filming. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, he left the classroom. Su Tang stood there dreamily. She was elected as the heroine. It always felt like she was dreaming. Jun Shua on the side also looked happy. Although she did not get the heroine, she also got an important supporting role. The role was second only to the protagonist. How could she not be happy? Although I don't know what the effect of this movie will be, it is very bad, but it can be regarded as an increase in experience that I also had the opportunity to appear on TV. After graduation, it was a stepping stone to take on roles. Lin Shua City, Normal University, Student Dormitory. Yang Yao Yao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and was helping a student solve a difficult problem. That's right. Just draw an auxiliary line, and the problem will be easy to solve. As Yang Yao Yao spoke, he explained on the whiteboard behind him that as the number of people in the live broadcast room increased. She purchased this whiteboard to facilitate her lectures. It is very convenient to speak with the camera pointed at the whiteboard. Parent, I will solve this classmate's problem first, and then help you. Please wait patiently. Yang Yao Yao looked at the live broadcast room and saw a person named Shua Tumum asking questions and said with a smile. Since they sent the news of the live lectures to the supplementary class groups, the number of people in the live broadcast room has begun to increase, and now it has reached more than 200 people. 80% of these people are parents who help their children with their homework, but these parents may not necessarily know some knowledge, so they will consult them in the live broadcast room. Thank you. That if it weren't for you as the anchor, I wouldn't know how to tell my children. With your help, it would be a lot easier for me. After solving a problem, the child's parents thanked him in the live broadcast room. Yang Yao Yao felt very happy when she saw the words of thanks. She now enjoys her job because she can help people and make money at the same time. Since there are viewers in the live broadcast room, she will broadcast for 4 hours. Sometimes she encounters more problems and will continue to live for more than 4 hours. Although no money will be given after more than 4 hours, she feels that it is very good to live broadcast for a while longer to help one more child solve the problem. Late night falls. In the blink of an eye. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. After seeing that no one was asking questions, I exited the live broadcast room. She live broadcasted for nearly 6 hours today, mainly because the number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly increased a lot in the past 2 days. Shoshu.com, some problems were difficult for her to solve immediately, so it took a lot of time. Yao Yao, you've uploaded it that it's been broadcast for so long that if you can give me more money, I'll upload it when the time comes. That Lu Weiwei saw that Yang Yao Yao had closed the live broadcast room and came over directly. Yang Yao Yao smiled indifferently that there's nothing to do after the broadcast, so it doesn't matter if we live broadcast for a while longer. That won't work. That I heard that several parents have already created a group and parents from several schools have joined it, all talking about boring short videos. Once it spreads widely, the number of people in the live broadcast room will definitely increase. Why then, even if you live broadcast until the early morning, you won't be able to solve all the problems. Shows who did Lu Weiwei side. She was also in Yang Yao Yao's mindset at first, but the number of people in the live broadcast room increased, and she was already a little overwhelmed. What should I do then? Yang Yao Yao was a little distressed. The number of people entering the live broadcast room has indeed been increasing recently. When the number of people in the live broadcast room really increases to a certain extent, I'm afraid it will be just as Lu Weiwei said, and she won't have much time to solve the problem. Alas, there's no way. That I looked at AT present. There are only 7 people in our type of live broadcast, including the Tufus. And there are more people who need to answer questions, and we can't handle it at all. Lu Weiwei sat aside and sighed. Yang Yao Yao entered the boring short video interface and accidentally saw the link Torcrit anchors, and suddenly had an idea. How about this? We can find more people to live broadcast. That if there are more people live broadcasting, we can take some of them away. Wouldn't that solve the problem? There are too many problems that cannot be solved. But if too many people apply to be anchors of the same type, will the platform really agree? I'll call and ask tomorrow and we'll know. Okay then. Lu Weiwei nodded. There is an advantage to live broadcasting on this platform. That is, there is no need to worry about the traffic being taken away. Because here, the money is paid according to the length of the live broadcast. As for the gift sharing, she had given up long ago. She thought that as the number of people in the live broadcast room increased, those parents might give some rewards for her solving the problem. But the reality is that she has been live broadcasting for so long, and the live broadcast gifts she has received can be counted on both hands. Of course, she has never taken the initiative to ask for it. Whether to give it depends on the parents' intentions. So, if there are really more anchors like her, she can also reduce some pressure. Why not do it? Chapter 296, Increase in Leading Team Members. Tomorrow Group. Downstairs. Chinamo looked at the neat team in front and nodded with satisfaction. The leaders this time, Wei Yin, Fong Chong, Wu Yu Li Shun, Wang Mao Yin. All right, we can set off. After the voice fell, looking at the painful expressions of Wei Yin and others, Chinamo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since he found out about the change of non-hook coffee 2 days ago, he reflected on it after coming back. That in the future he must try to conceal good things and not let them be exposed. Otherwise, it is very likely to affect his plan to lose money. And this time, the non-hook coffee incident sounded the alarm for him, and he must pay attention in the future. But because of this incident, he suddenly found that there were really more Lao Lu around him. Even the employees in Kyoto could do something for him. After returning to the office, the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. These employees were doing things for him then. He had to implement the morning exercise plan that had not been implemented since the new year. Since you are doing things for me, don't blame me for punishing you. Well, no, it's not a punishment, it's physical exercise. Only with a good body can you work and live better. This time he planned a good route, and the distance of 1 lap was longer than that in the garment factory. After Wang, you can run a little slower. I can't keep up. Fong Chong said breathlessly, looking at Wang Maoyan who was running fast. That he didn't expect that this slightly fat head of the logistics department could run so fast, and he was just panting a little after running for so long that it's worthy of winning the leading award at the annual meeting. Adjust your breathing, don't talk. Wang Maoyan glanced at Fong Chong beside him, and then looked at Wei Yin and Li Shun, and couldn't help feeling a little proud. He remembered that when he started running, he was the one who couldn't run the most. Unexpectedly, after he insisted on leading for more than half a year, these people couldn't run as fast as him. Thinking about it, there is still some sense of accomplishment. Ken Shula. Brother Nine, you can run as a leader. Why don't you go to Mr. Chun and apply for it, and you could be the only one to run in the future. Li Shin barely caught up with Wang Maoyan and suggested. How can that be possible? Mr. Chen asked us to run. And how can I let you be absent in order to exercise everyone's body? Wang Maoyan shook his head and refused. Directly. Just kidding that it's so hard to have so many people running with us. How can we let them go? None of these people can be let go. Half an hour later, a group of employees returned to the company covered in sweat, but they did not return to their workstations directly, but went to the fitness area on the 24th floor, took a shower, and returned today. Our workstations. Fan Chang returned to the office and slumped down in his chair. That he has been working for so many years, but he has never exercised. Like this, our Chen's way of caring for employees is indeed comprehensive, and even the health of employees is taken into consideration. Fan Chang sighed helplessly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated, and Fan Chang took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. Chen Song. The call was connected directly to our Fan. We have made arrangements in Jiangchang that we will take people to your company tomorrow, that we will also shoot some short films and play them during the offline competition live broadcast. DOU. Think tomorrow is convenient. Chun Song's voice came from the phone. Tomorrow. Sure. Fan Chang nodded directly. There was nothing to prepare on their side. They just had to wait for the people from Chinga Club to come. Okay, that's it. That I will contact you in advance when I go there tomorrow. After confirming the time, he hung up the phone. Fan Chang put his phone on the table casually. The matter of Chen Gai coming over had already been discussed. This cooperation is still very useful for Sangshui Games. After all, the first place in this offline competition has a prize of 1 million. Such a high prize amount will definitely attract the attention of many people. And Chen Gai will also broadcast the offline competition on the Hodo live broadcast platform. More importantly, other live broadcast platforms will also spread this live broadcast. I believe that after this competition, the players of Extreme Survival will definitely grow rapidly again. At the same time, with the short film recorded. Tomorrow, it will be released during the live broadcast of the game. The name of Sangshui Game will also quickly enter everyone's field of vision. That as long as the reputation of Sangshui Game is spread, many game players will trust Sangshui Game. Then no matter what new game Sangshui Game releases in the future, even if there is not promotion, some game players will choose to try it out because of the name of the Sangshui Game. Fan Chang thought in his heart, rested in the chair for a while, and then sat up straight and started today's work. The next day, it's the building in front. Chen Song glanced at the location on the phone and then looked at the building in front. Tomorrow Group, the boss behind Sangshui Game, is still quite powerful. The entire 10-story office is all his. I checked the information and found that this boss has a lot of assets under his name. Duzid and looked at the building in front and sighed that he remembered that the last time he discussed cooperation with Sangshui Games, the Tomorrow Group had not yet appeared. After returning from the Chinese New Year, a group was directly established. Such a development speed is too amazing. Hello, is it Mr. Chen and Mr. Du? At this time, a man in formal clothes came over. Yes, who are you? Chen Song looked at the man who came over in confusion and had some guesses in his mind. The man hurriedly spoke after hearing this. Mr. Fong sent to pick you up. Please follow me. Okay, then trouble you. Chen Song nodded and then followed the man with the people from the club behind him. Entering the elevator, the man swiped his card and pressed the 20th floor. This is IT.I and the Tomorrow Group. The 20th and 19th floors belong to Sangshui Games. But now the overall working area is still on the 20th floor, and the 19th floor is still under planning. The man led the way in front and explained. Chen Song and his companions followed behind and carefully looked at the layout of Sangshui Games. They passed by a studio and looked inside. After seeing the layout clearly, the whole person showed a surprised look. The studio here is very different from the employee studios of other companies he went to, including his own company. What he saw in other employee studios was crowded and gloomy. Although the employees that were all working, they seemed to have no soul. But what he saw here was different. First of all, the distance between. Each employee's workstation in the studio here is very spacious, without any crowding. Secondly, the working status of these employees. Every employee here works very seriously. Some are concentrating on typing on the keyboard. Some are discussing something with each other. Judging from the status of the discussion, it is definitely not chatting but obviously discussing work. More importantly, everyone's face is full of passion. Chapter 297 Leg King 97 How on earth did this happen? Chun Song and Duziden looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Or Chun, Mr. Du. Welcome, welcome. In doubt. A passionate voice came from the front. Chun Song turned his head and saw Fong Chan and Wei Yin coming over to him. Or Fong. Mr. Wei, long time no see. Chun Song greeted them with a smile. They had not seen each other since they had discussed things in a coffee shop last time. Occasionally, they discussed business through chat. Software. The two sides shook hands with each other. Let's go to the reception room to talk. These brothers can take a rest in the lounge. There are many entertainment facilities there. Fong Chan smiled and looked at the several club members behind Chun Song. After all, the things to be discussed next do not require so many people to participate. And Song nodded, gestured to Jung Jo, and followed Fong Chan to the meeting room in front. Come with me, the lounge is over there. The man who originally led the way looked at the several club members who stayed and said with a smile. Jung Jo led his men to follow the man and soon came to a lounge. This is the lounge. You can sit anywhere. There are TVs and computers on the left, and other leisure facilities. There are snack cabinets and coffee machines on the right. I have things to do, so I'm afraid I can't stay here. Please feel free to come and don't be polite. The man briefly introduced the lounge and then walked away. The remaining members of the club looked left and right. Brother Zhou, this lounge is so big that a club member said with admiration as he looked at the layout of the lounge. Jung Jo looked at the long sofa in the lounge. That it was big enough for two people to lie down. There were TVs, computers, and even video games in the distance. This really a lounge. It's not an exaggeration to say it's an entertainment room. Walking to the computer, he took a simple look at the computer configuration and was even more shocked. This computer configuration is better than the computer configuration of their club. The club's computer, after all, costs about 20,000 yuan. But the computer here, he simply took a look at the configuration, roughly calculated, at least more than 30,000. And he has not yet opened the computer to see the detailed configuration inside. If the configuration inside is a little higher, it may be more. And when he just passed by the staff studio, the computers used by those employees seemed to be the same as this one. At least the monitor and host were the same. What kind of company is this? This configuration is more luxurious than their club. You know, Chun Song and Duziden are both rich second generations, and they dare to do so because they have the support of their families. Could it be that the boss of this Tomorrow group is also a rich second generation? But even if he is a rich second generation, he can't squander like this. He is more wasteful than Chun Song and Duzid. Jiang Jio sighed in his heart, and he really didn't understand the psychology of these rich people. Brother Gio, there is no point in staying here. Come and play a few video games. This time, a member of the club shouted. Jiang Jio looked over and saw that the member of the club had already sat in front of the video game console and turned it on. After thinking about it, he realized that it was meaningless to stay there, so he walked over and sat aside. What do you want to play? Tail King 97. I used to be a master. Okay. Jiang Jio nodded. He had never been defeated by anyone in terms of games. This time, several other club members came over and sat in front of several other video game consoles. Several people were having a great time here, as if they had returned to their childhood and played games in the game hall. In the reception room. The two sides also reached a simple consensus. Then it settled. How do you want to shoot? I can ask the employees below to cooperate. Through a brief communication, the next thing has been determined. The people who shoot will be handled by the people I brought. Two of them are cameraman I invited, and a few are members of our club. The content of the shooting is mainly the environment of your company, the working atmosphere of the employees, and some interactions between our studio members and Sanshua Games. That's about it. They all know how to shoot, so let them do it themselves. Chun Song spoke slowly. Before coming, he was going to communicate with Fong Chong and let the company's employees act freely during the filming to show that kind of positive working atmosphere. But after seeing the working status of those employees, he found that he didn't need Tosi anything at all. The kind of enthusiastic working status doesn't need to be acted at all. Okay, then I'll give you an order. Fong Chong nodded. Chun Song smiled and spoke slowly after a moment of silence. I don't know, Mr. Fong. Why don't we visit Mr. Chin of the group? Welcome to this company for filming is only one of the purposes, and meeting Mr. Cheney's is second purpose. After all, he has heard of this Mr. Chun for a long time, but he has never met him. By checking the information of Tomorrow Group, he can only know that the boss of this group is not old, even younger than him, and dude dashing, so young. He can create such a big industry. IT really made them curious about what kind of person this Chin Mo was. Let me ask if Mr. Chin was in the company today. The Yin thought for a while and said. Slowly, Duddy walked to the side and Fong Chong followed him. Coming to the corner, Fong Chong asked in a low voice, "Isn't Mr. Chin in the company? I saw them doing morning exercises this morning. How could he not be in the company? I know Mr. Chin is in the company, but if Mr. Chin doesn't want to see them, do I have a good reason to refuse? Otherwise, just say that Mr. Chin doesn't want to see them, which is very hurtful." The Yin said lightly and took out his mobile phone. Fong Chong understood what he said and admired Wei Yan's meticulousness, that he was indeed a salesman, and he was better than him in handling things. After a while, Wei Yan hung up the phone and walked in front of Chin Song, Indu-Mr. Chin is still in the company today, that I'll take you upstairs. Thank you very much. Chin Song smiled and said. Before going upstairs, he went to the lounge to arrange the filming on the top floor of the president's office. Chinamo rubbed his head. Wei Yan just called and said that Mr. Chun and Mr. Du from Chinda Club wanted to meet him. He had heard of these two people. They played a big role in the success of Tian Long. The popularity of Extreme Survival is also closely related to them, that he wanted to see who these two people were and why they kept ruining my good deeds. Chapter 298, Private Theater. Not long after, the office door was knocked. Soon, Wei Yin came in with two young men, and the two young men were also looking at him curiously. Mr. Chun, this is Mr. Chin Song from Chinda Club, and this is Mr. Du Ziding. Wei Yin stepped forward to introduce. Well, please sit down. Chinamo pointed to the sofa in the lounge area next to the French window and walked over. Tea or coffee? Tea is fine, no need to be so troublesome. Chin Song sat on the sofa with a smile, looked around the layout of the office, and couldn't help but marvel. When he just entered the office, he was shocked by the environment of the office. The first feeling is that it is big, and the second feeling is expensive. Even when he went to his father's office, it was just like this. That I don't know, do you two come to sanctuary a game to do something? Chinamo asked casually when he saw the two people sitting down at tea the same time. Wei Yin also prepared tea and poured a cup for each of them. Chin Song took the tea and said with a smile that we are here to do something. Our Chinda Club is hosting an offline competition for extreme survival. The venue for the competition is Jiangqing City. In order to increase the official nature of the competition, we have linked up with Sanctuary Games. Today we are here to shoot a short film. When the offline competition starts, I will play the short film in the interval of the live broadcast. In this way, the audience can use this short film to pay attention to Sanctuary Games, understand the daily work of Sanctuary Games employees, and let them know what kind of working environment Extreme SU Revival was created in. And we can also use this to let many viewers know that this offline competition is officially recognized. According to Chin Song's words, Chinamo paused with his hand on a teacup, that he knew that these two people coming here would definitely not be good. Offline competition shooting short films publicity. He glanced at the two people sitting opposite him. They really don't give him a moment to rest. Just after solving the problem of non-hit coffee, Sanctuary Games has problems that if this competition continues, I am afraid that the number of users and players of Extreme Survival will surge again, that we must stop it. But Sanctuary Game has signed a contract with Chinga Club before, and Chinga has the right to host games under Sanctuary Game, that if I stop it, I can only unilaterally destroy this contract. And if I unilaterally break the contract, I still need to pay liquidated damages. This liquidated damages is another expense. When Chinamo thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he seemed to have found a loophole. That as long as he keeps looking for people to sign contracts and then break the contract, he can pay liquidated damages indefinitely. He can completely spend the system funds in this way. This is not easier than trying to spend money every day. But just when this idea came up, the voice of the system rang in my mind. Remind the host that the premise of the unilateral termination of the contract is that the contract violates the law. The contract is detrimental to the interests of the company, and there are simple situations in the contract at etc.it is detected that the current contract that you want to unilaterally destroy does not meet any of the above conditions and will not be resolved. Chinamo, dog system. This system really doesn't allow him to exploit any loopholes, that if he can't terminate the contract, then he can only let the other party continue to hold the competition. Thinking that the number of players in Extreme Survival is likely to surge after the competition, His head is a bit headache that he also looked at Chun Seong and Du Xing on the opposite side, and he was very unhappy. No, it's even more unhappy. You said that you were a good second-generation rich, but you have to start a business. Isn't it nice to inherit the family property? He secretly complained in his heart, but his face was calm, and he spoke lightly. When does this competition start? Are there many people participating? We are here to build the competition venue. The competition will be on April 15th, and the final will be on April 30th. On the day of the final, we will hold it at Jiangqing Stadium. If Mr. Chen has any ideas, you can go and take a look. That we will give you the best viewing position. As for people, the game is so popular now, there are naturally many people participating. Not to mention that the first place has a prize of 1 million. Chun Seong spoke slowly. 1 million prize. Hearing that the first place actually has such a large prize, Chun Mo's heart suddenly became active. Can I also hold a competition? At that time, the scale will be larger and the prize money will be more. Isn't this also a way to consume funds? Chun Mo nodded secretly in his heart and decided to record this in the spending manual later. However, holding a competition also has certain risks. IT is very likely to increase the popularity of the game again, so this method can online kept as a backup plan and used when there is no other way. After thinking of this, Chun Mo's depressed mood finally eased. Then, they had a brief conversation for a while. Chun Seong and Du Ziden said goodbye. They were going to invite him to dinner before, but he refused. Can I eat from below when I have dinner with you? Back downstairs. The short film shooting here has also ended. Since Fong Boss Wei, we still have things to do, so we won't stay for long. Chun Seong gathered all the members of the club, leaving Tomorrow Group and coming outside. Chun Seong said while touching his chin. Boss Chun doesn't seem to like us very much. He was always very cold when we talked. The bosses of the group are all like this. Anyway, when I go home, my dad has the same expression, with a stern face as if someone owes him money to do. Ziden said indifferently. It seems to be true. Chun Seong nodded and didn't take it to heart that he turned his head and looked at the people behind him. Notify those who haven't come yet, and let them meet at Tianda Plaza. Tianda Plaza. Members of the Tianda Club gathered together, a total of more than a dozen people. Chun Seong looked at the members of the club and spoke slowly. Today, I will take you to relax. Members who are training tomorrow and those who are responsible for other work will also busy. All the members of the club cheered. Take everyone to a barbecue restaurant in the mall. This time, the barbecue restaurant was already lined up outside. Chun Seong led everyone and walked over without paying attention that he found the person in charge of the store and reported his name. Soon, the person in charge took Chun Seong and his group into a private room that had been prepared long ago. After eating and drinking, they went directly into a cinema. Tianda's Cinema. Chapter 299 ILL Go, Book the Theater. Looking at the empty screening room, a club member exclaimed, What's the big deal? Don't you know that our general manager Chen's father is the boss of Tianda? What's the big deal about booking a theater? Junjio glanced at the exclaiming club members around him. ASA club member. He didn't even know the identity of his boss, that he was too failed. After $2.99, the filming crew sets out. Tomorrow grouped up president's office. Chenamo listened to Luo Zhao's report and nodded, okay. Just today, Luo Zhao came to report that the actors have been found and they could start filming this afternoon. This is a good thing. Finish the filming earlier, end it earlier, and then shoot the next bad movie earlier. Did I ask the filming budget enough? If not, I will give you some more. After all, filming is very hard. The staff and actors must eat, drink, and live well. Only by ensuring these can we ensure a good movie. Let's do this. I will give you an additional 20 million investment. Chenamo said seriously. As for why an additional 20 million investment is needed, it is entirely because the Tianda Club is holding a competition. After all, once the competition is held, extreme survival will definitely increase a part off the players rapidly. This will be the case, and the revenue of the game will increase further. Under this pressure, he finally decided to give the crew an additional 20 million investment. Another 20 million. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, Luo Zhao opened his mouth in surprise. Counting the previous investment, the final filming funds for this movie have reached 80 million. This 80 million is different from the 80 million of other crews. Other crews may have 40 million to 50 million for hiring actors, and there may not be much for filming. But his is different. At least 70 million of his 80 million is used for filming. After all, he hired amateur actors, and the pay is definitely not much. When casting, many classmates said that as long as he played a role, no pay would be fine. However, he did not do so and still selected the role according to the casting of the script. Originally, they were all amateur actors that if they were not more cautious in casting, I am afraid that this movie would be more difficult to shoot, and he roughly understood Mr. Chin's intention of adding so much investment. After all, they were all amateurs, so when shooting, each shot would probably be shot several times. This will increase the filming cost invisibly to Mr. Chin added funds. Because he was worried about this, the IT seems that he must strive for perfection in the process of filming to present a perfect movie. Mr. Chun, I understand. Well, then you go back and prepare. I will send you off in person in the afternoon. Chinamo looked at Luo Xiao with a smile that he was very satisfied with the talent he had discovered from his hometown. The bad movie plan is still going very smoothly at present. In the afternoon, several cars parked outside the building, and the filming crew was about to set off. When Chinamo came downstairs, he saw Luo Xiao walking over with several young men and women. Mr. Chun, these are the actors I found, all of whom I recruited from the Magic City Drama Academy. This is Mr. Chun, the president of Tomorrow Group. Luo Xiao introduced. Hello, Mr. Chun. Several students who had not yet graduated hurriedly greeted Luo Xiao after hearing his words. Well, Chinamo nodded lightly, but he was muttering in his heart. The Magic City Drama Academy is a training base for actors, and many excellent actors come from there. When did Luo Xiao go to the Magic City to recruit actors? He didn't even have any faith. Have you all filmed TV or movies? Looking at the young faces in front of him, he asked worriedly. Zhang Shua and the others hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and finally answered truthfully. Mr. Chun, we haven't acted in any TV series or movies yet. This is the first time, but we will try our best to act well. After saying this, they all looked at Mr. Chin opposite nervously. It the first time for all of them. Chinamo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was too nervous. Even though the Magic City Drama Academy has produced many excellent actors, few of them became gods after filming their first movie. Turning around, looking at Wang Bin, who was grinning with the crew members in the distance, he felt more relieved. With Wang Bin as a backup, even if these students are excellent, how good can this movie be? Okay, since it's your first time making a movie, don't be nervous, just shoot whatever you want. After saying this with a smile, he turned to look at Luo Xiao. I think these people are all good seedlings. Take good care of them. Okay, there's nothing else to do, you can set off. Okay, Mr. Chun, let's set off then. Luo Xiao took the order and then told the crew members to get in a car. They needed to go to the airport, take a plane to Kyoto, and then go directly to the film and television city. The film and television city. They needed to shoot nearly 2/3 of the plot, and then they needed to go to other places to shoot the remaining 1/3 of the plot. Watching the convoy leaving, Chinamo returned to the office happily. In his eyes, that was not a convoy leaving, but 80 million leaving. In the car, Jiang Shua and Su Tang sat in the back seat, whispering. The president of this Tomorrow Group is really young. Yeah, he doesn't look much older than us, but he's the president of the group. He's really amazing. He should be from a wealthy family. He's probably a second-generation rich man. And he's a handsome second-generation rich man. Tang, why don't you try and see if you can become the president's wife? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Tang glared at Jiang Shua and happily, then looked at the seats in the front row. Seeing nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow Group President's office. Chinamo looked at the revenue report of non-hit coffee sent by Shinaro. It has been a while since Du Xiao exposed the good deeds of non-hit coffee, and now the heat has passed a lot, but he needs to see that non-hit coffee's recent revenue has dropped back. He opened the revenue report and read it carefully. As he turned to the last page, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The revenue curves of all boutique coffee shops all showed a downward trend, which shows that the revenue of coffee shops is gradually decreasing. This just confirmed his guess. Although the anchor has brought some popularity, some fans choose to consume in the coffee shop because of the charity work of the coffee shop. But this kind of consumption is an impulsive consumption and will not last long. And the price of non-hit coffee is there, and some people's income can't support it at all. Drinking non-hit coffee every day. Read book LAWSO as the popularity decreases. After impulse consumption, some consumer groups begin to slowly return to calm. This is why non-hit coffee's income has decreased out of course. This time also made non-hit coffee a little famous. Some people may not choose to drink non-hit coffee every day, but they may drink it every few days or several days. That is, he estimated that even if non-hit coffee's income decreases, it will not decrease to the original level. Chapter 300, a little expansion, confirmed that non-hit coffee's income has decreased. Chinamo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it cannot be reduced to the original income, as long as the coffee shop can ensure that it isn't profitable, it will be fine. When the coffee shop in Kyoto is opened and the number of stores increases, the accumulated losses will still be a considerable amount. So this time, the non-hit coffee incident was a close call. Now it seems that all the company's development routes are still under its control. Now the bad film and television are on the right track, and the crew has already squandered 80 million that the clothing factory has entered the reconstruction stage. And most of the game revenue is now invested in the clothing factory, that he estimated that the reconstruction of the clothing will require several $100 million. And there are 5 coffee shops in Kyoto every month that in addition to employee wages, taxes, various procurement costs, and living expenses such as water and electricity, that IT can barely consume the game income of Extreme Survival and Tian Long. However, after Chinamo holds the offline competition of Extreme Survival, the game income of Extreme Survival will increase. Therefore, if he wants to be on the safe side, he still needs more ways to spend money or spend money on industries and spend more system funds. That's right. Boring Short Video is still recruiting anchors. It seems that Li Shun has to increase the speed of recruiting anchors. Only when there are enough anchors can he consume more system funds. In his opinion, this Boring Short Video is a very promising industry. A few days ago, he checked the data of Boring Short Video. The number of anchors of short videos is already higher than the number of users. This should be data that other short video platforms cannot have. The number of anchors is more than the number of users. How can such a platform make money? So as long as this Boring Short Video is well managed, can definitely become one of his most powerful money-burning industries. Chinamo thought happily in his heart. 23rd floor. Boring Short Video. In the manager's office. Li Shun looked at the information just delivered by the employee and the data displayed on the information and raised his eyebrows slightly. He asked his subordinates to collect the data of live teaching in related subjects. Just a few days ago, the anchor named Lu Weiwei from the Normal University called him. She said that the number of parents watching the live broadcast is gradually increasing, and they have some questions that they can't answer. She asked if they would recruit more anchors, that if they did, they could attract more students from demonstration universities to live broadcast on the platform. When he heard the news, he agreed without thinking. After all, the platform has been recruiting anchors, and the best response now is the live broadcast of this subject. Every time it starts, there will be many parents watching. And he also inquired that the reason why so many parents watched it was entirely because Lu Weiwei and his classmates distributed the news of the live broadcast to several tutoring groups. Gradually, those parents began to pay attention to the live broadcast, and then through the mutual spread of parents, the number of viewers naturally increased. He also said that they can recruit more subject anchors and hope that they can spread the news of this live broadcast to more parents. Of course, it is not for nothing to let them promote it. As long as the number of people watching the subject live broadcast reaches a certain threshold, he will raise the price for the 2 anchors. Hourly live broadcast price, 100-200-300-400, a total of 4 levels. As the overall number of viewers increases, it will appropriately increase the price level according to the number of viewers. Raising the price for 2 people is not a big cost for Boring Short Videos, and this price increase can increase the enthusiasm of the 2 anchors to promote Boring Short Videos. As long as they promote it hard, the number of anchors will naturally increase, and the number of parents watching this type of live broadcast will also increase. If it continues like this, even if Boring Short Videos are not popular, the subject live broadcast section in Boring Short Videos will definitely be popular. He made a policy for this. That is to expand the surface from the point that he does not need to make all the live broadcast sections popular now. He only needs to make the subject live broadcast popular first. As long as this section is popular, at least families with children will basically know the existence of Boring Short Videos. In this way, other family members will definitely choose to download Boring Short Videos. With such development, boring short videos will sooner or later appear in the public eye, and other live broadcast sections will also be driven by it. Of course, all of this he expected is based on the popularity of the boring short video live broadcast section. So, since the last phone call with Lu Weiwei, he has often paid attention to the data of subject live broadcasts. Now, there are as many as 20 subject anchors, and the number of parents watching the live broadcast is also increasing, and there are already more than 2,000 people. According to the curve chart on the current data, the number of people watching subject live broadcasts has been on an upward trend, which means that boring short videos are still spreading further. As long as this continues, boring short video subject live broadcasts will definitely become popular. Kansu La? Lishan thought secretly in his heart. Dong dong dong, will you open the door? And walked in with excitement on his face. I thought of something good. Seeing Wu Yu's excitement, Lishan spoke doubtfully. What did you think of that made you so happy? How to make money from boring short videos? Wu Yu sat directly opposite Li Shun and said enthusiastically, look, boring short video is recruiting anchors all the time now, and it spends a lot of money every day. That if it keeps going like this, it's definitely not possible to make progress without making progress, so I have been thinking about this issue these days. And just now I finally thought of an idea. What idea? Seeing Wu Yu's mysterious look, Lishan also became interested. Nowadays, boring short videos are indeed only available but there is nothing that can be done. After all, the traffic of boring short videos is not much now, and they simply cannot implement some normal short video profit-making projects that we can only wait for boring short videos to become popular before we can implement it. Live broadcast delivery. Wu Yu said seriously. Listening to Wu Yu's answer, Lishan looked disappointed. Deliver goods live. He also knows that live streaming can make the platform profitable. But the key point is that now the platform has no traffic at all. So how to bring goods? I also know that I can make money by selling goods, but the current traffic on the platform cannot bring goods at all. I know, but there is one I can definitely bring. Wu Yu smiled slightly and continued to speak. Don't we have a lot of viewers for our subject-based live broadcasts? We can bring products to this audience. 99% of the parents who watch subject classes are parents of children. They can buy some stationery, exercises, etc. in the live broadcast room. Chapter 301 Offline Promotion. Stationery. Practice questions. Lishan's eyes lit up after listening to Wu Yu's words. That's right. Those who watch subject-based live broadcasts are basically there to study. They sell some study-related things, so there is absolutely no problem. Moreover, the number of people watching subject-based live broadcasts is still growing, and we will wait until this type of live broadcasts really become popular. Learning-related things will definitely sell a lot. And those parents who listen to the class in the live broadcast room have a certain degree of trust in the anchor itself. If you want to buy stationery or study-related things, you will definitely think of buying things in the live broadcast room first. Certainly, you can sell goods, but you must also do a good job in quality control. As well as those related learning materials, which are related to children's academic performance. They cannot be careless. Another reason is that this is also related to the reputation of boring short videos, and it also indirectly affects the reputation of Tomorrow Group. How about it, Brother Shin? This decision is okay. When Wu Yu saw Lishan's expression, he knew that Lishan already agreed with this matter. After hearing Wu Yu's words, Lishan came back to his senses and spoke slowly. This method is okay, but you must be more careful when selecting products. This is related to the learning of those children, so you can't be careless. I know, Brother Shin. Wu Yu nodded. Didn't we invite a lot of professionals? When the time comes, I can let them check it and eliminate all the ones that don't work. As long as you know what's going on, I'll leave it to you. Lishan handed the matter over to Wu Yu directly. After all, Wu Yu had run business before. Don't worry, Brother Shin. I will definitely handle it. Wu Yu patted his chest and said seriously. Linshua City. Normal University. In the student dormitory. Lu Wei and Yang Yao Yao were sitting together, wondering what they were discussing. Yao Yao, I asked about the data there. As long as we attract 1,000 students and parents, we can raise the price of live broadcast to 200 an hour. Lu Wei said with expectation. However, we have already posted to all the groups we can send to, so how can we promote it? Yang Yao Yao looked distressed. If he could mention 200 for an hour, he would naturally be willing. But these days, they have added all the tutoring groups or student parent groups they can get, and they have Talked about some boring short video live broadcast. Of course, there were some setbacks. In many groups, they were kicked out of the group after they sent the message. Especially those who make up classes, they have now been blacklisted. Now it is very difficult for them to promote boring short videos through group chats, and the effect is minimal. Nowadays, the promotion of boring short videos is basically spread through the parents of those classmates. But this speed is relatively slow. If they want to increase the number of people watching the live broadcast as soon as possible and increase the level of remuneration, they can only think of other publicity methods. Why don't we go to the gates of various schools to promote it and wait for students to get out of school? There will definitely be a lot of parents picking up their children by then. Wouldn't it be great if we took the opportunity to promote it? Lu Weiwei said eagerly. The parents picking up their children are all potential users. To watch the live broadcast, as long as they are looking for 1,000 people, they can increase the remuneration level to 200 yuan an hour. Live broadcasting for 4 hours a day is 800 yuan. After a month, that will be 24,000 yuan. How could this reward not make her excited? Yang Yao listened to Lu Weiwei's words and fell into thinking. She went to the school gate, waited for the students to finish school, and asked the parents of those students to spread the word. This was indeed a good idea. But if you rely on dictation, the efficiency will be a bit low. After all, when you find someone, you have to talk about boring short videos all over again, which is not only time-consuming. Even if they talk for a long time, they will feel tired. It would be better too. Yang Yao thought of this and looked up at Lu Weiwei. It is indeed a good way to promote boring short videos at the school gate. But if we rely solely on our oral promotion, it will be time-consuming and laborious. Instead, we go to the printing agency and make some advertising leaflets and put the boring short videos on the leaflets. As well as the teaching live broadcast, everything is explained clearly. This way we can just give out flyers and give a brief introduction. Visiting one school a day should be no problem. Yes, let's make a leaflet. Lu Weiwei had a look of surprise on her face. As long as they make more advertising flyers and run for a longer period of time, by the time they visit all the schools in Lingshui City, it is estimated that their remuneration will have a chance to be raised to the third price range. In that case, you can earn more than 30,000 yuan a month, but that's enough money for working 4 hours a day. She couldn't even think about it. Only at this moment did she realize how much benefit the boring short video platform had given them. She had inquired before that it was very difficult to increase the level of live broadcast remuneration. IT has a lot to do with academic qualifications and one's own knowledge reserves. Even when the price level is upgraded to the third level, there will be corresponding examinations and evaluations. If you fail the test, even if you have 1 million fans in your live broadcast room, there is no way to raise the price. This time, they only need to find more users to watch the live broadcast to increase the remuneration for the live broadcast, which is undoubtedly much simpler. Lu Weiwei was happy, and she knew that she must seize this opportunity. Then let's make the content of the advertising leaflet first, and then go to the printing house to print it out. Yang Yao said, and she had already turned on the computer. This computer was just equipped by her in the past 2 days. IT was used with the money earned from the live broadcast, and she took some of it herself. After such a long time, it can be confirmed that Wooloo in short video is a very reliable platform, so she didn't have anything to worry about. So she directly equipped a computer so that live broadcast would be much more convenient. Pet Park Hang Tao and Su Jingming stood in front of a construction team. This time, the foundation of the ground in front had been laid. Please look, this is the rendering of the castle I designed according to your requirements. A middle-aged man with glasses handed a tablet to Hang Tao and Su Jingming. Upon hearing this, Hang Tao took the tablet that the other party handed over and looked at it with Su Jingming. At this time, the tablet showed pictures of buildings that looked like a castle, with a round spire on the roof and the shape of an ancient clock. The overall color tone was gothic milky white. If we only talk about the shape of this building meets their expectations of the castle. But in terms of details and color, it does not meet their expectations. After all, they're going to build a cat castle. Since it is a cat, it must be cute and warm in color. Chapter 302. Opening the pet clothing track. Hang Tao and Su Jingming looked at each other and then looked at the architect at the same time. There is no problem with the overall architectural shape, but the color tone and details need to be hanged. We're going to build a cat castle, and the color tone should be worn. so white is not very suitable. Please tell me what changes need to be made, and I will record them." Upon hearing this, the architect hurriedly took out a small notebook and a pen torcord. Hang Tao saw the architect's look and spoke slowly. "First of all, the color tone. The overall appearance is mainly pink, and then some other colors are filled in, and some cat patterns can also be inserted. Then the shape of this clock is not needed, and it can be replaced with a cat shape." The architect listened to the changes pointed out by Hang Tao and quickly recorded them in his notebook. After a while, all the changes were explained, and the architect hurried back to make changes. When the architect left, Hang Tao and Su Jingming also started to walk back. "Brother Su, have you contacted the cat and dog rescue stations in other cities?" Hang Tao looked at Su Jingming. Now the construction of the pet park has been completed for more than half. Except for the new cat castle that was planned later, the construction has been completed. Now, there is only greening and planning of the park route. So when the pet park is built, we will start to invest in pets, with the pets in there. Rescue station now, it is definitely impossible to fill such a large pet park. If you want to fill the pet park, you need to contact other cat and dog rescue stations and get more cats and dogs from other cat and dog rescue stations. Well, I have contacted several of them, and they are willing to send some cats here. Su Jingming nodded. The NO rescue station would refuse to reduce the pressure on the rescue station. When he contacted, some rescue stations even expressed that they wanted to send cats and dogs here as soon as possible. Now there are too many stray cats and dogs there, and they can no longer afford it. That's good. After the pet park is built, we can take them over. Hang Tao looked at the built buildings in front of him, and his heart was full of longing. He has already begun to imagine the scene of the pet park being built and packed with tourists. It shouldn't take long that it's time for us to contact the clothing factory and ask the designers there to help design some pet clothes. After the pet park is built, the pet fashion show must be launched as soon as possible. This is a very big selling point. It must be seen by the first batch of tourists. Only when the first batch of tourists see how interesting and fun the pet park is will they come a second time, bring it a third time, and recommend it to their friends around them. Just walking to the area of the completed catwalk, Su Jingming looked at the long catwalk in the distance and said what he thought it is indeed necessary to contact in advance. Design and manufacturing will definitely take some time. Let's go to the clothing factory in person tomorrow to discuss this matter with President John. Hang Tao nodded. The pet fashion show is the biggest selling point of the pet park and must be taken seriously. The two walked through the catwalk area and came to the pet viewing area. At this time, it has been built here, and the layout is probably similar to the structure of the zoo. However, the surroundings of the building were still bare without any plants covering it, and it lacked vitality. Su Jingming took a look and frowned slightly that we should also do a good job of greening this park and finally create an environment similar to an ecological park. In this way, tourists who come here will be in a much better mood when visiting in an environment full of green plants. "Well, I've already contacted the landscaping people." Hang Tao spoke slowly. "The greening matter has always been in the plan. So when the pet park was almost built, he had already found a garden designer and communicated with him." The next day, Hang Tao came to Chongfang Garment Factory early, but when he entered the industrial park and saw the scene inside, he was stunned. He had been to Chongfang Garment Factory several times, and he probably knew what the industrial park looked like. The few times he came before, it was all fine. But today, looking at the smoke and dust in the industrial park, the place where the workshop was originally had been demolished to the ground. What is going on? Is this industrial park going to be demolished? Hang Tao was confused and quickly came to the office building of Chongfang Garment Factory. "Boss Pang, you came without telling me. I'll go out to pick you up." Jiangqing looked at Pang Tao, who suddenly visited him, and said with some surprise, "Why should we be polite?" Hang Tao waved his hand indifferently. Although the two did not socialize much, they sat at the same table at the annual meeting. They were familiar with each other. "By the way, when I came in, I saw that many workshops in the industrial park had been demolished. Did something happen?" Thinking of the scene he had just seen outside, Pang Tao asked in confusion. "What you were talking about, those workshops and factories, Boss Chen has already bought the man plans to tear them down and rebuild them," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Mr. Chun came to discuss the reconstruction of the workshop in person, so the employees off of their companies were not aware of it. "Has Mr. Chen taken down all the workshops you demolished?" Pang Tao was moved when he thought of the area of the demolished workshop when he came in. That area was almost half of the industrial park. Listening to Pang Tao's words, Jiang Chung smiled and shook his head that it's not that all the demolished workshops were taken down by Mr. Chin, but that the entire industrial park was taken down by Mr. Chin. It's just that some companies haven't found a suitable new workshop and haven't moved away. When all those companies move away, the entire industrial park will be demolished and rebuilt. Pang Tao was already shocked. After hearing Jiang Cheng's explanation, he didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. The entire industrial park was built into a garment factory. Mr. Chun is still as bold as ever that I don't know what's the matter with Mr. Pang coming to the garment factory today. After a brief discussion about the expansion of the garment factory, Jiang Chung asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, the clothing factory and the pet park have no business connection, and I don't know what Pang Tao came to the clothing factory for today. Pang Tao came back to his senses and remembered the purpose of his coming here today. It's like this. Our pet park has a plan for a pet fashion show. Since it is a fashion show, it naturally involves clothing design. I was thinking that our clothing factory is a brand clothing factory and has its own clothing designers. So I want to ask the designers of our clothing factory to design pet clothing. And I also think that our clothing factory can also open a track for pet clothing. Chapter 303 Pet Model Pet Fashion Show. Jiang Chung murmured in his heart. It seems that Li Shun had mentioned this matter a few years ago. He was only the director of the production department at that time, and he didn't care about the business of the clothing factory, so he didn't care much. Hearing Pang Tao mention it at this time, he suddenly felt that this was definitely a very good suggestion. The pet park held a pet fashion show, and then the clothing factory produced and sold it. Nowadays, the clothes produced by the clothing factory are in a state of unsaleable, and the clothes produced are basically piled up in the warehouse. Just a few days ago, he also learned why the clothing stores in Jiangcheng City sold better, which was entirely because those clothing stores had some linkage with non-hit coffee. Anyone who buys clothes in a clothing store will get a 50 yuan coffee coupon as long as the price reaches a certain range. With this coffee coupon, you can go to non-hit coffee to order a cup of coffee for 50 yuan. This method is indeed very good, but it can only be implemented in Jiangcheng City at present. Clothing stores in other cities simply don't work. It is impossible to buy clothes in other cities and run to Jiangcheng for a cup of coffee. If we really want to implement this method, we will have to wait until non-hit coffee is popularized in all cities. It is definitely not possible at present. The appearance of pet fashion at this time has given him a selling point. Since the normal clothing market is not working now, we can try pet clothing. Moreover, Mr. Chen said at the meeting before the new year that the future clothing factory will involve all clothing industries. So pet clothing is naturally included. I guess Mr. Chen has thought of this a long time ago. Jiang Qing nodded secretly and looked at Pang Tao. Okay, I'll take you to meet the company's clothing designer. Then I'll trouble you. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Pang, you're too polite. Your pet clothing could be a timely help to the clothing factory. You know a little about the current situation of the clothing factory. The normal clothing channel is probably blocked. Maybe this pet clothing can be the key to breaking the deadlock. It would be great if pet clothing could solve the current predicament of the clothing factory. Pang Tao smiled heartily. They were all Mr. Chen's industries, so he naturally hoped that the clothing factory would grow and develop. The two chatted and came to the design department on the first floor. Knocked on the door and walked in. Our Jiang Suyaning greeted Jiang Cheng when he saw him coming in. Well, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Pang from the pet park. This is Suyaning, the director of the design department of the clothing factory. Jiang Cheng introduced the two. Hello, Mr. Pang. Suyaning greeted him when she heard the words. She knew about the pet park, which was also one of Mr. Chen's industries. And she was also very curious about this pet park. I heard that after it was built, there would be stray cats and dogs in it. She also planned to go and see the pet park with Zhou Yu and others after it was built. Hello, Minister Su. I came here today to discuss something with you. Pang Tao responded with a smile. Although he was higher in position than Suyaning, as a designer, was an important department of the garment factory, and he had something to ask of her, so he naturally did not dare to niggle. I don't know, Mr. Pang. What do you want to talk about? Suyaning looked at Pang Tao in confusion. Then let's go to the office to talk. It's quieter there. With that, Suyaning took Pang Tao and Jiang Chung out of the studio and entered the general office of the director of the design department. ASA director. She naturally had her own office, but she usually stayed in the studio to discuss new products with members of the design department. After entering the office, he poured a glass of water for each of the two CEOs that are paying. You can talk now. Pang Tao took the water cup and drank lightly. It's like this. Now the pet park project is halfway done. We have set up a pet fashion show to increase the attraction of the pet park. Since it's pet fashion, it naturally involves pet clothing. Are paying. You want us to design pet clothing. Suning understood Pang Tao's meaning instantly. Yes, that's right. Although the pet park has not been built yet, the design and production of clothing will definitely take some time, so I want to ask you to do it in advance. Pang Tao explained. Suning pondered for a moment after hearing this and slowly spoke. There is no problem in designing pet clothing, but there are not many members in the design department at present. If we focus on the design of pet clothing, it may affect the progress of other clothing design. Although the design department has recruited some new people, it is still not enough for the overall distribution. Don't worry about this. The design of other clothing can be put aside for the time being, and the design of pet clothing can be put in front. Jiang Qing said on the side. Nowadays, even if the design of other clothing is designed and produced by the clothing factory, it cannot be sold, and it will still be piled up in the warehouse. Now the original warehouse of the garment factory can no longer accommodate all the clothes. If he had not rented the entire industrial park a while ago and reserved a larger workshop to store the finished clothes, he would probably have no idea where to store the clothes he produced. So even if I put the current clothing design aside at this time, it won't have any impact. But pet clothing is different. If it is done well, it is likely to become a profit point for clothing factories. Therefore, in terms of importance, pet clothing is naturally more important. At least that's the case for now. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will implement this matter later. After getting Jiang Qing's permission, Su Yining naturally had no worries. But since it's pet clothing, I need a few pet models. After all, when we design clothing, we also need the shape and size of pets that it's easy to handle. I'll go to the pet park later and select some docile cats and dogs. Hang Tao hurriedly spoke. Pet model, there are so many cats and dogs in their rescue center, so there is no problem in selecting a few pet models. Okay, just send it within 2 or 3 days. During this time, we need to do some design and style design. We will try to make samples in about 2 or 3 days. Su Yining said with a smile. Hang Tao nodded, and after discussing important matters, he didn't stay long and left directly. Mr. Jiang, if we produce pet clothing, some materials and fabrics will need to be replaced, and we may also need to purchase some decorations and the like. After sending Hang Tao away, Su Yining looked at Jiang Qing beside him and said, well, regarding procurement, just communicate with Kai Jing, the director of the procurement department, and I will notify them to cooperate. After Jiang Qing finished speaking, he went upstairs and returned to his office. Now that he is ready to develop pet clothing, he also needs to make some adjustments to some work arrangements. Chapter 304. Campaign at April. Tomorrow Group Sun. Shui Games Conference Room. Wei Yin sat in the main seat of the conference room and slowly looked at the 2 game plans in his hand. More than half a month has passed since the last meeting when he divided the project group into 2 groups to develop 2 different game plans. At this time, the 2 groups finally made their own game plans. He took a brief look at the 2 game plans in his hand, and they were very complete and comprehensive. After thinking about it, he took out one of the plans. Lu Run, let's start with your plan. Okay, President Lu Rin hurriedly stood up after hearing this and walked to the podium in front with another colleague. Insert the USB drive, and soon a PPT appeared on the screen. Lu Rin began to explain his game plan based on the PPT, and another colleague cooperated on the side. First of all, my game plan has made some innovations in the original turn-based game. First, we added skills to the card characters. For example, some characters have both attack and healing abilities. Different skills can be released according to different battlefield situations. The second is freedom. This time, we designed it to increase player control and increase the freedom of gameplay. At the same time, we also considered some casual players and retained the original automatic battle function. But under the same combat power, there is a high probability that automatic battle will not be able to beat the player's own control. Lu Rin kept talking about his game plan. Wei Yin listened and nodded slowly. He has been playing turn-based games recently. Compared with the turn-based games he played, what Lu Rin said at this time did make some innovations. But in terms of freedom, he still felt that it was lacking. After all, even if the number of skills is increased, it is still impossible to escape the mode of attacking each other. But the essence of turn-based games is like this, and it is not a problem. After a while, the PPT had turned to the last page, and the entire game plan had been explained. There was warm applause in the conference room. When the applause stopped, Wei Yin's eyes fell on Su Yuan. That it's your turn. Okay, Mr. W. Su Yuan nodded, stood up, and walked out, and a colleague followed him out. Soon, a new PPT appeared on the screen. Su Yuan looked at the people in the conference room, took a deep breath, picked up the microphone, and spoke slowly. First of all, I gave our game a name, Freedom War, and we defined this game as a 3D strategy battle game. From the name, you can see the key points of our game: freedom, battle. First of all, freedom, that we jumped out of the original turn-based game. From a 5v5 2D game, we turned it into a 5v5 3D game. From the previous deployment of troops, it is converted to an online game. Players need to control freely according to the keyboard and mouse. Since players need to control the mouse and keyboard, it is difficult for one person to control multiple characters. So we changed it so that each person can only control one character, so that a game is a battle game between 5 people on each side. Su Yuan explained the changes in the game in detail, and then flipped the PPT, and soon a map appeared on the big screen. Next, I will talk about the gameplay. First of all, since it is a 5v5 battle game, the battlefield cannot be a very large map. Like an online game, if it is too large, I don't know how long it will take to finish a game. So we need a suitable map, which can't be too large, but not too small. However, the specific size needs to be determined after testing. But after discussion, we have made a battle map, which is the one on the screen. Su Yuan said, paused for a moment, and waited for everyone to see the map on the screen clearly before continuing. Since it is a 5v5 battle game, it is obviously inappropriate for 5 people to fight together at the beginning, which lacks some strategic and tactical elements. Considering this aspect, we divided the map into 3 roads in total that we call them upper, middle, and lower roads. In short, that we preset 1 person in the middle road, 2 people in the upper road, and 2 people in the lower road. Of course, this is not fixed, and players can allocate their own routes according to their needs. But it would be more reasonable to allocate people according to the preset routes, because this involves the allocation of resources. First of all, there are 4 types of resource acquisition. The first is natural growth, that is, players will increase a fixed amount of gold coins and experience as the game progresses. The second is that during the battle, we set up some soldiers. These soldiers will appear from their respective hometowns at regular intervals and then go to the 3 roads respectively. Players can gain experience and gold coins by killing enemy soldiers. The third way is to kill wild monsters. Because we set up 3 roads, there will be a certain blank area in the middle of each road. Therefore, we added some wild monsters in this blank area. After killing the soldiers, players can also go to the wild area to kill wild monsters to gain experience and gold coins at the same time. We are also considering whether to add a very strong wild monster among the wild monsters. After killing, you can get more rewards or gains. Of course, this requires in-depth discussion in the future before making a decision. As for the 4th method of obtaining resources, it is very simple. That is, killing the enemy player character. Su Yuan said slowly. These are all discussed by him and his team. In order to make this game more perfect, they will gather together to study after work. The meeting at this time was extremely quiet. Everyone was listening to Su Yuan's story quietly. Everyone seemed to be brought into the game. Imagine what this game will look like if it is developed. Next, I'll talk about resources. Experience, as the name suggests, is used to upgrade the character level. After all, the setting of this game is that after entering the game, all game characters are initially at level 1. The role of gold coins is also very simple. In the hometown of our game, there is a shopping mall. There are many equipment and weapons set up in it. Defensive, offensive, auxiliary, etc. Players can buy suitable equipment according to their character needs. But in this game, there is a setting that the equipment worn by players in the highest level are limited. However, the specific limit still needs further research. Chapter 305, Battle for Freedom. Then, it's a matter of winning or losing the game. My team and I have been discussing this issue for a long time, and we initially planned to define it as the number of kills. Whichever side kills 100 kills first will be the winner. But in this case, it is easy for players to start fighting in the early stages of the game, or to choose some characters with high combat effectiveness. As a result, the game loses a lot of strategy and operations, and also loses a lot of gameplay. Later, after constant modifications and overturns, we adopted the gameplay method in chess, where you win by killing the enemy's veteran. And we made some changes to this veteran, turning this veteran into a mechanism. This mechanism is placed in front of the player's birthplace at the same time. There are also many defense mechanisms set up on the 3 roads that he can assist the player and resist attack by enemy players. If the enemy is too strong, you can hide under the mechanism. With this setting, the condition for victory is to destroy the main organization in the enemy's home. Yuan kept flipping through the PPT, describing in detail how to play the game Freedom Battle, until I turned to the last PPT. The entire game plan was completely explained. Yuan and the colleagues who assisted in the explanation looked at the many employees in the conference room and bowed deeply. Thank you guys, that's our game plan. The conference room was quiet. After a while, there was extremely violent applause. Wei Yin slowly flipped through Su Yuan's game plan and recalled what Su Yuan had just said. This game plan, both in terms of creativity and level of detail, is much higher than the game plan of Lu Ren's group. From his personal perspective, he thinks Su Yuan's game plan is very good. However, his own understanding of the game is not that deep, so he still needs to see what other people in the conference room think of the 2 game plans. Seeing that Su Yuan had returned to her seat, she looked around at everyone in the conference room. You have listened to these 2 plans. Please raise your hands later to express which plan you support. But before raising your hands, I hope you will be more objective and don't vote for your own plan just because it was made by your group. You have to know that maybe after this game is made, it will always be managed by our team, that if the game is not effective, it will also affect your own income. You have all received the project bonuses during the Chinese New Year, that if you still want to receive so many project bonuses, you better choose a game that you think is better. Wei Yin spoke slowly, his tone extremely serious, that he believed that after saying these words, the people here should know how to choose that a good game can double their income. This has happened before their eyes, and it is impossible for them not to believe it. After all, the project bonuses during the Chinese New Year are very delicious. Sure enough, after Wei Yin finished speaking, all the employees in the conference room looked at each other and their expressions changed. Okay, that's all I want to say. Now it's time to make your choice. Wei Yin looked at the changing expressions of many employees and knew that his words had had an effect. Those who choose to support Lu Ren's group plan, please raise your hands. After the words fell, several employees slowly raised their hands. Wei Yin simply counted the number, recorded it, and then continued to speak, that if you choose to support the Su Yuan group's plan, please raise your hands. Whoosh whoosh. Each employee quickly raised their palms. Su Yuan looked at the people who raised their hands and was very excited. With so many people raising their hands, there was no need to count them. There must be more support for their plan. Wei Yin looked at the number of people who raised their hands and nodded. It seemed that he felt good that so many people think that Freedom War plan is good. Okay, put your hands down. There is no need to check this quantity. The final winning plan is Freedom War. Everyone applauds and congratulations. Bang, 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 bang. Warm applause rang out in the office. The applause disappeared. Wei Yin turned his head and looked at Lu Ren not far away with a curious expression. Lu Ren, please tell me why you raised your hand to support Su Yuan's plan. Just when there was a show of hands to vote, he saw with his own eyes that Lu Ren raised his hand to support Su Yuan's plan. This was very puzzling to him. After all, he was the main planner of the first project plan, so he openly supported the other party's game plan. Lu Ren stood up with a smile. I think Su Yuan's game plan is better. Of course, I am not belittling the game plan I made. I know that in terms of the current game market, Su Yuan's game plan is very groundbreaking. The gameplay and innovation of Freedom Battle are not available in the current game market. It is a completely new game. Just like Extreme Survival, it has never been played before. Once this game is made and put on the shelves, there will only be 2 situations. Either it will not be accepted by the market and no one will care about it, or it will become popular quickly like Extreme Survival. It's risky to say this, but I believe that as long as our project team members work together, we can definitely make this game well and reduce the risk infinitely. Of course, the most fundamental reason why I chose this game is that this game has the potential to become popular like Extreme Survival. Once it becomes popular, Our project bonus will definitely not be less. Who can't get along with money? When the last sentence fell, the office instantly burst into laughter. Yes, who can't get along with money? Hearing Lu Ren's words, Wei Yin couldn't help but sigh. Professionals. The words they say are different. He just thinks Su Yuan's plan is better, but he can't say what's good about it. He just feels good. But in Lu Ren's mouth, it's the same. It must be very convincing. Okay, now the plan has been selected. Does anyone have a different opinion? You can speak freely now. Wei Yin looked at the many employees in the meeting room, and no one responded for a long time. Since no one has any objections, then this plan is completely finalized. Then from today on, we will collectively develop the game plan. Freedom War, that I hope everyone will cooperate with each other and develop a game as popular as Extreme Survival. Clapping. Another round of applause rang out. Wei Yin smiled slightly when he saw this. Since the establishment of his project team, he finally has a goal and is on the right track. That I don't know how this game will be received after it is developed and whether it will be a big hit. He was a little nervous that I hope I won't disappoint Mr. Chin. Wei Yin sighed secretly to Mr. Chin trusts him so much that if he develops a game that loses money, he will be ashamed of Mr. Chin's trust. The pressure is huge. Chapter 306 Offline Competition begins. Wei Yin waved his hand gently to stop everyone in the conference room from applauding. After pondering for a moment, he continued to speak. The project has been finalized, but except for Su Yuan, who is already the project director, other positions in our team have not been assigned yet. The remaining positions now include 1 deputy director and 5 team leaders. The position of deputy director is held by Lu Ren, and then there is the position of team leader. I selected 2 candidates, the 2 team members who just went out to assist in explaining the game plan. As for the remaining 3 team leaders, you can go back and elect them on your own. Whether it's true voting or something else, it's up to you. After you've selected them, just hand over the list to me. Lu Ren can lead and plan a game plan, and his abilities are there. Being the deputy director is definitely enough. As for the 2 people who assisted in explaining the game plan, they also played some key roles in the explanation process. There is still some ability. He directly appointed these 2 people as team leaders of the project team. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Lu Ren and the other 2 appointed employees quickly stood up to thank them. You don't have to thank me. If you really want to say thank you, just make the game a good one for me. Wei Yin waved his hand indifferently, then stood up and walked outside. The meeting is over. Top floor. President's office. Chinamo looked at Non-Hikofi's recently sent revenue report, carefully compared it, and found that although Non-Hikofi's income has not dropped to the original income, it has stabilized. However, this change has also increased the current overall revenue of Non-Hikofi by more than 500,000 yuan, which means that he has lost more than 500,000 yuan less. But 500,000 is nothing to his current assets. After confirming this, he finally felt relieved that if there is no big change in Non-Hikofi's income from now on, there is no need to report it to me. Putting Non-Hikofi's information aside, he looked up at Shinro and spoke slowly. Now that the income has stabilized, there is no need to pay too much attention. Okay, Mr. Chin. Shinro nodded. By the way, the company's employee team building work has a quota and is issued. Team building must be held once a month, and the time must not take up employees' rest time. On average, the fund consumption during team building must not be less than 1,000 per person. Send this order to each company and let them organize it on their own. Whether to link up with other companies or hold it themselves, let them discuss it themselves. I will not be involved in this incident. Chinamo took a sip of coffee and continued talking. There is also the matter of the sports meeting. A sports meeting must be held every quarter. This matter must be implemented. I will not say more in the future. The overall model can be held as before, with rewards and so on. Don't fall behind. Well, that's all. You go back and implement these things as soon as possible. Watch Shinro leave. Chinamo sighed slowly. This was because he took a month off for the Chinese New Year and was busy with some things when he came back that he had forgotten about the sports meeting. There is also the matter of company team building. If he doesn't organize it, no one in the companies below will organize it. After thinking about it, simply set these 2 things as hard targets and let them in this way. I don't have to pay attention to these 2 things, just let them do it by themselves. He will not participate in team building. But you can always show up at the sports meeting and draw a prize. Ask the president of the group. It is also necessary to participate in employee activities. After arranging everything, I looked through the recently collected investment projects and found that there were no reliable projects. So I put them aside in disappointment. What's going on with these projects? Why are there no projects as reliable as paying towels? He sighed helplessly. Looking at today's date, I found that it was April 15th. Isn't this the date when Tange Club will hold the Extreme Survival offline competition? Turn on Who to Live to see what's going on today. As soon as I entered the Who to Live page, I saw a huge banner advertisement. Be new, conspicuous, very conspicuous, with the specifications of this banner. Even if you are 1,000 degrees short-sighted, you will notice it at first sight when you come in. I briefly glanced at the content of the banner. Tange Cup, Extreme Survival, Million Bounty Competition. See you at 6 p.m. I glanced at the time and saw that it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. Why did you put out the banner announcement so early? Unlucky. The originally pleasant mood suddenly lost its mood after seeing this big banner. Turn off the banner and exit Who to Live broadcast directly. This Who to Live broadcast is poisonous. Far worse than his boring short videos. Boring short video. Li Shun and Wu. Yuan looked at the data sent to them by the people below, with joy on their faces. Brother Shin, this subject-based live broadcast has become very popular. Kujina, Wu Yuan said in surprise. Li Shin also nodded excitedly. Yes, if this continues, subject-based live broadcasts will become popular very soon. He didn't expect that the two college students were so amazing that they could attract so many viewers in such a short time. Looking at the data in the background, the total number of people watching. This type of live broadcast has reached more than 50,000. Although this number is nothing for the entire willing short video platform. But these 50,000 people play a huge role in the subject live broadcast. Almost as soon as the broadcast starts, these more than 50,000 users will be dispersed to the live broadcast rooms of various subjects. In order to help children learn. They have almost become loyal users of willing short video. In addition, his teaching is free, which also increases the trust of users. As for live broadcast rewards, this is all free. And he also prohibits it.so in nature. There is no problem with saying it is free teaching. Brother Shin, the relevant stationery, some textbooks, review questions, and other learning materials have all been selected, and it's time to put them on the shelves. Will you spoke quickly? 50,000 potential users. This is a very large market. Moreover, stationery, exercise books, and other supplies are all consumables, and there will always be people buying them. Well, it can be put on the shelves. Let the back-end department send a message to those subject anchors, and then open sales channels in their live broadcast rooms. But remind those anchors to focus on teaching. Don't mention sales too often. If there are users asking, you can talk about it appropriately. Li Shin agreed to this matter directly. Chapter 307 Quality Control. Selling goods can indeed help the platform make money. But Li Shin also knows that the live broadcast room can attract those users now, because the live broadcast content helps their children learn. If you neglect teaching in order to sell goods, then you will sacrifice the good and the bad. Although not mentioning sales may reduce sales, he knows that as long as quality is guaranteed, more users can be attracted. As long as there are enough users, the number of buyers will gradually increase, and there is no problem with the quality of their product selections. These voluntary buyers will definitely buy again as long as they find this product useful. In addition, since he is cooperating with merchants, the online sales price will be slightly lower than the physical sales price. Even if there is no anchor promotion, more and more users will buy it.so for this live broadcast. He only needs to grasp two key points. The first is the issue of live broadcast. Quality. As long as there are no problems with the live broadcast teaching, and it can help those children who are learning, it will continue to attract students and parents. When the subject teaching of boring short videos develops across the country, all students and parents will know it. This live broadcast platform. That's when this platform became popular, at least in the aspect of live teaching. The second is that in terms of quality control, as long as the items sold are strictly screened to ensure that the items sold do not have any quality problems. This can ensure that all customers who have the purchased are willing to buy again. After all, there is no problem with the quality, and the price is even cheaper than offline. Who wouldn't want to buy it? As long as these 2 points are ensured, and when the boring short video subject teaching expands nationwide, they will be able to control at least half of the market for learning sales products in their our own hands. Leishan thought longingly that this is a very huge market. Thinking of this, that I couldn't help but admire Mr. Chun even more. This is just a subject-based live broadcast section, and there will be such huge business opportunities in the end that Mr. Chin's platform does not only involve subject-based live broadcasts, but there are other live broadcast sections as well. For example, agriculture. Professor Yuan Chenghua from the Agricultural University, whom he contacted before, has already begun leading his students to start live teaching. However, agricultural teaching is different from subject-based teaching. It is difficult to achieve the purpose of teaching by relying solely on oral narration. They need to go to farmland or orchards for practical live broadcasts. This kind of teaching is easy to understand. People who watch the live broadcast only need to record the live broadcast and then go back and follow the operations, certainly. During the live broadcast, I will also explain why I do this and what is the purpose of doing it. This allows people who watch the live broadcast to have a deeper understanding. Agriculture is also a very huge market. As long as agricultural live broadcasting is done well, the future prospects cannot be underestimated. Farmers worry about the same problems when farming. The first one is natural disaster. No one knows whether the next year will be a good year. Is it a drought year, or is it a rainy year? This cannot be predicted, but they can reduce the disasters caused by natural disasters through the following 2 points. The first point is that seeds and fertilizers are very important and can affect farmers' harvest in a year. However, due to the frequent emergence of various seed and chemical fertilizers, farmers do not have any professional knowledge and judgment about the selection of these seeds and chemical fertilizers. Some people buy bad seeds, which can reduce food production by several percent. Therefore, a recommendation for good seeds and fertilizers is particularly important. He could have asked the professionals at the Agricultural University to conduct an experimental investigation and then recommend better seeds and fertilizers. As long as this is implemented, food production can be guaranteed to a great extent. After the production problem is solved, we will face the problem of sales channels. They can conduct live broadcasts, sell on behalf of others, or provide sales channels. As long as boring short video can develop as he envisioned. Boring short video will also gain access to this huge market in agriculture. Of course, besides agriculture, there are other industries. As long as the boring short videos continue to develop and grow, he can't imagine what kind of behemoth the boring short videos will be at that time. Leishan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. After careful consideration, he suddenly discovered that Mr. Chen's ambition and structure were definitely not something they could look down upon. I am afraid that when Mr. Chen proposed the boring short video, Mr. Chen had already thought of the final development. This is a big chess game. Zhongqing City, in a gymnasium. Chen Song and Du Zeding inspected the competition venue, and after confirming that there were no problems, they returned to an office. All preparations are complete, just waiting for the game to start at 6 o'clock. Chen Song leaned on his seat and said a little tiredly that he has been busy setting up the competition venue for the past 2 days. And he has never been idle. For him, a rich second generation who has always been pampered, this is undoubtedly a challenge. Du Zeding also leaned on his seat and sighed that we still can't relax, that we must pay attention to the live broadcast during the game and the computer during the game, that if any accident occurs, it needs to be resolved immediately. And all the participating teams for today have been contacted, right? No one is absent. All have been contacted. No one is absent. Chen Song nodded. The participating teams had already arrived yesterday. After all, this is a bounty competition. Who doesn't want to get the first prize of 1 million starting today? There will be a 4-day elimination match, and finally 48 teams will be selected for the semifinals. Then, after 3 days of competition, 24 teams will be selected to enter the finals. The finals will be divided into 3 groups, A, B, C, with 8 people in each group. The battle method is AB, AC, BC, 3 groups. Each group will compete for 6 games, and the top 8 will get 10, 7, 6 points in turn. Each kill will get an elimination point. Finally, when all the games are over, the total points of all teams will be calculated, and a team with the highest points will be the first place in this competition. The system of this competition was summarized after many experiments. Originally, 25 teams could participate in a game, but after several experiments, it was found that 25 teams would easily collide in the game, and there would be a lot of casualties in the early stage. As a result, The game lacks some strategic operations and some FUN after adjustments. The lineup of the game was set at 16 teams. Time passed little by little, and it was soon 6 o'clock in the afternoon that today's participating teams have entered the competition venue one after another and sat in their own team positions. Huda Live began to enter the live broadcast state. Since the competition teams are still in the preparation stage, the short film prepared early was played first. Chapter 308 live broadcast of the game begins. Tiger Head Live Extreme Survival live broadcast room at this time. There are already 1 million people in the live broadcast room, and other live broadcast platforms have also opened the live broadcast interface. The number of people in the live broadcast room of each platform is no less than 500,000 that has the game started. Let me see which team won the 1 million prize. Didn't it say that it started at 6 o'clock? Why are you still playing this short film? Advertisement. That's right. What is this short film about? But I have to say that the working environment of the company in the short film is really good. Indeed, which company is this? Could it be the China Club? Many viewers in the live broadcast room watched the short video and spoke and discussed it.at this time. The voice of the commentator also came out. Everyone has seen this short film. Let me introduce it in detail. The company in the short film is not the China Club, but the game company that developed Extreme Survival, Sanctuary games. That I was curious before, what kind of company could develop such an excellent game? After seeing this short film, I understand. Given the working environment of this company and the working status of those employees, I'm not surprised at all that they can develop Extreme Survival. Beam you knew? Well, that's true. Only with a good working environment can employees have a better state. And I learned that the treatment of employees in this company is very good. Good treatment means that the boss is good. And there is another piece of news that Tian Long is also developed by this game company. Several commentators discussed with each other. After hearing the comments of the commentators, the audience in the live broadcast room also changed the barrage that I asked this the company that developed Extreme Survival. It looks good that I'm studying computer science that I wonder if I can join. You guys play games without looking at which company developed it. I've known for a long time that Extreme Survival was developed by Sanctuary Games, and I have a friend who works there. The treatment is very, very, very good. Pay attention to my choice of words. There are 3 varies. Who looks at the game company when playing games? But this Sanctuary game is worth paying attention to. I just found out that Tian Long was also developed by Sanctuary Games. I like Tian Long so much. I'm not working now. I play Golden Tian Long every day. I can make more than 500 every day. I can also play Extreme Survival in my spare time. It's great. Upstairs, please take me with you. I also want to make money from games. Working is too tiring, and I have to look at the boss's face. But I can only exchange dozens of yuan for materials and gold coins for 1 account a day. Brother upstairs, how did you do it? This is not easy. You can create more small accounts and brush materials at the same time. That's it. But remember to apply for cards. All 3 cards must be applied for. The luck value is still very useful. If some precious strengthening materials are exploded, you can sell them for hundreds of yuan. Tian Long. So profitable. I've heard of it before, but I've never played it. It's very profitable. There is no game all in Tian Long. Everything needs to be brushed by yourself, and they're all consumables. There will be a boss or a studio to collect them every day. Play for a while every day and make some pocket money. It's okay. I now earn the monthly card money for Tian Long and Extreme Survival. In Tian Long, look, the game has started. This is the first time I've seen this type of game. I don't know if it's good or not. What kind of game is this? There is such a high bonus. Backstage, Chen Song and Du Xing have been paying attention to the data in the live broadcast room. Before the game, in order to increase the publicity of the game, they contacted multiple live broadcast platforms and broadcast the game at the same time. QG knew. After all, each live broadcast platform has its own user group. They hope to increase the exposure of Extreme Survival with the help of this live broadcast and take the opportunity to push the Tian Club into the public eye. The statistical results have come out. There are 4 live broadcast platforms in total. The number of viewers in the 4 live broadcast rooms has exceeded 4.5 million, and it is still growing. And through the detection of barrage, in addition to Huda Live, the barrage of other live broadcast platforms, users who asked what game this has accounted for 30%. The Du Xing took the tablet and looked at the data table sent by the staff and slowly spoke. Chinsong listened to Du Xing's narration and nodded slowly that it seems that our guess is right. There are many users on other live broadcast platforms who don't know the game, Extreme Survival. After this competition, it is estimated that Extreme Survival will completely appear in the public eye. After all, Extreme Survival has only been online for a few months and there has been no promotional activities. The only way to promote it is to broadcast it on Hood Alive. However, since Extreme Survival has not authorized any live broadcast platform, so far, only Hood Alive can broadcast Extreme Survival. Therefore, the only people who know about Extreme Survival are the users of Hood Alive. However, in private, users of Hood Alive may also recommend it to their friends. But this is not enough to make Extreme Survival enter everyone's site.so. When he went to Songshui Game to shoot a short film last time, he discussed this matter with Fong Chong and others. Finally, it was decided that the live broadcast of this game would not be limited to Hood Alive, but would be broadcasted on the entire network, so that it could enter the site of most people.at this time. It seems that this plan is still very successful. Tomorrow Group, Songshui Game. Fong Chang's office. Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen were also there. The three of them were watching the Extreme Survival game on the computer screen. This game was related to the development speed of Extreme Survival and also to a licensing FE.so such a big thing that as the three highest leaders of Songshui Game, they naturally have to pay close attention to it. Based on the number of viewers of each live broadcast and the barrage reaction in the live broadcast room, there should be no problem. Fong Chong observed the 4 live broadcast platforms and the situation in the live broadcast room, respectively, and finally confirmed. Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen laughed when they heard this. It seems that Extreme Survival is about to usher in a considerable revenue again. Of course, this revenue is not only the revenue brought by the increase in players, but also the licensing fees from the live broadcast platforms that want to broadcast Extreme Survival. After all, now, Extreme Survival is broadcasting very well on 4 platforms. As long as those live broadcast platforms know this news, they will definitely not let go of this game. After all, when this game becomes popular, other live broadcast platforms can broadcast Extreme Survival, but you can't. In that case, it is very likely to lose users. Chapter 309 Live Broadcast Authorization. Ring, ring, ring. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Fong Chong looked at his phone, picked it up, and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of confusion, he answered the call. Hello. Fong Chong casually greeted him, but his expression soon changed. Well, I need to think about this matter and give you an answer later. Yes. After Fong Chong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. What happened? Looking at Fong Chang's expression, Wei Yin asked that it's the person in charge of Shiwei Live discussed the live broadcast authorization. Yes, but they want to buy out the live broadcast. What price buyout? Wei Yin frowned. $150 million. Fong Chong looked up at Wei Yin and spoke slowly. Zhao Bowen on the side opened his mouth in shock when he heard the price. $150 million that the Shiwei Live really dares to make an offer. Hearing this, Wei Yin tapped the table lightly with his fingers and fell into deep thought. According to the last discussion with the Chinga Club, Extreme Survival is currently only showing a trend of becoming popular, but it is not yet a hit. For a truly popular game, the number of game players must reach at least 10 million, that the current number of players of Extreme Survival is only more than 6.5 million, that there is still a certain distance from more than 10 million. Moreover, a truly popular game must go through the test of time. Perhaps this game can reach 10 million players in a short period of time, but it is very likely to be a flash in a pan.so for now. The licensing fee for Extreme Survival is not too high. It is about 3,000, not a buyout price, but a simple licensing price. According to the current 4 leading live broadcast platforms, if all are authorized, it will be 120 million. That the price offered by Shiwei Live seems very high, but in fact it is only 30 million more. If you want to buy out like this, it is really too whimsical. Thinking of this, Wei Yin retracted his thoughts and looked at Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen. Reject it. This price is not suitable. In addition, I think that the priority now is to promote Extreme Survival. As long as Extreme Survival is authorized to multiple live broadcast platforms, the speed of dissemination will be faster. As long as the number of players is large enough, we can get a considerable income just by relying on users to recharge and apply for monthly cards. There is no need to give up long-term development because of the small benefits in front of us. Fong Chong and Zhao. Bowen nodded after hearing this. That's right, that as long as the number of players of the game increases and reaches the level of explosion, the more than 100 million yuan in licensing fees will be nothing. It is estimated to be just the income of Extreme Survival for 1 month. Soon the three of them reached a consensus that this time the game license would not accept buyout, and it was only authorized for 1 year. Although 1 year may reduce the licensing price, if Extreme Survival explodes after 1 year, the subsequent licensing fees will not be a small amount. Even if the licensing fee is lower this time, they will only authorize it for 1 year. But the only pity is Tianlong, because the boss of the company at that time, in order to make a profit, Tianlong was authorized early, and it was a buyout permanent authorization. The three of them continued to pay attention to the live broadcast. During this period, several live broadcast platforms called them and wanted the live broadcast rights of Extreme Survival. Among them, the other two leading live broadcast platforms also proposed to buy out the live broadcast rights, but they were all rejected by Fongchong. Chongfeng Clothing, Office Building, Design Department Office. Several designers surrounded an orange cat and slowly put on a piece of clothing that is so cute that I really like it, that I didn't expect it to look so good in clothes. Several designers looked at the cat wearing clothes and exclaimed. Su Yining stood aside and looked at the clothes on the cat and nodded. The effect was indeed good. Okay, this style is decided. Check again to see if the cat feels uncomfortable wearing it, that if so, try to adjust it. After confirming that there is no problem, communicate with the workshop, and then make clothes of different sizes according to different breeds of cats. That don't make too many of each size, just 300 pieces of each size. Su Yining looked at the designers and spoke slowly. Sister Yining, what kind of clothes should be designed next? Shoyu walked over and asked slowly. Next, don't go for the cute style. You can try cool, cold, funny, all kinds of styles of clothes. 1 or 2 styles should be made. The same is true for dog clothes. Su Yining thought for a while and spoke slowly. Since it is a fashion show, the style of the clothes must not be too single. It must be diversified so that the show can be more exciting. And there must not be only one fashion show, so they need to design enough styles. For the time being, there is no need to design too many styles. When the clothes are online, the production volume of clothes will be increased accordingly according to the popularity of each style. Okay, Sister Yining. After receiving the appointment, Shoyu hurried back to her job and started to get busy. Su Yining looked around the design department, pointed out some design problems to several new designers, and then left the design department directly. Came to the second floor, knocked on the door, and entered the manager's office. Minister Su, what's the matter? Jiang Cheng stood by the water dispenser and asked Su Yining, who knocked on the door, that he had just returned from the shoemaking workshop and was about to drink some water to quench his thirst when Su Yining came over. Or Jiang, the first piece of clothing has been made. Now everyone in the design department has mastered the essentials of making pet clothing. Next, more clothing will probably be made. That I'm thinking, if all these pet clothing are made, it may not be enough to rely on a fashion show in the pet park. Should we add other sales channels? Su Yining said with some concern. When Paying Tao sent cats and dogs last time, she communicated with Paying Tao that the fashion show in the pet park would not be held every day, but once or twice a week. After all, since it is a performance program, it will definitely be tiring after a long time. Of course, in the early days of the park, in order to attract tourists, it may be held every day. But even if the pet fashion show is held every day, the customers who buy pet clothing are only those who go to the pet park, and the sales volume may not be very large. I have thought about this matter. It is definitely not enough to rely on the pet fashion show alone. I have made some plans to deal with this. You can just listen to it. Jiang Qing suddenly realized, then took a glass of water and returned to his seat. Of course, I also took the opportunity to get a cup for Su Yining. Let's sit down and talk. Chapter 310 Selfishness. When Su Yining sat down, Jiang Qing slowly spoke. I have 2 plans for pet clothing sales. The first point is online sales. I have communicated with the live broadcast team in the company. When the pet clothing comes online, we will add another live broadcast channel. That time, pet costumes will be put on the pets and then displayed through live broadcasts that don't have too much hope online. After all, Mr. Zhang has issued an order before that the price of online live sales must be higher than the price of offline stores, and a reminder must be made in the live broadcast room.so. I don't know what will happen with online sales. However, through online live broadcast sales, it will at least play a publicity role. The second point is that the store is selling. I have already started to contact those agents and ask them if they are willing to change the store into a pet fashion store. After Jiang Qing finished speaking, he took a sip of water. He discussed these two plans with his wife Wang Wan in the dormitory. He found that during this period, his wife became much smarter after reading those financial and business books. He would often give him some crucial suggestions. So now, whenever he encounters something difficult to solve in the company, he will discuss it with his wife. I in the family. It is a wife at work. His wife is considered a military advisor. After listening to Jiang Qing's story, Su Yining nodded with relief. Since Mr. Jiang has already arranged both online and offline sales, she has nothing to worry about. I sighed secretly in my heart. Jiang Gua is indeed capable. I quickly thought about the sales problem of pet clothing and have made corresponding adjustment plans to. No wonder Mr. Jiang chose Jiang Qing to be the general manager of this clothing factory. It turns out that Jiang Qing really has this ability. Our Chen's vision is really amazing. Our Jiang. Since we have already formulated sales strategies for pet apparel, I won't bother you. Su Yining said goodbye directly and left. She came here just to remind him, but since Mr. Jiang has already considered it, there is nothing wrong with her. Okay, if you have anything to do in the future, Mr. Su, feel free to come over and mention it. I don't have much education here, and I tend to ignore many management and business issues. Jiang Qing sent Su Yining to the door of the office and said kindly. Su Yining nodded slightly. Mr. Jiang was still very humble. As expected. The people Mr. Qing fell in love with were not ordinary people. She has been in this company for a while and has some understanding of the deeds of various characters in the company. Wei Yin, Li Shun. These employees didn't find any great talents at all in the beginning, but under Mr. Qing's arrangement, these people all became manager-level figures. Our Chun has a keen eye for discovering talents. Su Yining couldn't help but show admiration. 5 days later, on Monday. Tomorrow Group, President. S office. Chenamo hummed a little tune and sat leisurely on his office chair. Just after the company issued a free team building dinner a few days ago, its company quickly responded to the order. They started having team building dinners one after another. With the increase in employees, the consumption of team building has also increased a lot. Although today's system funds are measured in hundreds of millions, the consumption of these team building efforts is nothing. But when you gather a small amount of food into a large number, even the small mosquito legs are still meat. A dinner may not cost much, but accumulated over many times, it will be a considerable amount. Moreover, preparations for the sports meeting have also begun. With successful cases having been held twice before, the preparation for this sports meeting is relatively simple. But this time the sports meeting will definitely cost a lot. Since the beginning of the new year, the company has gradually added more than 200 employees, not counting others, but the prizes for the sports meeting are based on the specification of 10,000 per person. The additional 200 employees will cost more than 2 million yuan. Of course, the above is not the reason why he is so happy. The most important thing is the news from Kyoto. Now the first 5 coffee shops in Kyoto have been renovated and have begun to enter the business stage. Excluding cat cafes and maid coffees, the other 3 specialty coffee shops only had a revenue of more than 1,000 on the first day of opening. More than 1,000. Over in Kyoto, we have already lost money and cannot continue to lose money. After all, prices there are very high. If there is a daily turnover of 8,000 in Jiangxing, profit can be achieved. But in Kyoto, it is estimated to be twice as much. Of course, this has just opened, and we can't yet determine whether the next revenue will be like this. But at least this is a good sign, and according to his judgment, non-hook coffee's revenue is likely to grow in the coming time. It should be about half higher than the income in Jiangxing City. But this does not affect his loss of money. And he also issued an order to continue expansion, and 5 more coffee shops entered the site selection stage. The cost of opening a coffee shop in Kyoto is 3.5 million. 5 companies is 17.5 million. Another big expense was spent. Not bad. As long as it continues like this, it will be fine. Chinamo picked up the coffee on the table and took a pleasant sip. Our Chun. This is the schedule for the sports meeting. Take a look. Chunro walked in from the office next door and handed over the plan in her hand. Chinamo reached out to take over the plan and took a brief look at it. It was basically the same as last time, with no special changes. If it is held this way, there will be no problem. Well, let's do it. That he nodded and returned the planning book. Chinro took the planning book and did not leave directly. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. Dadam Chun, I have some selfish motives in this plan, and I ask for your forgiveness. Selfish? What selfishness? Chinamo looked at Chinro in confusion. He had just looked at the plans. They were all normal, and he didn't see anything selfish. Dadam Chun. During the break of the sports meeting, there was a performance, so I arranged for my friend to participate. She is Zhang Lan, who you have also seen. Chinro lowered her head and said nervously, "Did I ask Mr. Chin's assistant? She shouldn't have such selfish motives, but it was really difficult for Zhang Lan and the others to make music in the basement. So she thought of letting Zhang Lan and the others go to Tio the sports meeting, sing a few songs, and earn some money at the same time. Remuneration. However, she thought about it and decided that it would be better to let Mr. Chin know. After listening to Chinro's report, Chinamo smiled lightly that he thought it was something that's it. You can just arrange it, but since I'm your friend, I'll take care of it and double the performance FE to H.M. Our Chin doesn't have to be like this, that a few is enough, that's it. You go make arrangements. Chinamo waved his hand indifferently, that if he could spend more money, of course he should spend more. Chinro was deeply moved when she saw Mr. Chin's firm attitude. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Then he turned around and trotted back to his office. Chinamo looked at Chinro's back, shook his head, and smiled. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Soon Fong Chong opened the door and walked in with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Chapter 3:11, A Small Goal. Chinamo looked at Fong Chong, who came in, and asked with some caution that what's the matter. He always had a familiar taste in this smile that Emmer Chun. There is a good thing that I wanted to write a report to report it, but then I thought about it and realized that you are upstairs. So I came here to report it in person. Fong Chong sat down on the chair in front of the desk, his face full of joy. Looking at Fong Chang's joyful expression, Chinamo's bad premonition became stronger. Can the good things in the eyes of these employees be good things for himself? I don't know what Fong Chong has done to him again. Chinamo tried to calm himself down and looked at Fong Chong sitting opposite. What good news is it? It's like this, Mr. Chin. Didn't the China Club hold an offline competition for extreme survival? Then we contacted several live broadcast platforms and broadcast the offline competition of extreme survival on those live broadcast platforms. Now the offline competition of extreme survival has entered the semifinal stage, but through the live broadcast during this period, the live broadcast of extreme survival has been well received. Why users of major live broadcast platforms? And those live broadcast platforms began to contact us after seeing that Extreme Survival was very popular and wanted the live broadcast rights of Extreme Survival. Hearing Fong Chong say this, Chinamo realized that it was not good. If he wanted the live broadcast rights, Fong Chong and his team would definitely not grant it for free. Sure enough, Fong Chong continued to speak at this time. Since you want to authorize, you naturally need to pay the authorization fee. After many discussions, the authorization price was finally determined to be 30 million per year. Fong Chong said excitedly. When they first refused to buy out the authorization, the top live broadcast platforms only offered a licensing fee of 25 million. However, after a few days of offline competition, the live broadcast effect of the competition intent on several live broadcast platforms was very good. With millions of people watching every day, END.IT was even increasing. After discovering this trend, he and Wei Yin discussed it and raised the live broadcast price to 30 million at once. And after seeing the popularity of Extreme Survival, those live broadcast platforms did not insist and directly agreed to the authorization price of 30 million. Just yesterday, they had signed authorization contracts with these four live broadcast platforms, and the authorization fee will be transferred to the account of Sanchua Games in the next few days. Of course, they did not charge 30 million for Hood Alive because they had always been in a cooperative relationship before, and Extreme Survival could be known by players so quickly. So they asked F. or a licensing fee of 10 million. Of course, at the beginning, he and Wei Yin's idea was to authorize Hood Alive for free for 1 year. But Du Zeding firmly disagreed, saying that Hood Alive was his father's industry and had nothing to do with him, so he had to charge money, and he had to charge it. Fong Chong didn't understand Du Zeding's statement, "Isn't your father's yours?" However, seeing Du Zeding's firm attitude, he didn't say anything more. just take the money. Who would have trouble with money? However, in the end, he didn't take too much. Just 10 million. And no matter what kind of relationship AtoZ has with his family, they must show sincerity so that future cooperation will be much more convenient. How many platforms are authorized in total? Chinmo's throat surged twice with difficulty, and his eyes looked at Fong Chong with a smile in his face. There are only 4 at present, and among them, Hood Alive has always cooperated with us before. The rapid spread of extreme survival is also related to Hood Alive, so it asked for a licensing fee of 10 million. So the total licensing fee is exactly 100 million. But Mr. Chun, there are some other smaller live broadcast platforms that have also contacted us, but the 30 million licensing fee made them hesitate, so they have not yet decided. But if extreme survival can continue to maintain such popularity, those small live broadcast platforms, as long as they have a certain economic strength, will definitely purchase the live broadcast L.I sense of extreme survival. Fong Chong opened his mouth to explain. This was what he and Wei Yin predicted privately. After all, if extreme survival continues to maintain its popularity, there will definitely be many viewers who like it, and even a group of cloud players will appear. But if your live broadcast platform cannot broadcast the content of extreme survival, it will definitely lose a lot of viewers. The 4 live broadcast platforms receive the licensing fee of 100 million, but there are also other live broadcast platforms that may purchase the live broadcast license fee, extreme survival. Listening to Fong Chang's words, Chen Mo felt dizzy. This was not good news, this was bad news. Extremely bad news. Chun, are you okay? Fong Chong looked at Chen Mo's gloomy expression and asked worriedly. He thought to himself that Wei Yin was right, that Chun would not be excited because of such a happy event, that Chun looked exactly the same as Wei Yin guessed. According to Wei Yin, Mr. Chen did not want to show too much happiness and let them get carried away. So he showed a serious expression that as expected. Wei Yin was the one who knew Mr. Chen best. Well, it's okay. Chen Mo came back to his senses and forced himself to calm down. He couldn't change the authorization contract that had already been signed. But if it hadn't been signed, then don't sign it again. 30 million for one, and a few more platforms. It's another small goal. Well, if there are other live broadcast platforms that want to authorize, just refuse them directly. Chun, if you refuse, you will lose a lot of authorization income. Fong Chong didn't expect that Mr. Chun would directly refuse to authorize other platforms. That isn't this just a matter of money? Chinemo looked at Fong Chong, thought for a while, and said meaningfully, everyone should look at the long term. You have authorized extreme survival to so many platforms. What do you think the 4 live broadcast platforms that have signed the authorization contract will think? Is the authorization of our extreme survival so cheap? Scarcity makes things valuable. Don't you know this? But you have authorized the live broadcast rights of extreme survival to too many live broadcast platforms, so the authorization of extreme survival is too cheap that it's settled that if there are other live broadcast platforms that want to authorize, just refuse directly. Seeing that Fong Chong was still thinking, Chen Mo decided the matter directly. Fong Chong left the president's office with doubts that he always felt that the reasons given by President Chun were a bit far-fetched. Could there be other meanings hidden in it? After thinking about it, he returned to Sangshui again, but did not return to his own office, but went directly to Wei Yan's office to ask the person who understands President Chun the most in the group. He wants to hear what Wei Yan means. Chapter 3:12 Bidding. This, Mr. Chun, it's very obvious that it's not difficult to guess. Wei Yin said with confidence after hearing Fong Chong's story, that is it obvious. Why don't I know what Mr. Chun wants to say? Fong Chong looked confused. Wei Yin nodded, looking confident at Mr. Chun, I didn't know you told me that the authorization of extreme survival cannot be made too cheap, and things are rare and valuable, that it's already obvious. Mr. Chun doesn't want to license extreme survival to too many live streaming platforms, that he's just thinking about the future. Thinking about it for the future. Fong Chong's head couldn't turn around. What did he mean by thinking about the future? Looking at Fong Chong's appearance, Wei Yin shook his head and smiled. Of course, we are considering it after extreme survival becomes a big hit. Think about how high the price of the license should be after extreme survival becomes a big hit. That he looked up at Fong Chong with questioning eyes. After Extreme Survival becomes popular, the price will definitely rise to a very high price. Fong Chong said matter-of-factly. How much exactly is that? Wei Yin continued to ask, but when Fong Chong couldn't answer, he continued to speak at So the key to Mr. Chen's doing this is revealed at that time. We will still only authorize for live broadcast platforms that I will set a price and then conduct an auction based on this price. Only the 4 companies with the highest prices can obtain the live broadcast permission of Extreme Survival. Do you think that at that time, those live broadcast platforms will compete to increase their prices in order to obtain the live broadcast authorization of Extreme Survival? Wei Yin said this with a look of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chun is indeed Mr. Chun. If he hadn't heard Fong Chong's story, he wouldn't have thought of this. Fong Chong also looked thoughtful that if Extreme Survival is really popular, then those live broadcast platforms will definitely compete. After all, there are only 4 live broadcast platforms that can broadcast Extreme Survival content. So, Extreme Survival players and cloud players are basically concentrated on these 4 live broadcast platforms that a popular game can drive a lot of traffic. Large platforms can stabilize the traffic of their own platforms by obtaining live broadcast permissions. That if a small platform obtains the live broadcast permission of Extreme Survival, it will seize part of the traffic of Extreme Survival. That if it is operated well, it is entirely possible for its platform to be promoted to the leading live broadcast platform. Therefore, when Extreme Survival becomes a big hit, these live broadcast platforms will definitely try their best to compete for the rights to live broadcast. It is hard to imagine to what extent the licensing fee can be increased by then. It turns out that this is what Mr. Chen meant by doing this. Thank you for coming to Wei Yin to ask. Otherwise, I would never have thought of it. President's office. Chen Mashing leaned on his seat helplessly and suddenly sneezed twice uncontrollably. He sat up from his seat and wiped it with a piece of paper. The authorization fee of 100 million caught him off guard. The end of May was the settlement date. For the special task, that he needed to spend 30 million system funds below 15 million to complete the task. According to the original plan, he invested most of the money in the construction of the garment factory, and he could basically complete this special task. But the appearance of 100 million completely broke his plan. Fong Chong is the 6th child that I had so much trust in him before. But stabbing him failed, so I stabbed him again. The more I think about it, the more unhappy I feel that he took out a small notebook and wrote heavily under Fong Chang's name. But how to spend the extra 100 million? Now the places where we can spend money have been arranged out. If you want to spend more money, you can only look for other industries. However, the plans received by investment companies in recent days are not very reliable. It seems that we need to urge the investment companies to collect more project plans. Cast a wide net that he believes that one day he will find a very reliable investment. Project Kyoto, Film and Television City, in a shooting location. Click. Luo Xiao looked at the filming scene in the camera and frowned slightly. This won't work. Your expression should be more natural. That it's true that you were scared when you see a monster, but does it mean you were scared when you stare at it? Be natural and do it again. Okay, Director Luo. Wang Bin was not angry after hearing Luo Xiao's words. That he nodded seriously and devoted himself to filming again. The scene he shot this time was the scene where he came out of the village and encountered the monster for the first time. The leading actor. He was only an extra before. When he was actually filming, he would often make mistakes, and he was much worse than the students at the drama school. Soon the crew adjusted the camera position and started filming again. Luo Xiao observed Wang Bin's movements and expressions through the camera. Wang Bin's acting skills are not mature enough. In order to shoot a perfect light shot, he can only keep reshooting. Wang Bin, who had always been laughing and joking, seemed to be a different person after joining the crew. He was extremely serious about filming. He never complained about the shortcomings he pointed out in the request for reshoots. And Wang Bin's acting skills were somewhat beyond his expectations. From the beginning, he was ignorant and had to reshoot a shot dozens of times. Now, for some simple shots, he only needs to rewind twice, and they can basically pass out. Of course, some complex shots still need to be res-hot more than 10 times. But such a speed of improvement is shocking enough that he believes that as long as Wang Bin continues to improve, he can definitely become a qualified actor. Cut. The expression is still not in place. Do it again. Luo Xiao looked at the content in the camera and shook his head and shouted, "Cut, cut." After reshooting about 10 times, Luo Xiao looked at the content in the camera and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, this one is passed. Take a break for 10 minutes and then start shooting the next one. That hearing Luo Xiao's words, all the staff breathed a sigh of relief that IT was finally over. Brother Xiao, let me see what the effect is. Wang Bin ran over quickly. His eyes fell on the camera and looked at the shooting content inside. Why, you still don't trust me? Looking at Wang Bin's actions, Luo Xiao said unhappily. Wang Bin scratched his head embarrassingly. How is that possible? I just want to see how the effect of my own filming is that I in the distance. Zhang Shua and Su Tang sat together. Su Tang, this director Luo doesn't look very old, but he is very strict when filming. Zhang Shua looked at Luo Xiao, who was talking to Wang Bin in front, and said with emotion. After she started filming, she realized that Wang Bin and Luo Xiao were actually classmates. Even her classmates were so strict, let alone others, during the filming during this period. Even if there was a small flaw in the scene, it had to be refilled. Chapter 313 joined Blue Films. That Su Tang nodded in agreement, then smiled slightly that it's good to be strict so that we can make rapid progress. And we are all newcomers with little shooting experience. Only by being so strict can the films produced not be too bad. That's true. Zhang Shua also nodded. They were newcomers with little filming experience. They did not have the acting skills of veteran actors, nor did they have the traffic of popular stars that if the filming was not stricter, the film would probably be unwatchable. Zhang Shua sighed as if she had thought of something and turned to look at Su Tang. What do you think about joining Blue Film and Television? I want to join. Su Tang thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Just a few days after the crew started filming, Luo Xiao found them, pressing the hope that they can join Blue Film and Television, and promising that as long as they join Blue Film and Television, as long as there is a suitable script in the company, they see and come first. And we will also arrange excellent agents. She thought about this for a long time, that if she chooses to join Blue Film and Television, one thing that is basically certain is that she will definitely have no shortage of roles in the future. After all, her own film and television company will definitely give priority to its own actors when casting movies. Moreover, the treatment provided by Blue Film and Television is also very good. That it seems that if she does not choose to join Lampede Film and Television, her future will be unknown. After all, she didn't know what the effect of the movie this time was. That if it was better, the crew might invite her to film. But if the effect is not good, then it may be much more difficult to take on the role. After thinking about it, she finally decided to join Lampede Film and Television. Of course, another more important reason is that Lampede Film and Television did not dislike her acting skills and let her serve as the heroine. This is undoubtedly a huge favor. If a student wants to be the heroine in his first play, it is simply impossible unless he has a very strong background, whether it's out of gratitude or for your own future. She had no reason to refuse the invitation from Blue Film and Television. Since you chose to join, then I will join too. Youngsha laughed happily after hearing Su Tang's reply. The idea in her mind was also to join Lampede Film and Television, and once again the two of them made the same decision. After today's shooting is over, we will find director Luo Xiao to finalize the matter and sign the contract. Good. The two looked at each other and smiled. Work started AT this time. The shouts of the filming crew were also heard in the distance. That Su Tang heard this and hurried over. She was involved in the next filming. Junqing City. In a basement. Shero, I really want to thank you. Hearing the news brought by Shinro, Lan hugged Shinro with surprise. Shinro broke away from Lan's arm and said seriously, "You shouldn't thank me. The most important thing to thank is Mr. Chun, who gave me such a high appearance fee. Well, I know I don't have the ability to thank him right now, but when the studio gets started, I will definitely find a way to thank him." Lan nodded and said, with her current status and strength, even if she wanted to thank her, there was nothing she could thank her for. So, I can only keep this kindness in mind first and then repay the kindness when the studio develops. Listening to Lan's words, Shinro nodded and then asked by the way, I need to record what song you're going to sing at the sports meeting and then give the song title to the host. The playlist is all here, Lan said, handing a written song list to Shinro. But two of them are new songs we wrote recently. What do you think? These two songs were written by them during this period. They have not yet been released on the music platform. They plan to. Sing them at sports games to see how they are received, that if the response is not good, they will modify it before posting it on the platform, that if it's just 2 songs, then there's no problem. Shinro did not refuse when she heard this. After all, there were many songs to sing, and it was harmless to sing 2 songs written by herself. 4 days later, the sports meeting was held as scheduled. Husband and wife host T. Fong and Xinshin looked at the stadium where the number of people had once again increased. Their expressions were less shocked and more calm. They have hosted 3 programs for Tomorrow Group, 2 sports games, and 1 annual meeting. Every time I host a show, something changes in the company. However, as the number of employees increases, the number of companies increases. The same is true this time. After understanding, there are 2 more companies this time before the annual meeting. A Blue Film and Television, an investment company. Unexpected and reasonable. Is Mr. Chen's company such a change? It seems to be a normal thing. QG knew. The sports meeting starts on time. The rules were basically the same as last time. The 2 hosted it without any rigidity. However, there are some differences this time. In addition to the increase in the number of people attending the sports meeting, Mr. Chen was not present this time. According to Mr. Chen's assistant, it seems that Mr. Chen has some things to deal with, and it will take some time to get to the gymnasium. In this regard, as a hired host, he did not say much. He still hosted the sports meeting at his own pace. And the sports meeting did not become boring because Mr. Chen did not come down. On the contrary, the employees were more excited at the sports meeting. Yes, with the highest leader of the group watching on the stage, how could these employees let go? Soon, the sports meeting entered the rest phase, and then some people began to perform in the center of the venue. This time the performance seemed to be a level higher than the last time, and there were also several singers singing on the stage, and they sang well. Among them, there were 2 songs that I had never heard of, which felt very good. As the performance ended, the sports meeting continued. Tomorrow Group. Chenemo sat at his desk, frowning, thinking about the plan to spend money. He thought of many ways to spend money, but with his current assets, he was still not qualified. After all, the system had required that the budget of his company could not exceed the company's existing funds, and he could not take out loans. So with his current assets, it was still difficult for him to find an industry that could quickly consume funds and lose money. Buzz. The phone next to him suddenly rang. Chenemo picked up the phone and took a look. It was from Shinro.mr. Chen, the sports meeting is about to end. Yes, the sports meeting is about to end. Chenemo looked at the message sent by Shinro and raised his eyebrows slightly, then stood up and walked out of the office quickly, and called the driver Yang Di-hai at the same time. Chapter 314, Winning the First Prize Again. When he came downstairs, Yang Di-hai was already waiting at the door. After getting in a car, go straight to the gymnasium where the sports meet is held. Sports meet is such a big thing. How could he miss it? After arriving at the gymnasium, Shinro was soon found in a stance. After some inquiries, he knew that the sports meet had entered the last game, as long as this game is over, then the much-anticipated lottery will begin. The hosty phone looked at Mr. Chun, who had come. Since he was still hosting the sports meet, he just smiled and nodded and said hello. Very soon, the last game was over. With the experience of hosting the previous 2 sports meets, this time, after the last sports meet, the ranking was quickly done. The sports meet has ended successfully, and the ranking has been counted. Next is the lottery that everyone is looking forward to. The host was on the podium, explaining seriously. However, the first person to draw the lottery naturally had to be set by him, the president of the company. Under the gaze of many employees, Chenemo casually reached into the lottery box that had been prepared long ago, and then took out a first prize. Congratulations to Mr. Chen. You are so lucky to win the first prize again. The hosty phone held the microphone and shouted loudly to AS for why it was again. It was because Mr. Chen had drawn the first prize twice before. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. And no wonder Mr. Chen was able to develop a small clothing factory into a group in a short time. This luck alone is not comparable to others. As for Mr. Chen cheating, he had never thought about it at all. After all, Mr. Chen is the president of a group. Would he cheat for a first prize with such an identity? How is it possible? Yaifeng shook his head without comment. Mr. Chen wanted so many first prizes like this. Why would he cheat? The only explanation is that Mr. Chen's luck is so great. Chenemo looked at the lottery ticket in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. First prize. Another personal asset of 10,000 yuan. Now my personal assets have reached more than 300,000 yuan. After working hard for more than half a year, I finally have a good asset. More than half a year and 300,000 yuan. It is better than working. After leaving the podium, the company's employees began to draw prizes according to the ranking of the sports meeting. Some won the first prize and some won the last prize, but all employees still showed excitement. After all, even if it was the last prize, it would be more than 7,000 yuan in cash. This is not a reward for work, but a reward after entertainment. Not working, playing in the gym for a day, you can get a minimum reward of 7,000 yuan. No one will be unhappy. This is probably playing and playing, you make money. At this time, some new employees who entered the company after the Chinese New Year still looked at the lottery tickets in their hands with an incredible expression. When the news of holding the sports meeting came out, they heard from the old employees how good the sports meeting was and what benefits it would provide. They didn't take it too seriously, thinking that the old employees were exaggerating. But now it seems that the old employees are right. The treatment level of this sports meeting is so good, and they have made up their minds that they must work better after returning, and they must not lose this job due to negligence. Such a good job can't be seen in other places. Chinamo looked at the employees who came on stage to receive awards one after another. Due to the increase in the number of employees in the company, the time for receiving awards will also increase. ALOT.SO. He didn't stay in the gymnasium for a long time. After a symbolic look for a while, he left the gymnasium directly. Anyway, the purpose of coming here has been achieved. Chinro, where is Mr. Chin? Zhang Lan found Chinro and looked around. Just when the sports meeting was about to end, she saw Mr. Chen. But she was packing up tools with the people in the studio at that time, but after she packed up the tools, she sent those people from the studio away. She was planning to come back and thank Mr. Chen in person, but she didn't expect that Mr. Chen was gone. Damn, our Chun. I have something to do, so I just left. Chinro looked at Zhang Lan, who came over and explained, by the way, I asked several employees of the company about your two new songs. They all think they are very good, but they can't find the songs on the music software. Really? Zhang Lan was surprised. Why would I lie to you about this? If you don't believe me, I could take you to find a few employees and ask again. Chinro said, and was about to pull Zhang Lan to the employees who had already drawn the prize. How is it possible? I trust you the most. Zhang Lan held Chinro's arm and said with joy that if the feedback here is good, then she can safely release the songs on the music platform. After getting this good news, she briefly chatted with Chinro for a few words and then couldn't wait to leave the gymnasium. Extreme Survival. Offline competition venue at Du Zidang and Chun Somed looked at the stands on the second floor and the stadium below, which had been almost demolished. Have you contacted the stadium? Du Zidang retracted his gaze and spoke slowly. Just yesterday, the semifinals were over, and the teams that entered the finals were also announced. The next step was the finals. But in order to make the competition look more formal, they chose to hold the finals at Jiangqing Stadium this time. Chen Sung lay on the guardrail of the second floor stand and nodded slightly. We had already communicated 2 days ago, and the competition venue over there is already being built. Then he turned his head and looked at Du Zidang. What about ticket sales? How are the sales? Not bad. Since the sale started yesterday, half of the tickets have been sold. That's so many. Chen Sung was a little surprised to hear Du Zidang's answer. The Extreme Survival competition was very popular on several live broadcast platforms, but he didn't expect that the tickets for offline competitions could be sold so quickly. This is not a celebrity concert. Looking at Chen Sung's puzzled eyes, Du Zidang smiled slightly. Our cheapest ticket is only 25 yuan per ticket, and the most expensive is only 200 yuan. How can it not be sold quickly? Du Zidang sighed slightly. After all, the Extreme Survival competition has just begun. That if the ticket price is very high at the beginning, there will definitely not be many people who will buy it.so this time. He simply set the ticket price very low. After all, his goal is not to make money by selling tickets. The main goal this time is to make a name for himself. Only if the competition site is lively enough can this offline competition appear more grand. Even if some people do not go to the stadium to watch the game, when the game comes, they should direct some live broadcast to show that there are many spectators watching the game. This will give the audience in a live broadcast room a feeling that going to watch the game offline is a very popular thing. By the way, I remember that when I chatted with Tomorrow Group last time, Mr. Chen seemed to be very interested in the extreme survival competition. Just now for this final we sent an invitation letter and arranged a best viewing position for him. Du Zidang suddenly thought of the content of the last chat with Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group. Chapter 315 Car Accident Tomorrow Group. In the president's office. Chinamo looked at the invitation letter and fell into silence. The offline competition of Extreme Survival will enter the finals in 3 days, and it will be held at Jiangqing Stadium. I want to invite him to watch the game on site. Watch the offline competition of Extreme Survival. Chinamo murmured in his heart, frowning slightly. There is nothing wrong with watching the game, but the key is the game of his company. Watching his game from the audience to see how popular it is. That isn't this asking for trouble? Chinamo hesitated for a long time and finally sighed deeply. After thinking about it, he decided to go and take a look. After all, whether he goes or not, this Extreme Survival will still be popular. Since he can't resist, just go and enjoy it. Maybe while watching, he can think of a way to reduce the popularity of the game. Doesn't the invitation letter say that he wants him to present awards to the champion team after the game? Then he also needs to speak on behalf of Sangshui Games. Speak that I can write something about it. With this mentality, Chinamo smiled faintly, made a decision, and finally put the invitation away. He took out a rough paper and started writing on it. Since he was going to speak, he naturally had to make a speech. This speech should be written well, and then use some clever methods to see if some players can be persuaded to quit. What a good opportunity to persuade players to quit. But you have to be more subtle, not too blatant. At least you have to save face. Chinamo frowned and revised on the rough paper. After a while, he looked at the content on the rough paper and nodded with satisfaction. That's it. I don't know how many players can be persuaded to quit, but if some can be persuaded to quit, then persuade some. Buzz. The phone rang. Chinamo picked it up and took a look, a little surprised that it turned out to be Yang Xinghua calling. After the New Year's Day, Yang Xinghua led the expedition team out again. During this period, apart from writing a summary report every week, he never called him. This time he actually called him. Obviously, he must have encountered something important. Thinking of what Yang Xinghua had done, he didn't dare to neglect it and quickly answered the phone. Chun. There is an urgent matter here, and I want to ask you for your opinion. As soon as the call was connected, Yang Xinghua's voice came over the phone. His tone was a little anxious, as if something really happened. You say. Hearing Yang Xinghua's tone, Chinamo's face became serious. Yang Xinghua's tone was like this, and he must have really encountered something urgent. It's like this. Mr. Chin, we passed by Shirshan City and happened to encounter a car accident that a female high school student is currently being rescued. The situation of her family is not very good. They can't afford the rescue fee for the time being. I want to apply for the foundation to provide financial assistance. Sure, you go and negotiate. I will transfer the amount of money through the foundation's account. Hearing that it was a matter of saving lives, Chinamo nodded without hesitation. In this kind of matter, time is life and it cannot be delayed. However, the funds of the foundation are all in the foundation's account. If Yang Xinghua wants to use it, he must get his permission. It's not his permission, but the permission of the system. Because since the establishment of the foundation, he can't use the money in the foundation at will. Only after confirming that it is to help some needy people or do charity, the money can be transferred. By the way, if someone asks you who paid, don't mention any company's name. He suddenly thought of the coffee shop incident last time. If the matter of helping the high school girl is exposed again this time, who knows if there will be another group of people who will come to retaliate and consume, which he can't afford to SO for the sake of insurance. Directly remind Yang Xinghua to keep the matter of funding secret. In this way, he not only helps the girl in need, but also does not worry about the exposure of doing good deeds, which will attract many netizens to consume. Doing good deeds without leaving a name is the real virtue. Okay, Mr. Chin, Shishan City, Shishan Hospital. Yang Xinghua hung up the phone with a relieved expression on his face. He was still a little surprised that Mr. Chin agreed to the funding so quickly. However, this way, the high school student can be treated quickly. As for Mr. Chin's prohibition of publicity, maybe Mr. Chin just wants to keep a low profile. He didn't think much about it. Put away the phone and turned to look at his wife. What's the situation of the high school student now? He is still in the ward, and his family is raising money. His wife Zhang Man spoke quickly. She had just come from there, so she was very familiar with the situation there. The high school student is still receiving simple treatment in the ward, but the money for the operation has not been raised yet, so the operation cannot be performed yet.m or Chun. How is it over there? I have communicated with Mr. Chun, but I need to confirm the specific cost, and then Mr. Chun will transfer the money, Yang Xinghua said, and walked quickly to the ward. Now the mother of the high school student is still communicating with the doctor in the ward, and the father is outside to raise money. Doctor, please let my daughter go into surgery first. Don't worry. We will definitely pay the money. Even if I work hard to make money, I will make up for the medical expenses. You please be flexible and let my daughter have surgery. That a middle-aged woman knelt in front of a doctor, crying and begging. Their family is just an ordinary rural family. How can they come up with hundreds of thousands of medical expenses at once? However, in order to save their daughter, they have to raise the medical expenses even if they sell everything they have. But it will take some time. She just hopes that her daughter can have the operation quickly, and then the medical expenses will be paid later. The doctor looked at the middle-aged woman kneeling on the ground, hurriedly helped her up, and spoke patiently to don't worry. We have applied for emergency surgery as long as it is approved. Your daughter will have surgery even if the medical expenses are not raised. Doctor, how long will it take to get approval? I'm worried that my daughter can't wait that long. The middle-aged woman pleaded. Her daughter fell unconscious on the bed, and she was really worried. She was worried that her daughter would not be able to hold on until the approval came. The doctor's face froze when he heard the middle-aged woman's words that he didn't know when the approval would come, but he was just a doctor, even if he was very anxious. But there was no way. He could only act according to the system. But looking at the heartbroken look of the middle-aged woman, he still comforted her to don't worry, it shouldn't take long. It will be approved and your daughter will be fine. Although he didn't know how long the approval would take. When the middle-aged woman heard the doctor's words, her anxious look eased a little, and she walked to her daughter's bed with a worried look on her face. This moment. The high school student on the bed had an abnormality, and his body couldn't stop twitching. Several doctors rushed forward to check the situation. The situation is not right. Surgery is needed immediately. A doctor spoke. Quickly after the examination, this time, the doctors and the entire ward looked at each other. The approval had not come down yet. How should they perform the operation? The mother of the high school student heard the words, and her expression, which had just calmed down, became anxious again. Plop. She knelt directly on the ground and begged, "Please, can you perform the operation first? We will pay for the medical expenses." Chapter 316 Leifeng Foundation. Several doctors looked at the middle-aged woman kneeling on the ground with embarrassed expressions. It is difficult for them to make decisions without approval. Let him have surgery, and I will pay for the medical bills. Just then a middle-aged voice came over. The doctor looked up and saw a middle-aged man-woman walking over. Who are you? The doctor looked at the two of them and spoke doubtfully. Who I am is not important now. Saving people is important now. How much? Medical expenses are needed? I will pay at the counter right now. You take her to the operation first. Yang Xinghua looked at the high school student on the hospital bed and said quickly, "Can you really pay for the medical expenses?" This time the medical expenses are 300,000. That the doctor had an uncertain expression and looked at the strange man who came over with confusion. After hearing this, Yang Xinghua quickly edited a text message and sent it to Mr. Chen. Less than a minute. There was an extra 400,000 in his bank account. At the same time, Mr. Chen sent another message. The extra 100,000 yuan will be given to the patient's family as post-operative recuperation expenses. Yang Xinghua looked at the 400,000 in his account and then quickly showed it to the doctor. The money is here. You take her to the operation quickly. I will go over and pay the medical bills. The doctor looked at the transfer records on Yang Xinghua's mobile phone and the extremely serious expression on the other party's face. He hesitated for a moment and then turned to look at the other doctors. Hurry and push the injured to the operating room and perform surgery immediately. Saying, together with the doctors, they pushed the high school student towards the operating room. Yang Xinghua felt relieved when he saw that the high school student had been pushed to the operating room. Then he turned and walked towards the payment window. Since the operation had begun, he had to pay the operation fee. Hello, thank you very much. Don't worry, the surgery fee will be returned to you when we raise the money. The middle-aged woman finally relaxed when she saw her daughter being pushed into the operating room. Then he quickly caught up with Yang Xinghua and said with a grateful face. Yang Xinghua looked at the haggard-looking middle-aged woman inside. This is probably the tragedy of ordinary families. Not getting sick or having accidents is fine. But once someone in the family becomes seriously ill or a major accident occurs, it will definitely be a devastating blow. But this family was lucky enough to meet them. Met Mr. Chin. Thinking of this, Yang Xinghua smiled slightly. Hello, we are doing charity work, and you don't need to pay back the medical expenses. Saying that I have arrived at the payment window and paid the 300,000 yuan surgery fee. The middle-aged woman watched Yang Xinghua pay the surgery fee with a shocked expression on her face. The DO charity. Are you going to help them pay for the medical expenses of 300,000 yuan? The middle-aged woman couldn't react for a while. Is there really such a charity in this world? Hello, what's your bank account number? I still have 100,000 in post-operative medical expenses that I need to transfer to you. After a while, the middle-aged woman sat blankly in the ward, looking at the transfer record of 100,000 on her mobile phone, in a daze. Until now, she has not come to her senses, so she paid the 300,000 yuan for the surgery, and then gave her another 100,000 yuan for the post-operative medical expenses. And there are no requirements. She wanted to thank them and return the money to them later, but they didn't need it either. After transferring the money to her, they left directly. Wife, how is my daughter? I have raised the money and let the doctor operate on my daughter. At this moment, a middle-aged man ran in quickly to ask the girl's father. He quickly raised money after learning that his daughter needed 300,000 yuan for surgery. He definitely doesn't have that much at home, so he can only borrow them from his neighbors. Fortunately, his family's reputation was pretty good in normal times that he traveled to the entire village, added 7 aunts and 8 aunts, and finally counted his family's savings of more than 100,000 yuan, and finally raised all the money. Of course, the process of raising money will not be smooth, and I will experience the warmth of human nature. Where is my daughter? Where has my daughter gone? The man suddenly panicked when he saw that there was only a middle-aged woman sitting there blankly in the empty ward. A bad guess arises in my heart. The middle-aged woman gradually came to her senses when she heard her husband's cry. Seeing her husband covered in sweat and looking anxious, he spoke slowly. My daughter has entered the operating room and is undergoing surgery. Have you entered the operating room yet? The doctor agrees to operate first. When the man heard his wife's words, he felt relieved but also a little confused. No, the middle-aged woman shook her head when she heard this, and then recounted in detail what she had just experienced. After a while, the man sat next to the woman with a sigh on his face. I have met a good person and left my contact information again. We have to thank them properly. No, they left the money and left directly. I asked, but they didn't tell me. However, his unit seems to be called Lei Foam Foundation. However, I am not sure about this. When the man took the mobile phone, he brought out a sign that said it. It should be a work sign. The middle-aged woman thought about it for a moment and spoke slowly. Well, when my daughter is out of danger, I will go and find out about it. Even if I can't repay you with anything, I will always give you a penance to express my gratitude. The man nodded slightly. This saved his daughter's life. How could he not be grateful? 3 days later. Jiangqing Stadium, 6 p.m. Mr. Chen, this stadium is pretty good. Yeah, I didn't expect that so many people would come to watch our extreme survival competition offline. The more people watch it, the more popular our game will be. Chinamo listened to the 3 old men chatting excitedly, and his mood became less and less beautiful. Not only did the rich second generation of the China Club invite him, but also the 3 leaders of Sanctuary Games, Wei Yin, Fan Chong, and Zhao Bowen. Forget about the invitation that we also arranged for them to come together and listen to them talking about how popular the game is and how great the future is. I felt very unhappy in my heart. Mr. Chun, there is warm water here. You can drink it when you are thirsty. Tea this time. Chinamo took out a thermos water cup from the bag on the side. Well, thank you. Chinamo took a look and nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw some food in the bag, which he usually liked to eat. This assistant really didn't get it in vain. He was so considerate. Mr. Chun, you are here. The game starts in 10 minutes. Chinzong and Du Xing from the Tange Club also came over at this time. After saying hello to each other, they sat in the empty seats beside them. Soon, participating teams have also entered the venue one after another. Various camera positions have been prepared, and major live broadcast platforms have also started live broadcasts. Chinamo was sitting in his seat, watching the game scene on the big screen, eating the fruits and snacks handed over by Shinro, which was quite comfortable. Chapter 317 Nonstick Pan Contestant. Certainly, the IT would have been even more perfect if there weren't the two rich second-generation people from China and the three old men from Wei Yin discussing quietly. These guys started chatting endlessly after the game started. Look, the number of viewers of Hood Alive has just exceeded 1 million just after it started broadcasting. The same goes for the Shi Wei live broadcast, which was watched by more than 1 million people. The other live broadcasts are similar, and they all have exceeded 1 million views. That IT seems that Extreme Survival has completely entered everyone's attention. Look, the number 2 player on the number 3 team looks very good. After the game, let's talk to him and see if he can join our club. That it's good to have a player on the number 7 team, so we can communicate with each other. Just recruit a few. Now the club has almost enough members that if we recruit too many, the expenses will be too much. After Chinamo, Aiden Orange handed over by Shinro, his expression moved slightly. If he also established a gaming club, that would be a good choice. This is also a huge expense. AT that time. He recruited more members of the club. As for what kind of members to recruit, of course we cannot recruit those powerful players. After all, if you recruit some powerful gamers and make the game club famous, it would be very bad if you win a championship in some competitions or something. Once the club wins the championship, there will be too many places to profit. All players must strictly control their performance and never be too powerful. However, if they're too weak, the system will not allow it. Just choose some players who are average in level and do well every time they compete. He's that kind of non-stick pan player. I end the game. I do nothing, but I just don't make mistakes. This kind of one is quite reliable, so you have to choose carefully when you go back. Chinamo secretly thought that if this game club was run well, it would definitely lose a lot of money. The competition proceeds in an orderly manner. The old guys around me talked too much and seemed to be tired, so they all became quiet. Game after game, it was finally coming to an end. With the end of the last game, the offline competition of Extreme Survival is completely over. The moment the game ends, each team's points begin to be updated in real time. Soon the game commentator announced the final winner of this China Cup. The team that won the championship excitedly rushed to the center of the stage and hugged each other excitedly. In the spectator seats. There was also warm applause. A host also started to come on stage and talk to the winning team. Chinamo also left his seat and walked towards the back of the stage because he would need to present the award to the championship team later. Come to the back of the stage, a staff member handed him a trophy and a sign with a bonus of 1 million yuan written on it. In the stage. The host also finished interviewing the 4 champions, looked at the cards in his hand, and entered the award session. Listened to the host's voice. Chinamo took the trophy and the sign with 1 million on it and walked out. Come to the stage. According to the agreed procedure, the trophy and the 1 million sign will be awarded to the winning team and then take photos. After the process is completed, the 4 winners left the stage with their trophies. Watching the championship team gradually go away, Chinamo knew that it was time for him to perform. Really. After the championship team completely walked away, the host continued to speak. Mr. Chun, Extreme Survival, has only been online for a few months and has already gained millions of players. As the final boss of Extreme Survival, do you have anything to say about Extreme Survival? The host said and handed over the microphone in his hand. Chinamo took the phone and recalled the previous draft in his mind. I was surprised by the appearance of Extreme Survival. I didn't know he would be so popular. He secretly thought to himself, if he had known about the existence of Extreme Survival, how could it have appeared? As for Extreme Survival, I position it as a competitive game. Since it is a competitive game, there must be strong and weak players. I end this game. There will only be one champion at the end of the game. Some players who are not strong enough still need to be mentally prepared when playing. It is very boring to fall into a box. Esports, food is the original sin. And I also want to remind everyone that games should be played in moderation. When playing games, isn't it better to do homework, go shopping, or fall in love? What kind of game should you play? Below the podium. Fong Chang and the others looked at each other a few times and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Mr. Chun, If you put it like this, you might be trying to discourage new players that I don't know, but there is some truth to the saying. Esports, food is the original sin.dozing and audited. Agreement and glanced at Chun Song vaguely. At this time, the major live broadcast rooms also began to talk about it. This boss of Extreme Survival is a bit interesting that it's the first time I've seen someone promoting a game like this. Haha, you're right. In esports, food is the original sin. Competitive games that I like them. I'll download them right now to see how good the players are. I like challenges. This boss is quite positive. How can you be addicted to games every day? Games must be moderate. You can't let games delay your work. Support. Zhao Bowen held his phone and kept paying attention to the comments in the live broadcast room, that he thought that Mr. Chin's remarks would cause some viewers to resist, but now it seems that it has a positive effect. Thinking about it, that he told Feng Chang and Wei Yin about the live broadcast situation. Or Chun, it's Mr. Chin. Feng Chang nodded in admiration. Wei Yin also sighed secretly. Sure enough, Mr. Chun thought longer term than him, that he never thought that such a speech would cause such a reaction from the audience in the live broadcast room. Chun Song and Du Zeding nodded repeatedly. And oh wonder Mr. Chin was able to set up a group company at such a young age. Just a few words could cause such a warm reaction from the audience in the live broadcast room. Mr. Chun, you're back. Chinro had been watching the back of the stage, and when she saw Mr. Chin coming back, she whispered. Wei Yin and the others around her looked over when they heard this. Chun Nimmo looked at the gazes cast by Wei Yin and the others, and nodded in response with a smile that he was very satisfied with his speech just now. After all, his words were telling one thing, that is, nukes are not worthy of playing games. It's just that he said it a little more tactfully, but those who watch the live broadcast should be able to understand what he meant, that if he scolded people like this, those people should not think about playing this game again. Mr. Chun, you are awesome. The effect of your speech is very good. Chun Zong saw Mr. Chin coming back and greeted him with a smile. Chapter 3:18 Traffic brought by the competition great speech. Chun Nimmo was a little confused. Looking at Chun Zong's excited expression, he had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you mean when you say that your speech is effective? That's the literal meaning. After you just finished your speech, those in the live broadcast room seemed to like your speech very much. Especially the sentence esports, food is the original sin, is very popular. Chun Zong said with a smile, not noticing Chun Mo's change of expression at all. This, very popular. There is nothing wrong with this year's netizens. I'm talking about your food. Chun Nimmo was completely speechless listening to Chun Zong's words that he was giving a speech to persuade him to quit. Well, I'm a little tired, so I'll leave first. Looking at Chun Zong, who had a smile on his face, he then looked at Wei Yin and others who were walking towards them with equally excited faces. These people really don't know the pain in his heart that a big company no one understands me. My heart is boring. Mr. Chun, I'll send someone to see you off. When Chun Zong saw Mr. Chin was leaving, he didn't think much and spoke quickly. No, I have a driver. Chun Mo waved his hand and walked outside step by step. Seeing this, Chun Ro hurriedly followed Mr. Chun. Why did you leave so suddenly? Wei Yin and others came to Chun Zong's side, looked at Mr. Chin's somewhat depressed figure, and asked in confusion Mr. Chun. He said he was tired. Chun Zong spoke that that's true. Mr. Chin has to deal with a lot of things every day. He has to come over to watch the game at night, but he must be tired. Feng Chang looked at Mr. Chin's back and spoke slowly that it's just that Mr. Chin's back looks a little depressed and lonely. Wei Yin listened to Feng Chang's words, looked at Mr. Chin's slumped back, and sighed with emotion. Kings are all lonely, so let's not think too much. Just go back and work hard and try to share more pressure with Mr. Chin. Chun Zong and Du Xing asked questions with thoughtful expressions. No wonder. Their father often held a teacup and looked out the window alone, giving people a very pretentious feeling that it turns out that this is the style of a king done on the second day. Tomorrow grouped up president's office. Chinamo looked at the specific data of the two games, Extreme Survival and Dragon, that Chinro had just asked for from Zhang Shui Games and became completely silent. Now the offline competition of Extreme Survival has ended that he just wanted to see how much traffic this Extreme Survival offline competition brought to Extreme Survival. This look gave him an expression of despair for a moment. Tomorrow would be May, and it was already the season of spring flowers blooming, but he couldn't feel any warmth. Judging from the data at this time, The number of players of Extreme Survival has reached 8 million. This data has immediately surpassed the original last shooting game, Gun God. After a simple calculation, the monthly income of Extreme Survival has reached around 85 million at this time. The number of players in Tianlong has also increased inexplicably. It is obviously an offline competition of Extreme Survival, but how can it increase the number of Tianlong players so much? Chinamo couldn't figure it out, but looking at the 4.2 million game players, he no longer knew what to say. Although the number of players in Tianlong is not as high as that of Tianlong, the number of players who deposit money in Tianlong is much higher than that of Extreme Survival. This 4.2 million player base is around 50 million a month. Calculated in this way, Sanctuary Games' monthly revenue has reached as high as 135 million. That is to say, in the coming May, he has a revenue of at least 135 million that his consciousness was immersed in his mind. And he looked at the system fund of 130 million on the system panel. This 130 million is the remaining system funds after all employee salaries, taxes, and other expenses for May have been spent. Originally there was not so much, and he had already planned the funds well, but he did not expect that a sudden increase in live broadcast licensing fees directly broke all his plans. So as calculated above. With the game revenue in May and the existing system funds, he actually has a spending limit of 265 million this month. That what's more critical is the end of May, which is the settlement time for the special task, that he must spend less than 15 million system funds before settlement, before he can successfully settle. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Chinamo rubbed his head with a headache and began to write and draw in his notebook. According to the current construction plan of the garment factory, approximately 80 million yuan of funding is needed this month. Next month's purchases, taxes, daily expenses, and employee salaries. So in total, approximately 20 million is needed. It used to be 16 million. But with the change and increase in the company's employees, especially the increase in anchors of boring short videos, the expenditure has increased a lot compared to before. Around mid-May, the 5 coffee shops in Kyoto will almost be completed. By then, 5 more coffee shops can be expanded, which is 17.5 million. Calculated this way. The existing fixed expenses in May are 117.5 million. So he still needs to spend 100.5 million. Looking at the last number, Chinamo fell in a deep thought that it seems that the establishment of a game club must be done in advance. Since it is a game club, the computers and other facilities must not be the ones used in the office now. They must be better and more expensive. After all, when playing games, the computer must be smooth. Otherwise, if the game suddenly freezes, it will affect the performance of the players. Therefore, the equipment must not be sloppy. There are also recruitment requirements that I have thought about it before, that I will find some players who are not top players, so as to ensure that the team cannot win the championship to the greatest extent. In addition, no minors are allowed. The reaction speed and hand speed of these minors are very good, that if they recruit talented people with great potential, it will be bad, and minors, of course, should focus on their studies. What game should they play? After thinking about it, he confirmed his thoughts that he took out his phone and called Chin Siam a Chin Club. Chin Siam is the owner of the club. He must know some details of opening a club and what kind of people he needs to recruit. Find out from him and then set up the club as soon as possible. In a hotel in Jiangqing. Chin Siam and Du Ziden are discussing today's work. This offline competition was very successful. After the fame of Extreme Survival expanded, the fame of our club was also made famous. Just after the end of the competition yesterday, several businesses have contacted us, that Du Ziden said excitedly. Now in the club, except for the live broadcast of Jiangjio and a few others, which can bring some income to the club, there is no other source of income. So since the establishment of the club, they have been investing money in it. Chapter 319, New Money Losing Industry. In this time, the Extreme Survival offline competition has already made Tange Club famous. The team led by Jiang Jio in their club also easily won 3rd place in this competition. That he asked for why it was easy. Of course, he let Jiang Jio get this ranking intentionally. After all, Extreme Survival has only been around for a short time. Apart from their club organizing a professional team, no other club has organized a professional team. Therefore, in this offline competition, the other participating teams are basically wild teams, or teams formed temporarily by some clubs without systematic training. And this extreme survival game, in addition to competing in skills, also requires some strategies. For example, when to enter the circle, which route to choose to enter the circle, which location is suitable for the team to settle in a certain circle type, etc. Many things required systematic research. But among the entire participating teams, only the teams from their clubs have done these studies. Therefore, in this offline competition, their China team has always been far ahead in points in the knockout rounds and semifinals. However, considering that they are the organizer, if their team wins first place and takes back the 1 million bonus, it is easy to think that their club does not want to give this bonus.so after careful consideration. He asked Zhang Jio to deliberately let go of some water in the finals, and finally got third place. After all, this time, their goal is not to make the club famous, but to win the game. And this effect is also very good, and some merchants have begun to negotiate with them for some business activities that as long as they take over the business, their club will start to have one more profitable project, and it can be considered to be on the right track. This is a good start. But other clubs have begun to contact the few players we were optimistic about yesterday who played well. It seems that those clubs are also preparing to establish extreme survival professional teams. Chun Song sat aside and spoke slowly. This is a good thing. When those clubs start to establish extreme survival professional teams, then the next competition will probably be more interesting. And by the time of the next competition, the popularity of extreme survival will definitely increase, reaching a very high level. If our Tang club wins the next competition, our reputation will definitely increase. The Du Xing slowly took a sip of tea with anticipation in his eyes. When the next offline competition is held, there is no need for their China team to let go, because by then, the teams participating in the competition will probably be professional teams from the CLUWP. And since they are all professional teams, even if they want to win the championship, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. But as long as they win the championship, their club will instantly gain a group of fans that time. It will not only be a business, but also some club-related peripherals and so on, which are huge profit points. The two talked to each other and thought about the future of Tang Club. Suddenly, Chun Song's cell phone vibrated. After a while, Chun Song hung up the phone and looked up at Du Xing. Our Chun of the Tomorrow group is also planning to set up a gaming club. He came to me to inquire about some details of setting up the club. That I will go over there, and you will be in charge of the club's affairs. Du Xing nodded. He didn't expect that Tomorrow Group would also prepare to set up a gaming club. It seemed that future games would be more interesting. Based on his current understanding of Mr. Chun, he will definitely establish a top gaming club. And in the next competition, Mr. Chin's club team will probably become the biggest competitor. Chun Song left the hotel, thinking about how to explain some details of establishing a game club to Mr. Chin. Come to Tomorrow Group, go all the way to the top floor, and enter the president's office. Here, the tea was just made. When Chinamo-san came in, he directly led him to the coffee table next to the floor-to-ceiling window and poured Chin Song a cup of tea. Chin Song quickly took the tea and carefully placed it on the coffee table. Emmer Chun, the method of establishing a club is very simple. It is no different from registering a company. However, there is a big difference in the recruitment of personnel for the club. The most important personnel recruitment for the game club is the management, coaches, and then professional players. Chin Song recounted the specific details of the establishment of the club one by one. Chinamo nodded slightly when he heard this. Chin Song's narration just reminded him that if gamers want to choose gangsters, then management and coaches should also choose people with little ability. In this way, with the combination of multiple parties, this game club is basically useless. The coach is incompetent, and the professional players are all jerks. How can such a team win the championship? By the way, Mr. Chin, do you have any candidates for the management and coaches now? If not, I do have a candidate. They have a lot of experience in managing game clubs. If Mr. Chin needs it, let me introduce you. Chin Song said enthusiastically that he really wanted to make friends with Mr. Chin, and if he could help, he would naturally be willing to contribute. Besides, their club also has cooperative relations with Sangshui Games under the other party's name. I haven't thought about this yet. If I need it, I will find you. Chinamo refused directly and tactfully without thinking. With rich experience, this is contrary to his recruitment philosophy. How could he agree? He must personally select the important positions in this club and exclude all those who are excellent and capable. He discussed some details with Chin Song again. and finally figured out all the details of establishing the club. Then he simply arranged for Chin Song to have lunch in the cafeteria. For this old six, don't even think about arranging him to go to a high-end hotel. After sending Chin Song away, he returned to the office. Sitting in the office, he took a short rest and turned a call bell on the desk to the office of the legal department. Since the club is to be established, some formalities can be handed over to Tang Shua. Now, most of the companies under the group are handled by Tang Shua, and he is familiar with it without any problems. Or Chun, you're looking for me. Tang Shua walked into the office quickly with a happy look on her face. Or Chin hadn't assigned her any tasks for a long time. He must have arranged some work for her today. I just don't know what the big deal is. As long as it's not legal publicity or handling some formalities, it's fine. Chapter 320 BL Game Club. Looking at Tang Shua, who came in, Chinamo smiled slightly. He is still very satisfied with this million-dollar lawyer. After all, I don't have much to do at ordinary times, so I can help with some formalities at work. IT is simply a typical example of high investment and low return. Sit down and say, there are indeed some things that need you to handle. With a smile on his face, Tang Shua pointed to the seat in front of his desk. This Tang Shua was already one of the few trustworthy people in the entire group company. After all, the other party has never done anything to make the company profitable since he joined the company. Tang Shua sat on the seat and looked at Mr. Chun with a smile on his face, wondering in his heart that I always felt that Mr. Chun looked at her a little strangely. After Tang Shua took his seat, Chinamo slowly spoke, that it's like this. The company is planning to set up a game club. Some of the registration procedures still need to be handled by you. After all, you are more familiar with this aspect. If I leave it to others, I won't worry about it, so I can only leave it to you. Listening to Mr. Chin's words, Tang Shua's originally expectant expression suddenly fell. I thought to myself, what was she expecting? When did Mr. Chin give her an important task? Okay, Mr. Chin, I understand. This matter will be handled as soon as possible. Tang Shua nodded. And no matter what, this job is much better than legal propaganda. And what Mr. Chin said is absolutely correct. She has handled so many company registration matters, and she is already familiar with people from the industrial and commercial side. And handling these matters is getting smoother and smoother. By the way, Mr. Chin, what name should we register for the game club this time? Let's call it BL Game Club. Chinamo said without hesitation that he had already thought of this name before calling Tang Shua over to BL Ruined. This is his most sincere wish for the upcoming gaming club. The managers, coaches, and professional players of the club that he hopes to join all give him a hard time. This is the most perfect thing. BL Game Club. Tang Shua thought silently in his mind and nodded secretly. The name this time seems to be pretty good, and it doesn't sound misleading like the names of the previous companies. Nana, Taste Bad. Blue Movie, Bad Movie. Boring Short Video. Although she knew that Mr. Chin didn't mean that, she still subconsciously thought of these names every time she heard them. Just like Nambe. Coffee in the eyes of passersby, it is basically said that the coffee tastes bad. The last time she took the elevator, she saw a person in the elevator chatting with another person, typing the word bad coffee instead of Nan drinks coffee. Of course, she didn't mean to peek, but the other person was standing in front of her, and she could see it as soon as she lowered her head. I don't know if Nambe coffee has been spread as bad coffee and has any impact on the performance of the coffee shop. But this time, it's finally different. BL Game Club. She knew a little about gaming clubs. Many clubs had letters in their names, such as the most famous NNG Club. Okay, Mr. Chin, I've written down your name. I'll go and handle it right away. Tang Chu wrote down the name of the club, and after seeing that there was nothing else to do, he left the office to register the club. After Tang Chu left, Chinamo directly called Chinro over. Let's do some statistics. The current management personnel, coaches, and professional players of all game clubs must have detailed information. Whether it's good or bad, sort it out for me. I need to see it. Chinamo looked at Chinro, who came over, and said slowly that he needs to select some managers who are not so strong in business ability. But it is impossible to tell Chinro clearly and ask her to count some managers with poor business ability. She could only ask her to count all the relevant managers of the clubs that time. He will filter through the statistical data bit by bit. Find out all those with poor business abilities. Okay, Mr. Chin. Chinro nodded. She knew that Mr. Chin was planning to set up a gaming club, so there was no surprise that Mr. Chin wanted to collect information about those club members. Chin probably wants to poach people from other clubs. Chinro leaves. Chinamo fell into thinking. Just setting up a game club would consume more than 140 million system funds. However, I heard that poaching some professional players requires a lot of funds. Some powerful professional players may be worth tens of millions, but recruiting these powerful professional players can consume a lot of system funds. However, considering that these powerful professional players may help the club achieve good results in the competition, for the sake of safety, these powerful players are still excluded from recruitment.nt. There are some water cooler players that you can consider. The transfer fees for these players are not as high as those of the top professions, but they are still available for hundreds of thousands or millions that he just needs to recruit more of these water cooler players that if one game is not enough, get a few more. Chinamo thought and began to record in his notebook. Extreme Survival, Gun God, Fire Dragon Island, Mythical Beast, at a total of 7 game names were recorded. These games were all mentioned by Chun Song to him, and there are currently organized professional competitions. Chun Song's suggestion is to choose 3 games to establish a professional team at the beginning, see the development of the club, and then consider whether to continue to expand. Otherwise, it would be too risky to get involved in all the games at once, and it would also require a lot of funds. Looking at the names of the 7 games on the notebook, Chinamo curled his lips slightly and just chose 3 games. How could it be possible? Only children make choices. And I want all 7 games. Extreme Survival has just been established not long ago. Except for the China Club, which has a professional team, other clubs do not have professional teams, so Extreme Survival does not spend much money on recruiting professional players. So, if you want to spend more money on professional players, you can only make a fuss about other games. However, these can only be made after Shenrile investigates the information and then sifts through the information. Jiangqing City in a basement. Zhanglan and several studio partners were surrounding a simple square table with a steaming hot pot on the table. Several people gathered around the hot pot, eating with excitement. Come on, let's all celebrate and have a drink together. Zhanglan poured a glass of beer and raised it towards the other people. Since the end of the last sports meeting, there has been no problem confirming their songs. She released the 2 new songs on the music platform when she returned. After this period of time, their songs were not as popular as they were, but it has also been welcomed by many listeners.